Hellos, guys. What is up, my dudes? The जान के टोट्स. रुक जा पहले. गो करने दो. करना है ना, 2 गेम खेलने पाएंगे. La 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 pad boodu padada doodu padada doo. यार का मैच देख रहा था. 1-0 होने के बाद 4-1 के बाद 7-5 हो गया. फिर वो लोग ने कम बैक मारा. they're going back and forth they're going back and forth. हेलो, खेल रही है तू?
नहीं.
गो कर रहा. इमॉर्टल 3 बोलते.
वेरी गुड.
भाई लास्ट 2 गेम देख यार मेरा भाई. सिंगापुर सर्वर पूरे NHK पे 400 पिंग, पैकेट लॉस, माँ की आंख, आत्मा मर गई मेरी. 2 गेम खेल के बंद कर दिया. फिर
लॉसेस आते हैं बहुत.
लॉस तो मेरे करियर में आ गया 2. एजेडल ऑन टॉप. ये थक भाई. ओफा 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 ओफा.
इक्लिप्स के साथ खेल रहा था, 7 मारे.
मैच फाउंड.
जीत भाई, लव यू बग्स. बाय. गिलिच मड़ी मेरी जान. भाई का लैग है भैया जी. ये क्यों लैग है पता है तुम लोगों को? दिख रहा है ये लैग? ये लैग इसलिए क्योंकि मैंने गेम पे क्लिक नहीं किया. अब लैग नहीं होगी. ये बहुत वेरी रियलिस्टिक चीज कर दी है, पता नहीं क्यों. हेलो बंग्स भाई. हेलो, व्हाट्स अप. गंदा प्लेयर, एक्सक्यूज मी. रुक जाओ. आरपी कब? सारा वॉच पार्टी के बाद. भाई सुनो, बहुत ज़्यादा प्लानिंग की है भाई. कंटेंट वाइज बहुत कुछ आने वाला है. दिस मंथ ऑल्सो और नेक्स्ट मंथ ऑल्सो. तो आपको क्या करना है पता है? टुंडे रहना है आपको. स्टे टुंडे. आज का डे कैसे गया? चिल गया यार. आज कुछ किया नहीं, सिर्फ रेस्ट किया आज. क्या सीन है? कमबैक वर्सेस डबल कमबैक्स. द डबल कमबैक्स हो रहा है. टीआर हार रही है. कल बहुत मिस किया आपको. लव यू. कैसे बंग्स भाई? सब बढ़िया. वाकले भाई, आर यू रेडी टू गेट कैरिड बाय द हेवी सीसी ऑफ द हेवी रेस मेन्स? कितना गंदा बंदा है यार वाकले भाई. कितना गंदा, सच्ची कितना गंदा बंदा है यार वाकले. हाँ, तारीफ करने कुछ नहीं, सिर्फ यही करते मेरे साथ. वेरी रियलिस्टिक नारियल गॉट टुडे. छोटू क्यूट सुना. ट्रेंड के सब्स कर दो गाइस, हो जाएंगे यार. हर राउंड में 6 किल कर दो बंग्स भाई. पैकेट लॉस आजा, पैकेट लॉस आजा, जल्दी आजा, पैकेट लॉस आजा, जल्दी आजा, पैकेट लॉस आजा. ए अभी कुछ तो अपडेट आया है, उसमें ठीक हो गया क्या पैकेट लॉस? कुछ तो अपडेट आया था.
नहीं पता नहीं.
हाँ. No wiper.
Let's go B. Let's walk them in the earth. Let's go B.
There.
उनके पास क्या हो भी?
मैं अपने पास है क्लौआ है अपने पास. कितनी बड़ी नाम है बेन, देख रहे हो इसके गाफ में कितनी बड़ी नाम है. बेहिसाब से ओ ने से ने. पहले देखने का रेफर्स ही है क्या भाई? मुंह पे सैचल मार के मारा पहले ही.
वो एक मर जाता ना.
You know, I could
Wanna buy? Can buy this.
We war.
The best of the best, and we.
Reloading. Reloading. Who's a real genius?
So who the real genius is?
Standing ahead.
I'm good. 1 second.
Placing sentry. Enemy spotted A. Careful.
Take flight.
Grenade!
तू भाई ये जज वाले बड़वे
Thanks,
Player standing.
Two elbow.
Too low,
right,
too
man.
low, too low, too low.
भाई ये रेस मेरे को स्ट्रीम सब कर रहा है
Oh yeah, Jeff. I can't wait for you to run circles around him.
ये रेस स्ट्रीम सब कर रहा है हाँ।
Both by again.
खुद को जाट पर खेलना नहीं आता ले और इंटरनेशनल टीम्स को वॉच पार्टी करके ट्रोल करेगा नल्ला सिद्धेश भाई पहली बात तेरा बाप नल्ला क्योंकि उसके वजह से तेरी जैसी एक नल्ले से पानी निकल रही है तुम कमेंट नहीं करते हो किसके बारे में हाँ ठीक है तो कुछ आता है इधर कमेंट करने के अलावा मार्शल फुल स्पेक्टर लेना था बात तो है वैसे भी आ रहा
उधर होते तू भी.
मॉडर्न जग भाई का इंस्टा
more
लगा
P.
देगा ना फाइल भी है येलो खाली है क्या
Yellow,
Pick
yellow.
it.
Player standing.
भाई देख हेवी पैकेट लॉस है जब मारने गया ना तब भी आया एक चिंगूटी सी जब मारने गया तब भी आया पता है तब भी
यार
स्ट्रीम देख
ये मर जाता तो रहा.
यार मैं पूछा येलो है क्या मैं नेड करके जाने वाला
अरे मुझे कैसा पता अभी मैं तो अभी किलजॉय को मारा था.
Zero
विमेन
to
किलजॉय
Jeff.
पुशर वो आके येलो बैठ गया.
तुम नहीं रे बाप
वाइपर.
Hey mod, did you give that son of a beast the height?
At some point, we'll have to get the fight.
भाई उनका डबल कंट्रोलर VT देगा पता है ये लीजिए फ्रॉम कनाडा ध्रुव भाई लव यू डबल इनिशिएट
पिक ऑफ निकालना पड़ेगा अलग से थोड़ा सा.
यस ड्यूड्स ठीक है ड्यूड्स पुश है could be above
Multiple enemies
Can
A.
be-
Looks clear.
Take flight.
Gen 1.
Shot that.
मैं लालू पे
Can you come back?
Leaving area.
Only one. Be clear, be clear.
Last one side.
क्या लो है
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
लॉलिस बंग मैं जब भी आपका स्ट्रीम देखता हूँ मरते हुए आई तेरे वजह से मर रहा हूँ मैं
Much better trajectory.
रेज लो था क्या होने रेज लो किसको तो पढ़ने की आवाज आई अपडेट ऑन न्यू हाउस हंट एनी प्रोग्रेशन टाइम लगता है हाउस हंट तो 1-2 महीने लगे
Can you guys try taking up B-man? I'll try to find A pick.
नीचे से 2 वड़ा पाव
Time out.
हम क्या कर रहे हैं ए फाइट
क्या बता ये लोग ने रिप्लाई नहीं दिया मुझे.
वड़ा पाव फ्रॉम जर्मनी लव यू
No peeking. Get out like I never left. Okay. Grenade. Fire at Enemy kill.
किल से लो that's low 120
Heaven. He goes.
अरे गोली कभी खत्म हो गया यार किलजॉय इज माय वीकनेस
First game.
We know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll
गोली
crush it.
खत्म हो गया एक ने नहीं लगा दो मारा फिर भी जो ची कर रहा है ना याद
लोग
रखना
कट कर देंगे उतना बार।
याद रखना यार भाई 2 सेक्सी मारे कि नहीं मैंने
हाँ उतना ही दिखाएंगे।
वाह ले भी मेरी कांड मार रहा है आजकल
No peeking. Satchel.
अरे यार इसका गांड मारती का लैंड तू है वन शॉटगन क्लोज ऑल थ्री
Three.
रोटेट कर दे।
भाई इसके गांड में हाथी का लंड यार रेस के
Player
यार
standing.
भाई ये क्या लगता दिखा वो लैग
हाँ अटक गया तो पूरा।
मूनवॉक करके पीछे गए हो क्या हो
You got this.
तू भी जज लेना मैं भी जज लूं
उधर का उधर मेरे को आना पड़ा ला। रोटेट ही नहीं कर।
मैं भी जज लूं
Reloading. Can I get a drop?
drop me this can you go big
There.
क्या मारने वाला हूँ मैं मेरा कड़ा हो गया सोच के तेरे ही ख्वाब सा है ना बाहर
Enemy marked.
वॉलीबॉल।
तेरी गाड़ मत मार
Use out.
wait suppress
Enemy spotted. B.
can you smoke this
There.
Hello.
Spike down. B.
अरे यार उसको बोला भी स्मोक करने क्लोज अरे यार क्लोज स्मोक चाहिए था यार
I got the spike.
तो येलो से मरा क्या
नहीं ये लोग के सामने।
No
हिट
peeking.
शॉट मेरे पे केओ सप्रेस सब आ गया बे मारू कैसे सैचल करके
अल्टी था ना क्या।
हाँ
अरे
सब डाला
एक लो है ना आता ही नहीं है। मूव वगैरह देता नहीं टाइम।
30 seconds left.
Hello.
पहले हम लोगों को क्रॉसिंग स्मोक चाहिए पता है यहाँ पे जहाँ पे मरा एक
नहीं ये लर्क कर रहा है सर। एक ही कंट्रोलर वो भी लर्क करने जा रहा है।
रेडिएंट एक सपना डिफेंस में पता है कैसे मारता हूँ मैं
Where's the spike?
ड्रॉप।
मेरे को इसने दिया जेट में दिया था
Turret out.
जो लो गोटे को जाओ रेस पुश कैन बी
One B.
बोलो ना अभी
Middle one. Two middle. Only for one. Right one.
मन रफ्ता उसको प्लांट करके उसको लड़ने दे
Come on, faster.
Player standing.
No peeking.
-120. Heal इसको. हाँ?
भाई कैसे 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 कैसे
They look at us, but are
Profession.
so many questions.
कैसे हाँ? सीखो मैंने दो मारे भाई वाकले हाउस द टेस्ट डाउन देयर
Let us hunt.
आएगा comeback आएगा.
बस मैं आपके यशस जितना एक का किल्स है क्या ऊपर ही नहीं चढ़ पाया मैं ऊपर ही नहीं चढ़ पाया मैं
One more after.
Player standing.
छोड़ दो आज हो गया आपका जाओ डोटा खेलो जाओ जाओ भाई मैं ऊपर कैसे नहीं बैठा पहली बार
Come on, bro. What the fuck you mean?
Hold an area pretty well myself. Make sure to cover the angles I can't.
एक kill ऊपर.
शर्म करो ऐसा तो नहीं मरा हूं मैं कभी
Handle चाहिए था.
every fucking round क्या सीन है
Placing sentry. Let's fly.
Wait.
Enemy spotted A.
Last player standing.
वाह मैं मर
Spike
गया.
down.
वाह मैं मर गया मतलब वो उधर ही था राफ्टर
ये कौन बताएगा मुझे नहीं पता था. अभी आया. G-bomb.
Push it off.
Spike ले.
बंग भाई जिस भड़वे ने 3 किल मारा है वो और 2 किल मार सकता है क्या आपके जितना नहीं मतलब पता नहीं और जैसे बैट करो ना यार
ये बेट करके मार सकता.
बेट करके हाय दैया शर्म करो मेरे को बेटर बुला रहा है
नहीं मैं एक राउंड चलते हैं ना ये पे थोड़ा जल्दी.
मैं तो फास्ट जा रहा हूँ भाई ज़्यादा फास्ट कैसे जा रहा अरे देख भाई फास्ट चलते करके मेरी टीम किधर है
After one, how much?
एक और आया
One screens now.
Enemy spotted mid.
जेट चलो रुक
Last player standing.
नो मेरे
Enemy remaining.
ये कैसे मार रहे इसे भाई इसको कोई मार कैसे नहीं रहा है हेलो
हाँ उसका रेस पे अल्टी भी मैंने लिया सब ले.
Last round in the half.
अबे
Last round, use our creds and abilities. Don't waste your firepower.
भगवान है आज.
भाई अशु मादा है भाई बंदा
तो जाके किल जो अल्टी तोड़ा है रेस मेरे को अल्टी मार रहा है उधर पीछे.
अबे जब किलजो अल्टी तोड़ा तभी भी उसको इसने नहीं तोड़ा और जब भी रेज अल्ट मारा तभी भी उसको इसने नहीं तोड़ा
Keep up.
बहुत सारे वो ये मिले चांसेस.
आय कर दे अच्छा प्लेयर है इनविजिबल है
Welcome to my world.
मेरे को लगा था उधर ही है
उधर ही तो था वहाँ से आवाज आ रहा है।
हाँ आवाज आ रहा था।
Spike down A. Last player standing.
ये सोवा कभी अल्ट मारने का सोच रहा था।
Switching
उसका ड्रोन
sides.
के साथ गया। ड्रोन खत्म हो गया, मैं खत्म हो गया।
Let's go. I got things to do.
पागले भाई एक 4 मेदू बड़ा मिल जाता कहानी को तो।
6 रुपए मिलेगा।
Turret out.
भाई मेरे डी रैंक मैच है मत कर यार।
भाई मैं नू प्लेयर है, मैं ऑफिस जाता हूँ।
मैं भी नूब प्लेयर है, मैं वॉच पार्टी करता हूँ।
फिर ठीक है। But
ए मैंने देखा है वॉच पार्टी में ये करते हुए देखा तो है। तुम लोगों ने देखा है कि नहीं?
No peeking.
लोड़ा दिखेगा इसमें।
अरे क्या शॉट मारा।
गए ना भी मिड में तो मर गए।
3
मर गए।
Drop reloading.
Spike planted.
One down.
Drop in a smoke.
Last player standing.
अरे दो
कभी आज ज्यादा अच्छा नहीं है।
क्या मैंने 2 मारे बड़वे 1 टैप।
पीठ पे एक देखा मैंने वाइपर का। और कहाँ?
हाँ किलजॉय का मिड में जिससे 20 जन मरे मिड में, पता नहीं क्यों। भाई ये क्या मिड होल्ड था अपना। ईयर लॉस्ट 2-0, हम भी इसलिए लॉस्ट है। बीचोत
Oh shit, I lost my control.
अभी कमबैक देंगे ना।
क्या मार रहे यार सब। बासुंडी की गांड और है B4।
Drop in a smoke.
Spike planted.
Reloading.
Swallow.
Enemy remaining.
No.
Gimme.
Thanks.
Wakle!
Thrifty.
Wakle, do you know the maths of like fucking 4?
Gear up. Stay safe. We're going.
Wakle, do you know like a maths of 4, bro? How about do 5 into 2 plus 2?
मैं बी एंकर करूंगा, 3 मारूंगा बी आया तो।
किल भी डबल, असिस्ट भी डबल, डेथ भी ज्यादा। कोई एक चीज बता
Time to explode.
जिसमें अच्छा है। अल्ट पॉइंट्स भी मेरे ज्यादा है। एनी कमेंट्स?
Battle out.
आएगा कमबैक।
Reloading.
Down A. Spike down, attacker spawn. One enemy remaining.
Bomb bite out.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
I got your back. Just, you know, from the front. Could have a draw.
Ah. Smoke must है
Chop, chop. Great.
मैं बुलडॉग में खेल के उसको वैंडल दे रहा हूँ
कितना किल है यार?
ट्रिपल लास्ट देख रहा था मैं 9-11 तक देखा फिर नहीं देखा
Don't overthink it. That's my job. Turret out.
Beat run.
once the A Remote
You should run.
Wait, somebody stay A.
Multiple enemies.
Spike down B.
Enemy spotted B.
Mid alarm bot down guys, careful.
Party's over.
हाँ रोटेशन ही नहीं है साइड में उधर प्लांट हो अकेला किल जो है D10 होके कैसा तो साइड होल्ड किया इतना प्लांट ही नहीं है
Running with you.
Enemy remaining.
Satchel out.
Spike down mid.
पार्टी मारा था अभी मैंने
I think kitchen.
Team 8.
The fuck?
That was
Told
fun.
you it was kitchen.
Do you think they had fun? Anyone have any spins?
Aye.
I have jammed my fingers.
अरे रोटेशन
Multiple fingers.
किसका रोटेशन? मैं तो बोला ए रुकते। हेलो ना क्या बोला ना?
क्यों इधर प्लांट हो रहा था
आगे थ्रो करना है अना हाउस यूज मैंने कर रहा है वाकले कर रहा है मेरे को कॉल दिया है कोई प्लांट हो रहा है
Let's make them dance.
मैं क्यों
Scanning ahead.
Enemy spotted mid. Placing sentry.
My ult's ready.
Enemy spotted A.
Enemy remaining.
Satchel out.
हाँ?
Reloading.
Reloading.
Careful. मैं हिस्सा बिस्सा ख्यालो खबिस्सा Congratulations on VIT 69 qualify. Love you Anna.
भाई बच
ले
गया
प्लेऑफ के लिए हो
Probably best.
अभी तो बहुत टाइम है
What's the plan?
2 राउंड में पैसा डबल कर दिया है मैंने
मेरा भाई जो ओपिंग कर रहे हैं dude. Swat, can you recall mid on my call?
Okay.
Eyes up.
Satchel out.
Recall mid.
Pay a lot.
Oh, I miss. They're coming in.
Hello, Anna. Like I never left.
होएगा I trust you guys. Love you. बस मेरे को ऑफ करने से रोक देना
Swarm grenade out.
किल जो ऑलरेडी किधर था है
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Spike down B. Clutch.
तो प्लीज
Thing I will pick you. Yes.
They're going to scatter from my side. Super easy to pick off.
Gun here.
I'll play B this.
Sentry.
Huh?
E69.
369. Valent lover 69.
ओ विंग्स भाई आवाज नहीं आ रहा है
Jet again, drop it. क्या नीचे तो है तू?
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
राउंड राउंड का बात है
Here. Here. Grenade!
खेर अंदर गाइस खेर
स्टडी का
Bomb buddy out.
Maybe. It looks clear. They rotate. One's
Can be
clear,
kitchen,
one's
can be
clear.
kitchen.
Okay, Anki. Enjoy.
मैं चैटिंग में पढ़
क्या लिखे अन्ना?
Spike down mid.
करे क्या ना कोई जेट अरे
विंग्स भाई हट kitchen 2 I think I heard both raise yeah both raise as well kitchen
Okay.
Anna oh my god
Is everyone's stick still working?
am I like the opa man opa
नहीं मैं आ गया रुको
अंकी क्या बोली
She's going for shower.
वेरी नाइस हाँ अंकी वेरी नाइस एग्जाम में तो नहीं आएगा ना ये मैथ्स के ये
wanted
टाइम पे
to talk.
कितने लोग
But she spoke to me, not you. She told me that.
वाह चैनल मेरा बात इससे कर रही है
No peeking.
Revealing area.
लंड देखूं मैं
beat run
Can be.
beat run beat
वन स्टे
kitchen
What the fuck cross there? Didn't see.
No peeking.
अब ड्राफ्ट कुछ किया है
Oh, kill. Many.
मैंने है
Spike down A.
Still up.
Protecting two sides.
he's alone
Remaining.
my hope
आंखें धोनी पड़ेगी.
please calculate the trapezoid of the sham trapezoid क्या है अभी
Gun here.
भाई सुनो ACM तभी लिखना जब भी अन्ना चैट मिस है ठीक है वेटिंग फॉर ककुका मेरा गेम प्ले वैसे ही है ना
नेक्स्ट गेम मैंने एक खतरनाक प्लेयर को बुलाया
अन्ना, what is this behavior?
3 मैन नहीं खेल पाएंगे
ये टीबोन
की
और
कमी नहीं है
बिंक्स तो ठीक है, टीबोन भी करने लगा है. वो भी सोफे पे सोने लगा है.
Bomb buddy out.
Spike down A.
Oh my god! क्या देख लिया?
Enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
भाई अंकी के चैट की वजह से हुआ पता है मिस
ACM वापस
Last player standing.
मैंने
नीचे
62
नीचे नीचे गया.
if Coca is not dope I'm not watching 100% 100% Anna how about a boys only sofa trip
मैं अक्का को फोन करके नाम से सोफा.
अन्ना आप आगे बढ़ो हम आपके साथ हैं
स्पाइक किधर है
मेरे गाफ में
बहुत बड़ा बकाफ है आपका
30 seconds left.
आजा डिफ्यूज करने हाथ लगा आजा
बोलने सोफा ट्रिप. किधर जा रहा था?
अरे किल जो एक जैसा रहता है
मैं रेडी.
Match
हो
point.
जाए ना अन्ना सच्ची एक बॉयज ट्रिप थी अन्ना हाँ क्या बोलते हो
ये इतना हीट है ना,
हम भी करेंगे
इतना मर रहा है मेरे से इधर ही।
वो
ये
ज्यादा
राउंड मेरे को मारा।
I get money.
हाँ
हम भी गर्ल्स ट्रिप करेंगे।
आ जाओ, ये लोग गर्ल्स ट्रिप करेगा अन्ना, तभी हम घर पे बैठेंगे, क्या बोलते हो? बाद में हम निकलेंगे बॉयज ट्रिप के लिए। डबल पीस।
Scanning ahead.
You just say this is not peaceful for you.
One enemy remaining. Spike down. Defenders win.
जीजी झूलो बाकले झूलो। अच्छा आइडिया है।
पीस बोल रहा हाँ ना?
डबल पीस, क्या बोलते हो?
जा रही हूँ मैं, कल जा रही हूँ मैं वो करने।
हाँ
मैं इसीलिए मेरे डेंटिस्ट के पास नहीं गई कि ये अकेले सो नहीं सकता।
बैक ओ वाकले इतनी नीचे बाय 10 फर्स्ट ब्लड्स। एनी कमेंट्स? अच्छा क्या गो करो, एक ही गेम है फिर बाद में
शर्म
मैच
आता है
है।
क्या? शर्म रेज लेके 0 एंट्री और
बक।
मैं इतना क्यों मर रहा हूँ?
ट्रिप पे कौन कौन आएगा? टीमोन, अन्ना, बिंग्स।
25। हेलो गो करो, 3 में नहीं होता ना इमो में?
हो जाएगा,
कैसे?
है पहचान है मेरा।
ये जो मेरा लार्ज लिख के आ रहा है उसका क्या है?
ये 5 मैन के लिए इधर से स्टार्ट
5 मैन यहाँ से देख, एक ही 5 मैन में हूँ, उसके बाद मैं जा रहा हूँ।
मैं हूँ
अच्छा एक ही हो
एक ही हूँ।
मैं हूँ।
फटफट हाँ
अन्ना
पिंकी
विल
बुला
कम
लो।
क्या?
पिंकी का रैंक प्लैट है।
हाँ
कोई
चलेगा,
बात नहीं, क्या है
चलेगा।
कम से कम वो
हाँ।
थ्रो नहीं करेंगे अच्छे
स्टिल
से
बेटर
खेलेंगे।
देन यू ब्रदर।
यस आई एग्रीड।
जल्दी यार, टाइम नहीं है। ये 2 इमॉर्टल का टोटल इमॉर्टल 3 होता है, क्या सीन?
फेक इमॉर्टल हो आप।
फेक। अभी रेज लेके एंट्री देखो
हाय
अनुज भाई
हाय
कितने
हाय,
जल्दी
10 एंट्री
तेरा-
है,
तेरा score देखो।
10।
कप्पा आ रहा है, कप्पा आ रहा है। रुक जाओ, हो गए 5 हो गए। आजा कप्पा।
ए हाउ अबाउट वाकले को निकाल के एक को ले, तो फिर हम मैरिड 5 मैन हो सकते हैं। मैरिड 5 मैन।
आजा 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 कप्पा।
मैं भी मैरिड हूँ।
देख मैं भी पूछूंगा उसके पहले, तू बोलेगा वैसे भी गंदा जोक तो बोल।
मैरिड टू
कौन
वैलोरेंट।
ये बिंग्स के डिस्कॉर्ड पे क्या?
नहीं, यहाँ पे बात कर रहे हैं।
अरे नहीं रहे डिस्कॉर्ड पे जाते
मेरे
हैं,
डिस्कॉर्ड
की
मेरे
दबा
डिस्कॉर्ड
दबा के।
मेरे डिस्कॉर्ड।
ओके कमिंग कमिंग कमिंग।
नहीं कोई और डिस्कॉर्ड, बिंग्स के डिस्कॉर्ड नहीं आ रहा।
गुड बाय फर्स्ट, डन सी। गुड बाय फर्स्ट। हेलो बंस ब्रो, हेलो निकेल। वाकले इज सूडो मैरिड। अच्छा वो आपने ये कमेंट यहाँ पे लिखा, टिबोन के चैट
सूडो?
में लिखो अन्ना।
सूडो क्या रहता है?
वो सूडो बोलेगा 101%। उसका एनवायरनमेंट पढ़ के ना 1.5 घंटा हंसा था मैं। सूडो मैरिड मतलब आदि।
आदि मानव क्या? आदि पुरुष। मूव करोगे क्या हम लोग को डिस्कॉर्ड पे?
मैं खुद नहीं आया, एक सेकंड। मैं ही नहीं आया, मूव कैसे करो भाई चो।
हेलो
कप्पा।
कप्पा व्हाट्स अप।
ओ भाई क्या रैंक है कप्पा, छोड़ दो।
अबे कल ही खेला मैं।
मैंने बोला था कल खेलना है। नहीं मैं बोला
अनुज
था।
भाई?
कल खुला है रैंक ये।
तो
तेरा
मैं
खुद
बोला
का
था कल खोलने
रैंक
को।
पैड खुला रहेगा ना रैंक।
नहीं मैं बोला
उधर से
कल
घिस
खोलने
घिस के
को।
आया रहेगा ना तू इधर रिमॉडलर 3 पे।
अरे उनका करियर देखो बिंग्स का, एक एमवीपी नहीं है।
2
ऐसा
जगह
है
बोल ही रहा है
मेरे
तो
लिए।
लाइक सब्सक्राइब करने बोलना, बड़वे 2 जगह बात कर रहा है तो।
मैं कितने जगह भी बोलूँ, मेरा माइक, मेरा मर्जी, मेरा इलेक्ट्रिसिटी।
कप्पा मेरे डिस्कड़ा।
हेलो।
सूडो मींस फेक, क्या बात कर रहे हैं? हाँ
मैं तो पूरा गेम 2 जगह बोलूंगा, कोई रोक के दिखाओ।
म्यूट किया है तेरे को। मेरे को लगा आदम मैरिड।
हेलो बिंग्स बिंग्स।
हाँ
हेलो। वो अनुज भाई का ये देख, स्ट्रीम का नाम देख क्या लगा। अरे कैसा स्ट्रीम।
क्या रखा है?
स्ट्रीम नेम देखो, स्ट्रीम नेम टाइटल।
वाह वाह वाह। अब क्या टाइटल चेंज करेगा?
कुछ भी रखते हैं। अनुज भाई हेलो।
ये थंबनेल के साथ वो डालता टाइटल में पानी निकाल रहा हूँ करके।
हाँ वाकले बोल।
ये क्या टाइटल है?
ट्राई करेंगे।
ट्राई करेंगे।
हाँ
हो गया
हो गया
5
ट्राई। हो गया 5 मैन अभी चेंज कर दो। डन 5 मैन। पिंकी मेरे को पता है आप क्लोव खेलने वाले हो ना पिंकी।
अपडेट्स देते हो आप तो इस पे।
हाँ ठीक है। अरे यार बिंक्स कुछ तो दूसरा एजेंट खेल भाई।
कैरी बोलते छोटी बोलते
कैसे
हाँ,
भी
एक ही
इन गेम मत बोल।
है बस।
इन गेम नहीं बोलूं मैं। लाइक सब्सक्राइब हेलो
अरे इन गेम
कप्पा डिस्कॉर्डा
म्यूट इन गेम म्यूट है बंदा।
ये देखो ऑलरेडी टिल्ट हो गया 2 सेकंड हुए नहीं।
हेलो हेलो।
अरे इन गेम दो आवाज आ रहा है सर पे आ रहा है आवाज।
माझापण
अपन
हेलो
बहुत कम टिल्ट
कप्पा
होता है।
माझापण हेलो।
हेलो।
बंक्स भाई जो इंडिया में टूर्नामेंट जीता था वो एक्सीडेंट 3 है क्या रैंक? मॉड्स ऐड दो। हेलो जोमेटो ने जल्दी खत्म करने का भाई। ये भी इसके बाद है बूम बाम।
दो कंट्रोलर एक ही टीम में।
कप्पा
हाँ हाँ।
व्हाट अबाउट
खेलना।
ड्यूलिस्ट
क्या
का?
चाहिए तेरे को?
ड्यूलिस्ट
ड्यूलिस्ट नहीं रे नहीं।
मेरे को
गेको गेको कैसा रहेगा?
घर चाहिए यार।
प्लान करने का भी टेंशन नहीं। तो एक का मौत होता ही है।
वह ऑलरेडी तक बाइक इसमें 100 के लाइक्स हो गए
प्रॉपर लाइनअप है।
ऑलरेडी।
स्काई है हमारे पास।
ऑलरेडी
स्लो
100
स्लो
के लाइक्स
स्मोक
हो गए
से
तक बाइक इसमें।
अपने पास साइड पे जाएंगे किधर ना किधर से मार खाएंगे बोल रहा
नहीं है ना बिंक्स एंट्री करेगा। देखते गेम के कितना एंट्री हुआ है।
तू कैसे हंस रहा है बे?
सिर्फ ऊपर
पूरा
entry
अक्का एक रैंक ऊपर है। तू कैसे हंस रहा है बे?
कप्पा भाई चलो दिखाओ कप्पा भाई ओल्ड पावर ओजीज पावर। बेस्ट कैमरा वाकले।
सिर्फ पैर दिखता है पता है हुक्का से कोई आया और मैं इधर बैठूंगा अनुज भाई इधर।
इधर ठीक है मैं इधर फ्लैश पकड़ के बैठता हूँ।
भाई
जो
मुंह
आया
में वो आ गया।
तो फिर और डेंजर लगा था ना।
हाँ डेंजर वाला।
अरे ए चलो ना।
रुक जा इधर हमारा सेटअप है रुक जा एक पिक करके आए हम लोग।
बाद में बोल मत मैं एंट्री नहीं ले रहा ठीक है? अब भी बोल रहा
ठीक है बस
है।
एक राउंड।
तब तक पुश वेट कर।
हूं। मैं पुश वेट कर
होल्ड करो लास्ट
wait
30
कर,
सेकंड
wait
जाएंगे
करो।
नाविश
वेट कर फिर जाएंगे।
स्मोक चाहिए किधर?
हाँ हाँ मेरे
हाँ
सर पे।
नहीं वॉक वॉक कोई नहीं है। आया जैसी बता दो।
सो बिलोंग।
कोई नहीं आ रहा तो शॉर्ट जाते हैं fuck it।
बूमबॉट डॉज करो।
नहीं आ रहा ना वाकले।
नहीं कोई नहीं क्लियर।
कुछ तो टीपी में गिरा भाई।
बूमबॉट
भाई उनको पता है ये हो रहा है। बूमबॉट ने कुछ स्पॉट नहीं किया हुक्का के बाहर।
करूँ क्या मैं हुक्का जाके?
हाँ हुक्का जाना वाकले हुक्का जाके आ जा।
रुक जाओ मैं कैमरा डाल के क्लियर
सीरियस
करता
वाला
हूँ
गेम प्ले।
हुक्का। तो स्पॉट हो गया अनुज भाई।
कुत्ता करो रुक जा रैम्स। कुत्ता कुत्ते के पीछे जाओ रैम्स
बोलो।
एक पड़ी पड़ी।
टीपी मार सकते हैं क्या? टीपी मार सकते हैं?
68.
टीपी
एक
टीपी
और एक और एक और।
I got this.
टीपी टीपी अनुज
आ रहा हूँ
TP.
रुक जा। निकला भाई निकला।
सो बिलोंग था लास्ट सीन अभी पता नहीं।
तो है क्या वाकले इधर?
नहीं
कैमरा
क्लियर।
इधर। कैमरा ऊपर।
एक टीपी
अरे
एक हुक्का कैमरा तोड़ा।
देख रहा हूँ मैं हुक्का।
जंप
एक
किया
हुक्का।
जंप किया तो मारता हूँ। एक भी
भाई लास्ट 120 120 लास्ट।
120
120
शर्म बिंक्स भाई शर्म।
इस पे कुछ है क्या रे कि एक किसी प्लेयर को म्यूट कर सकते हैं ऐसा कुछ?
खुद को म्यूट करेगा क्या कप्पा?
Mind कर सकते हैं।
है कर सकते।
कप्पा एक फन फैक्ट पता है? फन फैक्ट फ्लैट के
मैं
नीचे
झूल रहा
तू
हूँ क्या?
छोड़ दो गेमिंग।
मैं झूल रहा हूँ क्या?
फ्लैट के नीचे भाई। छी भाई।
अरे झुल के टूर्नामेंट जीत के क्वालिफाई होके गया मैं भी। क्या बोल रहे थे?
गया है ना पॉइंट वो है।
गाइस हो बिंक्स शावर जाएगा।
शावर जा रहा
ड्यूलिस्ट है वो
शावर जा
एंट्री नहीं
रहा।
करेगा लेकिन।
लास्ट राउंड फफा ने एंट्री किया था बड़वे।
ए शावर में ग्रुप डॉक भी करता हूँ।
अभी
नहीं रुकना ही नहीं बाबू को भाई ट्रिपल सीधा।
सुपर चैट आया था।
कोई बात
साइफर हुक्का था और सो
ये
अभी
गे-
वेस्टिंग
ले
खेल
ले
तेरा
ले स्मोक्स
प्लांट
मिलेगा
करने के लिए है।
लेफ्ट राइट स्मोक्स की
सो स्मोक्स कर मैच कर रहा हूं।
एक स्मोक में
वन यू ऑल ड्रिंक्स ऑन यू ऑल है।
फ्लैंक
जोल योल देखो ना,
देख रहा
फ्लैंक का
हूं।
है।
एक फ्लैंक।
हां ठीक है
भाई उसको बैकअप तो दो।
ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या
लैम्स
हमारे
देख रहा हूं मैं इधर का। और आ सकते हैं वाकले?
एवन से
सकते
बढ़
हैं, आ
सकती है।
ए दो फ्लैंक
दो फ्लैंक।
दोनों फ्लैंक।
ओके, ओके।
एक लो है।
डिग डिग
अरे भाई ये क्या है डम डूम -80 वाकले 1 HP नाइस
शॉट बिंग्स। बहुत बड़ी साइड साइड
मार है साइफर ने क्लासिक से स्पैम 3 बुलेट वो भी।
मार दिया ना।
अरे नहीं 3 बुलेट मारा स्पैम में क्लासिक से टक 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 टक।
देखो ना तो फिर कुछ
आप बिंग्स भाई थोड़ा रुक जाते यार, कुत्ता कर देता
ये
आपके
ले लो।
लिए।
यार वही टाइम पे सुपर चैट आया पता, मैं जैसे मुंडी घुमाया पढ़ने के लिए तब तक मैं बाहर आ गया।
क्या कर रहे हैं, साथ में जाना है या रुक के जाना है?
साथ में जाएंगे।
वैसे भी एंट्री नहीं करेंगे।
लॉक करूं डायरेक्ट?
हाँ नहीं ब्लाइंड पहले।
तो अगर ब्लाइंड हुआ तो रुकना, नहीं तो
हाँ
घूम
ठीक है
नहीं हुआ।
ये ट्रिप डाला हुक्का के अंदर।
मैं ले रहा हूं।
एक और
रुक जा कुत्ता कर जाने दे, शॉट से करता हूं तो रुक जा। शॉट से आजा वाकले इधर आ सकते हैं। नाइस पिंकी।
एक सेकंड
Wall jump कर रहा था।
हील करता हूं रुको।
वहां से डॉक कर।
हां कर रहा हूं, करो एक सेकंड। लॉगिंग
मुझे इधर टाइमिंग मिला। सोवर साइफर इधर ही है।
Spike down.
लैम्प्स
A.
70 है।
Dream you all.
I got the spike.
फ्लैश करूं? विंग्स नाइस।
इस मेरा पोजी देखो।
आ रहा हूं मैं यार।
वो आया।
विंग्स भाई टीपी मार लो। नाइस टीपी मारो।
सिटी लास्ट
बिलोंग
एक आली है। आई रिपीट
बिलोंग वाकले
एक आली है।
सिटी प्लांट कर रहा हूं। सिटी आजा बिंग्स।
दे रहा हूं कवर।
टिप्पी करके आ जा। आया तेरे सामने ये बिग सो।
हां हो सकता है
सामने नहीं है ठीक है कप्पा।
साइफर का बॉम्ब साइड में वॉक इन करके साइफर।
लेफ्ट साइड मेरे को रीड था पूरा।
वो भी घोष के साथ। साइफर है डेंजर।
बिंग्स भाई एक बात नोटिस करो, कप्पा को 4 किल लगने को 4 गेम लगेंगे अभी। अरे व्हाट्स
कुछ रहा है कप्पा भाई अभी
हाइट दो।
चालू हो जाएगा। आजा शॉर्ट रश करते हैं। लैम्प्स तो कुत्ता करता हूं। बिंग्स भाई आ जाओ। आई एम अ वेरी गुड इनिशिएटर बिंग्स भाई आ जाओ।
लेट्स गो।
इनिशिएट कर दोगे लेकिन एंट्री का
ये
क्या करना है?
तो स्मोक तेरा फाफा एंट्री ले रहा है अभी।
ए वो दो मत कर, डीप करना शावर पे आ जाएगा वो। अरे नेड आया। लैम्प फ्लैश कर रहा हूं। लैम्प
अरे लो है। अरे ये क्या दो स्मोक किया पिंकी ने।
इस शॉवर मारा शॉवर।
अरे क्या
एक सिटी आउट।
तो देख रहा हूं सिटी देख रहा हूं बाहर नहीं है। से तो हील ले लो उसका।
जाट
वाकले हील चाहिए रहेगी ना। इधर आ जा लैम्प आ।
नहीं मार।
थोड़ा आ गया। थोड़ा और आगे। अरे आ गया ना।
कैमरा देख
Out of healing. Drop in a smoke.
इनकी का माइक म्यूट है क्या?
नहीं वो डर रही है ये लॉबी में।
इनकी कुछ बोल क्यों नहीं रहे?
क्या डर रही हूँ? मार रही हूँ।
बड़वा है वाकले।
Down.
साला एक तो मैं हील दे रहा हूँ मेरे को ही
भाई
नहीं आगे।
पिंकी है डिस्कॉर्ड में। क्या लैंग्वेज है बड़वा है ये।
शॉवर के अंदर।
हाँ मैं
और
गेको को मारने गया था। गेको शावर में
मारे
देख
के
के
जमाना हो गया।
लोग को फेल दिया।
80 दिया मैंने गेको को 80।
80 तो मैंने भी दिया है।
अल्ट आने वाली है शॉट पे।
ए मैं शावर लो ना मेरे को मेरा अल्ट आएगा।
हाँ अभी ये शॉट अल्ट है ना इसीलिए शावर ले रहे थे।
वाह
कैसा पुसी ड्यूरेशन। ए पिक कर। रुक जा डॉग आ रहा है रुक। कोई है? अरे अनुज भाई का माइक
कोई नहीं दिखा।
तेरे सब आया
अल्टी मार दो शॉट से। रुको शॉट से अल्टी
इधर
मार।
मॉली है हम लोग इधर मॉली है अनुज भाई।
लैम्प
ट्रिपल आ सकता है क्या?
ड्रॉप
स्पाइक स्मोक है पिंकी।
I got the spike.
सिटी से अल्ट मार रहा था, ये हेवन खेल रहा था।
देख रहा हूँ सिटी देख।
फ्लैंक आ सकता है मेरा ट्रिप।
हाँ
Planted. Drop in a smoke.
मेरे केस
अल्ट
Like I never left.
वेलकम बैक।
सिटी आउट हो सकता है, हेवन तो आउट नहीं, तेरे अल्ट के लिए रुकेंगे।
फाइट ले।
एक हेवन राइट साइड।
सिटी मारेगा क्या?
Last
भाग
player
गया।
standing.
दोनों
ओए
एम देखो।
एम क्या दो मारे मैंने, दो
देखा वाकले देख।
दो मारे है कर रहा है। एंट्री भी लिया भाई, देख रहे हो ना ये हेटर्स को। बंक्स भाई आप जिंदा कैसे, आपकी मूवमेंट कमाल की है। थैंक यू
भाई तेरे चैट में से
तू क्या बिंक्स भाई बोल रही है।
आवाज क्यों नहीं आ
बिलोंग
रही?
जाते हैं क्या?
बिलोंग जा
मेरी
सकते
आवाज
हैं।
लो आ रही
अकेला
है।
खेल रहा हूँ, मेरे पास अल्ट है।
अनिल भाई ड्रॉप दो। किधर जा रहे?
बिलोंग जाओ ना तू।
डिडली क्या लिख रहा है? डिडली
और रिकॉन ये वॉल पे कर रहा है। रिकॉन तोड़ दे।
अरे मैं ड्रॉप दे सकता था। हेलो
मर गए।
अबे रिकॉन बे।
एक साइड है एल्बो, एक साइड है।
डॉग करो। ट्रिप पे नीचे ग्राउंड ट्रिप पे
121 मेरी टीम।
तीन लोग भी
टीपी मारो ना, टीपी मार के
कर रहे
इधर आ
हम
जाओ।
लोग।
फकिंग बेटर्स मैन।
शावर स्केयर करो बस, सिटी क्लियर है पूरा।
एक सिटी आ रहा है, आ गया।
वाला ट्रिप रहेगा, फ्लैंक नहीं कर पाऊंगा।
हेवन गया है।
हेवन राइट साइड एक।
थोड़ा सा बचाओ ना। अरे पब्लिक आ रहा है।
फ्लैश करो ट्रिपल के पीछे।
बस हो गया।
ये क्या सीन है रे ब्रिमस्टोन का?
ले वाकले हील ले आजा।
ब्रिमस्टोन
के अंदर यार गंदा तो
फ्लैंक कर।
देख रहा कोई नहीं है।
मैं
कैमरा है।
सकती हूँ पास।
55 साइफर आउट।
कप्पा भाई सिर्फ देखना नहीं, मारना भी होता है।
ड्रोन आ रहे।
मारा तो डैमेज गया।
I know exactly where you
Enemy remaining.
1 2 3
साइड आया।
स्विंग करते ना वन।
मार फुल स्विंग कर दिया मैंने। गोली भी नहीं
अरे
भाई।
अरे मुझे लगा मर गया, मैं छोड़ दिया।
एक सेकंड, स्विंग 1 2 3 पे होता है, 1 में स्विंग किया इसने।
अरे बट इतना समझ गया वाकले अभी।
नहीं समझा था वो। नहीं
नहीं
समझा
मैंने
वो।
मेरा
देख लिया था तेरे को।
वाकले ड्रॉप दे।
हाँ दे दो। ये स्किन लो ये वाला।
भाई लंड में अभी बिलोंग आने वाला, साइड के अंदर जाके गांड दिया मैं। एक बंदा पीछे नहीं ट्रेड लेने।
अरे मैं डॉग
अगले राउंड जीते नहीं गए।
तेरा वैंडल स्किन दे। ये मत बोल।
पिंकी का आवाज आ रहा है क्या अनुज भाई? नहीं भाई
आ रहा है।
बात ही नहीं कर रही थी। अब आ रहा है। अब
मैं तो बराबर
फ्लैश कर रहा हूँ। नहीं है उसका कोई नहीं।
सोवा बिलोंग।
अरे धक्का मुक्की।
Dropping
अल्टी मार रहा हूँ।
सोवा एल्बो।
नीचे एल्बो नहीं।
अरे बाप रे।
ये क्या कर रहा
नीचे
है?
बैठा था।
विंग्स किसको देख के गया फिर?
बिंक्स भाई रुक ही नहीं रहे। देखो ना इको फ्रैग के लिए कहाँ पहुंच गए।
Remaining.
देख रहे हो
ट्रैकर है वो।
बिंक्स भाई?
वैसे ही है उसका।
क्या हेलो पुष्पा
हाँ,
गए।
हेलो।
कड़क एकदम।
बहुत
एंट्री
बढ़िया
अपना
बिंक्स
बेस्ट
भाई।
है।
मेरे को एक बात
ऐसे
बता,
करके टॉप पे जाता है।
साइफर को कौन मारा? एंट्री मेरा
टॉप पे
कम
नहीं
से
जा
कम अभी
सकता
तक 4 फर्स्ट ब्लड है।
और हर
बंदा
एक को
उसको
मैं
ignore
दिखा
मारा
रहा हूँ।
था
देखो
मैंने।
कुत्ता करके कहाँ है बंदा बिंक्स भाई। देख रहे हो? और ट्रिप भी
जॉड
आपका
एकदम
कर रहा
जॉड मारा भाई मैं साइफर को।
फायदा नहीं
ईद
ना।
मुबारक
सेकंड हो।
लगी। Hey Kappa, can you do some mathematics of 4?
गाड़ी जो इसका तो वो
फ्लैशिंग।
ये शावर है।
कुत्ता कर रहा हूँ। अरे कुत्ते का वेट कर लूँ। ट्रिप पे साइफर लैंप्स और ट्रिप पे इधर फ्लैश कर रहा हूँ। कप्पा
मुझे मरवाएगी।
bomb buddy out.
हील दे
शॉवर से
आ गया मैं
हील
हिल से ये
फ्लैंक है एक
ट्रिप तोड़ दिया मैं
One enemy remaining.
हेवन है शायद
एक और फ्लैंक है ना
पता नहीं
नहीं ये ब्रिम था फ्लैंक तो अननोन है
देख रहा हूँ मैं राइट देख रहा हूँ बिंग्स बाबू
पे कर रहा होगा
बात तो है पैसे तो
सेविंग
लग रहा है सेव कर रहा है ढूंढे उसे ढूंढने वाले को इनाम मिलेगा
कितना
50 लाख तोतला तिवारी 20 लाख रुपया देगा 20 लाख
जॉर्ड एंट्री बंक्स बाय जॉर्ड एंट्री
बट नॉट इवन क्लोज
यार थोड़ा ओटी लेके जाएगा 8:30 बजे 20 मिनट है यार
ओटी लेके जा रहा है
हाँ ना
छोड़ो
क्या मैच है क्या
EMEA
एकदम परफेक्ट
आज मिनी बू जो मारेगा
का क्लियर बॉक्से के पीछे हो सकता है केयर कप्पा एक फ्लैश कर रहा हूँ करते बाद चलो लेट्स गो बैक टू ए गाइस हो गया काम हो गया पिंक
हां अपना ये शॉट लड़कर है देखो रेस लड़कर वो देखो
मैं ट्रैप तोड़ के आया क्या
आ जाओ तो डॉक कर दो ना रुको आने दे बिंग्स को आने साथ चले उसके पास मैं डॉक करता हूं आखिर शावर देखो ना कोई प्लीज शावर
देख रहा हूं शावर
कर रहा को था 1 2 पॉकेट क्लियर लैम्प्स काटा नहीं काटा स्टिंगर है
भाई का चोदा हील में बीच
रुक एक और है
अरे
भी मर रहा है लास्ट में
भाई मेरे को एक बात बता लौड़ा यहाँ पे उसका साउंड आ रहा है पीछे के हील करना एक और है
नहीं कर सकता वो इधर स्मोक ही नहीं है सामने रुकेगा छीन मचा
यार पेंचोत में कितना यूटिल खाया यार
करता बिंग बस सामने था स्मोक नहीं था
ऐसा नहीं
वाकले भाई आप लर्क ज्यादा करें भोसड़ा कम रखे ठीक है
लैंग्वेज बिंग्स मैं हूँ यहाँ पे
शर्म नहीं है
हां क्या बोलूं शर्म लाज लज्जा कुछ
अल्टी है मेरे पास वी कैन गो बिलोंग एक्चुअली शावर से अल्टी मारता हूं रुक जा लेफ्ट हो सकता हूं मैं अल्टी मार रहा हूं मारूं क्या मैंने हुक्का से पूछ रहा था इधर स्मोक आ गया मोलोटोव आ गया पीछे जाते बिंग्स भाई
पास है शावर
अपना शावर शॉट से अल्टी खोल दूंगा अपने बिंग्स भाई
एक साइड मेरा प्ले है
-120 ए साइड पे 120
अबे स्ट्रीम स्नाइपर 3 बी
एक साइड
पिंकी दो मर गए अल्टी के पहले तीसरा भी वेरी गुड पिंकी चलो
ए पे लो है निकालो राउंड ए पे लो है ट्रिप सामने ट्रिप है इधर भी रहता है एक ट्रिप और एक शावर्स की तरफ ट्रिप है
शावर
टीपी क्या
आगे आएगा एक
टीपी पिंकी टीपी
नहीं सुनना
शावर से
Down A.
मैं स्मोक को देती हूँ
स्मोक करो
स्मोक तो देती हूँ
Enemy remaining.
Shot last.
अनुज भाई बैक साइड
बैक साइड की बैक स्टैप
बैक स्टैप
साउंड आया
30
क्या
seconds left.
देखो दिखा लैम्प 8 गोली
अरे और पीछे जाना था राउंड था
जी भाई
मेरे को लगा ये थोड़ा सा पीछे आगे टर्न मार लिया
मैं बिंग्स का नहीं सुन रही हूँ
एंटी
ओपी लिखने वाला था मैं पता है
किसने कॉल किया कोई नहीं बोला था बैक साइड ही बोला मैं
Back
अरे
side ही
नहीं
बोला
मुझे
मैंने।
बैक स्टैप और बैक साइड सुनाई कंफ्यूज हो गई
पिंकी बोली बैक स्टैप
कमेंट्री कर रहा है ना
मैं कुछ नहीं बोली
बादशाह बोलना चाहिए था
Good,
अनुज याद आता
यशवंत।
था आपको बादशाह
कप्पा भाई
बादशाह बोलता तो याद आता था ना
आपका माइक
हाँ
कैसे
यार।
चल रहा है 4 किल पे पहले ये बताएं
अच्छा
ड्रॉप देता हूं अरे रुको अरे ड्रॉप अरे नहीं मैं
ड्रॉप रह गया
अरे मेरे पास मैंने आर्मर भी बेच दिया देखो ड्रॉप दे
लेता हूँ, Binks entry
ये
करेगा।
अकेला जा रहा है।
कुत्ता करता रुक जाओ। लैंप्स कर रहा हूँ, लैंप्स ले लो ना। ए लैंप्स
Alt है,
Wall से
इधर ट्रिप हो
उसका
सकता है।
यूसी
फ्लैंक का है
143 कौन सा डैमेज है?
फ्लैंक का है
हाँ करता है।
फ्लैंक वाले को मारो ना।
कौन बचा ये?
Last
एक और है।
ये बचा कैसे?
क्या बात है पिंकी, वाला बैकअप।
देख
Yes.
मिला ना मेरे को Binks तेरा गन।
कैसे बचा है यार?
Last round before the switch.
Shit.
Don't save any.
भाई वो रेस को हर राउंड में ही मार रहा हूँ उसको मैं 0-11 रखा हूँ देखो
Can I get a drop?
Wow यार, Wakla so cool यार. My God, so cool
10
यार.
क्या है
Yeah, last game you were like, did I say anything here?
still I come back इधर जाना
हमारे कौवे के पास अल्टी है. Heal दे लौड़े, heal दे गांडू.
Scaling over here.
कर
मैंने स्मोक दे दिया है।
मेरी गन गिर गई.
लॉक करना है कि फ्लैश करूं?
Towers close है हाँ।
फ्लैशिंग लैंप्स लैंप्स
Towers close है।
लैंप्स जाओ।
पीछे आ जाना स्मोक में
Revive bitch.
सुनो ना टीपी मार सकते हो क्या सामने से और फिर घूम के वापस ये आ जाओ मैं शावर देता हूँ
Watching this spot.
पिंकी तू लड़के मरना, तेरे पास अल्ट है.
बचाओ।
लैंप से
हाँ,
भाग गया
क्या?
मेरे
कुछ
पास
भी
मार
उठिल
मार
नहीं
मार.
कुछ भी उठिल
जाते रहे पिंकी, अल्ट है तेरे पास. एक लैंप से.
Mic दे दे plant।
स्मोक है कोई भी एक स्मोक कर सकते हो साइड के बीच में.
बैक साइड
अल्ट
बैक साइड से दिखेगा सामने कप्पा सामने दिखेगा
एक है ट्रिपल.
मारा अब भी अल्ट उसका खत्म हुआ
चलो पिंकी मर जाओगे आप.
कोई नहीं।
वो बैक साइड
30 seconds left.
उसका
और एक अल्ट है
गेम प्ले का है. पिंकी जिंदा है.
लास्ट
ब्लैंक.
आ गया you all आ
डीके भी है
सकता
डीके भी है उसके पास डीके
डीके पिंकी डीके.
अरे मारो वाह
ठीक है
क्या बात है पिंकी.
आज रोड पे मत
बढ़िया.
निकलना. अरे
Nice,
सलमान
good
भाई
round.
मेरी गाड़ी
Yes.
कैसे
Switching sides.
अनुज भाई ने बचाया पिंकी.
भाई मेरा पूरा उधर ना हो गया हालत सना ना
अनुज भाई टॉप रैंक लेट्स गो
इजी पीछे से आ जाते.
एंट्री देखना एक बार.
और वो
फर्स्ट ब्लड
duelist
ठीक
देखो.
है. फर्स्ट ब्लड देखना.
देख ही
ठीक है.
लेंगे वो तो दिख ही
कुत्ता
जाएगा
है फ्लैश है बिंग्स भाई सब मिला है आपको.
हाँ सब मिला है. स्मोक
हाँ.
कैसे होता.
कुछ स्मोक क्यों नहीं ले लेते? इंस्टा लॉक क्यों करते हो फिर?
मैं बिलोंग देखता हूँ चाहिए तो फ्लैश पिक कर सकते हैं
I got yous, okay?
ये भी आओ क्या कैमरा में देख रहा हो
एशर स्मोक.
रुको ये कैमरा है कैमरा
क्यों है यहाँ पे.
वो थोड़ा ना रिकॉन ये 3 बिलोंग आ रहे हैं फ्लैश करो
रुक जा डॉग कर रहा हूँ हुक्का में.
आया
उसका आ गया है
क्या डॉग कर रहा हूँ.
एक belong,
आज भी
हुक्का
एक और belong,
कहाँ
Spike down B.
एक हुक्का
और
ब्रिमस्टोन.
बिलोंग
एक
का
belong।
थक गया मैं
बिंग्स भाई आ सकते थे तुझे बचाने.
गेम देखो बिंग भाई
लास्ट साइट है किधर.
एम देखो बिंग्स भाई का. एम देखो बिंग्स भाई का. एम देखो एम देखो.
अरे भी
डूबा से
एम देखो बिंग्स भाई के.
Clean slate. Let's wait for what happens.
10 गोली डूबा है उसके बाद मारा है उसके भी हाथ में नाइफ था ठीक ऐसा 2 किल लेता है
तेरा इतना अच्छा है मैं तो स्पोर्ट्स क्यों नहीं कर लेता.
a lot of work
शट अप.
ट्रिप थोड़ा ऊपर नहीं है वाकई.
हां
ये ट्रिप थोड़ा ऊपर नहीं है.
उसका
अभी भी ऊपर लग रही है. थोड़ा हल्का से नीचे करना.
फुट
I
ट्रिप
can like smoke.
Mic है,
चाहिए अनुज भाई
mic
नहीं
है,
आने दे.
का देखता हूं
short
नहीं मेरे.
raise,
से गाइस से सब जा सकते हो
स्मोक पिंकी.
कर मत
जाओ.
कर, देख रहा हूँ,
फ्लैश
Biggest
कर
bug.
जाता.
मत कर,
Bomb buddy.
बिलोंग क्लियर.
अच्छा नहीं करने बोला।
Spike down.
डॉग करूं पिंकी शावर में.
करो
नहीं कोई नहीं है।
आ जाओ पुश करो ये रहा साइफर दिखा देखो राइट साइड साइफर है मारेगा ये मारो हाथ में गन देखो बढ़िया
लास्ट
एक
लो
और
है
आ जाओ
हाँ मत करे स्मोक मत करो पिंकी मैं बहुत फ्रैगर हूँ प्लीज उसको मत लेने दो किल स्मोक मत करो पिंकी
क्या हुआ इसको
कौन सा कार्टून
क्या
है वो
बोल रहे भाई
एक को कौन सा
एक हेटर का आवाज
छोटा
सुनाई
भी-
नहीं दे रहा था तेरे को मत के स्मोक पिंकी मत के हेवन में बैठा हुआ है मत के
कौन सा कार्टून है अनुज भाई वो हागी मारू है क्या है वो
हागे
बंक्स
मारो
भाई
मैं ऑगी एंड द कॉकरोच
बंक्स
वाले
भाई आपने जी को आ रहा है तो इसलिए कपा जले से बात तो गाइस
कभी रे
हाइट दो इसे
नींद में
बिलोंग
अनुज भाई हुक्का भी आ रहा है
बिलोंग
अनुज भाई बचाओ आप ही बचा सकते
हाँ करो स्मोक करो मैं पीछे
120
तो वो आएंगे को
मजा
बिलोंग इनकी
नहीं
एक हुक्का में
वाकई कितना फ्लैश करता
I know exactly.
ये अपना ड्रोन गिरा
अरे एक राइट में फ्लैश होके बैठ गया सोवा कम ऑन वाकले 1v3 ग्रिम और रनिंग कर तो है
भाई क्या चल रहा है
I must wait a moment.
दो बुलेट है
लेट्स गो वाकले
एल्बो
साइड
गो गेट्स हाँ
बोल रहा हूँ
साइड
side.
बोलने वाला था मुझे
बोला
लगा
मैंने।
वाकले वो साइड आया
ऑलरेडी
time ऐसा-
बोला मैंने साइड
मेरे को फील आई थी यार
फील क्या मैंने बोल भी दिया था
वो तो एल्बो बोला ना इसमें
नहीं
अरे हाँ मैंने
अबे।
बाय मिस्टेक
नहीं,
मैं यहाँ से इधर गया ऐसे
इमोर्टल 3 का बात नहीं सुन के प्लैट 3 का बात सुनाना तूने ठीक है भाई
रैंक डज नॉट मैटर
Here. Here.
3 का बड़ा प्लीज बड़ा यू
इन पे अल्टी करोगे डर रही
Satchel out.
नहीं वो तो सब नहीं आता
ये क्या है
बड़ा दे रहा था
वेस्ट
अरे यार
Drop in a smoke.
डॉट खाली केयर बी
अरे बी हो रहा है
050 ले रहे
लो इमॉर्टल
देखा ना?
3
बढ़िया स्मोक फ्लैश करो अपने साइड के आगे फ्लैश हुए कुत्ता करता हूं रुक
हुक्का या दो है दो हुक्का
ओके क्या स्मोक
बिलोंग
अभी जा रिलोड पे है
टीपी पीछे गए
और
और कितने हैं कप्पा
एक
शॉट वाले को मारते रहे कप्पा
शॉट
ईश्वर से सिटी केयर जो भी मेरे पीछे
शॉट आ रहा है
मैं ही पहला फ्रैग मारा इससे भिंचत सिटी इधर
एक और
Spike planted.
एक ट्रिपल एक साइड एक यू ऑल
इधर ही इसका स्मोक जाएगा
Last player standing.
बहुत डैमेज
बाकी मेरे को व्हाट्सएप पे आईडी पास दे दे मैं तोड़ता हूँ रिकॉर्ड
फीलिंग नहीं आ रही वाकई गेम
यार आंख बंद हो गया
नहीं,
भाई
नहीं,
अल्ट
end
कितना
होगा,
मार
end
भाई
होगा।
मत करो यार।
मेरे को एक वैंडल दोगे क्या
कौन एंडोर है
नहीं
फ्लैश ले लो ना फ्लैश में इधर एक
है,
ये
flash।
डाल रहा हूं वो वाला
कैमरा डालना इधर ही
मैं
ऊपर
स्मोक
ऐसा
नहीं कर रही बेंच तेरे
इधर ही।
लिए
इधर
हाँ,
इधर-
मत कर मत
इधर
कर,
इधर
मत
ये वाला एंगल पे डालना बस कैमरा देखना आ रहा है रुक जा ऐसे ही आ रहा है भाग के वाकले छोड़ दे
मैं बैठ
बिलम स्मोक
No peeking.
मेरा कर्सर नहीं पहुंच रहा
अल्ट कर रहा हूँ यॉल के अंदर
मची भाई एक और है -55 वाकले रुक
डिटेन
ए गेको लो है
ब्रिम डिटेन है रे
One enemy remaining.
40
लास्ट लो है
हुआ 40 है
Last player standing.
लॉन्ग था
हां राइट में वैंडल है
वो भी उठा
अल्ट है बस अल्ट है
जॉट डॉज रे
पूरा भाग जा कपो भाई
हाँ
टेंटी
अरे यार एक गोली में नहीं मरा वो बंदा।
सब मैंने खा लिया उधर, सब खा लिया। नेट बीट डिटेन
मारा एक
मेरे को कौन डिटेन किया?
मेहनत से मारा उसको।
उनका तो
नहीं,
मैं
अपना।
डिटेन था। अच्छा मैं अपने से डिटेन हुआ।
यस नशा हो गया।
मेरा नेट कैसा था?
भी हुआ इधर।
अच्छा अगले फ्लैश पिक करते हैं साला भाग।
मेरी नेट सेक्सी थी कि नहीं?
तेरा कैजुअल हो गया, कोई बात नहीं।
मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ सुनो, मेरे इधर कैमरा डाल रहा हूँ, वो तोड़ेगा कैमरा तभी कर देना।
फ्लैश कर रहा हूँ मैं
कैच।
अभी नहीं, रुको थोड़ा कैमरा
Drop in a smoke.
करो।
भी आ रहे हो लोग।
अरे क्या
जा Binks, अभी मत।
-80।
नहीं यार पहले ही कर देती।
कि माँ की आंख।
They are ready for that shit. They are ready for that shit.
Last player.
ये क्लोज है भाई।
खेलना पड़ेगा।
मैं खेलता हूँ फिर।
अभी भाई ने कुछ मैसेज किया, किंग अभी भाई ने मैसेज किया है क्या? देखो
5 मैन भी खेलता है।
हाँ।
तब तक
आए।
कप्पा विंग से ऊपर
सुनो ब्रीमल्टी है, 5 खेलो यार।
नहीं बहुत लंबा तो हो
5
गया।
ब्रीमल्टी 5 खेलो।
Binks अकेला है।
मतलब अल्टे तो ए आएंगे। किसने सिखाया ए रे रीड तेरे को? गंदी सी।
हाँ
क्योंकि मेरे को बूस्ट देना, बूस्ट
ब्रीम में
आगे
बी आ रहे।
नेक्स्ट राउंड करते हैं जल्दी।
बिलोंग का साउंड
अगेन बी।
कोई नहीं, अभी रिटेक देखो।
बिंग भाई बताओगे
क्या साइड?
कुछ तो बताओ बिंग
कुछ
भाई।
इन्फो नहीं है।
नहीं साइड नहीं कुछ फ्लैश वो रिकॉन करता है।
अरे कुछ तो दो मेरे को स्मोक
कुछ
बिग।
तो बोलो आप।
नहीं बोल सकता, माइक म्यूट
अटी मार रहा
है।
हूँ।
बाहर लो है। जॉर्ड मेरे
हुक्का।
से राउंड जीता है।
एक बिलोंग लेफ्ट साइड।
दोनों ने चेक किया है, बिलोंग एक ही नहीं बंदा।
टिपी मारा है।
ए पिंकी ए कुक्का में पिंकी।
दोनों है दिखे
पिंकी हुक्का में कौन है?
अटकेगा,
मैं हूँ
अटकेगा,
भाई,
अटकेगा।
मैं मरा हूँ हुक्का में। स्मोक डाल के मार।
Spike planted.
हाँ, क्या
ट्रिप पे अटके कहाँ अभी वो?
मैं ये पे स्मोक
सलमान से बच के आया हूँ।
पावर से कर रहा है।
भाई 5 फिंगर है।
लॉरेंस भाई
एक spot, एक shower.
कुछ टाइम के लिए चटकोगे मेरे चैनल से क्या? अभी सारे लोग मोदी जी से मिलके आए, समझ रहे हो? पता चला मेरे पीछे सीबीआई FBI है।
नाइस। शावर। लेट्स गो असली मॉडल 3।
कौन रे वाकले? शॉट मारे शॉट भाई वाकले ओपी। चैट में आ जाना चाहिए। मां को कसम
जल रहा है।
ये देख बिंग्स को देख। जल कुकुरू साला लकी लिखते हैं। एक वर्ड ने वाकले मुझे ड्रॉप दो।
हर्डल मस्त करता है।
Lord, gotta play that whistle.
इधर ड्रॉप दे वाकले ड्रॉप।
Cheers, mate.
ACM
जल कुकुरू।
क्या
भी
बोला?
आएंगे, अभी भी आएंगे।
हां बूस्ट
क्या बोला? मेरे को नहीं दिख
Binks
रहा।
boost
झूलो
है।
कप्पा।
बिंग्स बूस्ट दे जल्दी।
अरे रुक
हाँ,
ना।
अच्छा
Watching
वो
this
सदमा लगा है उनको।
कप्पा झूलो करके मैसेज आया अन्ना से। एनी कमेंट्स कप्पा?
इससे क्या?
Don't give them
अन्ना
bread.
ने बोला कप्पा झूलो। एनी कमेंट्स?
शॉट मारा ना वाकले भाई।
झूल तो रहा हूँ कि 2 महीने के बाद कल खेला मैं।
इतना
sound, no
प्यार
sound
से
है।
आंसर।
Belong.
हाँ यही मैं बोला तो।
कोई शावर देखते रहो ना। हां आपके पास शावर देखते।
बिलोंग
एक हुक्का है।
3 बिलोंग।
एक लो
हुक्का स्मोक चाहिए, हुक्का स्मोक चाहिए, हुक्का स्मोक।
-80
हाँ, गया।
सही।
हुक्का स्मोक।
दिया था मैंने। Very second।
3 बिलोंग।
आएंगे क्या?
Player standing. Spike
फेस को
planted.
जो मैंने वन टैप दिया है।
जज है ना?
फिर बाकी लोगों ने जो आपको जमीन में गाड़ा है।
जा रहा हूँ, लव यू, आऊंगा वापस। डन सीन थोड़ा टाइम बाद आना, समझ रहे? क्या आज ही मोदी जी सबसे मिले और आज ही तो टाइमिंग मिसमैच होएगी।
हाँ यार।
मेरे को लगता है उनको एक ही जन जिता सकता है।
I am raised and I talk to myself.
उनका रेस अनुज भाई ने उसको फर्स्ट किल दिया है ना।
हाँ, वो रेस
हाँ।
खुद से बात करेगा, बोल रहा है क्या सीन है रेस ये क्या हम आपको बूस्टेड कह सकते हैं? क्यों भाई? हेलो
मुझे भाई कप्पा का फ्लैश, मेरा कैमरा और आपका फ्लैश से बिलोंग लेते हैं ना वो लोग, जब भी आते रहेंगे तभी
तो पुश
मेरे
करते हैं
कैमरा
ना,
पे
कर सकते
पुश करना है एक राउंड।
पुश कर सकते
नहीं,
हैं।
चार
मैं डबल फ्लैश लिया, चलो
पर ये राउंड
पांच बी खेलते हैं। मैं हुक्का देख रहा हूँ, 4 बिलो।
हाफ आर्मर लेके आएगा क्या?
क्या चाहिए? हाँ आएगा ना।
कैमरा पे करो, यहाँ पे कैमरा डालो ऐसा टेढ़ा, जिससे कैम में
नहीं
कोई
नहीं नहीं,
दिखा।
हम लोग पुश कर रहे हैं बिंस भाई, डबल फ्लैशेस और गेको फ्लैश और ना एक गन की का वैल्यू निकालने वाले हैं।
जाओ।
से रिकॉन आएगा, ये तोड़ो ना प्लीज।
जाओ मेरे से।
इधर आगे आगे आओ थोड़ा सा, वो एक रिकॉन मैं आगे कैमरा डाल रहा हूं।
एडिशन हेडफोन,
दो
एक और फ्लैश किया, एक भी नहीं मारा किसी ने,
और नहीं लगा, मैं स्पैम में ही मर गया हूं, पता है।
Chill out.
फ्लैश भी नहीं हुए वो लोग, 3 फ्लैश। नाइस।
Last player standing.
अब मैं क्या करूँ?
लॉन्ग है।
My ult's ready.
थिंग्स भाई ये राउंड है, ये क्लच है ये। गन
Spike planted.
राउंड तो है ये।
यू सी
ये रेस देखो कैसा है,
यहाँ पे है।
बूमबास्टिक रेस।
साउंड नहीं आ रहेगा ना?
आ रहेगा।
पॉकेट रहेगा
Pocket
तो
वाले
आ रहे। हाँ
और यार भाई ये राउंड अगर अपन पीछे रुक जाते थे तो कैमरा पे
मैं
खत्म हो जाता।
वही बोला था। नहीं
सही थी, चलेगा, ट्राई कर रहे थे ना एक
एक काम करना, मैं और तू खेलते हैं
नहीं,
वाकई,
नहीं।
ये वाला कैमरा लगाना, ये वाला।
हाँ मैं अच्छा वो
भाई
लगा।
4 मिनट बचा है,
वाला।
खत्म करो।
लगा था
ये वाला लगा, मैं रिकॉन तोड़ता हूँ उसके बाद आने दे सालों
बट
को
रिकॉन
जरा।
और हाँ
Body
बट वो
करते हैं।
गेको का फ्लैश आता है उस पे।
हाँ चलेगा चलेगा। और तू वो हुक्का वाला ट्रिप ले ले, ये वाला
पिंके
और side
पिंके
से ऊपर से खेल ले चाहिए,
यहाँ पे गए, यहाँ
बीच
पे
में। इधर से लेफ्ट
यहाँ पे
साइड से
गए।
खेलना।
मेरे कॉल पे स्मोक डाल।
ये राउंड में जीजी गाइस, खत्म, वी एंड द गेम।
ब्रिम का स्मोक है। अरे अल्ट है।
आ रहे कैमरा
देख रहा हूँ, मैं देख रहा हूँ हुक्का के बाहर एक एकदम क्लोज है।
टीपी मार पिंके।
अरे ये
नहीं टिप नहीं मार।
भाई प्रोफेशनल प्लेयर्स एंटी फ्लैश, नाइस।
Spike
Spike drop. ब्रिम अल्टी है।
-120 ब्रिम, -120 हुक्का के अंदर, दो हुक्का, एक -120। स्पाइक ड्रॉप है ना?
हाँ स्पाइक ड्रॉप है भी लो।
हाँ, 2
वो भी इधर आएगा घूम के, कप्पा यहाँ पे
एक सामने रेस कप्पा के
सामने ट्रिप है। साइफर बहुत देर से
End है।
दिखा नहीं है।
साइबर सिटी से आ रहा है शायद।
अरे माय बैड।
एक मारेगा क्या उसको? ट्री पे तेरे सामने
उसके पास ये
देख सकता है ना, लेकिन
बिलोंग पे जाके गन ले सकते हैं बिंक्स, और बिलोंग पे स्पाइक ड्रॉप है।
One enemy remaining.
नाइस।
अल्ट है मोस्टली साइट ही है वो।
नहीं स्टॉप हुआ,
नहीं हुआ टीपी मारा
30
उसने।
seconds.
अल्टूटा। टीपी मार, उसके पीछे टीपी मार।
प्लांट करने तो दो।
हाँ
प्लांट
कर
कर रहा है।
5 सेकंड में
Spike planted.
योल यार है। योल अल्टी मार।
इधर क्या
योल अल्टी मार।
हाँ मार रहे, 1 सेकंड।
पॉकेट भी कर। हाँ पॉकेट आइए।
नाइफ।
पॉकेट लगा ही था।
देखो इसको किल लेना था, इसके लिए बोला उसने। नाइस।
ये जय, वेल प्लेड कप्पा, वेल प्लेड कप्पा।
मेरा तो हेटर्स ही भरे
Well
हुए हैं
played.
भाई, हेटर। कोई ना स्कोर बोर्ड में जब दिखेगा ना अनुज मैं मेरे लुल्ली के नीचे है,
हाँ वो तो रहता
तब
ही है,
आएगी
ड्यूलिस्ट
मजा।
ले लेते हैं, एक एजेंट
तब
वाले
आएगी मजा
player
जब ये
हो।
लुल्ली के नीचे है एक बंदा।
एक एजेंट वाले प्लेयर, ड्यूलिस्ट तो ऊपर रहता ही है।
वाओ 6 फर्स्ट ब्लड्स, वाओ अभी तो कुछ बोल भी नहीं सकता। ओह माय
ज्यादा ही
गॉड
difference है
झूल
ये।
लो मेरे
क्या
इसके
है?
नीचे, झूल लो
भाई 1
20
सेकेंड
है।
उनका रेस
14 है, उन 9 असिस्ट है भाई।
1 सेकंड ऐसा आश्चर्यचकित होने की
Mortal
जरूरत
3।
है।
उनका
Mortal 3
रेस
direct?
मॉर्टल 3 कैसे?
कौन?
उनका रेस
गाइस
मेरे हिसाब से
उस-
कोई और उसके आईडी से खेल रहा है फन के।
3 हो गया उसके साथ, कोई बात नहीं।
चलो
विंग्स भाई जा रहे हो आप?
या
विंग्स भाई
जा रहा
ओके। अभी क्या duo फिर?
खेलो dude.
Bye bye. See you.
Bye.
Bye.
Take care. Thank you for the games.
आजा वाकले.
हाँ वो already इसका.
चलो bye Binks bye.
Bye 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 bye.
Bye bye.
बेहिसाब सा ओ मेरा ख्वाब सा ओ मेरे ख्वाब सा मेरा बेहिसाब सा bum bum bum.
Well,
bum,
KC,
bum,
they are always confident
KC!
in EA, and you heard it from them last week. They want to change things up. They want to evolve. They want to innovate, and they want to make sure they do not get caught off guard on this stage. But on the other side
रुक जाओ,
of this
thumbnail
matchup,
change
of
करना
course,
है,
a team
ये
that is no stranger
2 मिनट रुका है,
to doing
thumbnail
things
change
a little
करना है,
bit wacky,
title
no
change करना है, mod
stranger
title
to
change करो,
any
thumbnail change हो
changes.
जाएगा.
And they felt like after last week, we are finally on board with this man, CNED, not playing the jet. But the question is, they took a map off of KC last time they played against each other. Can they do that again today? Are they able to maybe go one stage even further by pulling off an upset?
Yeah, exactly. The testing period has to be over. They tested and tried a lot of different things and compositions during kickoff, and the other day they proved that that testing period is off, that they actually mastered and polished some of the ideas that they previously had. Now, is that going to be enough also with the extra time added that they had by not going to Madrid?
Yeah, I think KC right now they're on such a strong, sharp upward trajectory that even though Foot might be looking a little bit better and marginally better from like what we've seen before, it's almost like they're moving sideways or very subtly upwards.
Yeah, and as you guys can see from the map over here, Foot, they pick up the Sunset, which means the Lotus is going to be open. Do you feel like teams should maybe just start banning the Lotus against them?
I'm just surprised that they move away from the Breeze. You know, they've been perma-banning it, and as I said, they tested a lot of maps, but Breeze was not one of them, and even last week they decided to not play it. And as you were saying, Sue, if you leave the Lotus open for KC, they're going to pick it. We were talking about the split compositions, and they're not even going to second ban Breeze, so that means if we get to that decider, we finally will see the Breeze, and we know what happened last week with KC in this map.
Yeah, I mean, we can sit here and talk about like the Lotus. I feel like KC has pretty like a lot of depth with their map pool. I feel like they're in a position right now where they just have the entire package. They're hard to read, they have a lot of structure, and they have a lot of purpose to everything they do. So it's going to be interesting to see, like, is Foot going to be able to rate that even on bind going into the first map?
Yeah, but it just feels like when you give them the Lotus, you're giving them a 1-0 up, no matter how you look at it. But the bind is where they lost the paper eggs, you know, and the AORUS stuff they tried. Kukuga, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it also has to do with the preparation coming into this. We're not in kickoff anymore. This is not a one-time thing. It's not a tournament that you have to play day by day. You actually will have a bit more time to prepare for your one specific opponent. Well, in case this week they have to face against two, but you know, most likely you only have one opponent and you have to make a plan just for them. And for this one, my only question was going to be, is Foot going to be picking the bind or the split? You know, it's a bit of picky poison, but as you said, Yinsu, bind is a map that they have already won against KC. But KC is going to come in with a lot of time.
They owned them on this map, and that's not many teams can say that.
Not many teams can say it, but there's like two things that you can have on the flip side. One of them is that KC's definitely had time to kind of like rebound from the losses. You learn more from losing than you do from winning, just because you get exposed more and then you know exactly what you have to work on and fix. So that's like one of the things that they have to work on. And the other thing is like, you know, the Foot win was a while ago, but, you know, PRX is also a different beast, I would say, than Foot, right? So right now we're comparing like apples to oranges. Are we going to see, you know, these guys losing to Foot the same way that they would lose to PRX after they've had time to kind of rebound from both? I'm not sure that's the case.
To be fair, for Foot, we did see a lot of that recklessness and kind of explosivity going up against Team Liquid. You know, when they were playing on that split, round after round, they were literally on their faces and they were going for every single one of them. They put in a lot of pressure, which is a lot how PaperX play. So maybe, you know, they got some ideas, they got some, as I said, polish and confidence in the compositions that they play in, and also in the macro idea that they have of how to interpret the map.
So this is the thing, you said Cracks was looking really good last week, so surely stick him on the Raze instead?
यही होता है वेजिटेरियंस को.
Big KU.
मत देख
I mean, they could go either way with it. I don't really mind necessarily.
भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, ये लोग का वॉल्यूम 10% पे इतनी ज्यादा है भाई,
Is about like the fundamentals. It's
कितनी
about,
ज्यादा
like,
है?
as you say, like as they play against Liquid, yeah, they go for
Huh?
these duels and they win a lot of them.
Huh?
It's like a double-edged sword where they.
It's the return of the CNET Sage
But
on
both-
Binks.
Yeah, but this time it's with no duelist here on Binks.
This is real.
भाई कौन
quality
जीतेगा पता है?
stuff.
प्रेडिक्शन पता है कौन जीतेगा?
Definitely need the double controller because they
पता है
have
कौन
a lot
जीतेगा?
of
फुट
ability,
जीतेगी।
right? They need to segue the map and
फुट
they need to
जीतेगी
work for
क्योंकि
space little by little. Complicated
चिनर भाई ने
enough,
मेरे
but I
साथ
thought
बात
that
की है।
the testing period was over, but apparently it's not. What duelist do you want CNET on? Is it going to be Raze, Yorup? No, you actually want him on stage.
I actually respect this because, listen. One of the things that Foot needs to do is
क्या
they
बोलते
need
हो?
to go for these more like execute things. Like they have a lot of these executes, and then
Valorant
where it
install
gets
किया,
sloppy
अभी
is, like, in the
open नहीं
mid
हो
rounds
रहा,
or, like,
Vanguard
post
वाला
plans.
problem आ
I
रहा है,
think
क्या
using
करूँ?
the stage and building towards
फिर
those
से
full
reinstall
execs
करो।
and full retakes is going to play their play style a lot better.
या
Yeah,
गूगल
I'm just
करके
gonna
देखो
quote
वैनगार्ड
because,
प्रॉब्लम।
CNET on stage on Binks, it hits different, and no two people will know more than about what this man can do, and it is of course your casters for today.
भाई
Mishmash and
बॉटल
Tom.
सेज में मजा आएगा, क्या बोलते हो?
Well, it's not quite the jet, but I'm excited to see CNET on this map either way, Tom. But with the maps in, Binks,
CNET
Lotus,
बोलती।
Breeze, gotta ask you, who's won the veto here in your mind?
I'd say KC. Like, I genuinely think that although like the first couple of maps are fairly happy to play.
भाई
Like,
KC
they
अच्छा
played
टीम
them
है
on
यार।
Lotus last time, 2018.
KC बाप टीम तो
Not
है।
the year, that was how close the game was.
हाँ?
Genuinely absurd of how close that matchup was. But yeah, they
Grenade
let their
gate
plan
today नहीं
back
रहे,
through.
बहुत दूर है।
And there was even, I think they even banned Split towards the end, which has been a great map for them. So they've taken it to Breeze. So if we get there, I think we've got one hell of a series on our hands. But definitely a bit
Guys,
of a
ये
peculiar
सेम
matchup.
मैप में अभी खेला हूँ।
It's a bit of a grudge
समझ रहे हो?
match. KC obviously took Foot out
Raze
of the running
proper नेड
for
मारा
Masters
Raze ने।
Madrid, and now
Proper.
Foot looked for revenge early on in the group stage. KC off to a great start. So are Foot, both dominating their early games. A good litmus test for who the stronger squad is this time around. I'm expecting a close series. I'm expecting all
चार
three.
बंदे
We can see here
भाई।
on this pistol round, the attack side of KC is under a bit of threat. They try
भाई
to take
क्या
control
मारा बे
on
कप्तान
B.
ने?
Maybe the idea to go back later on, and well, that's
भाई
definitely
classic
the
buff
idea
है
now
क्या?
after losing Tamazi and Martin. Tamazi being down means no Viper wall as well, so crossing out into this site could be difficult.
पूरे
Good
लॉबी
thing
में
is
ना
there's only
सबसे
one player
बाबा
here to
प्लेयर का
defend top.
कौन-कौन है पता
Yeah,
है?
the bad thing
सीनेड है,
is CNET.
कप्तान है,
Now he's got himself
Narrate
the wall
है।
still. If he wanted to try
मार
and sort of
तीन
cinch
है,
it on
कभी-कभी
him,
चार
he
मारता है,
doesn't
लेकिन
mind.
कोई
He got
सीन नहीं।
armor.
He used the wall
Shin
inside
भी
as
है।
well.
Just used it, yeah. He
तू
moved
तुझे भी
over
है,
to
भाई
use it a minute
heavy
ago,
है लॉबी।
and has just locked off that angle. So it means he can
Quality
just hold
बढ़ाओ।
on to some of those positions.
मतलब इसके ऊपर का क्वालिटी डालो, मैं 5K
30
करूँ
seconds
स्ट्रीम।
left.
30 seconds
Well, it's going to
left.
take them a little bit of time to even break through this if they wanted to. We've seen him be ever so deadly in these positions before, but for now, they are going to clear that spot. They know where he is, and the rotation's coming in for the rest of the team.
पीछे वॉल है।
That wall's going to go down at some point. There it is.
पीछे
There's a
देखो।
player behind him. It should be an easy kill. CNET's turn though, and he's caught
फिर
Magnum.
से मारा उसने मैग्नम को।
To make that pinch happen, and now the spike is down. It's an utter disaster for the attack. They tried to make something work. They thought they'd caught CNET in a corner,
Excuse
but
me?
he wasn't cornered. Able to come out on top foot. Don't lose a single player in the pistol. A strong start for the defensive side.
Yeah, and Andaluthia flawless to kick things off. Doesn't get much better.
यहाँ पे
than
तो
that.
heavy cross था
And
भाई,
normally
heavy।
they're the ones dishing out second round victories, so thankfully they should be
Hey,
all right to get things over the
Magnum.
line. But this is the thing with Foot. I think we sort of underestimated them because of kickoff. We saw them lose to KC and Heretics and go, oh, well, that's them done. They're not going to be that great this season. Come back in,
क्या लगता है KC
decimated
को
Liquid, and
टक्कर
obviously we
टक्कर
then
देगा
found out
फुटा?
that KC and Heretics were actually two of the best teams in the entirety of EMEA right now. So this congestion could be interesting. CNET, well positioned, a chance to do some real
भाई
damage.
heavy
but,
combo
you know,
दिया
he's
है।
got support.
heavy combo दिया है भाई, heavy combo।
Backup it is. Even a snake fight.
फ्लोर में स्पिट डाल के जो मारा है तुझे ने।
3 away from a Viper's pit
Reds or
early on.
Viper's Pit? Which would you rather have?
Hey, listen, I'll take either. In the hands of these
No
players,
duelist.
it
वो है
doesn't
ना
matter.
bottom
Just get
siege।
those orbs stacked up, and now I think
Ball
we'll be
करके
focusing
ऊपर
more
चढ़-चढ़
towards
के
the
मारेगा।
Abhishek. I'm surprised Ada Captain even bought a weapon. Why
भाई
not
नाइट
play with the
मार्केट
classic
कब
after
आएगी?
what we saw from
सुबह।
yesterday? He was able to crumble Liquid single-handedly with no credits invested. But now he's got a Vandal coming into this, and the surprise as we get back into the game, people might be shocked to see round 3. Foot have gone for an op. CNET
भाई
has
और
pulled it
ऐसा
out
अगर
right
स्लॉट
off
फिट
rip
आ गया ना,
on the
जीत
stage
गए।
now. I'm excited to see his ideas with this.
Op
Straight
ले
up
लिया
early peek.
सीधा।
No one peeking just yet, and a nasty surprise awaits them, but it's a missed shot. KC can count their lucky stars.
इधर वॉल करके जाएगा, सीधा
This is
जाएगा।
where KC now may even just go for the classic strat something that many have brought out in the
कितना
past.
डिफेंसिव देखना गेको केओ वाइपर
It's a good
इतना
one. It's
पीछे
one
से
that
खेल
normally
रहा
saves you, but up against this foot side, it's
पड़ी
definitely been a little
पड़ी
bit
मेरा
more
एंगल ही
problematic.
ऐसे रे पर
Mr. Fallen
थोड़ा बहुत
himself,
पड़ती
ever
है
deadly. The pressure coming in. Martin over the top. The counter flash is good. Both blinded up by a Dizzy. But they are now going to look to wrap around. Spike will be going down. Nothing to be stopping
एक
that.
तो इसको
But now it has
लगता
to be a
क्यों नहीं है
retake
समझ
with
में नहीं
weaker
आता
weapons.
भाई
Some
थोड़ा भी
advantages
तुकने
maybe if
लगता है
they
क्या
can force
डैमेज
those close range fights. But it looks like they're out in the open. Mr. Fallen's good for the first, but their numbers are quickly thinning out. Mr. Fallen shot in the back with no
Gaya,
chance.
off
And
gaya.
CNED, he dropped out of heaven to take the fight with the op. That's a big weapon left on the floor, and it looks like it will remain. Nobody from the attacking side brave enough to pick up the attack side op. Big loss credits-wise, but because of the early economy with foot, they're still going to balance out evenly well. It's just CNED that's going to struggle.
3v3
I
थोड़ा
guess
left
the thing
right
is he'll probably just play close in hookah, or that's the one
यहाँ
thing
पे
James get
left
away
right
with in
होगा
Bind
किसको
is
देखना था ये
weaker weapon. We've seen it many times with the judge. It can work out, but yeah, really clean stuff from KC as well, especially when things got a little bit shaky. I think this team have proven themselves to be able to weather the storm versus some of these
फिंगर है उसके पास
well, more aggressive teams.
मैंगो
Squad of foot definitely falls within that bracket already. They're going to force out a captain off that aggressive position. You can see the wall's been utilized just to try and hold off Hookah, at least for the moment. The rest of the team are all going through B long, but this might just be for orb control.
And we've already got the paranoia down, but flashes from Magnum still exist. Dizzy up top, there's a deep flash from Magnum, keeping these players trapped in, allowing individual fights to be taken. The KC are winning again and again. Yedeje and Mr. Fallen, the last ones to try and fight their way back through.
next game
still on the other side of the map. That was a quick take from KC. You can see why they didn't take the op there. They need their guns for charging down that site. And it's worked out very well. An almost unlosable play. Mr. Fallen does well to find the first. The snake bite a little deep. Oh no, it's not a little deep. In fact, Martin was hit by it, so he's easier taken down. But a 1v2. That Shin eventually closes out. Okay, KC.
We never see Shin.
One way BT है भाई
No.
It's another Shin triple kill that we never got to see.
Where's Miniboo when you need him?
Oh god, he is cursed. He is cursed. But no, again, something I want to highlight as well going into this matchup is change.
उसको भरोसा ही नहीं लगता था
This is
Shin
something
मारेगा
that
करके
fairly different from what we've seen in the past, which is bringing back in that Gecko for Narrate, moving him off of what was a
मिनीबू
raise
को
and
देखने
not
मिलेगा
having
नेक्स्ट गेम में
Yoru.
मिनीबू
So
का
they've gone
नेक्स्ट
for
गेम भी हेवी है
obviously
दोनों गेम
less
अच्छे
of
हैं
a
आज
double duelist, but
क्लोज
normally you
जाएगा
got that
दोनों
information from the Yoru anyway. But I think Narrate's Gecko is one of the best we've seen in the entirety of the VCT. So
भाई
good with
KC
his
का
engine,
अटैक अच्छा लग
so
रहा है
good
बे
at getting those players blinded up, and the combination of having that double flash is also going to be that little bit more difficult to deal with.
ओमेन का ब्लाइंड है
They're waiting for this push to come through. A wise play by the side of KC, and the reward is there. Paranoia, though, that's going to make it all. Tamazi so low, and there was
Sandwich
nowhere
हो गई
to go. Pushed from every side. That's making great use of a low buy from the side of Foot. They've claimed a weapon, and CNED's claimed a kill. That plant might be undeniable, but if CNED could survive, they'd have the numbers. Still, Thrash ready to go for Mr. Fallen, and he's legging it. And the right.
2v2 है दोनों के पास गन्स है
To long, presumably to use that to break his way
अच्छा
through.
चैट में
The
स्कोको
time
का
is still good
हैं
to make this work.
मिड गेम में कैसे आना
Yeah, that's the thing. You can see Narrate has fallen back to a position where he can use his as well. Both teams are basically
अन्ना मिड गेम में
potential idea, and already stopping it from getting any real value now becomes the opposing side, as we are going to see the TP.
Ay, thought अच्छा था
Captain, but not quite dealt with quick enough. The defuse is already happening. Halfway through, the spam is going to at least.
भाई एम ऐसा नहीं लग रहा था कि लगेगा करके
Needs this kill and he needs it immediately.
ओ
Managed to get it.
ओ क्लच कर दिया
Just about got it over
ओ
the line.
चागावत
Pulling off the
इको
rebel clutch.
Unbelievable play. Even uses that smoke
Eco!
to isolate the duels. It was a little deep, just thrown out in panic to try and allow that push up to
Thumbnail
deny the
गलत है
defuse.
क्यों
And wow,
Wrong
it ends
thumbnail.
up
क्या लिखा है
backfiring
second match
massively. Still, you have to commend Foot for coming in at the start of this round so well. They played the latter stage perfectly, but early on the idea is to push up, to crunch these
क्या
players.
कर रहे हो,
You
Mango?
can see the KC were ready for that kind of aggression, but couldn't deal with it. But masterful play
भाई
in the
बाप
clutch
के
from
लाभे
Mr. Fallen.
सैंडविच
Reading
से
their
लेके
positions perfectly.
चटनी तक
And now
बाप के लाभ
3-2. Vipers pit online, off rip. The defensive side back in control of things, and it looks like KC they're not going to go into it.
No way. Shin's actually just TP'd straight in, and because of everything going on the site, I don't even know if they're going to realize DeathAdder has somehow managed to peek his way that little bit further forward, surviving just outside, but he's down to just 20 HP. Has to fall off this completely. And now Shin's position is just basically holding off any rotations.
He got back in the pit, but the B site is no longer targeted. KC have realized how many players are coming their way, and there's the info. Krax knows if he's detected 2 players, they're on the rotate. They're pushing up. There's a lurk left behind by Martin to pick up stragglers as Heaven Control is sought after. Shin's still the smoke. No paranoia to clear out these angles. Instead, they'll drop, though. Keep Heaven Control, I presume, and get a nice safe plant. Look, chopping up the site in a very different way.
Spike planted.
But Foot have positions all across the map. They're scattered, and the surprise factor could catch them a couple of kills. Although they've lost Mr. Fallen, lost their way back through. Captain isolated and dealt with, and now it's impossible. As soon as DeathAdder falls, we realize Krax 1v4 surrounded. Best chance was just to do damage, and he doesn't even get that. KC with an answer right back.
Yeah, a really nice sort of wrap back around. I love the mid-round calls. This is something that we've got to give credit again to Magnum. Bear in mind, he is still a new IGL, someone who's only really been picking it up when being within this team, someone who's been under some pretty decent IGLs in the past, but the fact is just having the state of mind after you get the opener to be able to just rotate back through, clear out the players, and just have yourself a plant on the other side of the map. Really well played from KC, adaptive in those mid-rounds. And we're back to pistols again.
Wrong thumbnail, second match, Emmet versus BPL?
Out of captain's spot. You know, he's gone for the sheriff. Those right clicks were they were precise. Let's see what he can do with the sheriff in hand. Already one has been shot as Krax goes down. And the numbers on Foot are focused on the A site. They're again trying this pincer that worked so well for them before, but no value to be found. Instead, KC are going to the other side of the map. A Viper wall's blocking them out, but with the flashes they have, the and they know it was a retake B setup now. So a nice, easy plant. And a post plant that, realistically, there's not that many dangers in. The Viper wall kind of means they have to keep some players on site, or it could get messy. Outside of that, I mean, it's unlikely Foot used the res here.
No,
Change हो रहा था हमने मैंने गलत डाला टिकट
because of where the player actually died. Krax on the other side of the map again though.
अयो
Give it a fight to CNED. Ada Captain slowly encroaching. At this point, it's been so long that they kind of have to expect that he'll be here. Shin already watching, Magnum there alongside Narrate to clean things up.
भाई KC जीतेगा लग रहा है बे.
Mr. Fallen either.
भाई आपने कभी रत्नागिरी मैंगो खाया है?
Credits building, and they take themselves the lead.
Well, the attack side's starting to heat up now. That's 2 in a row from KC, and big investments in both those rounds from Foot. It means they're running out of cash. Obviously, they bought the sheriffs in the last round. They tried to make something work the round before, dive in with all their money. We haven't seen the op return for CNED either, and it's been a credit deficit on that side. I'm excited to see what KC have planned in this one, because they could run away with their attack if they claim this.
That's sort of the expectation here. Like Foot, the last time they played this map was versus KC. They had a 9-3 attack in half. Now bear in mind, now they are playing this without the duelers. They don't have themselves CNED's raise to enter.
सारे iPhone users
But I don't think that's going to change the fact that they'll likely have a strong attack. Maybe just hoping they can get a few more rounds on this defense. For now though, again, it's been the same walk up. Straight up B long, taking that space almost for free. It hasn't really been challenged for. And it seems like Foot goals in this round to try and hold on to Hookah.
KC even thought about expanding the paranoia just to clear close on Garden, but keeping it in the back pocket. I thought maybe we were seeing a 5B long play, but one player, Martin, sent alone. The wall up will block him out, at least for the time being. His disruption now limited. Snake fighting a slow.
It's got no blast packs as well. So he actually physically wouldn't be able
भाई
to
एक और है ना
otherwise it might be a problem. Now though, they look
भाई slope 60 डाला है slope 60 डाला है
and actually combined with a mosh, it's allowed at least for an extra rotation to come in.
अयो shot बे
Whoa!
Good fights for Foot as they now have to concede the site though. With the TP coming through, there's players in spawn that try
क्या मारते बे लोग
so KC don't get any extra space, they end up losing their life to it. Krax still with 2 flashes, could try to play into the pit, but they're separated. It's one thing fighting through a pit, fighting through it from 2 different angles. It's only going to be even more difficult. You can see Krax will try to get an angle. but his teammates already fallen to a shorty, and now his HP ever lower. It was only a matter of time as the decay made him an easy target for Magnum. That's 5 for KC, and now credit trouble for Foot.
That seemed really disjointed as well from Foot, because Ana Captain going into that
बहुत
like,
sexy खेल
2v3
रहा है
had
बे
his
KC,
paranoia,
sexy खेल रहा है.
uses it in a position where I don't know if he's hoping that
मतलब
somebody
इतना
runs
belong
out
होके
of pit in
slop
panic,
split combo combo करके भी वो लोग
there's no way that
clean
Cracks was
घुस
still
रहे
walking
थे.
around the pit. There was no way that Cracks could have any impact or go into the pit or combine it with one of his own flashes. It was just basically thrown out for no reason at all.
Maybe it's the idea of like, okay, he's used the paranoia.
Question is क्या ओमेन ब्लाइंड के टाइम पे केओ नेट डाल के कुछ कर सकते थे एक एंगल
close enough to ever kill any of them. So it was weird.
It was a strange play to say the least. One that hasn't netted the value. 5-3, KC now face off against a low buy. This is where Foot were terrifying up against Team Liquid on Icebox. Well, the whole series, Icebox is the most
short
one.
bay.
Let's see if we can add bind to the tally. Shin doing his best to make sure that doesn't happen. Already cleared out the real danger of that close range angle, and they're going. They're still going to fight up close. That almost came with a hefty cost, but Cracks gets nothing. CNED not a captain.
गया.
Oh wow, they're not having an easy time. Thrash already caught one clean kill.
Bye, जीता KC.
Can CNED make this?
That's
a beautiful double. Still, I would say it's on the verge of unwinnable unless they give him the fight of his life up top. We just pick the weapon and get out of here. But he wants to drop those. He wants to try for it. The wall up. The fuse won't even get half. And they know now he's not on it. On time alone. It seems like they've won. And indeed, it's locked in.
भाई अच्छा खेला यार सीनेड.
It's a little bit of extra damage. The res was already available, so it hasn't helped in terms of the orbs.
भाई गलत है में बे दोनों टीम्स का.
All 4 kills, about all 4 dead. Let's say that's pretty damn good.
I've seen him almost 1v5 on this map versus Focus.
Top.
Hey, you know, your boy
Happy birthday, बड़ा बाबू. Ice man, many happy returns today. मेरी जान के टोड.
For CNED, that was an everyday clip.
Was he on a Sage then as well?
Yep, and on a sheriff.
4 अल्टी है. ये राउंड कुछ भी करके जीतने गए. फुट को वरना गया.
No, not this guy.
Must do.
Even still, 6-3, looking good so far for KC. Cracks has been quiet, but he got off to a good start in this round again, though. Tomazi, someone to highlight in every single match. His Cypher in their last game was sublime, and his Viper still looks to be on point. Shin trying to reaggress. The pop flash is good, but even
Lord be.
Alt. A third already in the round for him. A pop flash. He's looking for more. 8 HP, and he's still pushing forward.
Mat
The
mar
support of CNED and will narrate.
Mat mar.
The reason that Foot lost that long fought battle on Lotus was because this man had 40 kills. So I don't think Foot.
भाई हर एक बंदा मारता है बे.
Well, we've got a lot of respect for CNED. He's earned it. I think Narrate has too. Tier 2
भाई फुट ने अगर 5 राउंड निकाल लिया ना मेरे हिसाब से
almost in stats. This guy is unbelievable.
comeback possible है.
But this 1v4, well, he's got time on the clock, but just look at the positions of Foot.
क्या लगता है इस बार मास्टर सेन का नहीं.
All eyes will be on
बार
Narrate.
दूसरा टीम जीतेगा लग रही
I
है.
hope he's got a high sense. Catch this 364K. And the captain shuts it down before it even gets started. And with 4 rounds on the board, Foot are
लग रहा है इस बार.
with a little bit of
सब
control.
लोग
And it's
अच्छा
mainly the
खेल रहे हैं.
ultimates.
सब
It's
लोग
4
अच्छा
ultis in
खेल रहे
play for this squad. This could at
इतना teams
least
अच्छा खेल
see
रहे
them
हैं.
equalize at the half.
Joe, I really like at the end of that round.
DRX अच्छा खेल रहा है. Genji अच्छा खेल रहा है. Sen अच्छा खेल रहा है. G2 बाप
Maybe
खेला.
he only just got the heal on live. It just looked like
AC
very
बाप
funny
खेल रहा
timing
है.
of when to
Energy
use
ने
that.
बाप
After
खेला
4
था.
rounds in a row, though, Foot finally back on the board. As said, my expectations are still going to be there for that attack side. It's where we've seen them thrive in the past. So then get a couple more rounds. It definitely isn't a death sentence. Martin, though, doesn't seem to want to allow that. An instant usage straight through
जी
the
के
TP
बाहर
and
भी
Thrash.
दुनिया है
And
यार.
it has
तो
actually been a
दूसरा
player
रीजन
to
का
follow.
देख रहे.
This will give KC the information that maybe they
इसमें
can go
भी
back in the other
जीत.
direction.
But
There are still a couple of players here.
हाँ?
Well, I think the main problem is that Spike is now down on the floor. It's been locked down by Foot, only 2 players. They could take the TP and further reinforce this. Problem is, Orb just claimed for Shin.
2 मैप अच्छा
One
तो
away
खेला था
from
वो
getting
लोग.
his ultimate. If he wins a fight, they could just TP, claim that Spike back the easy way, so to speak. Narrate doesn't
लेकिन
have a
सपोर्ट
decent
सेंड को करेंगे.
advantage
हाँ.
to retrieve it early
सपोर्ट
on.
सेंड को करेंगे.
It means you can't just
DFM
flash them
by
and go
DFM.
seize this. Here comes the rest of Foot. The rotations have come in. Now there's 4 players. They're 8. Oh, he had some support, but the wall completely blocked off Martin. So everybody's just staring at that angle. Nice and easy. The TP used, but not successfully. They've blocked him out from claiming the spike. And with 40 seconds left, they have a long run to go on. You still got Martin close, but I mean, he's got 4 players to fight, a spike to retrieve, and a site to plant it on after. They might already be thinking about the next round, because this one's out of play.
The credits aren't really in the spot either now for KC. Throwing away some weapons wouldn't really be the ideal scenario. He is waiting for Mr. Fallen, but actually, uncharacteristic. Martin isn't going to hit himself the shot, and now, well, all that remains is Shin, who is going to try and hold on to the gun. Great round for
when you feel low and demotivated, how do you cheer up? I watch movies, series, anime, listen to music, talk
so he's waiting to try and catch them as
Pinky,
they go
talk
for the
with
spike.
parents,
The knife thrown out by Cracks
and
hits
block
him.
some people.
That's why he instantly swings onto the corner that he's in, because that was one of the only places right there that he could have actually been landing. So good utility usage throughout the round from Foot to win that one.
Yeah, I mean, really, like the knife for the info, the wall.
Excuse me, Black
I'm
Mamba.
not even sure if it was off.
क्या
the knife,
लगता है
it seemed like it
fanatic
was
पहुंचेगी?
almost- it's synchronized.
फिलहाल एक ही गेम देखा है जो कि थोड़ा सा डाइसी दिखा था. अभी डिपेंड करता है नेक्स्ट मैच पे. अगर नेक्स्ट मैच भी एकदम ऐसा डाइसी टाइप पे तो फिर
great denial from the side of Foot last round, both in the
फिर सारे
space
टीम्स इंप्रूव
taking,
कर दिए.
the realization Shin was playing orbs to
I watched
try to
Ibon
claim
and Big
back
Shim. Love you.
a little bit of ground, get that spike, and now KC come in with weaker weapons, but one big one backing them up. The showstopper for Martin. The only problem is popping that early. He's almost certainly going to see the response of Cracks. If you pick the wrong site, that knife is going to be the knife will cancel out. The ult will cancel it out, but luckily they've gone the right way, so the rocket's online, and it's caught out of captain.
That's a good start. That will not only potentially get him an upgrade in terms of weaponry, but it's also taken so much space. The shot off gives up where Thomas is standing. Mr. Farland still holding strong, but will fall. Cleared out by KC. And while now you have seen that no command put into play, but there's not a lot left, really, that KC could have utilized.
चलो bench खा लिए, triple खा लिए.
Just look at these angles, man. Martin's got a stinger, but what we don't see is what's in his hand. A shorty holding the close angle means his teammates inside Lambs don't have too much to worry about despite their low HP. Good shot as Yadajay falls, and denial of the diffuse with a gap in the wall used to push around.
Hey, by 7.
Actually very clean from KC.
By heaven smoke, अच्छा था ना?
2-round lead.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed that.
अच्छा वो deep वाला heaven smoke नहीं किया, वरना वो शायद बाहर निकल के मारा था. ये वाला smoke अच्छा है.
Constantly happy to go for mid-round group ups. So even if they've got the spike down in this round, they all immediately start wrapping around to avoid where the Sage wall was, and they just have the spams on the spike from behind, clearing all the players in front. We saw the round where they did the same thing through the spawn, realizing that a lot of players have rotated through the TP and they could try and catch players out.
Well,
it also been clear
comeback हो सकती है अभी भी.
feeding information
पिस्तूल जीतो.
making those mid-round calls and then just acting off it as a group. And I think that's such a sort of valuable thing to have as a team.
आपने बोल दिया दूसरा चीज़ का मतलब इस बार सनी जीतेगा.
To adapt in these scenarios. Now Foot go on to that attack, but as mentioned, they no longer have Cned's raise. So that's one thing as space taking that might be a little bit difficult. They do have a little bit of extra utility though.
Something to help them get those.
Stage 1 prediction all region.
Fighting on the corner, 2 players already and stacked up. Good shots connected by Martin, and then Nine swings. Sees nobody. They've already claimed the space. Denied the push, and left foot sat back. Key thing here, his wall is down. You know that means they're not looking to cross up and take that space anymore. But for KC,
Pacific में PRX
they have to
जीतेगी भी.
rotate and play this crazy. They've actually made a very good call.
Genji अच्छा खेला लेकिन Jing
to just have the fall back on B, give the side up completely, and leave Tamazi
Jing
watching
ओफा होने
it.
वाला है.
Retake on one side of the map and a full stack on the other. This is going to be a tough one for Foot to find any opportunities. Even with the way Tamazi's peeking this.
रात को भी क्या
मैच
मैचेस नहीं रात को नहीं. इसके बाद एक और मैच है
push all the way through.
मिनीबू का.
He'll either get you or spot you and run away, and that's all they need is the info.
Instead, it doesn't look like his impact in this round will have
नहीं ना possible.
They are building into what is the
गया भाई पहला मैप गयो.
stacked up site. 4 players waiting. Contact held for Martin, and somehow Cracks actually done all right there. It looked like a moment where they might get slaughtered, but they brought it back into a potential scenario, although there's a lot of utility still available. The defenders putting into position so many spots now that the spike can't be planted in. Only 14 seconds left. The spams might not kill him off. He'll be able to survive at least a second longer, but it is left all onto Cracks. He doesn't even realize where they're coming from. Tomazi there to close out the round, and KC.
अन्ना के साथ कब खेलोगे? No idea, धीरज भाई. No idea.
Such a smart pistol.
हम लोग बंक ज़्यादा कैसे जाएंगे? Bye, what's up?
And those two fights that go their way, they set themselves up for success.
Membership में धीरज भाई का पड़ा. ईद मुबारक बस बैड वन में ईद मुबारक.
Series, I think it's fair to say that was the
भैया जल्दी से PRX का हो. Alex को देखनी है.
Early round risk be taken by Liquid and Foot would slap.
I did Spider-Man on him.
Right back down. But this is the thing. Now Foot are up against an opponent that aren't giving them those opportunities to bring back these crazy rounds, these classic rounds. I say that, and it is round 2, having lost a
this is
pistol
where
for
they
Foot.
did it.
This is the real danger zone somehow.
Even
I will say I have a lot more confidence in.
Even का dicey लग रहा है अभी.
Pistol, I think it shows you that
Last loss एकदम heavy.
Even just look at the way they're
heavy
playing
पड़ा है उनको last loss.
That they've allowed the space. I think this team is where they've truly been the best in the division, is playing off those retakes. Double flash straight through. CNET just like, you know what, I'm having none of it. And actually Cracks has hit one with that Sheriff. Oh, maybe we spoke a little bit too soon. He's really looking to try and take this one into his own hands, but Shin has been able to trade him out. No weaponry to be retrieved, but also a lot of angles still made awkward, still made possible for CNET to try and hold them back. At a captain up close with a classic. Always devastating. Mr. Farland's found another. This is starting to really fall apart. And the main issue now, Mitch, is that time. Is that clock? Is it all looks to fall apart again? It is the magic of this Foot side. Is those second rounds are scarier than any other.
I don't know how they get away with it. Again, man, if they lose a pistol, they still get that early half advantage. Crazy. And we talked about this in their last series, if you guys weren't watching that. The advantage claimed by a round like this is tenfold what you get in a pistol. Their economy is going to be set, and their opponents have nothing to play with.
Well, to put it into perspective, they're coming into this next round, which is obviously round 3.
इधर मजा आता है देखने में हिंदी commentary होती है.
Some of their players have like 3,000, 4,000 credits in the bank, so they can buy even into the next round. And they're coming up against what is just pistols, because they're opponents have a round break to sort of like, oh, okay, we'll come back in the next round. So you basically obliterate their economy for a round, make yours stacked.
भाई मैं सच्ची बताऊं किसके लिए ज़्यादा excited हूँ.
And also
BFM का match
so
देखने को.
Cracks just managed to hit a few crazy shots. He's now one off already, having the null command for the next
भाई
round.
अगर
Now what is KC gonna do?
BFM Master जीती,
they're gonna put every single egg into a singular basket.
सारे orbs रोने वाली है. सारे.
And it's already been spotted. So you
Mark
kind of
all,
expect
send all होएगा.
I think more than one person might have shot
समझ रहे हो?
that.
सारे orbs का एक combined WhatsApp group होएगा. Group का नाम रहेगा How.
I don't mind the idea, group up, push slow, and try to either take them down or find the flank up on hookah. But now the realization is in, after seeing utility on A.
क्यों? क्योंकि वो लोग 2 साल तक एक मैप नहीं जीते थे और अचानक से आके पूरी मास्टर्स.
Incredibly well, and I think the idea behind this round is it's a money maker round. You know, we already mentioned the credits they have. If they don't lose anybody here,
गलत storyline रहेगा बे, मजा आएगा.
क्या होता? KC need to make this costly to make up for losing the last. And as you can see, all bases are covered by Foot. The back being watched, that flash didn't hit, and Magnum knows it. With 10 HP, he's not winning that fight. So he'll bail around to his teammates. And it looks like KC realized the name of the game. It's damage. So they're playing exits. They're willing to let this spike tick all the way down. And the question is, will anybody from Foot take an avenue that they can exploit? TP for CNET is safe. And look at the other players wall banging that angle. And ultimately, finding that win exactly as they dreamed about. All 5 players alive. The credits now are stacked on the side of Foot. KC have a tough time defending this lead.
सारे मैचेस आ रहे
Yeah, it's
सारे
one of those rounds where you're looking now at
सारे
by having 6,000 credits. Like they are
और
set
अब भी
for the
देखो
half.
T1 को हरा
And
दिया
as said, this is normally the half where we see them thrive. I think the combinations of Cracks and Mr. Fallen
So what do
especially
you
are gonna be something
think
to marvel at.
will
And
be the
also
fourth
something else
in
to note,
Pacific?
and a captain right now is
देखो
having a quiet
PRX
match.
तो है
That doesn't normally last for long.
Gen
So
G भी
we'll
है
have to see. Casey obviously now onto their defensive side, and
उल्लू
it's an
बनाया रे
aggressive start at that. Yedajay may have done a little bit of damage. The combination's
ये तुझे
nice,
भाई
but it doesn't
हल्का
quite
सा
catch them. Cool
लॉल
idea
डूड हो
coming
गया
out,
आपके
but
साथ
not quite.
ठीक है ये दो तो कंफर्म है
Then fall back. Casey don't want to overcommit to fights. And thankfully for them,
ये तो कंफर्म है
they won't have
PRX
to.
सेन
Looks like
कंफर्म
there's
है
going to be a utility dump
ठीक है
on the way through hookah.
इस बार DRX भी
Mazzy the
बहुत
only
स्ट्रांग
danger,
दिख
but
रही
he's got
है
an easy enough bailout. Oh, never
हाँ?
mind. I said they
तो
didn't want to
DRX
fight.
को भी कंफर्म कर दे
Mazzy just goes swinging on that angle, finds one,
फोर्थ का
repositions two,
देखना
but
पड़ेगा
Krax is ready for it. Ever vigilant TP through. Oh, big fight on its way. I thought maybe they'd wait a second for this, but instead they go diving with the
कैसे
showstopper,
निकला
claim the
उसका
spike,
अल्टी मेरा
and
तो
leave
नहीं
Mr.
निकलता
Fallen all alone with another TP. He's got an idea where everyone is. Now he's got that info locked in, but dealing with this is going to be a bit complicated. Even the flashes, he thinks they're going to push him. You know, he's burning up some of his utility that he very much needs if he's going to have any chance of
उतना कर
reclaiming
सकता है
that
भाई
spike.
सेव
This is the exact thing we're talking about, though. A lot of teams in this scenario go, okay, one dude left, let's just push him, let's try to take him down, let's kill him. Not a chance. Both just sitting back on the spot,
RR को या फिर
not
जेटा
giving
पता
any
नहीं
opportunity,
फोर्थ नहीं पता
playing it safe, and you can see Mr. Valen's desperately trying to just bait someone into a fight. In fact, they're just going to leave. They just left altogether. Like, you know what, Mr. Valen, we don't even want to risk one gun here. You have credits, we know that already.
फोर्थ
So
के
we're
लिए
just not
heavy
going to give
competition
you
है
anything. He's also one away from having Thrash in the next round, so
Energy.
they're not going to give that over to him. And Mr.
Pacific
Valen's
का
left
बात
all on
कर
his
रहा हूँ
lonesome as the round heads over to KC.
That is not a round you're going to see most teams going for in that way. The discipline of KC highlighted. And it makes me so happy because, again,
I can't think of any team. At least in EMEA.
Someone's fighting. At least one person is fighting. The other two might run away.
Yeah.
One might run away, but someone is fighting there.
कितने लड़ते हैं ना ये
They're
लोग
giving Thrash away,
हाँ?
and they're setting foot up for success in the next
सेन
round.
कौन
But
से
no,
पैसिफिक में
KC
सेन
playing
किधर
smart.
PRX
I
DRX
love this team.
और जेनजी
And Foot, well, their
ये
most
तीन
advantageous trait is punishing over
ये
aggression.
तीन
is taking
कंफर्म है अभी
fights. Well, they
फोर्थ
give
तो
the
देखना पड़ेगा
more.
तो आगे
And then at the start of the
फोर्थ के
round,
लिए
they bring the fight.
हाँ वो
Cracks
है
loses his life
competition
off
है
rip, and he's been a big factor behind their success. That utility gone, and most importantly, the
जी
weapon no
सबके
longer in
पास
his
है
hands.
चांस
This
फोर्थ
is
के
the
लिए
yin and yang of KC.
बट ये
These
तीन तो
aggressive
भाई
starts around,
कोई स्लॉट नहीं उठा
and then just looking to convert the 5v4.
फोर्थ
They are
के लिए
playing
heavy
the
मारा
numbers
मारी
in
है
Valorant, and it is enjoyable to watch. Now, Foot, they have to try and beat the odds. Cracks has definitely had a bit of a resurgence when it comes to this second half, but at least for now, they're going to have to play this one
जेटा भी
without
अच्छा है
leaving with a couple of
RR की भी
flashes
अच्छा है
missing, and just trying to
T1
get
भी
that
अच्छा
plant
है
in. Almost trying to
लेकिन
bait
T1
again,
का
so
ये
bait
recent
them
loss
into
के
the
बाद है ना
fights.
थोड़ा
And
लेफ्ट
only
राइट
now that they have the full force of their squad are they going to try and get into position. The nade dropped, but Anna Captain's done well. Even still, though, trade is immediate.
That trade's keeping the favor for KC, and they know CNET could be around
Shot,
this angle, dealing
babe.
with him. It's a little bit different, but he's got his ice wall out, at least. It will be put into play, and they'll have to break it, buying a little bit of extra time. Mr. Fallen, though, dividing his attention, and Tamazi takes advantage of it. Damage, not a kill. Still 2 players alive. And with the spike being tapped as we speak, the spray's going to come through. A kill would give Thrash, at least, if the kill was for Mr. Fallen. And he might not need it, never mind!
भाई क्या खेल रही है केसी भाई क्या खेल रहे हैं केसी यार 6 HP
Yeah. I feel like he must have broken his wrist to flick back to that second player.
Binks bleed भी हो
Again,
सकता है
it's just the early rounds, the paranoia combined alongside the guiding light to get the.
ये भाई फॉर्म में आ जाएगा ना
Seen it a little bit unlucky with the timing there, but yeah, it's these last couple of shots out from Magnum. Wow!
थोड़ा लो फील कर रहा है वो
Way to bring things home
भाई
for the
केसी
IGL.
जीत गया ऐसा खेलेगा तो बे
Now 10-7. Foot will have felt like that was theirs to take, and because of that, they're going to give guys a moment
Total
to
3
talk with the squad.
teams
Well, they
going
have
to
to, Tom.
Masters.
That was their way back
Okay.
in. Now they're on their last legs economically. Their ults are coming online. If they fluff this one, you're going straight to Lotus. And that's the problem.
क्या हो
Mine
गया
was
बे?
Foot's pick, and Casey have come in
Game
with a
shot बढ़ाओ,
commanding lead.
बराबर है
I
ना?
think with the way these rounds are going as well, you know, an upset here or there for Foot, a Foot round. But KC have been playing their game.
That like
and
करो,
finding very
जो
few
लोग
flaws
stream
in it.
में
In
नए
fact,
like कर
I think
दो,
if you're
subscribe
10-7
कर
in the
दो,
lead when
2000
Harry
के
has 6
बाद.
kills, you're doing damn well for yourself. This guy's usually leading the charge, and he's not even, no disrespect to him, 6 kills, 10, that's 9 assists, doing his job, doing a lot for the team. But when he pops off, this game's over already.
Well, as I said, like last time these two teams played against each other,
जी
I
का
think broke
जी
the kill record for EMEA,
मतलब
getting 40 kills in a match. So, you
अभी
know,
slot
they
चुराने
probably
वाला
were
सीन है कि वो
worried
तीन
about
teams
him.
बहुत
Obviously,
strong
changes
दिख
to the
रही है.
composition,
DRX,
changes that
PRX
look
और
good.
Genji.
Last time out, this
Heavy
was a
strong दिख रही है
13-4
वो
map
teams.
in favor of Foot versus KC.
तो कुछ
Obviously, I feel
अनोखा
like this team has
करना पड़ेगा
evolved
बाकी teams
massively
को.
since then, playing through a Masters, having a decent finish, and only losing to the top teams within the world. And again, the same sort of early pressure. 3-player push, combination of utility
Fnatic
to
के लिए
start.
next match crucial है. Fnatic को जीतना पड़ेगा
Foot
next.
aren't sitting
हाँ?
back. They're going to try and fight in towards showers
Shot.
instead. An early fight wins them the
Shot
job.
बे.
The
Shot.
rookie to the league. As I've said many times, it does not feel like it.
It really doesn't. Yeah, you don't see too many rookies doing that, although it's funny to say it in this matchup, but they're right on the other side.
True.
Exact same.
And Martin and Tomati.
Guys, वो लोग कभी
I get your point.
heaven में deep smoke डालते हैं और कभी बाहर का smoke डालते हैं. Notice किया?
You know, we got some kind of good rookies here.
But that's it. That's what EMEA is all about this season. And by the looks of it, Foot are looking to challenge that here and now. They're
Notice
back on the
क्या
board with 8. This is already a save call from KC. We're going to play it for the next. Of course, we mentioned that the way the early half went and a couple of these rounds for Foot, they built up a major bank. They even managed to make it work with
Fnatic have to
pistols when
win
their
next.
economy was
वरना
eventually
moral
challenged.
down
Now
होगा.
KC are in
Fnatic
that same
जीतना
boat.
पड़ेगा.
It's not worth committing to this play.
Fnatic का अभी
Instead, trying to
भी
save the
chance है
weapons, and
VCT
thankfully they
champion का
will drop
अगर
out a captain
पुराना
who was
coach
hunting
मिनी
them
आ गया
down.
तो. मिनी
So
तो
those
अभी भी
weapons
है.
are pretty much secure.
Assistant coach है ऐसा कुछ तो है ना वो.
Do still have a little bit of extra credits if they really wanted to fight for this, but with the majority of players,
जब वो लोग back side लेते हैं ना तब भी वो लोग करते हैं.
also
बाहर
wanting
तक
to
का
get his
smoke.
online, and I don't think
वरना
it's a
deep
bad
smoke
call
करके लड़ते हैं वो
to
लोग.
just hold on to the extra weaponry.
Can
Still
you tell exact
competitive,
remaining
no
sub
doubt
for
about
3
that,
minute
but
It's a lot.
you do have to wonder how much of a possibility there's going to be, because it's now a weird cat and mouse, because you've had the super aggressive KC defense looking for the opener, falling back and making it awkward. This round, again, they aggressed on 2 fronts. They had that be short aggression to try and take an aggressive fight, and then they also had 2 players push showers.
जी को सब matches जीतना पड़ेगा. सब नहीं मेरे
That's
हिसाब
what I'm sort of
से.
wondering now. Is there going to be further sort of aggression? Are we going to have those moments where KC continue to push, or is them being shut down in this round going to change the dynamic of their defensive side?
Worst case scenario, शायद एक और हार
to see the word technical up on the screen. Don't worry, it's a timeout, a normal one for KC. We're going to take a moment to discuss exactly what we've been talking about. This is a big round for them, and I think one of the key things that they've got to look at is the fact that Foot have 5 ultis potentially online. 2 are just 1 away, the other 3 there to play with, and so there's a lot of discussion that has to go down as KC potentially commit a lot of credits to this. If they do buy up,
does he have a permanent
much
slot in
open that door
Masters?
back
Nobody
up
has a
for Foot.
permanent
That seems
slot
to
in
have been shut
Masters.
in their face a couple of times. There's a few big rounds Foot needed to win. That
Last
they
time के Master winner कोई permanent
that's
slot नहीं
that's a
है.
Foot game.
Yeah.
They'll win the ones they shouldn't.
I think the scary thing with buying up here is that the ult economy, although getting better for KC, it's firmly in Foot's favor. Like they almost have all 5 online. One of them being Thrash,
Because
no
Bugs by
Command,
G
Viper's
will
bit not
win.
far
I'm
away.
positive.
Okay,
I
would
just
say
want
that
them
from
to
the
play
shadows
good.
and Rares are very situational. The other side you have Viper's Pit, Seeker's not far away, but ultimately this round could easily swing because of the ults that Foot have. And having some weaker weaponry, like a lot of the aggressive fights they've been taking, you're not going to want to judge.
You don't reckon?
No, maybe in a passive
Can
position,
Sen
like
win
sitting
back-to-back
in lamps.
Masters?
Yes,
You
sir.
might
Possible.
want it there.
And that's it. Foot have been taking laps a
Possible.
lot. That's what this wall is for. Cracks, unfortunately, a little bit of a recon beam going up in the sky as they eventually take control. They meet Shin, and it spans through the smoke.
you all
Oh,
ले
they've
पा
caught
रहे
Cracks
जज के
again.
वजह से.
That's 2 in a row. He won't be res
Blind
this
आ रहा
time.
है 10.
He's dropped for good. Fight back from Mr. Fall and gets one. Thrash is online, no safe space to use it, but they're out. At least one is too safe, and the other still out on bat.
By Sage, बहुत दूर है.
Yeah, comfortably enough able to get this plant through. Thrash online, Rez. Yeah.
क्या लगता है?
Good luck to you if you manage that, Rez. Maybe you could
पहुंच पाएगा वो?
sneak up late. Go through the TP, but that's just not how you want to play this round.
I was wondering if CNED would hang around a little bit, wait for that rotation. Thrash is basically just being used as a deterrent, allowing him to get back into position, and then it's going to be held for the late round. I don't mind the idea. The push is bold from Ada Captain, trying to get into a position to catch them off guard, but they are moving as a unit. As always with the KC boys.
ये जिंदा है, इसको लड़ने का नहीं है, बाकी लोग लड़ रहे हैं इसके लिए.
KC now just 2 rounds away from taking themselves the victory on their opponent's map choice and moving into their home turf.
11 rounds on the board. Like we said, Foot's ulti con was very much stacked.
It is champion next, not masters. इसके बाद masters है भाई, Shanghai. उसके बाद champion.
But at the end of the day, it's a shooting game.
Ratnesh, thank you for the membership.
Mentality. Come in as a squad. And barely any damage done to them on the way back through. Clean. 3-round lead. Credits on the line for that attacking side. They've got some to back them up, but
they rebought the
Sunset
judge.
They will have to do a lot of
things.
Was
it? He got, yeah, because he got the
final
kill with the rifle.
Good.
So he has either dropped over and then rebought.
आपको मिलेगा एसिटल पेंडेंट मिलेगा. मैं जा रहा हूँ परसों को.
I think that would be insane.
Yeah, and for
sexy दिखता है ना?
could have dropped him, but this is obviously
बड़ा बड़ा के नहीं
the
है.
judge found you last round. Why get rid of it?
क्या लगता है? मार्टिन मारा पता है क्योंकि 2 ही बंदे.
Shut down Yedajay, and while
2 ही बंदे. वहाँ पे 3 आते तो.
Going to be an immediate res, an attempt to try and counter this, but the bodyguard of CNED and the wall will mean that advantage this time is kept. I think that's been the plan. Try and go for some of these double ups. It's just last time Yedajay just won the fight, and it's like,
क्या ये space के लिए यहाँ से अल्ट मारे और बाकी लोग भी जाएंगे?
Oh, Viper's Pit. Now that's going to cause a couple of problems. See, Snakebite's already burned up by Tamazi. He's got 1 left to play with, but have to put the orb up. So he's not going to be able... Oh, that's actually Yedajay's orb. So never mind. You won't be putting that up. So at this point, there's no real denial. Those players could be pushed out, but the Seekers get some information. Players outside of B, at least one as the Seeker gets destroyed, and a second too. KC have the info now. They have seen that there are players B. Yet they commit to the stack.
I think the thing is that what Foot did was they played so far back that the Seekers go deep enough that it looks like they're building up around that A site. They were back towards mid. They were holding, so they gambled on the KC side, and Foot... They basically gambled that they would do that. A smart way to play with those rotations. At a captain, this fight could be everything. It's definitely a little bit more awkward. He dodges the flash, and the shots eventually connect. A bit like Magnum. Probably could have had him once or twice there. Now, though, Foot just starting to dominate, leaving Shin alone. And Andrew flawless is how they bounce back into this one. And well, I don't think this team's ever going to run out of credits at this rate.
Fantastic round from Yedajay. That ult kept them in position. The fact that Viper's Pit's still on A, despite, I mean, one of those Seekers was destroyed literally in the doorway to Hookah. I'm surprised at that point at least one player doesn't go back, but we've seen this from KC before. The willingness to stack up a site, stay there as a team, and their retakes together have been near perfect.
It's also a 4v5. I think that's probably what sold it for them.
And then this time you have Yedajay just waiting behind. He's saying, you guys want to retake as a
Foot
team?
जीता है, लेकिन KC का starting का अच्छा था.
And he does such a good
4
job.
बंदे इस टैग. Retake थोड़ा left right हो गया, लेकिन वो लोग का अच्छा था यार. वो thought अच्छी थी.
11-9, 2 rounds in it.
Yeah, still looking for these aggressive plays. The flash in, and it seems like the TP was just used as somewhat of a ruse, just to try and almost play with them a little bit.
Mid game तक बराबर था. 4 बंदे A पे.
They might think I've TP'd heaven.
Replant हो गया, तिलकने
might not have anyone close enough to check that.
It does look like I've just seen
ऐसा नहीं कि लोग भागे जा रहे हैं.
That's it. They are watching heaven because they don't know what control they've lost. This has been purely utilized by our captain.
ये round अगर KC आ रहा तो 11-11.
They're going to have to continuously think about where this guy could be. Even still, though,
ये round
KC in terms of their setup, they've got 4 players ready and waiting, an aggressive hookah spot as well in case there's a rotation back, and it is just going to be this brawl on the A side once again.
Well, our captain hit all 5 with paranoia, but not with his ability. Now, though, they've realized where he is as he steps into the fight. All right, well, he was looking at heaven. He should have been looking at the walkout. 3 kills coming back from KC. It's winnable yet again. They're not letting go of these rounds, but they might be forced to let go of the plant at least. Playing for the post, Shin walled off. No real chance to cause any sneaky plays, and so they'll group up instead. Viper's pit for Tamazi. Online.
Backside KO का blind देखा?
Dart used. Shin just goes ulting in to spot both players, but I think he only saw one. Might not have gotten the turn around in time. The Viper's pit up. This is going to make it difficult, but CNED around the side. He could look for a spam. The spike's being tapped. He wants to move in to see him. And it all comes down to timing, which is near perfect for CNED. Now they wait out the decay. No, they don't. Yedajay just swings. Fair enough.
11.
That's one way to handle it. 10 to 11. I
भाई
thought they
11 हो गए भाई. 4 जन के स्टैक में घुस के मार रहे हैं भाई. ब्लाइंड बैक साइड का भी बात तब है. वो आगे नहीं आ सकते क्योंकि हुक है.
Captain come online. This still again though, the swings back and forth with this double up, but this time the 2v2 goes in their favor. As you said, CNED's reposition was perfect. And now after continuous buy round after buy round after buy round,
भाई फुट का ब्लाइंड बाप तब है.
To be honest, I think I've seen that same coach cam when they've won a round.
11.
It's hard to tell the difference, but KC definitely feeling a little bit of stress as they
Too early, but prediction for next master.
Should be their second one, right? They had one a little bit earlier.
Too many teams have a good chance, but I hope Sen wins.
They're knocking on victory's door. The problem is that they've ran out of credits. They've lost their cash, lost their money. And so we're likely looking at an 11 to 11 scoreline. That means the margin for error is very slim on a squad that's been leading for the majority of this map.
I think the thing as well is that FUT have now started to adapt to those aggressive pushes. Because a lot of the early rounds were KC getting an opener, falling back, playing the 5v4. They're great in retakes, especially when they're advantage. I think they're one of the best teams in the world at trading. That's where they've been fantastic. But FUT have now, well, you even saw in that one, they use the TP just to get in their heads. They have to fall back. They can't keep playing aggressively because you don't know what ground that you have lost. Then that comes into a more standard execute, and that's where FUT's able to close it out with the even numbers. So even though it came close, I do think FUT have slowly been getting a hold of this attack side, as they did last time out. Even still, though, we're going to see the same level of aggression again, hoping that they can maybe bait for Narrate. Now, he does have Thrash, but unless this gets into a position where they believe they can win the round, I'd be very surprised if he uses it.
कोई भी जीता तो स्टोरी है बे. बहुत सारे टीम्स की स्टोरीज. Hello Bunks, I love you.
Hasn't reached him. There is a gap. They should realize that. Even just from CNED's perspective, you can tell that snake bite isn't clearing the corner. The dog through. Okay, he's won now with 30 HP left. One more blast, and he was in a lot of trouble. But the heal up is going to bring him back to fighting health, and he'll just avoid taking that fight. All paranoid up. Shin will get nothing. I like this mosh, though. I could force him out of position, make the fight go down, and actually give the timing for Shin to swing around. Will they expect him to be here still? No, the rotate's going in, and it looks like there's going to be a god-tier late flank from Mr. Fallen.
Yeah, I think it's, again, just patience that actually ends up paying off in this round for FUT. Okay. And a captain's going to go down, at least. And Mr. Fallen now on that long-awaited flank. Shin's actually going to go right.
Read to hai.
Sixth sense. Talked about doing the Spider-Man in the last round. It seems like he had the spidey senses, but even
11. Any ultis?
End up catching Magnum. I think just, okay, he had to gamble at that point.
Ab KC ke jeetne ke chance
round, and that patience is again what pays off for FUT.
Jaan bhai nahi karna yaar kuch.
This was looking like a done deal for KC, but now, well, it could go either way.
मेरे हिसाब से फिर Genji जीतेगी next match.
3 players were sub 50 HP out of the 4 remaining. So there were chances, but not ones that were capitalized on. This time it has to be different. As a timeout.
When is your next race ult?
And if I'm not mistaken, even though my hood might be lying to me, I think that's the last timeout available in regulation. There would only be one more chance.
भाई सब जीतने वाले हैं, सबको अभी ट्रॉफी दे दो, सर्कस में जाता हूँ. जा रहे सर्कस में, bye-bye.
I don't think that one has been counted, but it's really interesting because I feel like this is the perfect moment
VIT join कब कर रहे Bunks भाई?
So I'm sure they're on the other side of things.
Please join करो यार, सब ऐसे टूर में हूँ मैं.
I agree. It's a good time. But it might just be that round got a little bit
Plus
shaky at times, or
and
even
SC2
just,
are like brothers.
Again, I think Guys is very good at this point. He's been with this team a long time of reading, okay, maybe they're getting ahead of themselves.
Yo, hello chat, माल
talking
मिलेगा.
about certain things I want them to talk about, and just going, okay, we need
खान में क्या है?
because that's the thing. Even though Lotus last time out when they played
मेरे लिए
was
peace है,
20
peace.
to 18, one of the most ridiculous scorelines we've seen in
Grilled
EMEA.
peace.
That doesn't mean that
Eid Mubarak,
KC
Eid
haven't
Mubarak.
evolved since then. They got to
भाई
go to
आजा
Madrid,
VCT
play the best
आजा
teams in the world,
VCT
learn
अमेरिका
the
से
weaknesses
आजा
of their own
VCT अमेरिका से
compositions, and also just play a lot more official matches on that map in particular. For Foot,
प्रीमियर का
it
क्या
might be
सीन
a
है
map
नेक्स्ट
you think
स्टेज
you
के लिए
can go
क्वालिफाई हो
close
गया
versus them.
अभी नेक्स्ट स्टेज का क्या
But
सीन
you're
है
not going to
पता
want to lose your own map and then go there.
Well, that's it. Yeah, if you're going in with a map deficit, there's a bit of a different vibe.
फुट विन
For
अभी
KC,
इतने
they've
अल्टीज
had-
है
I
नहीं
wouldn't
फुट
say
के पास
commanding control. It has definitely been in contention the whole way.
नेक्स्ट
But then it
राउंड
seems
वर्स्ट
like
के
they had their
सिनेरियो
hands on the
गेको
on
और
the
केसी
reins
का
for quite
अल्ट
a
आ
while.
जाएगा
And
गेको और
the rounds
क्यूरेक्स का
they've
अल्ट
won
आ
stick in
जाएगा
my mind as much cleaner
तो उनके पास
rounds,
चांसेस तो
repeatable
ज्यादा है
ones. Then again, I do know Foot, and when you see a round you don't think is
क्लोज
repeatable,
करने के
you're wrong.
चांसेस
because they'll
ज्यादा
win
है
the
फुट
next
के
one with
पास
classics on
तो
the
लो
next map.
पैसे
It
भी है
just keeps happening. They've done it here
ये राउंड
already with
जीता
11 to 11
नेक्स्ट
on
राउंड
the
किसी के पास
line.
पैसा नहीं है
Martin,
अरे
I
ये
saw
राउंड हारा
he
नेक्स्ट
had
राउंड
an
उनके
op
पास
earlier,
फिर
but
भी
he's
पैसा
given it
है
over to narrate instead, playing a closer angle, and that's
God,
why 2
dude.
quick kills and the third
क्रूशियल था
push in.
क्रूशियल था ये
KC,
जीतना
they definitely got their hands on the reins now.
Yeah, he's been lights out in this match. So many
ट्राई तो
important
करेंगे
openers
पैसे
when it
बहुत है
comes to this defensive side especially. 2 versus 4 scenario.
will you play valorant asset will have
continuing
asset
into
well
this
का
side.
आपको उनसे
Shin
क्वेश्चन
still
पूछूंगा
having
love
his
you Banga love you
paranoia
too
from earlier,
love
just
from
gonna
Odisha
slow
I
them
won't
down
play
even further.
Valo
The push
mobile
coming up behind them
at
as
least
well
at start
eventually, so it feels like Foot really
Valo
need to
PC is much
find
more
themselves
fun
the kills here, and if they use the TP, their opponents
but
will
अगर
be waiting.
graphics controls वो
This
सब
is gonna be
ज्यादा है
commitment. Wall
और मैं
save
उसमें भी अच्छा खेल रहा
small,
हूँ
but they have to fight for it first.
So
Shin
maybe.
is in their way, and he's going nowhere. 3 quick kills. His first in the
Plant
beginning
नहीं
of the
मिला ना?
round, trading out his teammate in the last 2.
प्लान मिला
As he stands
तो गेको का
alone
अल्ट है
and stays standing.
अभी
in the end.
क्यूरेक्स का अल्ट
12
निकालना है
to 11. KC 1 away from closing this out.
क्यूरेक्स का अल्ट
I'm not
निकालना
that-
है
yeah, like we said,
बी
they've had a
जाएंगे ये
decent
लोग
bit of control on.
मोस्टली
They won't be delighted about how things have
I
gone
think
along the
they'll
way.
go B
But if they get a 13 to 11, that's all that matters.
OT जा सकता है
Yeah, it really is impressive as well. Like this man's glow up. Like I think we can all look back and say like, oh, you know, yeah, I saw glimpses. Like he had some decent, but the fact
इसने
is,
देखा A shot
even just
smoke
on an
A
individual
shot
level,
re-smoke
Shin has been a different
इसने
player this
देखा
season. 22
उन
and
लोगों को
14,
मजाक लगता था ना वो स्मोक
having a
इसने
great
देखा
time within
यार
this new look KC.
ऑक्टो
Well, now just 1 round needed for KC to open up in this matchup. Take that first map, head into their home
क्यूरेक्स
turf
का
of Lotus
प्रोनाउंसिएशन
and
थोड़ा
put foot on the
कैजुअल है
back
क्यों
foot
क्यूरेक्स से बोलते हैं
within this series. Even still though, as we've
वो
mentioned,
पुश
Foot have had so
क्यों
many
कर दिया
credits
कभी
saved
कभी
up since
कर
the
देते
early
रे
stages of
टाइमिंग
this
पकड़ने
half
के लिए
that they are still
डबल पिक कर
comfortably able
देते
to buy.
इसने और बुटा लिया
Thrash in the back pocket as well. Cracks 1 away. There's a few ults that could come online, but it's Thrash for Narrate as well. Defensive reaction, op in his hands as well. Hasn't really had the chance to use it. Here comes the first Thrash of the round. Thrown in towards this site, and it might catch Martin. In fact, it will, but he's already out and safe. This player's covering him, but Shin was spotted and spammed that, so he'll give up that control. And the A site under a lot of threat. Mosh might buy some time, but another Thrash to go through. This time, Mr. Fallen falls, and then the shot connected by Narrate. Pulls the Thrash out. As the defenders now throw theirs in to try to slow down this attacking side. Ada Captain has, I don't know if he's quite snuck his way in. They're definitely expecting it. In fact, I see Narrate holding it. But now, there's no chance. TP was used to claim Spike after the wall
भाई
down.
टीपी मार रहा
To
नहीं
get
मारा
it, took damage from it, and then they used the TP. Just CNED has taken a ridiculous amount of damage for basically no reason at all. That's very badly communicated by the side of Foot. Now they're going to have an even bigger deficit, and as we've said, when it comes to these retakes, this is where the death ball of KC comes alive.
One way smoke भी
No, it's just been ruthless every time.
One way smoke
CNED's now
देखो
backing up
baby
inside of Hookah, be able to provide some support, but actually not the death ball. Split into 2 two-man squads this time for KC, and that could be a mistake. Tamazi able to double up though, and that round is already sealed. CNED solo tucked in the corner.
Close,
KC
close,
deal with it
babe,
and find the
close.
defuse with plenty of time to spare. 13 to 11 on map number 1.
Bro.
Foot's pick, KC's victory.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's
भाई
another
KC
showing of
अच्छा
KC
खेला
growing,
बे
adapting, changing
हाँ?
their composition in order to match up against Foot. The last
KC
time they played a
अच्छा
kickoff,
खेला
it
बे
was 13 to 4. Well, let's hope after the break that the Lotus is going to go a little bit differently for Foot. Otherwise, this could be a 2-0.
कोई ऐसी बड़ा कोई गलती हुआ है बड़ा नहीं ना दोनों इवन खेले दोनों इवन खेले हाँ फुट के स्टैट्स भी अच्छे थे बे, दोनों इवन थे ना, क्लोज था.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces.
2-0
Stay
मुझे
away
तो
from
फुट
them.
के लिए लोटस
Stay
में
away
होप
from
नहीं.
Lorca, Paco, and Picasso.
ठीक है, फनाटिक
Don't
को
ask
हरा
about
लोटस.
Lola.
एक्सक्यूज मी.
I
नॉर्बिट वाला
buy
कोई
a
स्टोरी
girl
बताओ.
big.
नहीं, ये
Lord
जीजी है, 2-0 होने वाला है.
But in spite of everything,
एक शायरी फॉर
it
वॉच
occurs
पार्टी.
to you
आपकी
to
वॉच
visit
पार्टी के बिना
Andalusia.
दिन
Don't
अधूरा
say I
होता
didn't
है.
warn you. Be
आपका
careful of
वॉच
the
पार्टी के बिना
Andalusian
दिन
crush.
अधूरा होता है. आपकी वॉच पार्टी के बाद दिन पूरा होता है. वाह 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 वाह. बहुत ही कैजुअल लेकिन अच्छी शायरी थी. केसी एंड टीएच आर सडनली वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू बीट. हाँ ना, अभी आएगा ना मिनी बू. मिनी बू, मिनी बू, मिनी बू को देखने में अलग मजा आता है. कुछ भी बोलो. चैट 4K लाइक्स करो. 300 लाइक्स अवे. ये वीक तो चल रहा है. यप. मिनीबू एक एंड प्लेइंग टुडे. इसको हाइड दो रे मॉड को. हर बार नॉट प्लेइंग सडनली आ जाता है वो. हाँ Is there any Twitter banters? ट्विटर पे डाला हो. अप्रैल मंथ में मैं किसकी बात नहीं सुनने वाला.
Taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it. See the yeah, cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Hey, easy to see things I wanna weigh up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up.
No banter. Radio stage brother. THB. TH20. आपके ऊपर हुआ सबसे बेस्ट प्रैंक बताओ. ज्यादा नहीं हुआ है मेरे पास. मेरे साथ प्रैंक इतना होता ही नहीं है. बस गेमिंग होगी, इसके बाद होगी, मोस्टली होगी रूटर पे लेके. 2 दिन से किया नहीं. Think it's hard now, I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. Na 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 na. Binks love you, ढेर सारा love you. Points के 104KC. इन गेम्स के बाद आपका गेम में मजा आता है. बिल्कुल ऑपोजिट. You are a diamond surrounded by pearls. I love you. तुम क्यों नहीं गए बंक्स भाई मोदी जी से मिलने यार? नाम के वजह से यार. नाम के वजह से. चैट में नाम चेंज करो यार. 96 रखू.
It is a great start for
कभी वाशी टोल नाका में पकड़े गए हो क्या ट्रैफिक पुलिस से ना?
In week 2.
हमेशा टोल
Just wanted
बढ़ते
to
भाई.
hear some of these comms, you know, before we jump into it. There we go. I hope I didn't interrupt anything, but I am back here with Kakuka and Steel. Like I said, a great
मेरे को
start
कभी नहीं
for
बुलाने
KC
वाले.
here. At one point, maybe it could have gone either way, but still, they managed to close it out, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, I think
आशीर्वाद
what we saw
दोनों
there
पेपर
was
के
kind
लिए
of like a
बस
lot of
24 दिन
resilience
है.
from
आशीर्वाद to
KC.
you, love you.
You know, starting 0-2 down, picking up a round, getting ecoed like a couple of times on their attack, and still being able to come out on top, and then keeping
ये
that.
देख, अभी इसने लिखा है नाम के वजह से नहीं भाई, नंबर के वजह से बोलो. बाद में लिखा है जोक. ऐसे हाइड देने का मन करता है. मतलब तू सच्ची घर पे बैठ के ये सेंटेंस लिखते लिखते तू खुद हंसा है क्या? जो जोक लिख के ऐसा हंसने वाले इमोजी डालता है. मतलब क्या रे? हाँ, बड़े बड़े हो जाओ थोड़ा सा. इतने टाइम से देख रहे हो केपी भाई, थोड़े बड़े हो जाओ. लव यू बंक्स भाई, आप बहुत अच्छे काम कर रहे हो और कोरिया जाना हुआ तो मिलते हैं. कोरिया में जा रहा हूँ नेक्स्ट मंथ में जा रहा हूँ.
Out, they fared pretty well in those situations. If Foot could design as
पक्की
many
बात है,
rounds where
love
they get
you.
to those types of situations, that's going to be kind of like where they're going to convert the most, and that's what they hope for. But KC is usually
Ana
pretty
Kakuka आ
good
गई.
with being proactive on their defense and being in the right positions at the right time, but then they also do a pretty good job.
आज 2 बजे
on
तक
the
लाइव
retakes,
ये
much
2
better than
मैच
their
स्ट्रीम
post-rounds on their
करेंगे.
attack.
उसके बाद रूटर चलेंगे.
because I believe that this round is right
Your
after an Eng
stream
timeout.
heal
What
my
he's
daily
telling
dose
them,
of
honestly,
energy.
just
Love
let
you.
them take the space. They're gonna have to do everything little by little. And to be fair,
बात
Foot
तो
was
बराबर.
faking a lot. You know, just put in a bit of pressure because since they don't have a duelist, they don't have that explosive factor, right? They have
Yeah.
to work the map bit by bit. You don't have an entry per se, so you have to be finding the holes. And I think that KC ended up with a very good read on that. And just say
Correct.
honestly, in this situation, just play together and open angles one by one.
Yeah, but also
Yeah.
Kakuka, the eco rounds. We've seen this time and time again from
बराबर.
Foot. They don't need to win the pistol because they just win the next round anyway.
Honestly, this is something
Plus
that
one.
should be on any team that is going to be playing against a footballist.
बराबर बोलो.
The fact that if you
हाँ?
win the pistol round, you have to be super prepared on how you're going to play the anti-eco or however you want to call it. That second round, when you do not expect your opponent to have a lot. Foot always
ये round
comes in
जीत सकते
with
थे.
the best of plans. They did it the other day to Team Liquid a
गुड
couple of
बाप
times,
के
and
लग रहा
now
हूँ.
we
ये
see it
राउंड
again.
लेकिन
I
एक्चुअल
think
में
when you see teams winning eco rounds
जीत
like
सकते
this, what does it really mean? It means that they're really good on an individual level, especially with sheriffs, being able to win those isolated
भाई क्या
duels.
मस्त काम
But it
करते हो
also
आप.
showed
Love
us that
you.
KC is probably not looking as strong as we had like hoped to
You
see.
should do trend
Obviously,
of
winning
Gulabi
this
Zed,
map
excuse me.
against them.
ये
when it's supposed to be the weakest
round
map, like,
जीत
if they're
सकते
gonna
थे.
win on
हाँ.
anything, it's going to be bind. And if KC is able to overcome that, even showing how sloppy they've been in this map, I think that's still a pretty good.
अभिषेक
showing
भाई
that
क्या
they
हो
still
गया?
have the
मैं जो
resilience to
बोल रहा हूँ
bounce back.
रिपीट कर रहे
Yeah,
हो.
exactly. And if we take a look at the numbers, another things that might be surprising is Narrate not having a 20+ kind of game, right? I think that he has been performing in every single one of them. But even though his numbers were not crazy in this map specifically, he was.
भाई क्या सीन है बे? आज बहुत लोगों को हाइड देने का मन कर रहा है. कहाँ से आ गए बे ये लोग? अबे कालू अपना काम करो. मैंने ऑलरेडी काम किया है तुम्हारे मम्मी के साथ. भाई क्या सीन है भाई?
Like, we talk about the lack of duelists, cool, whatever, but it's like if you're gonna play Sage, at least play them properly. We're not seeing any like
आज
creative walls.
चैट
We're
थोड़ा
not seeing
कैजुअल है.
any,
हाँ
like,
ना?
deep walls or proactivity. They're just standing around.
Yeah, he rezzed once. Only one time in that entire map. And speaking of CNED, here he is in the AIM Labs warm-up as we head to Lotus. Surely he's not going to play anything too funky here, right, against KC.
Hear me out. I agree with you still.
कर दो
Putting
ban
CNED
ऐसे
on
लोगों
stage is
को.
something that, yes, we have seen before. On round 3, he already had an operator. So
नशीले
I
पदार्थ
assume
लोग
that it's
घूम
going to
रहे
be a
को.
different type of Sage. The way that he was using some of the
कौन
rounds in
L
the
head दे रहा
last
है?
round,
कोई
where
head में दे रहा
we
ना?
just saw the Omen taking the TP, the ultimate to get the spike.
Anna,
He
you
used
are
the
there
wall,
at the
which
right
probably
time, Anna.
made us
Right
go
time.
into OT if he would have had that kind of resource for later in the round and brings back
ये
the
आवाज
same
किधर देखेला लग रहा है रे?
that they had a kickoff. CNED wants to do everything, wants to try everything, and nothing is ready. This Sage was not ready.
Yeah, and on Lotus, if we take a look at the agents here, what does he have to do here on his jet?
I thought it was CNED. I thought it was CNED.
Yeah. He's gone back to the jet.
Binks, कौन सी game है? Valorant.
A little bit better.
I mean, we could hope for
PC
something
game
a
है.
little bit better. Obviously, if they're going to be able to, I mean, they're starting attack, so we're not going to probably see the op out for him that much.
अन्ना
But I mean,
चिल
they're
अन्ना
on
आप सुप्रीम कोर्ट
double,
हम लोकल कोर्ट
they have
काम कर रहे
Cypher and Viper and Omen, so there's so much.
अन्ना भी लाइक ये आवाज किधर तो देखेला लग रहा है.
Running the Sage, I want to see them do something different. So if you're running Sage, the purpose of Sage on attack is to get that wall and get those plants and being able to block off.
मुझे तो उसने हेड कर रखा है अपनी लाइफ से. आप चैनल से हेड करने की बात कर रहे हैं बिग भैया.
KC are going to really come to light. It's their home
सेंटी हो गया
map,
यार.
and it's time to jump into Lotus with your casters once again. Mitchman and
कुछ
Tom.
ऑनलाइन पर है वॉच पार्टी. आपकी वॉच पार्टी की दुनिया
Thank you so much, Yinsu,
आपसे
at our
ही
analyst desk.
सच्ची
Yes,
है.
map number 2,
आपकी
KC's
वॉच
pick.
पार्टी को
One that
हम
they demolished
सदा
Paper X
सलाम
on.
करते.
This could
Love
be
you.
a 2-0. I'm
राइम
hoping
नहीं
to go
हुआ
all the way to
लेकिन.
Breeze, especially with them letting it through in the veto. I think it could be a super exciting map to see, Tom, but what do you
Binks last
expect
में
KC to
फुल
be
मौज.
like here?
यप.
I expect KC to be good. Like,
तो
there's
एक
no
बार
question
वैलम
about
मोबाइल
KC.
में
It's
कॉम्पी
also
पहले आने तो
looks
दो.
like change in composition
What's
because
going on?
I
अजी
think
कोई
that
तो चिल्ला रहा
essentially,
है.
like, losing what is their additional flashes makes this
आजकल
very
टीबोन के
interesting,
स्ट्रीम
because a lot of
पे
the time, okay,
हेट और
you don't have
टॉक्सिसिटी
flash on
ज्यादा
the
ही
other
है.
side,
देख
you've
रहा
got
था
fade,
मैं.
you've got something to sort of implement
सबके स्ट्रीम पे
extra
आजकल
movement,
आ गए
extra
हैं
checking
कुछ
of
लोग.
corners. There's a lot of tight angles. There's not a lot to do that with on the foot side, and instead you have a Sage, so I guess you're just going to lop off those angles.
BLK के मेरे ना था
I am
अभी से
curious to see
ऑप्शन में जीता
why
था.
they've changed this up to go for the Sage. What benefits it's going to
पहली
bring
बात तो
that other
VKL
agents
होती
wouldn't.
है.
For now, a plan secured for Foot.
और
with
पहला
very
अभिषेक
little
तो तू
early
ही है
fighting.
यार.
Only points of damage.
रैंकिंग पे लीडर बोर्ड में रेडिएंट अभिषेक से तू. बाकी लोग इमॉर्टल है.
The retake attempt from KC, somewhere they've been fantastic, is actually being disrupted. Yetajay's in the corner, unspotted, and able to find so much value. Reloading even, and he had a chance with another half second
From
to pop off a
LOL
few
to
more shots. in the
Oppa.
ring. Shut him down in time, but he'd already done so much damage now. Foot have the advantage to play with the numbers there, and you can see it in the gunfights. Too many classics awaiting them as Foot
Bhai,
1
is
to
this
0.
the Sage
I
team?
think it is going to be important for them to get off to solid starts, as has been mentioned. KC, when it comes to this map in particular, it's not even really been one side, because you could talk about
Vandal के बहुत सारे वेरिएंट मगर Binks पे अभी तक नहीं है रेडिएंट.
Team Heretics then versus Paper X. I think they got 8 on the defense, so it's just a map that they feel comfortable on in general. I think it's
Volume
even
बढ़ाने
when they
कोई
lost to
बोलेगा.
Sen, it was like both halves were decent. They just didn't manage to get it over the line. So I think the focus is definitely going to be
भाई क्या
on
सीन
Foot
फुट
here
का भाई
with
एकदम
how they
सेज
do.
से एकदम लव्स.
And again, I think the compositional
भाई heavy
changes is
practice
definitely
किया
something
लग
we're
रहा
going to
है.
have to keep an eye on how they're
Sage
going
in
to
Lotus
properly
हाँ ना.
utilize the Sage. That round at least was just
क्योंकि ट्री पे
okay, the
सेज का
pistol,
कुछ
it's a
काम
lot
नहीं
easier
आना.
to section
स्लॉप
off
के
angles
अलावा.
because it takes
वो
about
वॉल
15
क्या तो
minutes to
दरवाजा
break the
खुलते ही
wall with
टूट
the
जाता
pistol,
सारा
so
बॉल.
I can
मेरा
understand
ऑक्शन
it.
वाला मनी वापस कर. अरे वो तो यूट्यूब ने लिया.
From here on out, really. I guess post-plant, denying their way back through, slowing them.
अभिषेक
There's
भाई
going to be ideas.
मैं मेल
We'll
करता हूँ
see them
यूट्यूब को.
unfold. Probably not in this round. Very aggressive position from CNET. He is on the
ऐसा
jet, but no
अभिषेक
dash
house
to play with.
dad.
And this is a
I mean
rifle
dad.
that is being risked for this play. The only main
मेरा
rifle that
मतलब
they have
dad
to
था,
work
ठीक
with.
है?
I think,
Dad's
is
नहीं
Vandal.
था.
The rest on Bulldogs. And out of captain.
भाई
Although
गन
he's
छोड़
got
के
a
भाग गया.
pistol,
हेलो.
It's not likely that he's going to retrieve CNET's fallen weapon. In fact, that's just been picked up by Tamazi. Maybe they go deliver it to them. But it gives KC a better opportunity on the retake that by now we can
एक
see
दो वैंडल. क्या
they have
बोलते
no
हो?
choice. But to
Guys
go
तुम
for
लोग
it, there's
रहते
no
तो
denying that
वैंडल
play.
फेंकते कि नहीं?
The interesting thing as well is I do actually feel like a lot of what Foot have been doing recently is just putting CNET on agents where
बंक्स भाई ऐड
he almost
कैसे आ
doesn't
रहा
need
है?
abilities.
यूट्यूब
Like,
से आ रहा है.
we've
कैसे
seen
आ
that
रहा
with him
है?
using chamber, just dropping the trap on the floor.
भाई तुम
Maybe
लोग
that was
अब
the
भी
plan in the
इतना
last
रो
round of
रहे
the
हो
ball.
एड्स के
You
लिए.
just
मैं
have to
चालू
place the
करूंगा
wall
तो
and you
क्या
can do
होएगा
whatever you
तुम लोग
like.
का रे?
Now on the jet, as you said, he didn't have a dash, but
वॉच पार्टी
his
के बाद
only
चालू
goal
तो
was to
करना ही
find
पड़ेगा.
fight. And as you mentioned, this round at least, Tamazi just going to save. Like the holding on to the band, he gets to keep
अटैक
the
कैप्टन वर्ज
extra few
आइडियल है.
credits.
देखो
And what you can see out of Captain,
वर्ज
may just go
आइडियल देखो.
hunting here. Only has a pistol to play with. They were hoping that they'd keep
उसके
4
मार रहा.
rifles and maybe the pistol will go down. Instead, well, you're going to see Narrate
बस
not
मैं
get
गाली
the
दो
orb over
बड़वा.
by dying to the spike. And Tamazi, there is no one close enough to take that gun away.
No, they
Premium
were
बोलते
getting,
ही.
they were going in the right direction, but he backed off.
मेरे पास भी.
Tucked into a corner and
ए
saved the
मैंने
rifle
प्रीमियम क्यों
through.
लिया पता
So
है?
at least there's some
ये जब
semblance of
तुम लोग ऐसा
positivity for KC
गाना
in those
सुनते हो ना
early rounds.
यूट्यूब पे ऐसा
And
माई
couple
मिक्स
kills
ये
here
वो
or there, sure,
प्लेलिस्ट
it makes Foot
तो
reinvest,
स्क्रीन
but
लॉक करके भी सुन सकते हो. बैटरी भी बच
for the most
जाता है
part, in a healthy
और सुनते
position on
सुनते
this
सो भी
attacking side to
सकते हो.
contest
वरना लॉक नहीं
round
कर
3. Now, for KC, yeah, like we
Without
said, this is a
premium.
map that they've been dominating. They've looked incredibly good. And up against PaperX, they squashed them. Curious to see, though, the early fights against a team like Foot, who looked to duel, and off rip, they've lost one player, but it's traded out very quickly.
But that's the thing. Even though they have some weaponry deficit, CNED is still just running in a spot where the gun is irretrievable unless they're going to go back in the late round. And by the looks of it, they are not going back in the late round. They're going to try and just run through all of Tamazi's utility. Yenergy has got to a ridiculous point. Eventually, Magnum is the one to close him out. It is just sheer aggression. W Gaming. Maybe they learned something from PaperX, even though PaperX lost.
Pretty dramatically.
And now, well, building into what could be a late rotation back. I said Mr. Fallen still doesn't have a gun, so if he goes round towards A main, it would still be Cned's gun to find.
ब्राउजर शॉर्ट पे भाई इसका एम अलग है ना ये एकदम मूड में आया है आज
beautiful as well, a glimpse inside Krax's mind. He takes the first fight and just swings back out for more, never letting it go. That rifle's not retrieved by Mr. Fallen, instead he's done just that. Fallen outside of A and giving KC the idea that that's where the play is coming down. Tamazi alongside Narrate back in the spawn, covering
very casual
writing. 15 seconds left. Foot will
Binks back to you. Thank you
to getting this plant in. Utility is limited. No orb to play with.
सब games कभी हो रही है, सब games ही है.
Even walled off.
ये 10 लोग मेरे subscribers हैं. मैं देख रहा हूँ इनकी games.
So no post-plant utility, no snake bite to deny. Instead, it has to be the fights for Attic. The first one, the snake bite, perfect in the swing, but Shin wins it. Clean on the headshot, and he needed that. Only a few bullets. One, in fact, on 42, while vulnerable, would have taken him down. Cracks below. Timing is everything, and oh, he's lost it. They know where he is. They put him in a box.
Last time we 2-0 up था.
Great round from Shin on the way back through. 7 HP left.
इस बार भी वही दिख रहा है मेरे को.
On the board.
It's still a competitive round though. That's the thing. When you think of that as a bonus for Foot, it's really not a bad position to be in. I think the only frustrating thing will be that it was winnable. Like Mr. Fallen going down, not checking the cross.
Nice, let's go.
He was actually picking up a Vandal over a Bulldog. That was the only. He already had a gun, so it was a minor upgrade in the end.
And 14 पे background stream का option है.
Already been taken.
VIT पे
This is where
चालू
they
करो
buy back up
background
though.
stream and
The only
full
other
of
argument I
हाँ
have
क्या?
for this age is it could be the exact same reason I gave for CNED. Maybe just Crack, because Crack's had a fall in individual form when he wasn't playing the KO. Maybe they're just thinking, let's let him frag.
CNED's ahead of the wall, but he's being spotted. The dash used to stay safe, and the cloud burst to get out. They're giving up the control. They haven't taken a loss for it. That early aggression on A, so hard to deal with from KC. Their head to go elsewhere. Take this towards the C site. Cage down and triggered, but they're pretty confident he hasn't gone running through the orb alongside the nano, although Yenergy did that last round. Round before. Watch this time, and they're ready for this push to come through. 2 players on the site. Magnum might be giving away that he's on his own, but Tamazi's now, well, actually dropped. It's split from both sides, had no chance. They're going to play the retake on the defensive side, and they're going to have to deal with that wall as well.
Yeah, very reactive.
Dialogue complaint क्यों नहीं किया उसने?
Playing aggressively, if they're challenged too much, falling straight back into a C-side take. Relying on the open as well. Yenergy again. This guy just pulls off ridiculous kills, taking over the round on his own once more. A third already. Crossfire. Any help? And finally, Shim will put him down in the back. Teammates were there. Guys have killed everyone. Could you watch my flank, please? But they will now look to close it. Shin. This time we're not switching up.
Teams have improved so much.
इतनी सारी टीम्स
सबसे ज्यादा जो ऐसा वाला टीम है ना वो कैसी है और हेरिटिक्स है और एक गेम लग के देख के लग रहे DFM भी है.
The paranoia used for Yenergy to take all that space. I'll give him the first kill was because of his teammates helping him. Every single one after that, it's a little bit ridiculous. That's pretty much the face I had seen him take that 4th fight. Robbed of the ace, but yeah.
Is it like we are going for the 3rd map?
3K in the pistol. Altogether, a good start for Yenergy.
Yeah, as I said, he's definitely been one of my favorite players that we've seen come up from that tier 2 scene within EMEA.
आपको
and the
रील्स में
majority
भेज
of
सकता
others
हूँ न्यू
are all
बेकार
on KC.
फीचर के
They've
चलते
been great.
आपको मेरी
I do think
चैट
that was one
को
of the more
एक्सेप्ट
disjointed
करना हो
retakes
गया
we've seen from
तब
them.
कर
And a lot of
पाऊंगा
it came off
कर
Yedaj's
दोगे
aggression with that paranoia,
आपको
and
मुझे
making
रील्स
things a
क्यों
little bit
भेजते
more
हैं मैं तो
awkward,
देखता भी
but
नहीं
he
हूँ
was able to take a lot of isolated fights with,
Reels,
not,
reels.
as I said, not a mass amount of
KC
support. So
TH DFM and even
good
RR
work
के
from him. You can see
RR का तो पूरा
immediately
वही
Neg is
चेंज
gonna
हो गया
try
ना
and
लाइनअप
quell
बेचारा
any of the
मेरा
problems.
दोस्त
Also
दोनों
quite a
दोस्त को
stealth
निकाल
fight
दिया
team,
यार RR
fantastic
थोड़ा
map one.
दिल दुखा
Again,
मेरा
you expect to see the resurgence. I'm
Binks
interested to see how long this can last though for Foot.
सवाल
'cause
नहीं
Foot's plan
इमोशन
so
है
far
हाँ ना
has mostly
love
just been, let's
you
challenge A. If that doesn't work, let's sprint
भाई
into C.
अच्छी
And
नाम है
that
यार
has been the
तेरी
game plan. And if
सौम्या
that doesn't
राजन
work, let's try A again.
प्रजापति
And if that doesn't work, let's go B. And like I understand that that's a lot of this map is the push and pull. It is where you're fighting for control, but they haven't been winning the initial fights for A control. They've just given it up, or CNET has died.
Yeah, and KC are making the decision now on the lower buy to focus towards C. Remember, they've been, like you said, so successful on that.
ए कभी कभी होता है ना
They
एकदम
don't expect Foot
रोनाल्डो
to fully
सीन्स
commit to it.
वैलो
There
स्मिथ
are
के
still-
साथ
Yeah, there's still two players
सुई
swinging
करके
to take
जाके
that fight. But
नोक
if
का
they
धक्का
do
देते
bring
हैं
things back to
अभी
C,
क्यों नहीं
which
हुआ
it
बराबर
looks
तो
like
कर
they
रहा था
might, there'll at least be numbers waiting for them. But now KC, having seen limited information, start to second guess themselves. Maybe these players are elsewhere.
जिंदगी में
Maybe they're
एक
looking for
टीम
an
नहीं
A
देखा है
The
जिसमें
only
सीधा और बुताया
problem with
रहेगा
that mentality is I'd agree that that works
10
against most
बार
of the
टैप
teams.
करते हो लोग
The
10
problem
बार
is CNET is not going
और
to stop
अपने
pushing.
इसमें
If he is told to push A, he will push A
पहला और
every single round and just continue
रैंक
to
का
try and
बात
take
कर
these
रहा हूँ
fights, even if they almost just seem like suicide. Like for the last couple of rounds, it has
आजकल
been.
पूरा
It's been
एक्सप्लेन करना
him
पड़ता
just walking into positions and taking fights.
Oh man!
And he's taken that control with
पॉज
every
पार्टी
single
करके
member
बढ़ाते हैं टीम का मोरल
of KC just
मगर
on the other
बिंक्स पे
side of the
अभी
wall.
भी
But they've done
इमोर्टल
it again. They've taken A control. They have seen absolutely
dashed it
nothing.
in.
They have sold this fake. And in the meantime, the rest of the players have walked into C.
लव यू साया रोर बाय बाजू बाजू में बैठ के
And
कॉपी
then
पेस्ट कर
walked
रहे हो तुम
back out.
दोनों
Oh, we're
टीम
taking it, or are we? Oh, here we come. No, now run away, and it's planted on C. Like they've got to feel like fools after this round because they've been played.
मेरी
Like them.
copy
And
paste
you
कर रहे हैं,
mentioned starting this
entertainment
round out
point, love
funnily
you.
that a lot of this map is about the push
सारे
and the pull.
लोग copy
Tom.
paste कर रहे
They have pulled them to the other side of the map, pulled their arm on this one, and unfortunately, there's not
अरे
going to be
मतलब
much to say on the
बैरो
way back through.
भेजना है थोड़े
Mainly because
लाइन
of
अप
the
से
time
नॉल मिल
it's
जाते
taken them to
हैं
rotate
मेरे को
back.
मत भेज
They're
रहे
still
पॉइंट
up
नहीं मैं
against
देखता
this
ही
many
नहीं
players. There's a poison orb waiting for them. And presumably, a snake fight. All right, Ada Captain just fights them ahead of it. And screw the utility. Let's just take the duels. Why not? They're winning all of them. Only one player dropped. Cracks on 1 HP, but well, he's
Hey,
Very
cracks.
slowly,
not
yeah.
even close.
No, I like it. And that's the thing. I mentioned in the
Cracks.
last map that a
There
lot of
was
teams
some
in the past on
cracks
their
in your
attack side
aim,
have
man.
played the strategy of
There was
avoid
some
CNET. I
sweet.
never thought I'd see the day where his own team are applying that same strategy, because normally you talk about his Jet. He's the pinnacle point. Like we send him in first,
भाई
he gets the opener,
फुट
we
एकदम
plant the
प्लेग्राउंड
spike.
से
They're doing
भगा
that.
नहीं रहे वो लोग
And
को
then
इधर
all
से
going
उधर
the other way of just leaving him on his own to just try and
हाँ
fight.
भागो
It's like
सारे
he's
भागते
been
रहो
sent in as a bare knuckle boxer, and the rest
फुट
of them are
जीता
just
भाई
like, yeah, you do that. We'll back you up from very far away.
But
भाई
if anyone
सिंपल
in that
है
position
तुम मेरा मैच
realizes, guys,
जीतो
I think
हम
they're
तुम्हारा
faking
मैच
A.
जीतेंगे
Like when you hear all
सिंपल
that
है
noise, there's smokes. I think there might even have been a paranoia. They're opening the door. There's players dashing
I
on
love you,
site.
I love you,
that is an
Doctor.
A take. An A take is
Yeah.
occurring right now.
Especially when you have an eco. Like you're
Yes,
gonna
100%,
you're
you gamble
going
that.
to take that risk. Now we'll see how much it's going to affect them, because it's a difference in strategy. There hasn't been pressure from the defensive side on A this round. It's just been a walk up coming out on the other side of things.
क्या कभी हमें भी जिंग जैसा
They're
गेम
trying
प्ले
to sell the
मेंबर होने का
reverse. It's the
फायदा
Uno reverse of the
मिलेगा
strat they've
पता नहीं
been
भाई
playing.
एक्सक्यूज
They
मी
were
मेंबर होने का
playing
कितनी
go
फायदा है
initially to A
तुम्हारा
and then go
चैट
C.
ग्रीन में दिखता है
Now they've
हमारा
gone go
व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे
initially
जहाँ
to
पे मैं
C
कमेंट्स
and now
पढ़ता
go
हूँ
A.
हाय हेलो
And
होती
there
है
is
कभी
only
कभी
Martin watching. Now he does
इतनी
have
सारी
support from
फायदे
Shin, and they do have
इधर
quite a
और
lot in
मिलता है
terms of
तुमको ये
utility
सब
to go for the
परकीस
retake, and that might just be the adaptation that KC are making. Let's go for the retake rather than consistently
Okay,
trying to
नहीं
take
बे
these
फुट
fights
जीता
and
ये मैं
losing
फुट
in the
जीता
afterplay.
अच्छा खेला
And again, there's just one player harassing them on the other side of the map, opening the door to B, looking for
शॉट
control
भाई
on
केसी
C, but now
जीता
they've
भाई
spotted Yedajay.
ये राउंड केसी
With
जीता
that, you might think
मैप
it's only
फुट
the
जीता
lurk, but with how things have gone so far, yeah, they're starting to read.
Round
No,
gets
this is an A
30
play
seconds
instead. It might feel a little insecure Are they actually taking A?
By
Heard it
3v5
updraft, that means
over.
something, but Rez comes through, Spike comes in, and now Viper's pit for out of captain. Big pit to play inside of. I don't know how CNET's got the kill there. That must have been a
फुट जीता
spray
ये
through the
राउंड
pit
भी
to
फुट
find it.
जीता ये मैप भी फुट
Gorgeous
जीता
play either way, intended or not. And now to
मतलब
fight back through this. they are in a lot of trouble. I mean, that flank is barely going to matter because those players could come out the back of the Viper's pit, and instead actually got Mr. Fallen spotting TMAZI, slowing down the retake, splitting these players up and making it even easier to deal with them. The decay running it down. Well, Shin, I don't know if he got the comms on where Mr. Fallen was, but that was a little awkward.
Thomasy bhai, ho gaya aapka.
It has worked out wonderfully.
5-1 अभी इको है 6-1 by timeout.
This time even having the res to
एक और timeout, दोनों timeout खत्म कर दो अब भी कभी.
They had the contact off of Martinez. It's been the same thing we saw on the last map where they have that contact.
मैं तो नहीं हूँ group पर, कोई भी आ सकता है group पे, कोई भी members है. भले उनको gifted मिला है, कुछ तो member लिया है, कोई matter नहीं करता. तुम लोग group पे आ सकते हो. लेकिन membership होने के बाद automatic निकल जाओगे, वो बात अलग है. तुम लोग का gifted membership का खत्म हो जाता है काम. तभी तुम group से निकल जाओगे ना. तब तक you can enjoy the WhatsApp group. टीमोन कब तक carry करोगे? बेचारा immortal होके भी आए नहीं.
They did in
What is this? What ungodly act is Magnum about to try? An Ares?
I've never seen anyone be so all in on the Odin and then hate the Ares as much.
It's
just such a weird
gun.
combination though. Like most people who are sweats of the Odin at least tolerate
Nope.
the Ares,
Get a sheriff.
whereas you just hate it.
It's trash. If you're in an open fight with an Ares and you win it, your opponent's bad, right? That's the only way. I like the idea of fighting around now, but well, Shin wasn't quite there on time to take that fight. Big ult now as the North gives away these positions. No surprise element to narrate spot. Makes it so much harder for him to find any value as they realize he's alone.
Blind करते हो तो तीनों blind हो जाते हो.
Nice stuff. Foot. 6 on the board, a commanding lead on the attack side.
Group में क्या सीन होते हैं? बातें होती है यार.
Where it was a little back and forth. Casey had some clean rounds, and that's sort of what sticks in my mind a little more. Foot had these ones where they could punch back from disadvantageous positions, but wow, going 6-1 and off the back of an Andalucia flawless, a lot of trouble brewing for Carmine Court.
Yeah, this is now as well them stacking up their ultimates. I don't think it's a bad time to sort of just take a little bit of a moment, talk through things and try and come up with something, because the fact is they've been denied in their retake. They're even getting denied in their aggression. It's the same again. That push was CNED running through, going for an early fight on his own. Nothing else. Nope. I don't think did they use Mr. Father didn't use this.
Martin भाई आज आपने लाइफ लेसन दिया है कि हम रेस होके ऑफ कर सकते हैं यारो. Martin भाई love you.
Martin has been wrecked this game.
Love you यार.
It was that kill on Yedajay. That's it.
मारा कि नहीं मैटर नहीं करता.
Those early duels last time.
अच्छा काम कर रहे हो.
Around the turrets helped out. Even caught out a captain. Cracks will heal just about, and well, you can thank his lucky stars that
कैसे नहीं रे
that
कैसे
turret wasn't
language.
online still. It would have dropped him.
अबे लगा कैसे
Off
नहीं?
top of the retake, not ideal. In fact, you're going to see Shin swap it out on the way. Instead, the Vandal now in hand, the rotate in. But
भाई clean खेल रहा है ना?
I think earlier than they'll realistically expect. Getting something done will be very difficult.
Entertainment में सब बात बराबर है. All caps बंद कर दो बस.
He's going to be late to the party, but they've got the util to potentially delay them.Ey've got TMAZI though picking up Yedajay. Now Mr. Fallen's alone. This could start to get very scary. Those cracks quickens the pace. Mr. Fallen has to hold strong in the side. It's only a matter of time. There's the peak, but TMAZI falls and the flank comes through eventually. Foot thinking on levels we can't comprehend, but these.
Yeah, my खास दोस्त WhatsApp group. Yeah, I'm like busy right now, like watch party. Yeah, dancing. रात को video call, dancing यार. Love you, my खास दोस्त WhatsApp group. रखता हूँ. ठीक है.
Into C as they plant on A, and in the same in this circumstance where they're just planting on C and he's walked through A. Like it's got to be baffling for the side of KC. But as we mentioned, they love their retakes, they love setting up, and they're never really allowed to because of these weird flanks.
Put winning it easy है ना, easy.
An immediate explosive
ना
start.
पूरा इधर से उधर, इधर से उधर, इधर से उधर भगा रहे पता.
They tried to put the pressure on. They've got the information a little bit early.
Promotion का तरीका थोड़ा casual है. अभी ads बंद किया तो वो तो मैं समझ रहा promote करूँ.
TMAZI needs to get something here. And he will find one, but the trade is immediate, and his teammate's gone as well.
Revive?
Yeah, Magnum only had a shorty, so that was a real Hail Mary play. And with the res in, the impact
Round
is
confirm
negligible.
करना जरूरी है. बहुत बड़ी lead है.
and the kills keep going.
देखो सब एक बार मेंबरशिप लेके देखो ग्रुप ज्वाइन करो अगर मजा नहीं आया तो नेक्स्ट टाइम मत लेना सिंपल हाँ 2000 को मिलेगा बात हम लोग एक दूसरे को बर्थडे विश करते हैं जीत की बातें होती है हॉट टॉपिक्स पे बात होती है बात तो
I thought he might use it at the beginning when they went for that explosive sort of like util dump. Like that seemed like the perfect spot.
Mr. Copy, welcome to the cast. Dost membership. Join karo jaldi. Copy bhai. Welcome back.
A little bit more of an obscure composition on this map at least.
कौन से cast दोस्त में कॉल आया था?
This just looks like a
Very cast दोस्त में कॉल आया था.
I never thought I'd say. Now it's been good again. These sort of like really late lurks coming out from foot. The open.
देव भाई सुनो एक नॉर्मल मेंबरशिप है एक कास्ट दोस्त मेंबरशिप है अभी जो मैं कॉल किया था वो वेरी कास्ट दोस्त मेंबरशिप उनका वो मेंबरशिप कौन कैसे ले सकते हैं बहुत कम लोगों को पता है वर्ल्ड में समझ रहे हो
This is the thing, you know, I spoke to Ulysses during the break, and we spoke about this map. And
अभी तक 3-4 लोग हैं उसमें.
What are you talking about?
अंबानी जी हो गए.
Realistically, KC's performance, and they've only gotten better as time went on. Their most recent, they got a lot better on this map, but 8-1, incomprehensible difference. And I think it does fall back to exactly what Uli was saying to me. This team loves to fight, and this map is built for it. But this is a level that goes beyond my comprehension because KC are good at fighting. Now they have a chance though. Showstopper already in and Martin up close.
Go. Cracks already found a trade. And a captain there as well. These post plants have been sublime, but this time they managed to get into position. There is still a snake bite available. They need to do something to get in here, and actually they might just be able to stick this one.
Once
that snake bite is gone, and a captain has to go through this. And round is over. There's nothing he can do. KC will get it over the line as they drag things back to 8-2. But even still, this is a mountain. And they've just got past the first stage.
Got past the molehill. Yeah, this is a lot more.
मैंने भी कभी लिया था काश तो लेकिन
That's one way to start it. The
धोखा दिया है बोल के चैट करूंगा शर्म करो शर्म देव भाई को पूछो होती है कि नहीं शर्म करो रेड फैला रहे हो चैट पे भी
on the attack and the defense. Now though, a very different look. He's got 3 kills.
ठीक है
shutting this man down. And one of those is a showstopper. Here's the big boy, the Odin in play. They're a little off. Spray through the
देव भाई बात होती है कि नहीं सच्ची बताओ
yeah.
It almost went the other way. It almost went the other way. That's the crazy thing.
Hey Binks, last night I had a 30 minutes conversation with a girl.
But that again, that seems to be the CNED strat. Is just, it feels like there is 2 strat books. One is being read by the entirety of Foot, and the other one is CNED, which just says try and kill someone on A. And it says that on every page. He's like turning it meticulously like a menu. And he's like, oh, what have we got for the hors d'oeuvres? Oh, I'm going to push A and try and kill someone.
बात क्या हुई क्या आपको किलर के बारे में पता चला भाई मैंने देखा है ऐसे सब मूवीज देखा है मैंने
This time they've shut him down, but even still they're heading into
किलर का
the
पता
safe side,
चलता
and there is still opportunities here. Mr. Farlin is just walking.
Yeah, I mean, he took a timing as the door was about to close. The haunt faded.
It's going to be an Odin lure.
It is. I'm 99% sure.
Entertainment by हल्का सा थोड़ा time out देके मैं आपको समझा रहा हूँ.
Lockdown in play. This is
all caps बंद करो.
They might want to utilize this position. But Mr. Fallen dies trying to claim it. Still 3 players from KC here. And the nightmare. The nightfall comes in, catching them all.
अन्ना जैसे आपने बोला फुट जीती दोनों राउंड बोलो हारी एनी कमेंट
sublime play from the side of KC, letting nothing slip, and that's one way to close a round for Shin.
बेचारा बे बेचारा
He's also going to do the right thing and throw the Odin
बस
away.
मॉडल तब मोदी जी से मिले मैंने स्टोरी शेयर किया भाई.
He did.
What's all this about?
He did. You know, like he did with the classic throughout the map.
Oh yeah, I mean that was just BM, but it served its purpose.
Nice.
मॉड इसका नंबर निकालो.
12 and 8 Shin has still been fragging, but definitely been quiet to performances elsewhere. And 8-4 definitely not a death sentence, especially not on this map. As I said, we've seen impeccable attack paths from KC in the past. 9 versus FPX, 11 versus Heretics when they played in EMEA. Even still though, going to try and not get them back. And we have reached the dessert, the final page of the CNED strat book, because he is currently going towards C.
Yeah, a little different flair to this round for him. Wouldn't be surprised if he dives into C and they go plant A. There's a little bit of a lurk battle going on for Yedajay.
Just school time की बात है, but I was shocked. नहीं shock मत हो रे.
And this scrap here
Shock होएगा ना तो डर सकती है बेचारी. समझ रहे हो? Shock नहीं
side of the
होगा.
map where they know there's so much to play with, and the paranoia will get nothing but the information that there's a player there. Shin staying close though, in this case drops. It's all on the line. Both players jumping, but Yedajay's a little quicker to find that. And now they can look towards this A site, seeing it's wide open, but seeing even more so that the rotates are coming through. The site's being given up on C. The wall from Magnum gives him an angle. He's using it against them.
CNED OPA.
Completely distracts
But
them.
my last
They look for the fight on the players entering site.
members came
CNED's there
only
behind,
5
giving
months
them a
ago.
fright, leaving Narrate all alone.
क्योंकि हम लोग बात
3
बात
kills
करते
for
हैं
Jet
यार
in the
ग्रुप
final
में.
round and 9
Members
for
stream,
Foot
members
as we
games,
close out the
थोड़ा
half.
सा
This is a
delay.
beautiful attack side, and I'm already thinking about Breeze.
By
Even if KC
CNED
win a pistol, odds are they won't win the second.
Jet main तो है.
I'm looking at this right now as well. Like,
CNED
this is
Jet
a huge
main तो है
win for
बे.
the just
पहले वो लोग ने
CNED on
साइफर
Jet
की
gang,
टोपी
right?
उतार के
I know
पोजी
that
बता दी.
Sue had a big white
वो मैंने
board,
ब्लाइंड कर
but
दी.
a lot of what he's been doing is just solo fights, and he's been winning a lot of them. Let this man focus on duels, and he'll win them. Yedajay again,
Normal में नहीं.
every single time. The double lurks, the triple lurks, the
आपको कुक
ridiculous
बनने
cross-map
का
lurks,
बस
cracks
में
as
आपका
well.
कुक बनने का
I won't
क्या
lie, I've seen him put
क्राइटेरिया
down
है?
sage walls
मेरा
every single time. It gives me anxiety. Like,
मेरे
it always
को
seems
कुक
to
भी
be
मैं
such
रोज बाहर
a
का खाता
risky
हूँ.
position. But as said, their comp has just created irritations, and on an individual level, he is also popping off.
You know, not to say that CNED
मिल
wouldn't
सकता है,
do
देव
this
भाई
on
मिल
other
सकता है,
agents,
समझ
but
रहे
the
हो?
thing that I love
करते रहो,
about
करते
him
रहो.
on a Jet is like the fight up against the op. That had nothing to do with Jet. He just wide swung, shot an op in the head. That's how he does it. But is he going to do that on some other agents? If you're a Sage doing that off rip in the round, what are you doing, bro?
Well, we
You're
saw
throwing.
माजी भाई किलजॉय को ऐसा ना देखो.
Like, he'd take a fight, win the fight, and then he'd die because he's trying to put a sage wall up.
Yeah.
Whereas now,
Just
bro
go
don't have a sage wall.
And this is it. Like when
अगर
CNED has less to
9-3
think about, he
curse
does a
होगा.
lot more because he just shoots better than 99% of the players out there. That's
Not
not
the
a
right
good one.
though. And actually, I think that was
To be
more
fair,
of
there
that
were
was
4
Magnum.
people.
That
तो
was
बड़ी
Magnum hits the
अच्छी
thing.
बात
As
है
I said,
वैल्यू के
Frenzy
लिए.
from
बड़ी
there
अच्छी बात है.
already is looking much better. Just an absolute blitz in towards this A site in the pistol round for the side of KC.
साइफर के साइड में 3 बंदे थे. फिर भी flawless.
I mean, Sue had her fun fact up earlier, and it is 3 out of 3 so far. When
साइफर
Foot
के
lose the
साइड
pistol,
पे 3 बंदे थे
100%
भाई.
of the time they win the
The
follow-up.
stat has to end sometime.
It does. It does.
And the
And
pistol round isn't over yet, you know? Still got
You're
the
right.
sage wall.
how about now?
The rain looking like he might just close this one out. There you go, now it's over. And Andaluthia flawless to take themselves out. And Andaluthia
एक
flawless.
ऑफर आया है.
There was a star on the mic.
अगर
you know.
10 लोग मेंबरशिप लिया तो मैं 20
All that
करूंगा
sort of stuff.
गिफ्ट.
Yeah, look,
अगर
Andalusia
20
flawless,
लोग
clean as
मेंबरशिप
can be.
लिया तो 40 करूंगा
I'm
गिफ्ट.
scared about this follow-up round, man.
तो ऐसा जितना भी लेंगे उतना
Defensive
डबल
side,
मेंबरशिप
really
गिफ्ट
not
है या
So what we've seen from KC as
आप
well is good info taking early
40
round.
लिमिट
I doubt they run
है.
into
या
a stack.
अगर किसने
In
10
fact,
गिफ्टेड किया
they
तो
won't
भी
run
आप
into a
20
stack.
गिफ्ट करो.
I'll
रूल्स
say that
क्लियर
almost
नहीं
as a
है.
guarantee, 'cause
अभी
there's
तक
no
भाई
stack.
रूल्स
It's a
क्लियर नहीं है.
2-1-2.
रूल्स क्लियर
They
करें.
will play this low by round.
भाई कोई
It's a
अच्छा
normal
स्टिकर
round.
भेज
It's
जो
just
ना
a
ग्रुप
full
में
canvas.
अर्जेंट नीड है.
CNED Marshall, yeah. So you got to be kind of careful of that because he's
भेज रहा हूँ, भेज रहा हूँ, भेज रहा हूँ.
He's all right.
Yeah.
He's known for hitting a few
At
shots.
least a 6 out of 10.
Now,
भेजा.
the sniper on the other side isn't a marshal, it's an outlaw, and nobody has shields. So
बोला था, भाई,
effectively
बात कर.
a double shot op, a double
भाई, rules clear
barrel
करें.
operator to work with. Very strong, quick reloads, but
क्या है ना,
again,
यहाँ
on this
से
map,
पट
with the way
से
Foot
मैं
are playing,
मेंबरशिप
they're tucked
गिफ्ट
in a lot
करूंगा
of
खुद ही.
closer angles.
500.
They're not gonna give those
फिर
opportunities
अभिषेक
away
भाई
quite
1000
as
गिफ्ट
easily.
करेंगे.
There's 3
21
players,
सेकंड
and
में
now
मेरा पैसा
Swerve is
डबल.
a stack on A that they're running into, but up against those weaker weapons. KC at the advantage, extended with cracks falling, and eventually they'll finish off Yedajay, approaching every fight with a sense of caution, and this is
Bang,
why
bang, shout out.
they're gonna
Ah,
attack into 2v2, and out of Captain's Classic is still alive. What's happening? How is CNED getting 3 in this
1v1
round?
तक कैसे
They have no
आया ये
idea
round?
where out of Captain is, and he's cut noise just in time. That Classic has crushed the dreams of teams before.
हैं?
And it may just do it again with Magnum, not exactly low, but with 30 seconds left, Tom, he has
अरे
to
स्कैम
plant
नहीं
that
करो.
smoke.
अरे स्कैम
He
नहीं.
has to give it away.
30
The
seconds
turret will
left.
help him at least lock down some control.
मतलब आज मेरे को लग रहा था मैं 50 गिफ्ट करूँ यार
Be anywhere at this
हमारा
stage.
टाइमिंग हो गया आज
Slight upgrade of the rifle.
चैलेंज के लिए
The information will be there. Snake bite in, but Magnum just used it as bait. Finally, the curse is broken, only just, as they will manage
Gift
to
में
win
सबको लेना
themselves
होगा.
a second
Shit!
round. But you can still see the happy face of CNED at least. He's done so much damage in that round. He's now
माइनस 30%
3
डरता है
orbs away.
सारे बस भाई कैप्स नहीं यार जो
Blaze
वांटेड
Storm. And
परसों
they're
का
gonna come
एग्जाम
into the
है
full fight, but they have made
स्ट्रीम
things so
इतना जरूरी है
costly
लव यू
that this
एंटरटेन
might just
बेस्ट
have
ऑफ
to
लक
be
यार
a
एग्जाम
weak-ish bonus
Done
round
it.
now for KC because they only saved
Chat.
all of that one gun.
मेंबरशिप लो पट से
Well, that's it. You know, Foot's record is now.
तुम लोग ने
a longer
सिलमोन
100%,
भाई का देखा है कि
75,
नहीं मूवी
another 25%.
₹2 दो
They're
आगे
leaving you with one
दो
player
जन
left
को वो
alive.
लोग
So
₹2
either they get a
आगे
huge
दो जन को
economic
देंगे
advantage, or you
टोटल
get a
सबको
huge
₹10
economic
मिलेगी
disadvantage. I'll
समझ
take it
रहे
either
हो
way. CNED's still
तो
here. He's
आप
pushed
मेरा
wide.
मेंबरशिप
Captain's
लोगे
waiting for
एक
him. They're not
तो
anticipating
दो
another
जन
player
का
here.
भला होगा
And he's not being caught by the boom bot, but he dashed out. He gave it
समझ
up.
रहे हो
A
सारे
rare
केवाईसी करके आ
passive
जाओ
play
आज
from CNED, and well, it'll leave them without the opening pick for now.
Similarly to what we saw on the other side, though, Magnum has used this to take a lot of control. Tomazi
भाई
already
ये लोग भी
down
अच्छा
to
खेल
just
रहे हैं
17
कमिट ओमिट
HP.
नहीं कर रहे हैं लोग
I already see at least a couple of players around this angle. You're going to have the
क्यों दुकान
HP
खोल
and
रखे
a
मेंबरशिप
captain
का
back
इतना
up
अच्छा
to
गेम
fall
से
as
रुइन
well.
मत करो
As they look to enter
समझ
into
का
the
पैसा
site.
चाहिए
They had themselves that nightfall, but already Yedaje is going to put one in the dirt, a second as well, even the low HP and blinded up. Yedaje is still
फिर मीटू
putting
सुन
up
मेरी
numbers.
जान
Even
ये
the
मेरे पास
remaining
इसका
three, just
अच्छा
the
आंसर
potential
है
to try and fall back with the door opening. You're going to
इसकी बहुत एक अच्छा आंसर है लेकिन फिर भी मैं तेरे को हाइट दिया हूँ समझ रहे हो 9-3 हो रखा है कमबैक को टाइम है मैप देख रहे हैं राउंड इको है हाँ अच्छी गेम चल रही है अच्छी गेम चल रही है
On the defensive side
हाँ?
and for the defensive side, timing almost.
मैं अगर मेंबरशिप का बात करता तो
almost
किसी ये राउंड जीत
caught
जाती
cracks
थी
off, but he had
नहीं
backup
करता तो
on the back of the site. 10
और
rounds
मैं
now
थैंक यू
for Foot,
तूफान
5 for KC.
राहुल भाई थैंक यू फॉर द कास्ट
Swing
दोस्त
round coming up with the
मेंबरशिप
investment of that attacking side, and we get
दिस इज रॉक्स भाई मेरे को अभी काश दोस्त मेंबरशिप मिली यार 2000 रुपीस की लव यू यार थोड़ी गांड जली रहेगी आपको कोई सी नहीं आप मेन चैनल पे जाके देखो जाओ
defense.
Well, in fact, they're going to take themselves
Offend नहीं होना था
maybe
भाई
just with again some of
अबे
the
कमबैक का
shaky
टाइम है
nature
मैप
we've
देख
seen
रहा हूँ
from
सारे
KC.
वॉच पार्टी
Obviously,
कर
an
रहा हूँ
important early
कभी
round.
कभी
Like,
बीच
normally
में
at
2
this
मिनट
stage,
बात क्या कर
maybe
लिया
you're in a middle
हाँ?
position,
ना लाइक
7-5,
करने बोलता हूँ
something
ना
like that,
सब्सक्राइब
but
करने
this
बोलता हूँ
could genuinely be
तुम्हारे
the
लिए
swing round
बेंचो
that takes
एड्स
things
बंद
over the
करके
line for
रखे
Foot after what was
नहीं
very impressive attack side. Also, it just looks like a lot of the players are on a heater. Like we've seen Yedaje 17 and 10. Again, this youngster, one of the new boys on Foot, looking as comfortable as ever. CNED back on his jet. Like these are two things that are going to strike fear into the hearts. But even
अभी
Cracks,
अभिषेक
like
भाई ने
I
बोला है
said, he's
चैलेंज
been
कोई
performing so
मेंबरशिप
well.
लेगा
Just,
उसका डबल
I
ये
feel
वो
like it
ये
is
वो
just less distractions. Just
तो
let
वो
the
भी
man
नहीं पढ़ूं
shoot,
मैं
let the
बोलूं
man
भी नहीं लोगों को
pop
लेने के
heads
लिए
and- Oh, that might just be enough for Foot here.
दिमाग पे
'Cause
भूसड़ा
I'll be
भर के
honest with
रखा
you. Sure, we saw some positions locked off with a Sage wall. We saw some fakes, some late lurks. But I don't think
भाई
this has been
आजकल
the craziest
नोटिस करो लेकिन
strategical
बहुत
performance
हेटर्स आ
Foot have
चुके
ever put
हैं
on
जस्ट
for
नोटिस
us.
करो किसका भी चैट
It's just that right
मेरा
now,
चैट
the
देखो
team's
टीबोन
just
का
so
चैट देखो
comfortable.
पिंकी का चैट देखो बहुत हेटर्स आ चुके हैं
There's a lot of benefits to
और
that.
मैं हैवी आंसर
As
दे
we
सकता
can
हूँ
see.
हैवी मतलब
I do
अम्मा
like-
जवान
I don't
आंसर
know. This composition.
योर मॉम
on
विल
Foot,
गो यंगर
it's
बाय 10
working.
years
Don't get me wrong. I just don't know that we're going to see Sage be such a key part
otherwise for
of
VCT
other teams'
split
comps.
2 हाँ?
But to each their own.
मैं
and
जा
for
रहा
Foot,
हूँ
It's
टोनी
functional.
सिम्पसन कैसा
CNED
न्यूज़ मिला
running his dash down out of captain's been spammed. through
थैंक
that
यू मेरी
smoke. They
जान
might wanna
टोनी
quicken the pace. The
चिल
dash
करो बस
heard on
बटन
its
से
way back.
निदा थैंक यू फॉर
Foot
द
have
कास्ट दोस्त
tripled up
मेंबरशिप
this
रॉल
round,
थैंक यू
though.
फॉर द
It's a
मेंबरशिप
slightly different setup with the Cypher now sitting on the side. A Cam up close to get the information, and then even closer, Yedaje tucked on the corner. So your points of contact are going to be seeing CNED,
Come
seeing
back,
Cam,
आ
and then
तो
probably
रही है
focusing
वैसे
on CNED on the
चल
way
बंद
back
भाई चलियो
through. Good opportunity for Yedaje to pick up a lot if KC go this way. And
He's
looks like
also
they will.
he's also put his trips across the map. So like,
बिग
he's
ज़रा पिकाचू
basically
पे
just
ध्यान
the
ना
info
दे
finder for the
मूड
team.
चिल रहा कैडन से
One towards A, one in B. And then he himself on the C, the entire map covered. But as we've said before, KC with a man advantage are normally pretty good. They've cleared out Yedaje already. As said, he's been a danger man and also got the information on
केस क्यों डाल के नहीं रखा
this
था
after plant should be in, and well, for the side of Foot, it's now a question of
मतलब
how much
बचने
do
का
you
चांस नहीं
believe
था
in
लेकिन
a
थोड़ा
3v5
तो
retake.
It's just one of those missed calls. There's no way for
WhatsApp
Foot
group
to
activate
know
हो गया
what was
लगता है.
about to happen, but they decide to gamble on the other side, pull CNET offside. He can't destroy the Prowler.
Recently
he can't
there are
draw
too
their eye
many.
on the way through, and he can't support his teammate as he goes down. Those numbers for KC looking strong. Credits, they're riding a little low
Twitter
for
पे भी एक
Foot.
कोई तो
They
बंदा
get
है.
an opening pick, they could go for it, and there it is.
Venom का
Martin,
भाई है ऐसा कुछ तो नाम.
first to be dropped.
इसका भी एक दो कमेंट
HP
पढ़ा.
low on a lot of these
उधर तो
players.
फिर भी मैं आंसर करना अभी चालू नहीं किया.
They're still committing to this. I mean, that time, Tom, seems to be ticking away a little bit too quickly, and now Mr. Fallen wants to get
Next
out
on
of it.
Dico.
He's
भाई
Mr.
ये
Fallen
लोग
back.
आ रहे.
Well,
KC
he
आ
has
रहा
to
है.
say, they need at
अन्ना
least
KC
one
कमबैक हो
guy
रहा है क्या सीन?
to be onto the board, otherwise financially they're going to be in a little bit of trouble for CNED. I
Love
don't
you,
necessarily
thanks for the
mind
100.
the push because he wanted to maybe get some extra kills.
मैं कैंसिल करके लूँ क्या मेमोरी से? अरे सो मैं स्कैम ना करे.
to get the blade storm in.
Love you.
I don't think he's quite managed to
कौन
get
का
there,
नंबर
so
सेंड कर दिया,
they will
इसका
at
भी कर
least be
देना.
able to put something onto the
निनाद
board
भाई
for this
का.
round, but it's
गोपी भाई और
definitely
निनाद
not
भाई.
the prettiest of pictures.
Overall, round 16 just saw this be narrates round essentially. He catches the player close at the
लव
power,
बंदा आपका
Haunt on
फेवरेट
site,
वैंडल
gives
स्किन
away
कौन
the
से?
players that are coming up to
चैंपियंस
rotate,
क्योंकि ग्लो
and then the
करती
late
हो.
Haunt gets so much
भाई
value.
नया
Possible
चैंपियन
for both
स्किन
of those
क्या
guys.
होगा
We
ना?
saw come through. 10-6.
No
full
comeback,
round gap
easy
is
win.
winnable
अन्ना
for
देख
KC
रहे हो तो
still.
डिस्कॉर्ड आ
Coming
जाओ.
out of their pause, they'll still have some tricks up their sleeve. In fact, the round's already kicked off as we see the aggression
you're
from KC met by
urgently
cracks,
watching-
and he finds a bullet from Shin.
It just puts his life on the line. It's Martin who's had, honestly, a cursed game so far. Last fights versus CNED full sprint. And he will fall again. And a lot of that is going to take away what they have in terms of him entering into the side. And it's probably why we've seen more from the ring in terms of those space taking and control.
Mumbai कृतिका
Again,
साथ
we
में
have this
स्ट्रीम
early
कितने कर
stack
रहे?
up.
नाई में माम्बो,
And more
नाई
of
में
that side
कृतिका.
utility just being
मुझे
put
क्या
into
पता?
play across the rest of the map. It leaves a solo
काम रहेगा,
player
टाइमिंग अलग रहेगी.
over on C
दस
and a
reason
walk
हो
up into
सकती
the
है.
B site. Sure, it'll be met with a cam, but it won't be
I
met
think
with
जब से
any other
पॉडकास्ट आया है
resistance.
तब से हेटर्स
There's no one
इंक्रीज
to
हुआ
follow
है.
up
if
on
you
that
know.
information.
मत
In
कर
fact,
यार
the
अभिषेक,
cam,
तू
there we go.
दूसरा.
It's
काफ
revealed
मारने
and
के
it'll
लिए.
stay dormant for now. They haven't
गिफ्ट कैसे
spotted
करता है
where
आईफोन
it
से?
is.
ट्राइंग नहीं हो रही है. आईफोन का थोड़ा सीन है.
And for what purpose? I suppose they can already hear them planting. I don't know. Seems like a waste of some post-plant utility, but looks
By
like they've got that
KC
information
लेकिन
to play with either way.
run for the money कर रहे हैं.
A little bit more aggressive post plant. He's put CNED in an awkward spot, but he hasn't taken any damage. And a captain, however, has.
Retake को कितना delay करते थे? C, speed, blind, sub.
Surpassed, hasn't gone fantastic either.
Hello,
Mr. Fallen's
Fallen.
position is definitely known, and there's a stack up of players on the other side. Utility denying Yedajay from really doing anything on the plant, and the post plant from KC
down,
is
round
nigh
and
on
round, beta.
perfect. Foot don't
Kobe
even
bhai,
get
thank you for the
remotely
5
close
wicket, मेरी
to
जान
defusing
के
that spike.
toads.
And I do think they might have to change up the way they're playing this defensive side, because just allowing one
Chat
side
किस
open
किस को
every
भी
time,
मिला?
I
Kobe
don't
bhai
think
को
you can
tag
give that to
करके thank you
KC.
बोले.
I mean,
ठीक
they
है.
barely got within arm's reach of this spike in the end, so I doubt they're going to be sat there thinking, yeah, you know what, our retakes might be the way to play this.
अब चल करो followers ज़्यादा है
KC,
haters से. वो मतलब नहीं है मेरे को नहीं चाहिए कोई
extra to
hater
play
है.
with.
सबको समझाने का
Mainly
try
thanks
करता
to
हूँ
that
लेकिन
guy. I don't know how Narrate
इनकी
is able to
कुछ
find
चूते
value
होते हैं.
in a lot of these positions, but he does. Great utility usage
भाई
around
narrate के
before.
पास fade ult भी आ गया.
BS
कुछ
spams
कर
this
सकता है
time.
foot.
Either one
Yeah,
works.
the replay showed that he
उतना
must
ना.
have just seen this small
और
list of
farm
pixels
करके next round जीत
of his
सकता है.
opponent about to
I
come
couldn't
around
see
the
it when
corner.
it was
क्योंकि
paused. so
सारा
fair play
kill
to
जो
him.
अपना ये Viper ult
Flies like a
वो सब
hawk.
आ जाएगा. Sage ult भी आ जाएगा.
There we go though.
तो एक side तो
No purchase
defend हो
this time.
जाएगी.
Only CNED. Only. He always seems to be a menace. Nightfall plays through, but it hasn't really connected onto anybody.
नहीं आ रहेगा.
They
ये
are
round
still going to continue their
ये round
push.
कैसे नहीं आ
Cracks
रहेगा?
was the one man on the site. He has been forced back.
नहीं आ रहेगा ना?
It looks like they might just opt to try and set up around CNED's singular rifle. He's still going strong.
नहीं आ रहेगा
Second
फिर,
kill
नहीं आ
already
रहेगा,
in this
नहीं
round is starting to fall apart a little bit for
Gun से
KC.
ना ये लोग का.
Oh, there's definitely some struggles. The low bodies of Foot
Jot.
being so deadly throughout their last series and this one. Rifle recovered for CNET. Blade Storm in his back pocket.
आई कैसे डॉज गया? दे भाई thank you for the 5.
Give that to Cracks. They have 3 rifles now.
Chat
They
जिस
set
जिसको
their
भी मिला
sights
देव भाई
on
का
the side
पकड़ के
itself.
thanks बोले.
KC very much fragmented. There's an initial duel on Narrate, unable to trade. The slow had kept them in position.
बोला था
And
मैंने.
now all hope lies with Martin. Showstopper in, and it's caught a kill. The ace with the nade. The show.
Bro, मैं jinx नहीं हूँ.
back up just in time.
Martin!
Just
भाई
when they
नसीब
needed it
से
the
अल्ट आ
most.
गया
He
भाई.
just doubled his kills in a singular round. An
Whoa.
absurd individual show of brilliance from Martin to save them.
भाई कैसे?
CNED, well, he was definitely a worthy opponent in this one. But managed to find a multitude of openers, but every single piece of utility put into play, even with a shorty to
भाई
it.
ओपा भाई
If you're
ओपा.
ever questioning whether or
मार्टिन ने
not
5
KC
से मारे.
or broken
दे
or
भाई देखो तो
battered,
500 कमिंग
that
थैंक
will
यू
be
500
enough to
चलो
bring
बंक्स भाई बाद
anyone
में आता हूँ
from the
पढ़ने जा रहा हूँ
depths.
कॉलेज एग्जाम से डन से तब में भाई बेस्ट ऑफ लक.
2-round gap, so winnable. Quick play by Martin, but it's shut down immediately.
बहुत फास्ट
Shot
है.
out of CNED doesn't
बहुत
land.
फास्ट घुस गया
But with
मार्टिन.
Martin down, the rest of the
कोई
players are a
ट्रेड के लिए
little
भी नहीं
further
था.
back. The wall won't keep them out for very long. It does allow a little bit of a reposition from Mr. Fallen, who's close and
Read
ready
है.
to fight.
Cypher का
Sneak
read है.
through from Tamazi as we're on board
लेकिन
with
वो
him.
लोग
Viper's Pit's
ऐसा करके
blocking
भी
out
गए
B,
तो
but looks like they'll bypass that with a crunch from Spawn and from
एक
the
बार
connector.
आके बंद
The
करके
idea here,
फुट
hopefully
के प्लेयर्स
Tamazi
का
can
नाम
pick them
पढ़ो.
up as they move into
आके
position.
बंद करके
The
फुट के
rotates out
प्लेयर्स
of
का
the
नाम
A side
पढ़ो.
being watched and he's turned
क्यूरैक्स
the
ही
wrong
तुझे
way.
फॉलिन
That
सीनेड
timing is
अटैक कैप्टन.
abysmal. Surely Magnum though, the second surprise element as they
Easy.
rotate back to the A site, he can get a beautiful
Rahul bhai, thank you for the 20 gifted. Chat, GG's को भी मिला
It's
है.
only a matter of time till he turns, but never mind. Yedajay wins the fight anyways.
क्या बोला था?
Through under the
फुट
rate.
जीतेगा ये
Shin
राउंड.
left alone. One man
एक्चुअल
against
में वाइपर
five
एंड की वजह
from
से
foot.
जीते.
A near impossible clutch and well, he can take the bragging
Rahul
rights
bhai,
back from
thank
Martin if
you
he
so
wins
much
this
for the
one.
20
The spike
gifted. मेरी
down in
जान
the
के
open.
टूटा. अच्छा हो बे
Next
वो
to
बंदे
no
को आइडिया
information
वरना
and
वापस कुछ बोल
30
देता पता
seconds left.
मेरी गांड
It looks
मारता
like this one is already in the bag
अच्छा
with an
idea.
11-8
Fuck you.
scoreline. We could even ask the question of how much damage can he do, but the
भाई
answer to
flawless
that
बे
is
आ गया.
0.
फुट जीतेगा.
Yeah, and
फुट
Andalusia
जीतेगा.
flawless to put things onto the board. It truly is just absurd. Some of the positions.
Rahul bhai,
that are
thank
being
you for the
held.
20.
That's the
Blitz
thing.
up and thank
I
you
think
for
Foot gave up a
40.
lot of control in this one, but they knew exactly where it was
YouTube
left.
माइनस
And
करके
while
बोला मैंने.
I think Martin clearly feeling confident off the play of the last round, went for
क्या अभी
something
मुझे
super
कट
aggressive.
मिलेगा?
And just
अभी इतने
unfortunately
सारे
lost
अरे
his life
सबके
for
सामने
it.
नहीं बोलना
Everything
था.
after that was just a domino effect. 11-8.
एक सेकंड इसने क्यों बोला डोमिनो इफेक्ट? भाई भूख लग गई.
And it seems like they might go for a little bit more of the same.
I have died
Some
कर रहे
early
हो ना?
control, but just look at CNED. Again, just going
Almost कर रहा
walkabouts.
था
As they
इसने
can
डोमिनोज
gamble
इफेक्ट बोला.
players immediately onto the other side of the map.
समझ रहे हो?
Out of KC on C as well. Seems like they're quite aware of that aggression potentially coming through.
यहाँ पे फन
Will be
करने के बाद
watched by
दरवाजा
Magnus as he
तोड़ के
covers
भी.
B, and I think his turret's watching
Let's go
behind him.
KC. Let's go.
So these players can make noise on A, and that's all this is.
Yeah.
They're trying to be loud and trying to drag those rotations that have come in
Trying to
again
be
and again.
loud?
Trying to
कैसे
get
loud?
that
कैसे?
flank underway so it can be capitalized on by Magnum. Maybe someone comes up on B
बराबर.
and pokes their head around. And he
सब
can rip it
बराबर हो
right
रहा है.
off and get a straight play
दरवाजा
through
तोड़ के भी.
connector to B. It's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
But it hasn't found value. Eventually, they've got to go
1,
for it without the picks.
2,
It'll be door open
3.
and B blitzed.
Short. चलो 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 अभी
was
रुकना
clear.
नहीं.
Boombot will do that.
Let's go. Let's go. बस
Throwing
कोई
the
नहीं है
extra
पूरी
util again,
साइड
that
खाली.
cam.
चलो.
Similar place as what we've seen it before. By the looks of it, it might just have to be a full-on retake here. The Viper's Pit will be utilized now. Those
भाई
stingers
ये heavy
gonna
ult
be
है.
even more fearsome up close, but Krax isn't shying away from a fight. It's an awkward one, but he still manages to win. Out of captain's found Tamazi as well, and somehow, from what looked like it could be dangerous, Foot make that look easy.
The Viper's Pit down on the side as well. The
कैसे?
fact that they deal with that, I didn't catch who found the kill.
Out of captain.
It was out of captain. It must have been a blind spray.
कैसे?
I don't know if it was because they were being pushed from behind. Maybe Tamazi went forward a little bit.
Let's see.
It was Cracks going through.
No,
Yeah, it's there. It just spam. Okay, nice.
नेट डाला था क्या उसने?
Again, Tom, though, how many times do we see this? The attempted spam by a weapon that gives tracers. If you're the
उसने नेट डाला था
Viper,
क्या?
that's a death sentence a lot of the
कैसे
time. The last thing you want is to be
भाई
flagging
ये तो
like,
फेस
I'm
वाले
over
ने
this
100%
direction,
इस पे
guys. Just
haters
fire
को
back.
हम तो हम देख लेंगे.
Nice
Love you
shot,
Rahul
him.
भाई.
5 HP already. Can't catch a break. Well, at least now CNET's missed a shot.
Well, I know who can't go.
Love
through
you
that
Rahul भाई.
safe
Thank you
line.
for the 10 Canadian,
That's
Australian,
already-
Russian
that was one of
dollars
the
मेरी
weapons that
जान.
They've had to hand it over.
Love
on the
you
other
Rahul
side.
भाई. Love you.
Lockdown is going to be put into play. Doesn't seem like Foot are going to over-rotate just yet. Still wary that this is a ruse and
End
CNET was
moment पे spit डाला
trying
है.
to just hit
End
the shot.
moment.
Will be detained, but They're not going to mind too
मेरे को
much,
लगा ही था
especially with
एंड
Antec doing
मोमेंट पे
that.
स्पिड डाला था
And they thought they had a way into the site. The man just disrespected them. He was Cena's defender. Cena would
और
have died
उनको
if he went
ज्यादा
down as
स्पेस
well.
मिला
A
अंदर आने
ludicrous
को क्योंकि
display
उसने
from
पीछे
our
से अल्ट
captain.
मारा उसको लगा
And
आगे
maybe
से
the end of
अल्ट
the map.
मारेगा
It doesn't even stop
तो
them
लोग
from
फाइट
going
ले लेंगे
backside
और
because you
तोड़
have someone
देंगे
like Shin who's shrouded stepping past the
Bye.
snake bite. He can get there early. So for him to just run out like that
बट अच्छा
is
खेला लेकिन
ludicrous.
केसी ने भी
But it
गलतियां की
works.
थे वो
Of course
वाइपर
it
अल्ट
does.
वाला
This is
राउंड
foot we're
पता नहीं
talking
कोई
about.
ऊपर ध्यान क्यों नहीं
5
दे रहा
versus 3, 5 HP on
Oh,
your team. Peace out.
timing!
And it looks like just Tamazi,
Gaya.
the last man standing and the last to fall in
GG,
this
well
game.
played.
At least on this map, Breeze is up next.
कतार
to
ऑस्ट्रेलियन
secure
रशियन डॉलर नहीं है
13-8.
बहुत दिन से बात
And my, what a map that will be.
Bye.
20 seconds left and an up staring down
Sinner
at
bye,
him.
jet
It's
ticket
a
off.
round and map win
आप
for
jet
Foot.
ticket लो, Sinner bye.
13-8. They trade each other's picks and we go all the way to the decider.
Yeah, it's definitely been a series a
अभी
little bit
Sage
backwards from
मेटा
the
में
way we
आएगा क्या
expected. And it's going to finish in a
बस
similar
फिर भी
way as
YouTube का
well,
माइनस
as
करके
Breeze has been a map yet to be
बोलो
played.
मेरे तरफ
The
से आपको
first
बड़ा
series
बहुत
in
दे बाय
EMEA
कभी
Stage
तो
1
that's
to go to
great
3
gaming
maps.
thank you
We'll
for
see
the
you after the
20
break.
मेरी जान के टोटे love you OTP One back, can you message Zeref and ask if he's going to stream or not? I can't. If he wants to
Stay
stream,
away
he
from
will
them.
stream.
Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola.
Bunks की छोटी
Qatar
Qatar always crushing dollars is here.
In spite of everything.
कैसे हो? Khan bhai, long time no see. Thank you for the 69.69 Qatar, Australian, Russian dollars मेरी जान के टोटे. Love you. कैसे हो Khan bhai? भाई इसका भी गाना बाप है.
Former professional
Russians are here. Excuse me.
Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle.
साइलेंट फिर बोलते हैं. क्यों साइलेंट होने का? भाई लोड़े लग गए. भाई मेरी लोड़े लग गए. हेवी वार्निंग आई है मेरे को. लोड़े लग गए. 1 सेकंड रुको तुम लोग. सुनो.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well. Heads up. क्या हुआ? तू मैंने सुपर चैट नहीं. मैं आया, मैं पट से आया. जरा हल्का सा कुछ लेफ्ट राइट कुछ तो हुआ है. Let me fix it. One second.
Some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it.
मेरी गांड पटी रे, रुको रे, मेरी गांड पटी. स्विच गया. रुक जाओ भाई, क्या टाइमिंग है भाई, भाग. 1 सेकंड रुको. रुको रे बाबा.
I don't think I would steal it. I think it worked here, but I feel like if KC was able to get ops out earlier and more consistently, I feel like we could have seen a different thing. I think KC has been untraditionally, like, really sloppy right now, and I think if they were on point, we could have seen a different result.
Also, I think that we need to keep in mind that this could fall into Foot's preparation for today, right? As we said, they play enemy by enemy and opponent by opponent, so they can change things from week to week. What was the strongest thing for KC during this kind of maps? It was the retakes, right? You have to disrupt those kind of things. I think that the Sage Wall was a great element for them, and time after time, we saw KC struggling with that. We saw them struggling, creating the damage and creating actually a space for themselves.
So would you steal it?
I wouldn't.
Both of you would not steal this comp? The one that just took down KC?
In a map.
Okay, yeah, in a map. On their strongest map. But let's take a look at this round real quick, because if you don't steal this comp, would you steal this, I guess, execute?
Well,
this one.
So this is the funny thing here. It's like, okay, this is the round where they use the Cypher as a human drone, right? And then they use the Sage Res to get them back up, because they don't have an initiator on the comp, so they have to do something like face checking. Usually do it with like all the info denial, but yeah, this is.
Honestly, if I have no initiator and I have to get information with a beacon that it's a person, there is no other team that would do it better than Foot. That's at least my opinion. I think that they feel incredibly comfortable taking duels and fights that for other people would not be comfortable. And I think this part of the map, both on C and on A, they were always going to struggle getting the space and the pressure. And in some of them, they made it seem effortless, especially when they were rotating over the map, mid-round. I was very surprised by that.
Yeah, I think one of the things that played really well into their composition is I feel like KC needs a lot of info about where to move and where their opponent's positions are. I'm okay for now, thank you.
You're welcome.
So basically what this means is like if there's no initiator, then KC doesn't get the free info. Oh, there's a Gecko here. Oh, they're starting this. Oh, there's
love letter
that.
नहीं
So
दिया,
KC
love
can't
message
go
दिया.
around freely, and then there's so much info denial with the Viper wall, the orb, the smokes, the cages that.
Bang shout out NVS Abhishek.
C and walk back to A and get that full A exact.
Shout out to you.
And KC's just blind the whole time.
Yeah, and then when it comes to the defense, I know that we talk about how important Zenit is. For example, when he goes into this role, it's lovely to see him back on the jet, to see him being very comfortable. But I think they were relying on it a bit too much, but I think that it had the effect that they wanted. Right? The putting the extra pressure with the operator feeling free. He only needs to smoke. He doesn't need anyone to.
Hello, Banks, I love you from Hyderabad. कैसे हो राजू भाई? कैसे हो? अन्ना से मिलो.
If they don't have to sync for anything else, for the utility fallen, and they just can go for the duel,
just swing.
They're fine. They're fine.
Yeah, just swing.
I mean, that is a big part of it, is that they're really good with creating
क्या
chaos
prediction
and then,
है?
like, just taking those duels. Like, if everyone's able to just fight and they don't have to worry about, oh, I'm playing this agent, so I have to learn these lineups or learn how to use this ability. It's like you just
और
throw
senior
your
भाई से
wall
मेरी
down
बातचीत
and then
है.
you're fighting
High
this
level
round.
पे.
Your jet, you just fight the whole round. So that
Foot
plays really
जीतेगा.
well into that.
Same on the other side, right? If you're KC, what do you think? First of
क्या
all,
अभी
what do you
क्रीमस
think
बात
when you see
निकल गई?
this
मत
composition?
करो
It's a
यार.
that has never been played before.
तो
In
एक
a way that
warning
you do
message
not
आया था
expect
तो
it,
मैं
right? Because especially
वो forward
not
किया.
having a single initiator
कुछ
to
नहीं
gather
होएगा,
that information,
tension
but
ना
also to put
ले.
the pressure and regain the zones. It's something that you're not supposed to be playing against. And the first thing is like you wonder what are they going to do. I think that actually Cracks did a very good job on the Sage and with the silent utility and how he was using the walls again, especially when it was on the attack, because you're just looking at it being like, okay, so Cena's gonna go in. How's it gonna go in?
Do you feel like maybe they should have punished him a little bit more, because he was just walking into their spawn like every round?
that's part of like the info denial and everything like that. But like just to highlight where you're talking about with cracks, I would say it's not even the wall, it was the slows.
Yeah.
So whenever KC on their defense would come in for the retake, they would start using their utility. They would throw like Omen Flash or whatever, and then stage slow comes. That's 7 seconds.
IPL Jaipur में बारिश आ गई है. Wow.
The retake, and you've used all your abilities.
भाई बारिश की सीजन कभी है?
All it's left is just
बहुत गर्मी है यार, बारिश चाहिए.
The same thing with the flip side. You know, KC's trying to go A. They open the door. They're using paranoia. They're doing all these things. Sage slow comes, lands in. They can't even move.
But hear me out. It also comes down to time and time again, especially in the latest, I would say 2 to 3 rounds, that we would just see Foot. Like KC would put a piece of utility. They wouldn't care. They're just like, oh, Vipers, I don't care. I'm gonna push. I'm gonna push. I'm gonna and KC were like.
बात तो बराबर है. हाँ? Hello.
You remember, Steel Martin just did Martin things.
Yeah, and this was the first.
By
round where
Martin
KC was
things
actually
नहीं
able to
किया,
more than
उसने
2
मार
rounds
5 things
together
किया.
in a row. This was so pivotal because not only did Martin have to
समझ
win
रहे
a
हो?
3 versus 5
तंता ये.
ace clutch, it was also the eco for
Chat English exam
for
किस-किस
Foot.
की है?
It was
पिवितल.
seen with a
याद
Vandal. He
रखना.
got a couple of kills, and that opened up the
सारे
round for
सिम्स
them.
भरे पड़े
But, I mean,
चैट
the
में.
rest of
पता
them
नहीं
had
किसके
shares.
वजह
Like,
से
you
यार.
can't
मैंने
be
आज
losing
तक
these types
कभी
of
सिम्प
rounds.
नहीं किया.
KC's not looking good at all. They're looking really sloppy. Not what we've seen, not reminiscent of what we've seen in previous weeks.
आज
Yeah,
चैट
they
बहुत
managed
टॉक्सिक
to
हो
lose
गया है.
on the
आज
notice,
पता
but we
नहीं
are gonna
संडे
move on
टाइप
to
फील हो रहा है. सब लोग पेक मार के
So, do we
बैठे हैं.
feel like KC come back here?
What I
Rajesh
would
bhai,
love to
thank
see
you
a
for the
comeback,
100
but
G
I
pe
think
meri
that, I'm still
jaan.
giving props to Foot in their preparation. I think that they came prepared very well, and I think that this could be another example of it. Just taking an example how KC played against Giants. Now, out of all the maps that
बस मैं
Foot has
last
played,
2
I
years
was
से
mentioning
देख रहा हूँ.
last week how even
कुछ
though they
नहीं
played so little during kickoff,
बदला आप
they
में
managed
वही
to
जॉड़ वाला
ban
गेम
and play
प्ले
different maps besides the
जैसे
breeze.
पहले
They
स्वीट थे
came
अभी भी
into
वैसे
this
हो. अरे
regular split
क्या
playing
बात
5 out of the
है.
7,
Love you.
even though they just played like 2 or 3 times during kickoff.
वाइटी
They
का क्या है?
managed to
ऑल
play
ओके
5
ऑल
of the
ओके.
7 maps, and they were perma-banning the breeze. So this was a huge question because they also had the chance to ban it on the second round, but no, they decided to go for the breeze. What I want for them is a normal
क्या
ass
मुझे ज्यादा
composition.
कट मिल सकता है? गली में मेंबरशिप गेम प्लान क्या?
No, honestly, after what they just did,
भाई चैट में भी ना
after what
मान
they just
रहे.
did, I want to see this in it. I want to see the scene that is on the jet, that is
आपका
feeling
2 साल
comfortable.
से
And
सेम गेम
honestly,
प्ले वो
you
बोल
have
रहा है.
Breeze.
Oh
You
what the
can
fuck?
have
हाँ
best
क्या?
in slot for many things. You have the jet, you have the
He'll miss you on my
the
team
KO,
पे.
you have
याद
the
रखना आज ही
Viper,
मेंबरशिप
even
की
Jet
है.
to Jay.
खत्म हो जाएगी तुम्हारे कब तक.
They're listening to you. They even have Mr. Fallen on Sobers.
That's what I'm telling you. I was gonna go for. They have best in slot. Like if there is a map that they should, on paper, be comfortable of, should be this one. That's why I was so, you know. I mean, I kind of understood it when
क्या
they were
लगता है
playing
chat?
so many comps, but coming into the regular season, I
Cnet
need to see
versus
this
Martin.
I feel like this is going to play
Huh?
way too much into Carmine Core's favor right now, though, because I feel like
क्यों
there's so
भाई?
much more freedom for them to move around, especially on defense. They do things like with the hulls pushes, mid
भाई
pushes.
वो
which
लोग
is
भी
something
करेंगे
different
भाई.
every round,
फुट भी कर
but
रही.
they don't look great on their executes.
Well, Foot, they're on the precipice of pulling off an upset
Precipice.
here for KC. They have a great chance to come back into this. So let's jump
याद
back
रखना
into your
precipice.
to the game even with your casters Mitch and
Cnet,
Tom.
Cnet
See if
now.
they can pull it off.
Thank you, Yinsu Kakuka and
भाई
Steel.
KC का
Map 3. We deserved it in
75%
this
है.
series, and I'm glad we got here. Breeze. A couple question marks. I think looking at Foot coming.
चैट सबको हार्ट्स डालो. आज पहली बार पूरे हिस्ट्री ऑफ यूट्यूब में वोट्स कम है और लाइक्स ज्यादा है. कैसी का मैच करेंगे क्या? पहली बार हिस्ट्री ऑफ ज्योग्राफी ऑफ साइंस ऑफ वॉच पार्टी में कभी नहीं हुआ है ये. कभी हरामजादे हमेशा वोट करते हैं, लाइक नहीं करते.
Basic comp, but they are also comfortable agents. Cracks going back to his trusty KO and playing a mirror matchup. It might just come down to who's better individually rather than the comps.
2.5 के लाइक्स ही तो है
back on
भाई.
his jet.
5200 है भाई.
That might just be enough.
It's enough to win my heart, Tom, for whatever that counts for. Already some decay with the walls, but no bullets landed just yet. This is a frankly disgusting position from Yedije. And he's got them by surprise, but Martin somehow wins that fight. Ever vigilant with a reflank up through tube. Advantage sits towards the defenders. And KC have been pretty good at getting back into sites. Limited utility as they make their way back through. It's a pistol round after all. Or maybe Foot can just run
भाई
down that
कोवा
clock.
का lurk main
KC
है.
tapped the spike. Someone needs to swing to check. It's not being stuck, and it comes at the cost of their life each time. Halfway already, and now they all look to duel on the side of KC, knowing that Ada Captain's the last alive. The snake bite will soon fade. As Ada Captain's
भाई
life force does
मार्टिन
too.
ने
1-0
क्या मारा
goes
भाई.
to KC. Tom, you know what that means.
मार्टिन ने
Yeah,
क्या
I
मारा.
think on this map it's going to be more difficult, but I think if there's expectations, maybe CNED could
वो
come in with
दिखाओ
Marshall.
POV.
I think that would be the one thing that can turn things. I like this though from Casey. I think especially Martin getting off to a good start, I think is going to be important. Like he is someone who had a quiet last map. The stats sort of show you
मार्टिन
that
ने
he
तीन
had
में
like
मारा.
an
मॉर्स
okay
पे वही
game
जो
statistically, but it was one
इतना
round
अच्छा
and an
दिन
ace,
जा रहा
and
है तो क्या
everything else
300
was
के आज हो
a
सकता
bit
है
of a
नहीं.
miss from him. And now,
300 के टाइम में फाइनल्स
the
कितने
real
होएगी
question is
लगता है.
how to Foot win a map without a Sage, because they've been consistently running it. I would have been
हाँ ना.
very upset if they.
भाई ये
brought it on this
only
map.
team रहेगा
They've
जो
actually gone for a
Sage
second
2 बार
one.
लिया
Mr.
रहेगा.
Farland's going to be pulling one in as well, so doubling up the potential damage with the snipers. Not this time though. CNED gone.
Well, this is it. The last map, you know, when you take an outlaw, you're sectioned into
By
one side of the
halls.
map. They go elsewhere,
तीन हो रही है halls
it's going to
में.
be tough for you to find impact. Map like this, though, plenty of open space for Martin to be playing with. That's exactly what he's doing. They're doubled up, though. 2 Marshals in a firing squad waiting for the peak to come in from Martin. Eventually, they'll back out. In fact, that timing, perfect. As Martin won't get another chance. Foot have been great on the low buy rounds, losing CNED early
भाई
on. You know,
अगर
that's one
इसने
of the main
क्लासिक
things
से
you say.
1v1 सोवा को
CNED
मारा
on the
ना.
jet, maybe he can make it work. Maybe that Marshall can come in huge. Well,
अब
we'll
भी
have to
लेने
with
वाला
hands
था
of
मैं
Yadajay
कैप्सूल.
and Mr. Fallen, who's got an opportunity, but a pixel robs him of that chance.
Oh, it seems like.
टैलेंट के आगे जीत पाएंगे चांसेस है. टैलेंट का रीटेक
Gonna try
स्ट्रांग
and
है.
almost confuse him a little bit. Nice
Shot
shot from
bro.
Yadajay. Maybe this round still has a little bit of life in it. Retrieving the gun seems like
शॉट मारा
an
बे.
improbable.
शॉट भाई क्या सीन है भाई.
Where was that? Was all the way in mid. That was a wall bang to kill off another. I don't know how they managed to make these ones competitive every single time. It almost seems like it might be worse. An eco.
भाई
for Foot
क्रॉस
than just
फायर है.
play
क्रॉस
into the
फायर है
second
सुबह
round.
और उसके
A
बीच
very
में.
passive position and almost crossfire, but the timing hasn't gone great. But it does work out for Yedajay. An extra couple of tags. Every little will help. He is damaging every
भाई
single
दो
player,
लाल है.
but it still comes down to just cracks.
सोवा
Have
को
to try and
बचना
hold
था.
on to this. A couple low, but they are clearing him out of position. Just 48 HP, and the
Anti रे.
Elpation
सोवा को
will be
बचना था.
there.
सोवा को बचना था.
Thankfully, this time, the second round.
सब्सक्राइबर मोड लगा
it's
तो है
always gonna be
1
one
मिनट
with
का.
3 players as well. Magical.
Big improvement against Foot.
केसी
That
जीतेगा तो
stat
10
finally
गिफ्टेड
being
जिंक्स भाई केसी ही
as it
जीतने
deserves
वाला
to
है
be.
भाई.
They had
फुट
no
जीतने
right
का
to find so
चांस
much
ही नहीं है.
success. Those early buy
क्या
rounds,
खेल रहा है
right?
किसी
It's still-
पता है.
It's still pretty damn good.
क्या
It's still
खेल रहा
very
है
good.
ये
And
देखो बे.
for one of the rounds, they got it down to 1 player alive, and we saw that
ये देखो.
phenomenal impact as the rounds
कैजुअल
went
शॉट
on.
थी
So,
फुट की तरफ से. जीतेगा
they've been
कैसी.
good early, but now on the last map of the series,
भाई मेरे को
versus
पता है मेरे को लग रहा था
KC,
फुट
2-0
जीतेगा लेकिन
clean follow-up round,
मेरे
and now a
सब्सक्राइबर्स
bonus
के वोट्स
with a
देख
lot
के
of
ना
potential,
मैं पिघल गया है.
especially with Martin
मेरे
on the
सब्सक्राइबर्स
outlaw.
चाहते
Tagging up
केसी
these
जीते
players will
तो
make it
मैं
so much easier for
केसी के
Nari
साथ.
or Magnum to finish them off, as well as obviously the
मैं केसी
Bulldogs
के
on
साथ हूँ.
Tamazi and
केसी
Shin.
जीता.
Ton of potential, and somewhere that Foot need to be very cautious right off rip.
Right here.
Straight away.
Revealing area.
I'm going to see the close angle cleared by the fragment. Just basically, they're reducing the positions where CNED could be stopped from. Same with the shock dart over
भाई
the back.
reducing
And this
क्या होता है?
post-spawn
एक और बार
already in
जिस
effect. Not been anything really able to deny it. A few counter pieces of utility. The drone not even used in the take. The drone is used in the post-spawn. Cracksover has been hit. You mentioned
गाफ
that outlaw.
फाड़
He's on
retake
10
होने वाला है.
HP.
गाफ फाड़.
Oh yeah, I mean anything's going to take him down now. We need
Yeah.
to see the fights come through though.
Gay,
CNED onto
gay.
Tamazi, it's a clean trade.
Gay.
KC are
Retake
closing
gay.
the distance. That's all they want. That's an ambitious peak. The idea being that Magnum could trade. He got one. No follow-up.
What was
on
this
it.
power in
Shots
this peak?
landing make it ever more difficult for KC to find any value with Shin on
So
one.
nice.
It's a quick and
Bonus
clean
ta.
follow-up from Foot. 3 players alive and 3 rifles carried through to the next. Great work, by the way, from Jack Igo.
इससे
I
बड़ा
like that
दोगला इंसान नहीं
third-person
देखा.
angle we
भाई
saw
मैं
coming
केसी
over
की
because
तरफ
that
ही.
nade from Cracks not only clears the position for players, it also got rid of the trap. And that's huge, just to shut down that little piece of utility.
सबसे
that could cause
अच्छा
so many
team
problems on the way
according to
through.
you in EMEA.
Either way, that was the bonus coming
दिल
out from
fanatic
KC.
के
So they're gonna
पास
have
है.
a rifle
दिल
purchase.
fanatic के
So
पास है,
Outlaw
but I
has
would love to
changed
watch
sides, although it's
Heretics
mainly
win.
because of the lower
The
finances
Boo brothers.
available for Mr. Farlin. Maybe expecting some level of aggression for the defense.
Sentinels को भूल गए. शर्म
They
करो.
might be
शर्म
pressuring.
कीजिए.
Early into A main, we've already seen the knife go over, but with no one spotted, the space will be taken by Shin.
इसमें नहीं है भाई
Instead
सेंटिनल
for Martin, he's
कभी
already
कभी
gonna be
लगता है
rotated
तुम्हारे
back
पास
middle
नॉलेज
control,
थोड़ा लिमिटेड है
almost left completely open. This could be problematic. There is a cam watching, which will be immediately destroyed. And now the pressure is in on that V side once again.
Still a trap on site for Tamazi, but how's he getting out of this one? Hunted down by Mr. Fallen. But the kills have come in across the board. Yedajay and CNET have been lost.
बंदा साइड खेला तो भी मारा
Now another hero has to step up.
बैक साइड खेला तो भी मारा
The spike's been dropped in the open, and now
Clean.
it's fully secured by KC.
Clean
4
round.
versus 1.
लेकिन इसके बाद मेरे को लग रहा है साइफर अभी सीधा ए जाएगा मेरा हो गया कर
With the outlaw, he won for the books. He won't mind even the
Clean
first
round.
Now rate was 150.
साइफर ए जाएगा अभी साइफर का हो गया भाई
KC right back on the board, a blip for foot, and they're back.
वो अभी बीटी में जाएगा अभी
Definitely.
बेचारे के साथ क्या कुछ नहीं हो रहा है यार
Getting that early information in towards A main allowed them to go and reclaim some of that mid control.
I can't aim, but he can't either. All good.
It's impossible not to love him. Like, and he's off to a much better start as well. Like, we saw him have a resurgence.
इतना भी
What
सच
was
नहीं
a
बोलना
bit of
था
a
यार
quieter first map for someone of Narrate's standards. But that's the thing though, again, we
देश
see
के प्लेयर्स के पास
players
एटीट्यूड
on the
बहुत है देयर इज नो
KO
स्पोर्ट्समैनशिप कोई सीन
This
नहीं
time Martin immediately taking that control.
हम वैल्यू
Hunters
देखने
who
आए
actually
हैं
used here. Now bear in mind this is a
वो
low
लोग आईआरएल
round for the
कैसा है वो
side.
उधर वो रीजन वाले संभाल
Tasty
लेंगे
shot from Martin. Definitely seems to have got his confidence back. The flash
Jord.
is going to be dodged by Tamazi. I've been enjoying seeing his Cypher play since he's brought it in. At least at kickoff he was mostly sticking to that Viper. But showing that little bit of extra depth now to his agent pool.
Did CNET? Yeah. He popped the Blade Storm. I heard the voice line activate, and I thought,
तो इसके अराउंड क्यों नहीं खेल
in a
रहा है यार
5v2, surely not. But CNET in a 2v5, it tracks. It's a foot play. It's a CNET play.
इसके अराउंड खेलना था ना
Well, let's see what he can do. 50 seconds. The all-purpose EMP had landed on Tamazi earlier, but obviously now that trap is back online on B. The can is there, and there's a two-man rotate to help him out. They're choosing, I was going to say the right side of the map if they go A to at least get a plant and post-plant, but it looks like they want to fight. Right now, those opportunities are not being given away by KC with a retake A setup. We may
Plant
still
तो
see the
मिला
plant come through, but it's following up on it.
हाँ
That'll be the real
प्लान तो
challenge.
मिला
Yeah, at this point,
सीनियर भाई लेकिन कुछ ओपा कर सकते हैं
I am sort of.
क्या
Made
आवाज
noise.
दिया
Hey,
यार
made noise
I've
again.
seen it. We've seen him do so many magical things and then can't jump up the boxes. Somehow I imagine that's going to be in the replay, but for now at least he's looking for rotations, desperately hunting for some sort of fight to give Anna Captain.
Ayyo!
They're going to be pinged up. They now know where he is, but it doesn't matter.
Ayyo!
And finds another somehow again. In these lower rounds, it becomes competitive, but putting
गया।
CNET in the dirt, that is all they really
ओए
need.
ओए
Narrate will
ओए
deny.
बच गए
And all the danger quickly dissipated. It does mean the
पड़ती
economy's
तो
not going to be built up quite as far. And well, for Foot, a few extra credits,
पहला
a
दो
few
किल कितना
extra
clean था ना
orbs, I guess, but not too much in this round.
I think that's quite funny as well that we, yeah.
Happens to everyone.
Cutie
That's
pie.
the thing.
It does. Even seen it. That makes me feel good, to be honest. One of the things is looking at Tamazi on the B side. He gets hit by that EMP.
चलो भाई जीतो भाई हेलो अटैकिंग मैप है
His trap positions a couple
नरेट के पास
times
अल्टी
in the
अलग है
last 2 rounds in particular. Now that one's coming back because this is the trap that we saw. I'm going to just highlight it for a sec. This is the one that we saw.
लाइनअप देखो
By that nade through. It hadn't been placed for a while. It lets Foot get better position.
सीखो
But
बे
even
चैट
despite
लाइनअप
moving his
सीखो
traps out of the
केओ
way,
ब्लाइंड का है
taking
ना
his traps offline, he still grabs 2 kills, stays alive for the late round.
हमेशा
That's a
ऐसा राइट
disaster.
क्लिक लेफ्ट
Foot
क्लिक
can't
नहीं
allow
करने
that
का
to run, and instead they're going to be going back to B to finish what they started. Tamazi, they don't want to let him out of here alive this time. And it's out of captain that might have the chance to. Oh no, never mind. The dash in from CNET. He's going in with an offbeat hand on the close range angles. The blade storm from
मैं
Martin's
बोल रहा हूँ ना
grabbing
इसका हो
something to
गया
narrate. Down to the up as CNET doubles up and
भाई
gets a little
साइफर का हो गया
ambitious.
भाई भाई डन है
Anna Captain in the corner. CNET
Cypher,
will
go
close it
A.
as well. And in the end, it is Foot
साइफर
to
गो है
just
हो
basically
गया
hold
भाई
on to the
एक राउंड
advantage
साइफर
that
ने
they
मारा
took. It's a
जिसमें
similar round to what we saw
वो
previously,
लोग
but this
इको
time
थे
having an operator.
बाकी
And also,
हर
I don't
बार
think the rotations
ढूंढ के
were
मारा है
quite as
उसको
quick
ढूंढ
for
के
the side of KC. Obviously, I think
10
last time it was
एंगल
the Ray being able
चेंज
to
किया
flash
उसने
back through mid
ढूंढ के
and
मारा
catch them in
उसको
the flank. Instead, though, this time, I think just being able to isolate that duel onto Tamazi.
सीनेट का शॉट दिखाओ.
Again, just some fantastic utility. I think it was from Mr. Fallen.
Oh, ये भी मेरे जैसे.
Nice shots by CNED as well. And all that chaos, all
मैंने
that
भी आज
action
2
allows
ऑफ
out of
शॉट
Captain to
ऐसे
creep up
सेम.
close. Much better round from Foot, a lot of success. Early knife gets nothing. Sets up for the aggression of Martin, but they pull back. 4 players on A here.
तोड़ नहीं सकते ना उसे.
The B side is exposed, but most importantly, mid is left wide open with that concentration of players. Spotted one inside main with the drone, but it's the mid push.
टोपी गिरने वाला
Most
उसका.
concerned about both Shin and Martin.
भाई इसके
going
एम
out
को
to try
क्या
to
हो
find the
गया
duel
भाई?
that beats the
हेलो.
trade, and in fact, it's a clean one with a big piece of utility removed from Foot's belt early on in this round.
भाई अच्छा लाइनअप है बे वो लोग का केओ का.
Nigh on impossible. Instead, the
Last time
reliance
MVP भी
again
डालना
seems to be on
भाई
CNED.
इसका हो गया बे. मैं बोल रहा हूँ इसका हो
Will be offline.
हो गया इसका भाई.
He must have popped the cage just before though, and that is actually going to buy just about enough time. Walks back into the ping as well, so they're going to have the information. There are a couple of other players on the map, and the spike is now rotating seemingly in towards A, but they haven't cleared anything out. 35 seconds left on this clock. A close position
Best किया तो अन्ना तो है
from
वो
Magna.
भी.
It just has to be a fight here.
Even if you get the first, there's backup, not just in Martin. Even if you get him,
Get on
there's
there.
backup because Shin's here too. Spam gets
20
Magnum, drone
seconds.
eventually goes out. 2 players coming to reinforce this push, but no Viper wall. They've got to take the fights in the open. 14 seconds left. Time really starting to run down, and not much of a reveal here. Martin, 8 seconds. He just needs to deny this, and he'll go for it. A kill quickly found. A shot from CNED might keep them back for a moment. Put some hesitation into play for these
By
defenders
crucial
until he's
flank,
dropped.
crucial
Great
flank.
shot by Tamazi on the flank. Narrated
भाई
already.
जीत
Cleaned
गया
up
केसी.
Mr. Fallen.
केसी
Seconds
जीत
later.
गया भाई.
5 on the board with the defuse secured, and the lead even further in KC's pockets.
This round was just a bit more perplexing. I don't know if
How
the
about
side of Foot had just thought they'd pulled off an impeccable fake by
Cypher
having a couple of
play
players hit by the knife. Maybe you think, okay, well they've seen the
Next.
fact that we have KO over
With
on
the,
B,
all
so
the setups
we'll just walk into that A side
at
and there'll
A.
be nobody there. But KC,
क्या
I
बोलते
don't know why they would have gambled it. They
सारा
didn't manage to
setup
push
A
Tamazi
पे
into
सारा.
any awkward position. He didn't see
और
anyone
वो
on the
halls
side.
देख रहा
No
है.
one even touched his
तो
cage.
उसका camera
so
mid तो
he's
ऐसे भी
now got all
देखेगा.
of his util back
ऐसा
online,
कुछ.
information and support from the raid. So I don't know why Foot thought they'd managed to pull everybody off of that side, but it almost just looked a little bit panicky towards the end. Now, coming back in, Martin's going walkabouts. As an operator of his own, Magnum also going pushing, and it's a snap from Yadajay. Just that little bit quicker on the reactions.
That gets them a lot of info too. 3 players towards this spawn. They know they can isolate Tamazi. Pressure him back, spam him up. He's 30 HP.
एक गोली
As he
मार
rounds
के
the
जो
corner to
गलती किया
safety.
उसने.
Won't be too impactful in the late fights by the looks of it. And there'll be no utility for a little while as the spike eventually gets planted. For KC on the way back through, Martin's going to hope to find an angle with the operator. I think probably the point of contact for this defensive side will be him.
Mid door का आवाज तो आया.
Looking for something. Yedajay still lurking. They're wise to it. They're clearing it. But not good enough. Yedajay has been unbelievable, and off that alone, they will fall back and concede this round. 5 versus 3.
क्या
Damage
लगता है?
done to Tamazi, and a valuable op still to be
कितना round
saved.
चाहिए Foot को जीतने के लिए chat? Is it 7 rounds?
Amount of KC's attack because
और
of their
6 rounds will
dominant
do.
defensive side when they played up against
क्योंकि attacking
GX
favored map तो है.
in week number 1, but
Good night बोल दो बंग्स बस समझा रहा. Good night मिल जान.
is impeccable when it came to picking up a lot of those rounds, and especially with the pistol. Foot have managed to keep this one competitive. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to shut down any of those weapons, but again, a slightly more
छह round,
direct
सात नहीं
approach
जीतेगा बे.
seems to
सात
be
के सारे round
the
तो
name of the
नहीं
game
जीतेगा.
for them at this stage, and
KC भी अच्छा खेलते हैं
they
भाई.
haven't managed to retrieve that operator. But to be honest, I don't really mind it. I think having CNED as the tip of the spear is a little bit more important than him being able to find those openers with an op.
This goes here.
Okay,
And for
okay.
Martin, he's at least going to get his back into play for this next round, but
a nice spot.
Okay.
we'll see if it's going to be able to have that same impact.
Rajesh bhai, thank you for the 100 on GPay.
Able to take that control.
Offside play as well for Tamazi, so he won't get hit by the knife. Gets hit by the knife.
3 people did.
That's a reposition from that utility, and Krax has found a gold mine, putting some
भाई
pressure
मेरे
on
को
B,
लग
but
रहा है
there's
बे
no one
KO
there to
नाइफ
capitalize on it.
कुछ तो
Instead,
नर्फ
it's some
होएगा
fake
ऐसा
control as they
अनब्रेकेबल
spread
नाइफ
out
डालना
and look
समझ रहे
for individual fights. Looks like Ada Captain found his.
I can see the frustration in the cam as well from Martin. You just got to be fuming. It just gets insta-popped. Ada Captain has gone down early in a lot of these rounds. Instead now, again, the pressure comes on to the young man from Portugal, trying to hold the backside, and it's close, but no cigar. In fact, they're all dropping like flies. Narrate tries to get back in and help, but he's a little bit late. CNED may go down to a shock, don't know. It's instead going to bounce onto Krax, who's taking a lot of damage. And actually, finding another. If this kill goes all the way, this is starting to fall apart.
37 and 11 HP, Tom. Two players extremely low, and both are the ones on site, isolated by this Viper wall. Magnum, he snuck around up close, but the shot is found too quickly, and the flank from Yedije locks in the win. Foot with 4. And that
हर बार सेम सेटअप वो रिपोजिशन किया रे पहले उसने ब्रोकन बॉल खेला बाद में क्लोज साइड खेला फिर बैक साइड खेला फिर वापस कवर में बैक साइड खेला
Yeah, you've just got to see how frustrating that is, and you understand why. CNED as well just
ट्राई तो कर रहे हैं लेकिन वो लोग
with his
ढूंढ
fight.
के मार रहे हैं ना प्रॉब्लम
Yeah, they almost got caught out, but managed to weather the storm. Weaponry now
एक और
starting
बंदा
to be an
चाहिए
issue as well
साइफर
for
के साथ
KC. Like, this has been such a great early start to this map with a back and forth ultimately being in their favor. But if they lose this next one, they could be in a bit of trouble.
भाई इसका पोजी अच्छा है बहुत
Could definitely start to slip out of their hands.
इसका पोजी बहुत अच्छा है ये क्लियर नहीं हो गया तो लग गया
Surprised to see risks
अगर
like
ये
this being
पोजी
taken.
क्लियर नहीं हुआ
Martin
ना
got
ये
dunked on
फुट राउंड ये
last
हार
round
गया
up in window. Now he's pushed up to play behind the box. It's not
सिट
an
भाई की
easy
रील देखो तब
position
में भाई बात
to
में
find value from. Often
स्ट्रीम के
the
बाद
one
दोस्तों
kill and then you go down.
ये देखो वो
That's if they
देखो वो
decide
सब
to push
आफ्टर
it
द
together.
स्ट्रीम्स
Flash thrown deep. I don't think it's going to catch him. Now Martin's still good, tucked in this corner, and there's no fights elsewhere for KC. In fact, there'll be no fight here. Backing off, I was expecting CNED to barrel in towards it. Instead, they'll move towards the B site again. The knife from Krax. Remember, Tamazi repositioned last round to avoid it. And he's getting hit by it again. And it's hunting him down every single time. And now revealed. And oh my! I mean, a Hunter's Fury and a nade, a dash in from CNED. There was nowhere to go.
Bye.
No, he even gets pinged by the dart as well, so they knew exactly where he was. No surviving that one.
Okay, bye.
They're even going to throw in the Viper's Pit up close. I don't even know if he'll be needed. CNED
भाई
just kills
तीसरा वाला
everyone.
हेडशॉट लगा है
Trying to fight back, but he will find only the two. And again,
भाई सेटअप साइड पे
adapted their take
खेलो ही मत
once more into
नेक्स्ट
this
खेल
B
लो
site. And I think it must just be so confusing for Martin. The last couple of rounds, almost every round, they've gone for splits through mid. They've taken mid control. Ada Captain popped his head. We've had them run up. They won the first time they did it. The next time they CNED going that way. This time they do the exact same strat but with no mid control. So you had all that information from Martin.
क्या है मैं भाई
I don't think they're going big because they always take mid.
एक राउंड
They
और
just direct hit.
पुट को
And
मिला
completely onto Tamazi, as you said, versus a Dart, Hunter's Fury.
Bro, late night gaming scenes of Dogma कर सकते
हैं. Let's not forget CNED, who's top of the board 12 and 7.
रूटर करने वाला देखते तभी जो मूड रहेगा तभी खेलेंगे अगर वैलो में कोई हेड हो तो वैलो करेंगे वरना डॉगमा करेंगे
Not even a highlights, just a little compilation of Tamazi's rounds, because so much of it has been stand there, wait, KO knife, dash in, utility on me, there's 5 players
सफर भाई
and
की
you're
रेसिंग
dead.
चल रही है बहुत भयंकर हाँ
And
भाई
he repositions,
वो लोग
he still gets hit
सॉल्यूशन
by
चाहिए
it.
बस
It's
उसके
just the
सॉल्यूशन चाहिए
current way
बाकी
this
वो
guy's
लोग का
living
डिफेंस
under.
अच्छा है
I'm surprised he doesn't put his traps B and just go A at this point.
सुपरमार्केट खत्म हो गया बाद कुछ करने के लिए है नहीं
B side player. The main complaint the B-side players on Breeze have is that you don't do anything other than try to retake
के
it.
रंग वॉच पार्टी के संग बहुत सारा प्यार
No, we're going to push a B like
सारे यार
I'd say
लव
8
यू
out of the 10 rounds you've seen so far. Like,
जी का अगला गेम कब है
Sorry, it's
3-4
not
दिन
just the
बाद
knife, it's also like the nade to take his trap down, and there's just so many.
भाई
Every time he
सीनेट
tries
ने
something,
12 मारा है
it's
उसका
like they can
नेक्स्ट
see what he's doing.
5 पे
the one thing
कितना
that
मार
could
रहा है
plug the gap
सीनेट
here a little bit is the fact that they do have ults. You've got yourself the Blade Storm thrown in immediately. Martin's like, right, this time they're not mid. I'm telling you. And well, I'm sure Narrate probably agrees.
God.
Hunter's Fury is going to help out massively. They're trying to use these ults to pad the gap, but CNED has now popped one of his own. He realized what was going on a little bit earlier than anyone else.
Oh, that flash is perfect. Martin, he had no chance with the pop from Krax. Krax's utility is just out of this world. You see why we talk about this guy on a KO. He might have lost his life here, but the trades make it worthwhile.
बोला था पॉसिबल में एक एक करके बोला था पॉसिबल बाय हेवी एम बाय हेवी एम heavy.
Better than what he's been up against so far. Even still, what
Yeah,
a huge
blind
round.
था
It was the ult spam. It was what they threw in, but ultimately it came down to this man just popping heads.
भाई साहब.
And that was a much needed round as well. Secures economy gets an
वो
all
भड़क गया बे वो.
coming into the
बोला ना
final
वो
round
भड़क
of the
गया
half,
बे.
and Foot could be trailing by 2.
वो खेल ही नहीं रहा इस साइड. उसका हो गया. मैं क्या बोला था? बी पे पूरा सेटअप सिर्फ नेक्स्ट मैच देखने का उसको बस और कुछ.
that way. At least if KC
उसका हो गया.
Viper's Pit already activated, and there's traps ahead of it, and the trap.
बस आपका स्पेसशिप कहाँ है?
So hopefully won't get hit by the knife. Really strong setup on B.
वो वाला.
How he always does.
वो तो बुटकैम्प जाके मिलेगा. पहले ना.
Martin also, as I say, has not been having much success with the op. He's been better with the rifle. Every time he's had the operator, it seems like he's been slaughtered.
हाँ ना.
And well, this time again,
Vandal
something
से
he probably
कितना
didn't
मार रहा
expect
था.
was Mr. Fallen coming in with an op solo peeking him and managing to win the fight. It's left Magnum isolated, taking a lot of spam. He was hoping he could maybe find the plot instead. He's found everything else. Welcome to Tomazi's world, Magnum. Every single piece of utility. But they still haven't managed to get that plant in. Shock darts still available. Magnum, I don't know where he's going to get to use them. And instead, Anna Captain now splitting him from the backline. It's going to make things just that little bit worse. Even still, though, KC are clinging to life. The fight back.
ये fight जीतना था उसको.
Comes through, and now Shin left in a clutch.
भाई एक और बार नहीं देखना मेरे को 1v2 please.
Versus 2.
Get off that phone first if you can now.
Mr. Fallen and seeing it sitting around with the information to work
बहुत
with.
सही
He's
टीम
still
लग रही है.
around
पहले
here.
नहीं थी इतने सही गेम रहा. फुट बहुत
Destroys the wall, cutting it up.
सबने improve
Only
किया.
beckons them forward. Double peek through it for 6-6. A tied up
Enjoy भी कर रहे हैं
scoreline
लोग.
at the halftime. It's hard to separate these two teams. We found that out in the first two maps. That's
भाई
why
अभी
we're
देखो
here.
दोनों
We're
equal
neck
है.
and neck, even still.
लेकिन
This is just
Tomazi
my
by B
favorite
team
thing
है.
about this is I feel like
For all the
throughout
good
this entire
reasons.
series, Martin has probably just had so many unexplainable deaths. Like it's like, oh, how did you die this round? Well, there was a cloud burst and Anna Captain shot one bullet through it and killed me in the head. Okay, well, okay, you hold aim with an operator. Mr. Fallen, yeah, but the Sova, yeah, the Sova player, he solo peeked me with no utility with an operator. Has he played operator at all? No, just this round. He just decided to buy one and kill me with it. Like, he just got to be sat there going, yep.
Should have seen that coming,
Yep,
mate.
yeah, cool, cool, nice one. Dead either way.
It's funny because Krax is on the bottom of the scoreboard.
कोरिया का
and yet
शुरुआत
I think
सीन है
he's had
नहीं,
the
फिलहाल
most
तो नहीं है.
impact. It's not even like 3 assists. It's not about that. It's the utility stripped away. It's the lack of impact Tomazi's been allowed to have in a lot of rounds where he would have walked away with so much more if it wasn't for that annoyance. Some really nice setups by Foot to claim space, but even still, they end up neck and
Rastas भी
neck.
मजे
Now
ले
on
रहे
the
हैं.
defense, you best believe they're still going for aggressive plays. This is Foot we're talking about. 3-man push, and that timing could not physically be any better. If you choreographed it, they are slipping right behind them. Will they
Camera?
see them? No, there's an orb up. It's dropped, and there you go. Oh! Easy pickings with 3 quick kills this round.
Oh,
I swear to God, no one else's ghost works like that.
Bro,
Normally you'd see someone spam 15 bullets to the back of their head. See that though. It's This is why you want to see this man on
Bro.
Jet. Don't give me a chamber.
Class
Don't give me a
player
bloody
seen it,
urine.
bro.
Put this man on Jet. And
Bro,
he'll take over
class
the game.
player,
It's
bro.
what he does. It's what he always does, and there's no stopping him here today. 17 kills.
Class player, bro.
It doesn't.
Huh?
I've seen so many players up behind someone like, oh,
Just
I'm gonna
because
get it, and then
he
you see a
met
whole
me
clip
once
shot
in his
into the
life.
crack.
It's the hardest shot to hit behind them.
Crazy
Behind
what
3.
you can do.
But
Huh?
you can see this guy's
Crazy.
been hitting aim
Yo,
laps.
Jack.
Been hitting it hard. 7-6 advantage to
But
Foot.
credit
And the buy, similar to what we saw from
Card
KC,
limit
couple
khatam.
rifles and
GG.
an outlet
Love you,
to work
Tanmay
with.
bhai.
Only classics
I got the
for
98.
KC. How poetic it would be if they won this round.
But
It would be calmer.
मस्त था ना?
It would be the ultimate calmer.
I reckon we'd switch to guys.
ऐसा
and he'd be
shot
like,
नहीं
"Yeah,
देखा
fair
मैं
enough.
कभी.
We had that coming.
No, he wouldn't. No, he definitely wouldn't. But I like the idea of it. Unfortunately, it's not got off to a great start. Nice flash. That's something. I would have been impressed if Narate managed to get the second one. Now, I guess the only saving grace about this round so far is, well, firstly they got 2 kills, but also CNED hasn't had... yeah. CNED hasn't had any other kills, which would put him very close to a playstorm, especially if he gets this kill and then diffuses. Yeah, like that.
That'll get him very close to
Bhai,
it.
ulti aa gayi jet ki.
Just straight up on it.
That was the silver lining before the last 15 seconds of the round.
Before he
Ulti aa
got
gayi
the
bhai.
Bladestorm online, yeah. The highlight was he doesn't have it at
Shoot.
least. Well, 8-6
Jet
coming into
ki
round
ulti aa gayi hai.
3 of the half. You've got a full buy for the rest of the team, a pistol in the hands of CNED, and knives floating all around him. This is a terrifying start because not only has CNED got an ace in the first round, a 2K in the follow-up, now he's got the Bladestorm to come and hunt you
भाई
right now.
बंदा
And this
20
buy
kill
round
पे.
for KC is going to
और
have
next
a
9
element
है.
of hesitation to wherever they go.
Let's put it this way, in game you can see is
भाई
nice little
कैसे अब भी
shiny
तो tilt हो गया रे यार.
champions
मेरे को लग रहा है.
and,
अब तो हो गया रहेगा.
It's going to take a lot for someone to stop that shining, because that's for the top top fragger in the game.
तो मैसी भाई का कैंप
Farm
किधर
as
था
well
वो
back on
राउंड?
the sniper. I could almost bet he's going to kill Martin. Like, you can almost bet on it. They also seem to have almost perfect timing with each other. Martin, of course, does have the rifle. CNED not seeing anything. Had a captain. Are they about to set him up? It looks like they might have a flash for this. They do counter flash.
Blind में मारा है उसने शायद. Blind था कि नहीं था?
Great shutdown. Good start to the round. That defensive side aggression
smurfing.
expected, especially when you've got weaknesses.
How's this Batoons?
And I like the KC don't jump the gun. They don't go rush.
Elbow देख रहे थे कैंप
There's
से.
no
Oh.
plan to pick up the pace. Still 50 seconds, plenty of time to play with. And realistically for them, they just don't want to end up on the stacked site. Knife on A, that's going to keep 3 players here. That single piece of utility cloud.
नहीं elbow देख रहे थे वो लोग तो आए तो elbow से ही थे.
Huge information, but capitalizing on it is something else entirely, evidently. Foot have been shut down. This was a bonus round with some serious bite to it.
Yeah.
But, well, they've come out of that one.
अच्छा handle किया बे.
No,
अच्छा handle
you
किया
can
ना
even see
किसी
the
ने
Foot
यार.
were willing to sort of push the boundaries, get aggressive. They do still have to be careful, though. They've kept this one nice and
बोला
clean.
था
A
कैसे
good
जीतेगा.
way to build up the finances, but
Hello Bugs पे add account. Is a reference spent
give
12
anything over to you. The
K
fact
for
is, other
the
than the
account
rate,
got hacked
they're all
very
sat
recently.
back,
These are double factor also for
waiting
both mail and
within
right
AMA.
login. Hackers have changed username also. Please help. I can't prove.
Shade
Sai
slowly
Sharan bhai,
encroaching.
ये
Doesn't
help
have any
आपको Riot
utility
ही
to
कर सकते.
close the gap, and
Because
well, you can
Riot
see that
का
the
जो
the reason he's
ID
fighting is because
वो
he
वाला
wants to
जो
get
है
that
ना,
ult. He's going to have himself
क्या बोलते हैं
a
ID
knock command for
retrieve.
the next round,
वो section ही
and
अलग है.
Andaluthia
समझ
flawless
रहे हो?
to get them back in contention.
तो उनको मेल करके भले तुम नया मेल आईडी कर रहे हो मेल करके जो तुम्हारे साथ हुआ है दुख दर्द पीड़ा जो भी इन्फो मांग रहे हैं वो दो. थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा. आई थिंक 1-1.5 महीना तो लगता है. समझ रहे हो? लेकिन तुमको एक ना एक तो चाहिए रहेगा. या फिर तुम्हारा प्राइमरी मेल आईडी चाहिए रहेगी या फिर यूजर नेम पास चाहिए रहेगा. यूजर नेम पास तो है नहीं लेकिन प्राइमरी मेल तो चाहिए रहेगा. और सब कुछ गया है तो फिर कुछ नहीं कर सकते.
1 round gap. Full buy for
ठीक है
both
लेकिन
sides.
राइट
The
सुनता
B
है
side was
तो एक बार
very
ट्राई करके
successful
देख.
for Foot on their attack. They had a lot of ideas for how to get through there. You never really saw the impact you needed to coming out of Yedajay, but the traps are still online.
बिना देखे
Yedajay's
मार
on the
रहा
other
है
side of
बे.
the map, so as they walk through, they still haven't realized, still haven't walked right into them. And when they do, that's the chance for Ada Captain to show up. That shin
कैसे
down
मारा
on
Ada
the back of
Captain
some
ने?
information. All thanks to Yedajay.
Love you Sai, thank you for 400 though. Love you Bunks bhai. कैसा बम?
Almost extends it a little bit further. Spams. Look to come through the wall. Narrate trying to play a cheeky angle, and it has worked out. Even still, though, and a captain there again for the trade. The flash
जंप
solid,
करके
but
ब्लाइंड दे रहा है.
Magnum not quite able to capitalize, and at a captain. We've seen
Bye.
an explosive first round out from CNED. Well, now I guess the second
Thanks,
man
bye.
on
Love
the board
you.
is going to be at a captain, pulling up with a 4K.
Really nice setup. I love this idea from Foot to leave the utility on B, to have other players there. Realizing that there's a good chance Narrate comes in and pops his null command, that they storm the site on the back of that. They've avoided it completely, and I'm not surprised considering so much of Foot's attack side game plan was, let's take Tamazi's utility out. So they go, they might try to take our utility out this time. And it worked out perfectly.
और सबसे मेन लाइफ में सारे लकी ड्रॉस आल बाल लिंक ये सब क्लिक करना बंद कर दो.
Thankfully, because of the flawless, there's not really any problems whatsoever for KC. And they also have a couple of ults getting ever closer. Martin's going to take the orb and get him one away from the Blaze Storm. Magnum also one off that Hunter's Fury. He might be able to challenge for the orb elsewhere, but Headphone.
बैन था लेकिन अंदर मिल गया अच्छा कस्टमर सपोर्ट मिले बस हाँ ना परमानेंट बैन क्यों था भाई तू कैम देखा कैम ने देखा दो जन को देखा
in fact the only trip is in case they get aggressive from mid.
They would have been shock darted on the way through, so effect is the same.
Full B retake. Let's go.
You've got to be conscious of these angles anyways. That's
where Jet का भी सबसे important role इधर. सबसे important.
Exactly where Ada Captain was last round. So if they're not
पूरी retake की scene.
You'd have to almost be a little bit foolish. CNED not able to connect that initial shot. Now they'll definitely know. I don't know where Shin has just died from. A straight up wallbang from Mr. Fallen. They are now falling like flies. Every single member of KC, an attempted fight back. And Martin, he was meant to be the last man on the block. They had the sight for the majority of that round, but the rotation comes through. Shin gets wrecked. The spike gets dropped, and Martin has no choice but to save.
Yeah, it is the only call at this point.
Blind करके
double digits now secured.
Blind करने नहीं जा सकते. उसको लेफ्ट हुआ.
Multis coming on.
या फिर blind खत्म हो गया.
May even have his Viper's Pit for retake on next round. There's a lot of things stacking up against KC.
Cage था अगर cage था तो जो box है वो box पे cage करके कूद के भी जा सकते.
A few rounds since I've seen that pop off.
तो वो box पे भी cage किया ना. वैसे कूद के plant कर लो तो जा.
It's been like 2 rounds, you know. So
yeah, that's too many. Too many for this man. A timeout is called by Carmine Corp. They need a moment or two to gather themselves, and I think the key difference of this versus the first map, for example, that's the second timeout for KC. Foot still have 2, so if things start to get shaky, if the game starts to slip out of their hands, they can always reach back, have a moment to talk to Geis. Worst case scenario, fake a wrist injury and get him on the stage, you know? He'll pop off.
So
that is better. That is better.
Foot and playing Breeze.
That is
we
better.
said that like they've not played it this year. Well, the truth is, they didn't play it last year either. Like it's been a map that's been completely out. Obviously, it wasn't within the map pool, so it made it a little bit more difficult. But the last time they played it was
this is upset near. Do not take my closer.
So it has been clearly a long time coming for them. For a first showing,
both
with
teams are
obviously a roster of changes, this is massively impressive. And I do think that when you have CNED, when you have a map that is characteristically just fantastic for Jet, it does make sense that it comes back into the pool for them. I think it's going to be difficult, especially for guys, even if we do see a resurgence
यार वोट ज़्यादा हो गए लाइक से चैट लाइक करो यार स्ट्रीम लाइक करो
what this man is able to do
that was the best भाई
purely on the fragging nature. Well, it looks like one of the best
तुम लोग
20 and 11 and a captain starting to wake up. Yadajay's not
that one
just look at
that
what's
one
in play. Narrate has a rifle. They've actually bought up another as well. One was dropped from Martin, of course.
ये मेरे को इसका बहुत सारा knowledge है तो मेरे expertise के हिसाब से वही लेना चाहिए
does give him a lot of potential. Martin, oh no!
दूसरी बार
smoke
में मारा दूसरी बार
right off rip. This round just got a whole lot more difficult, and nice shot by Tamazi. That could go in a highlight reel. Problem is, they're not winning this round.
भाई क्या हो गया कप्तान भाई को
Answering up with 11-7 on the board. KC are in dire straits.
क्या हो गया भाई
No more chances to go back and chat to Eng, chat to Zeish.
Unless
मैं क्या कहो suggest करो
I didn't notice the reveal. That's absolutely perfect timing from Mr. Fallen.
आज मिला आपको नहीं ढूंढ रहे यार 1 महीना लगेगा
Where maybe like a
क्या मार रहे भाई ये
towards the end of the day going, they
भाई
don't
सीनेट
care
के
anyway,
ऊपर
so
गया
they
वो
don't care. Why the captain's ruining that now? Because
नहीं
he's actually catching up on the
Close.
board.
हाँ
16
ना
and 10. He's got his Viper's Pit online. No surprises there.
if you are
Shout out to
where
Camops, by the way, for
India
getting,
should
they're
help
observing on the
India
stage behind Attic.
ट्राई किया था नहीं हुआ रे
That's
उस
nuts.
दिन
If I had a camera to stand behind someone, I'd pick
नवरात्रि
CNET.
चल रही है माफ करो दाल चावल खाओ माफ
4
करो
rounds in it. Yeah, look, this is a
दाल
tough
चावल
one.
खाओ
And for KC, putting all the credits on
मेरे
the line,
माइंड से
Tom,
निकल
it's the
गया
swing
था
round.
दाल
This is
चावल
it.
खाओ भाई
If they're going to have a heartbeat towards the end of this map, better start pumping here and now.
वेजिटेरियन उबंग्स में दाल
See
चावल मैं
them
क्या
break
बोलूं
through this Viper's Pit? I don't
पूरी
know.
बाजी
I
खाओ
don't know if
पूरी
that's going to be
बाजी
the play. It looks like they want to
मेरे
root their
favorite
way
है
through middle and apply pressure from both sides. You're still going to see those two players in main have to contend without a captain who's been popping
पूरी
off.
बाजी खाओ
The thing is as well, look,
That's a vandal too, I hate that.
Look at the rotation. Well, I guess no one died, so we would have had to basically.
Yeah, just chuck it away.
But here we go. Knife is used to try and give him a little bit of extra information. The thing is, you don't want
बंग
to
में
push into a
फैनेटिक
pit
एंड
anyway,
सेन
but
का
pushing it
कॉल
into a
आया
pit
बोले
versus Attic
बंक्स
captain has been
नीडेड
so
हाँ कर
good.
दो डन
And the read, honestly, is sublime.
snake bite.
They're going to take away the rest of his
पूरी बाजी
utility.
अंटी
The
बाजी पूरी
flash
बाजी
will help him out a little bit. Attic
आधी
captain
बाजी
definitely under pressure, but CNED is just watching from behind. They're finally going to get towards him, finally going to clear him out. But there's so many more players here that they have to deal with. 20 seconds left.
वो लोग को मालूम ही नहीं रहेगा ऑलरेडी इतने सारे लोग
Mr.
वो लोग
Farland was just
स्टैक में
hiding in the
घुसे
back of the side. He was waiting for his moment.
भाई
And because of that foot,
वाइपर
and now gonna
अल्टी
get
के साथ
themselves to
स्टैक
12.
था
As said, a match
कौन
that we
सोचेगा
haven't seen
वाइपर
them play
अल्टी के साथ स्टैक
in
था
a long, long time. They are currently winning 6
क्या
out of their
खेलते हैं
7
भाई ये लोग
defensive rounds. That is filth. Marty genuinely is the unluckiest person on the planet. Like, he's just been owned.
Tamazi might have a word or two after that defensive side with you, but I can see what you're saying, Tom.
Yeah, but the thing is,
हाँ ना भाई बेचारा केसी भाई
really well structured.
डिफेंस में बेंच और टोमेसी का हो गया अटैक में इसका हो गया
Like, it's just stuff that you can't do anything about.
Yeah, and Mr. Fallen
Love
was
you,
already
our
done with the headshot through the
entertainment,
smoke.
love
That was
you.
Mr. Fallen's recon that got that done. Huge impact in the round that they came
टफ
towards the end. Even if
यूज
the stats
कर
don't
रहा
show it, only
हूँ
the
पर
assists.
अभी एक ईयर के बाद बहुत ओवरहिट हो रहा है
Seen a few. And then you talk about the last round
मेरा
for
भी
Mr.
यही
Fallen
thoughts है
and IGL. A leader, and he leads from the front with a 3K to put 12
तीन
on the
राउंड
board,
मारा वो
to give
बेचारा
Foot
स्मोक से
5
बे
chances to close out this map and finally have their revenge.
बटाटा वाला कोकोनट चटनी बटाटा वाला भाई पोटैटो फॉर लाइफ
A devastating blow to Foot after consistently being able to reach international events. Looks like they're back on form with a 2-0 start to the season. If they can get one more of these next 5 rounds.
Unfortunately as well, the buy stinks. It sucks. You've got like literally a pistol on one of the players. Now straight away, they are going to be able to take the util off this time. CNED hasn't been needing to use much of it. And the Hunter's Fury definitely helping out, giving Yedajay the extra space to just dominate again and again.
भाई टोमेसी भाई का हो गया भाई बेचारा सारा सोवा का अल्ट वही खाया है
Well, they might just be one of the most fearsome teams.
भाई बाप केला बे फुट बाप केला बे डैडीज
The key word here. KC took him down last time, and now they step on that regional stage and show him it ain't happening twice. Foot looking indomitable starting this season, and the question is, who is going to take them down? Who can take him down now?
Oh yeah, well that's the thing. I think many people thought this would be another sort of, well, I guess a cleaner run, because that was the thing. Casey's initial run saw them in the play-ins. Like, it wasn't the cleanest at the beginning, but the fact is, they have come up against a formidable.
भाई ये क्या मेल आया मेरे को हेलो अटेंशन ऑल टिकटॉक स्ट्रीमर्स करके एक्सक्यूज मी व्हाट द फक मैन व्हाट द फक बैन हुआ है भाई स्ट्रीम भी नहीं करता मतलब आज ही मोदी जी मिले और ऐसे सब मेल्स आ रहे हैं मेरे को हेलो टिकटॉक स्ट्रीमर्स लाइफ टाइम बैन है तुझे लाइफ टाइम बैन
Some weird stuff in the middle, but the fact is, they
पुट अप अन्ना हम लोग को पता था अन्ना पता
As much
था
as I hate to get involved in backseat gaming, CNET can't
बोला ना
play
ऑल
together
टीम
in the chat,
सेट
right?
अप बेसिकली अनलकी हुआ ना पहला टोमेसी उसके बाद मारती
21-13, and I feel like I've entered a time machine watching this game, Tom, because he is
गेमिंग हो गया रूटर होएगी बाद में अभी तो वो होएगा मिनी बू भाई भाई सच्ची बोल रहा हूं अगर आज हेरिटिक्स हारी टिबन भाई नंगा नाचेंगे नंगा
Here they are. They don't look
खुश
too
तो
bad
है
at
बे,
all.
खुश तो है.
No, that's the thing.
Love you,
They,
यार.
they have basically walked
मैं
into
मिला
the
था इसको.
home of KC in Lotus.
मैं इसको
beaten
मिला
them
था. Most
with a
title
comp that,
change.
as said, well, it said on the desk. I don't think many other teams can do that.
Hey,
They can't
performance
run
है
that
भाई
comp. It
फुटहान
won't
है ना.
work for them. They've then gone on to Breeze, a map that they haven't played since 2022.
सीनेट गोट के लाया
which
थर्ड
KC
मैच
played
बाद
a
में
week
अचानक
ago
से
and won 13-4,
फर्स्ट हाफ सीनेट का था
beaten them
सेकंड
in
हाफ
Team
अटैक
7
कैप्टन का
just
था
moments later.
ऐसा
And now they
ऑन
get
द अदर एंड
themselves
फर्स्ट
2
हाफ टोमैसी
and
बाय
0.
बीटी
I'm
ले
sure
लिए
Insu is
सेकंड
gonna
हाफ
have
मार्टिन
plenty of
बाय बीटी
questions
ले
for
लिए
guys, and one of them better be about CNED only playing Jet.
Don't worry, Tom Biz, I've got you. I'm joined by Foot coach Gaius here, and Mo's going to be translating a little bit for us. Now, first of all, huge congratulations. That was such a great victory from you guys. I feel like maybe people were saying you overcooked a little bit at kickoff. Do you feel like at this point you're very happy with the strategy and the comms you guys are running, and that's the reason why
गाइस
you were able
6
to
के
win
लाइक्स के
today?
लिए 100 चाहिए लाइक करें
Denemek her zaman çok güzel oluyor. Ama bunlar
मोदी जी किधर
bunların
मिले
ne
भाई
zaman
देखो
sonucunu
भाई
alabilirsek o
पायल
zaman daha
पायल
mutlu
को
oluyoruz
मिले
tabii ki
हैं
de. Bence bugün overcook
मॉर्टल बाय
yaptık
को
Lotus
मिले हैं
haritasında. Biraz farklı bir
भाई
tempo
द
oynadık.
ओपा ओपा
Ama
ओपा
bunu oynamamızın
ओपा
sebebi
से
de
मिले हैं
sadece bir
देखो वो
fikir
सब भाई
üzerineydi. Ve onu da
स्टोरी
iyi
देखो
yaptık.
मेरी
Diğer harita olarak Bind
मिनी
özelinde de
भाई ये गया
çok fazla bir şey
राहुल भाई
yapmadık
गया
aslında ekstradan.
मिनी
Sadece
बू
11-11'deyken
बुलाया
smoke'tan bir flash atsaydık
मिनी बू
şu
राहुल
an
भाई
Breeze
जाएगा तो
oynamamış ve
$5
ikisini
मेरी
de
जान
kapatmış olacaktık. Ama Breeze haritası için
बिंका
sadece oynadık ve kazandık.
बराबर है बिंका you might have talked about it before excellent translate हो गया
O yüzden şimdi kolay gelsin.
हो गया
It's kind of
Excellent
good
games,
overthinking
right.
sometimes if you get the result, of course. He thinks we get some overcooking in the Lotus map, and we get the result, and we cook this comp because of the one idea, and we did it well. About the bind, if we flash from smoke in 11 to 11 round, maybe we couldn't play Breeze at all. We know that they're not that good in Breeze, and we also not the best map is our Breeze. So basically, we cook well.
I think you cooked very well. Let's talk about that Breeze.
but you joining SC12 was a big milestone, but still who contacted you or did you contact anyone or how did the process happen? यार मेरा एक दोस्त हुआ था करता था लूसी करके उसके वजह से मैं रिबेल के साथ खेलना चालू किया BGMI गेम्स बाय फिर रिबेल के साथ खेलते खेलते मैं सबके साथ खेलना चालू किया तो रिबेल ओफा
Bir yerde bunu yapmamak gerekiyor. Çünkü karşı tarafın zayıf olduğunu biliyorduk. Çünkü
Kako
karşı
का
tarafta
टाइप
herhangi bir
एक्सक्यूज
fikrin
मी
olmadığını biliyorduk. Karşı tarafta herhangi bir fikir
समझ
altyapısı
रहा
oluşmadığında
रेगा के साथ खेला मैं गोल्डी बाय के साथ खेला स्काउट बाय के साथ खेला
O yüzden bir de Breeze haritasında
फिर
5 karakterde main
स्टार्टिंग में इतने लोग के साथ ही खेला शायद वाइपर के साथ भी खेला शायद थोड़ा उसके बाद फिर बाद में एसिटल में आने के बाद मैं सबके साथ खेला
Ata Viper
गेम रिवॉल्वर बड़ा हो गया तेरा रिवॉल्वर मेरी जान के टोट्स द गोट्स गिव मी योर होट्स लव यू थैंक यू फॉर द $20
but we know that they also don't know anything about Breeze and our players' main character in Breeze like Yetuj, Cypher, CNED, Jet. These are our main characters, so we all gave them and do something in 3 days.
Oh,
बोलो वेज में बोलो क्या
Lastly,
कहूँ
very quickly, I'm glad you mentioned CNET Jet. Do you think
Rajesh
that
bhai,
is
thank you
his
for the
best
100
agent?
once again,
Is that
Mirza.
something that you need to keep doing for you guys to keep winning?
Yes.
I mean, we agree. Thank you very much, guys. Congratulations once again. Thank you, Mo, for translating as well. We have another great match coming up. We're going to go to a quick break and we come back. We'll be taking the stage against Team Heritage.
पिज्जा कर सकते हैं पिंकी को पूछो क्या जो लोग देख रहे हैं फट से लाइक कर दो फट से चोकोलावा तेरे को चाहिए मेरा चोको हाँ एक वेज कोफ्ता और बटर में कोफ्ता नहीं पसंद है इतना बड़ा गोला जैसे लेट नाइट स्मर्फिंग विद एसिड वाज डिफरेंट मत बोलो यार ये स्मर्फिंग एंड ऑल मैंने कभी नहीं किया स्मर्फ राइट बाय आई लव यू
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. I, Caballo Grande.
Nice.
I, Dolor Nieve.
चीज केक का वो भी कर
In
सकते हैं।
spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit.
बंक्स भाई एकदम बकरा गेम प्ले। बंक्स भाई एकदम बकरा गेम प्ले चल रहा है आपका। मैं इमोर्टल 2 यार, ठीक है, वेरी नाइस है यार, वेरी नाइस है। गेम देख देख के सीख रहे हो तुम लोग यार। क्या मंगाओ, भूख लगी है। स्मर्फिंग क्या होता है पता नहीं। सैलड खा चुपचाप। ए क्या सीन है भाई? विदित भाई जीते कि नहीं? हेलो टाइटल चेंज, मर्ज टाइटल चेंज करो। कोलैब करोगे तो मेरे तरफ से 3 लार्ज पिज्जा। हैं? ऐसा कोलैब होता है? लोगों फोन चार्ज करके कुछ मंगाया नहीं।
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen, looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past.
गेम चल रहा है। पिंकी को बोला क्या गाना मंगाने के बोलते हो, रुको जरा 8
You only got this life, you don't get it back.
बंक्स स्मर्फ मैं कभी नहीं किया भाई। म्यूजिक तो है बे।
You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% is something.
विदित भाई विनिंग मैच ड्रॉ हो गया। विदित भाई का मेरे हिसाब से हो गया भाई। पहला मैच जीतने के बाद है ना नाकामुरा के साथ हो गया, अचीवमेंट अनलॉक हो गया। नवरात्रि चल रही है, वेज मंगा रहा हूँ मेरी जान के टोटे, वेज मंगा रहा हूँ। यस मैं मैप ना अभी अपडेट आया भाई। Damn it, that's 2 minutes, Dad.
I'm on the climb to the crown in my prime right now. Hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets. It's funny, I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings. I wanna leave a legacy of helping others find they feel things, of motivating and killing depression, exhaustion. We need some healing. I work through the pain. I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through. You don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same. Yeah, so I keep pushing through the pain. Yeah, that's the only way to make a change. Yeah, so I fight every day.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to the studio. I'm your host, Yingsu. I got Kakuka and Steel here with me, and we'll soon be joined by the man himself, CNED from Foot. But before he gets here, I just want to quickly break down a couple of things that Guy said in his interview, because I think he repeated what you said verbatim, Kakuka, beforehand, that Breeze makes sense of them because all of their players are comfortable with all of the best agents on this map.
Yeah, exactly. And probably one of the questions coming into from kickoff into this regular regular season, how FUT are going to not only be performing, but actually look map by map with the unreal players that we already know they have. And I love this because we're starting to get the FUT that we got last year, got us to dream and got us to surprise us. And, you know, we came with this preconceived idea from kickoff, and actually the more I think about it, the more I value it from them. The fact that they went that far, they're still going far. For example, what happened with Lotus, but I love how they're doing, how they went from testing stuff into relying to such comfortable picks.
Yeah, it was interesting to see them just like, you know, experimenting with stuff. It was kind of surprising to see them running some of the comps they ran, like the Lotus comp was like, oh, okay, interesting. But
he said they overcooked. Do you agree?
I mean, that was a definite I mean, they won though, so it's all okay in the end, right? I think when it comes down to it though, it's so crystal clear that they are a momentum team and they just win or lose based off of their duels. And if they're winning these duels, they just, it's like they level up in the game. It's like they're like a MOBA character or something like that, an MMO character, and they're just like literally leveling up as the game progresses. And then they go from getting like a 1K and then like suddenly they're able to get a 4K with like a level 6 ultimate or something.
Nice, different game. But we were discussing, you know, the potential contenders of these teams going to playoffs versus the pretenders. Does this convince you a little bit more? Does this put FUT on the list of contenders at this point?
This is looking a lot better for me. Sorry, I know that you want to jump in there, but I want to just flip it on the other side and say KC just did not look that great this time around. I don't know what was going on, but they don't look like a clear-cut top 2 like I was thinking that they looked like. They didn't look like they were, you know, we saw them go 1-2 at Madrid, which is not like the best, but not the worst. But the way that they were playing there looked really good. And then here, it's like they're running in a straight line. They're not clearing the boxes. Like multiple times they're going to retake B. They don't clear behind the half wall thing where the tall box is. They just like run in a straight line to the back of the site and get shot on the side. Like CNET on pistol round is able to shoot 3 of them in the back. Like none of them look down on him.
So beautiful. Come on, you never hit those 3 bullets
in your life.
But these guys are just like...
All right, we will have a chance to talk about KC again because they're playing again this week. But let's move on to our second match of the day, of course. Heretics versus Team Vitality. Now, I want to instigate a little bit here. You know, do what I do best and play a game of truth or I'm going to give you guys a statement, and I want you to tell me if this statement is the truth or if this statement is hard cope. And we're going to start very right off the bat, and with CNET joining us as well. So CNET, I want you to get involved with this. Come join us. Congratulations, by the way, on that win. I love seeing you so much on the show. Everything, you can come every day. You're one of us. Now, I'm going to explain the game to you real quick, CNET. I'm going to give you a statement, and you have to tell me if you think this statement is the truth or you think this statement is
dancing.
So I'll start with you, Kakuka, to get the ball rolling. Looking at Team Vitality's Deadlock comp, this is the meta-breaking pick.
False.
Or cope.
Cope. That is cope. Also remember that if I'm not mistaken, Navi picked them this into Vitality. I think that at some point, and honestly, you can confirm this with us if you have some information. Vitality have been running the Deadlock a lot. So they were like, we know that they're going to be playing on the bind. We know exactly what to do. If they could counter it with zero bots on it, it's not meta-breaking.
CNET, truth or cope?
Cope.
Is it? The question is meta breaking, yeah?
Yeah, it's the meta breaking pick.
No, it's not.
It's cope.
It's the Sage.
Yeah.
Cope.
Why do you think it's a cope?
Sandas agent नहीं बोल सकता है, याद रखना.
I will say it can be good, but I wouldn't say it's meta breaking because actually we also tried Deadlock in
Not
Bind.
surprised.
Before, like it was maybe 3 or 4 months ago. It was very early. But we didn't like it, so I'm thinking it can be played, but it wouldn't be meta breaking.
Bindi starter कब से हो गए?
Because
सबने cope बोला है.
I'm trying to, use some more Zoomer lingo here. I think the reason why it's cope is because the way that they played it, especially on their defense, was no different than they would play with like a Cypher. And if you're a Cypher, you're losing the camera, you're losing like being able to get deep trips. We didn't see any sort of synergy between, like one time they tried to do the net with the raise nade through the teleporter to do a hookah. That's one time in the entire game. The rest of the time she was like a passive B player. Why not just run Cypher at that point, you know?
There was a couple of things. I remember a couple of things. I remember that they had a trap also, the exit from hookah that you can do with the grab net and a lot of damage, especially on like the pistol round. There were things here and there, But again, I don't think that Navi was surprised by any of it.
Yeah, of course.
Next
Vitality,
question,
they're the
next
only
question.
team to play in an official in EMEA so far. No one
Vital
else
leader का
is
short form
gone
क्या?
there.
VT नहीं,
Steven, I
VIT,
know you
VIT.
just said that you guys have practiced with Deadlock. Is this something that you think you'd be confident to show in an official?
I mean, if you will be confident, we will play it. So.
Oh, okay. There we
नहीं
go.
मतलब नहीं होगा.
Yeah, I mean, it's
नहीं
as
होगा
I said, it can be playable, but it's very easy to adapt. I would say because in this.
शर्म करे वेदांत भाई language.
So much thing.
Bugs भाई बड़े wish करो भूषण भाई many happy returns of the day मेरी जान के
You
टोटे.
need to a lot of things to. Like you need to be experienced.
5 star तो quantity भी GG होगी. इसलिए मैंने 2 dish मंगाया.
So how do you compare it to play in no duelist stage on Bind?
दूसरा dish मैंने एक और starter मंगाया.
Yeah,
Wild broccolis.
Yeah, but now that he's gone from
काटेंगे वो लोग मेरे
practice into playing in an official,
How I will compare?
like did you like what happened with your composition today on Bind? Is it what you expected?
Okay. Like I think we played good, but the missing part was I think we didn't play too much together. It was the missing part. If we will play together, I think it would be 2-0. But they play better in the bind, and we lost it. But I think our bind is still good. So yeah.
So we can expect no.
I agree. I really enjoy that. But let's move on to the next truth or cope, and this time it's Team Heretics. I'm just going to throw it out there with this statement. Heretics are nothing without Mini Boo. How do you feel about this, Kukuka? Is that a truth
भाई
or a
ऐसा
cope?
बोलना नहीं चाहिए लेकिन यार ऐसा नहीं बोलो बे कोप बोलो यार
with
सब.
him when he was gone for the exam, right? He actually ended up playing. Are they nothing? No, but they're close to a very. It's like 0.3. It's not a 0, but it's definitely closer to 0 than it is to 1.
So it's closer to truth.
Yes, it's closer to 2 than it is to cope. What do you
agree,
think?
ऐसा कौन बोल?
No, I think it's cope.
Yeah. Why do you think it's cope?
I mean, like one player, of course, it changes everything. Like it can change a lot of things, but I think it doesn't change everything. So I think if like
big heart, seen by big heart. Cope मतलब false.
I think they will play the almost the same. I think that's my opinion.
Still, are you with Kukuka or are you with CNET?
Look, I'm thinking like Mini Boo, he does a lot of good
Copium
things for the
wala,
team. And he creates a
copium
lot of
wala.
space, he gets a lot of openings, but it's really just like a full team effort, I think, in a lot of the situations. And he might be like the first step or the catalyst of the whole thing, but it's everyone working in tandem. I've got a round here that I want to bring out from Team Heretics versus Fnatic.
नहीं round
Basically,
नहीं next
it
question
showed
दो ना.
that it's not just Mini Boo, it's the rest of the team. So at the start of the round, basically what's happening is
अरे
Fnatic
दूसरा
trying to set
question
up to
चाहिए
do
था
a
यार.
fake of an A lobby control. So what they do is they're using this Odin spam here in the middle. This is going to try to shroud the fact that they're going for this this thing.
ये दिखाना जरूरी था यार.
They've been using this Odin spam on their A defaults a lot, and this
Heretics
is
जीता था
causing
Heretics से. ये
Team Heretics
दिखाना
to fight
जरूरी
B a
था.
lot. And what this happens is Patatech decides he's going to push into B, try to steal this info
मत
and this map
दिखाओ.
control, and he's going to walk into the trap from Fnatic. So now it's a 4 versus 5, and Team Heretics is going to have to play the retake on this round. And when you're playing a retake and you're down a man, you need to do everything perfectly. So what we're seeing here right now is Boo is throwing the Omen Paranoia. It's going to come in first. And at the same time as that, we're seeing Mini Boo throwing out of heaven the stun. Now, Mini Boo's going to come out of heaven, going to get the first kill, going to get instantly traded, but gets the info on where all these players are around the map. And now it's time for the rest of the team to show up. It's now a 3 versus 4, and this is the rest of the team showing up. Boo is going 1-for-1. Then right here, we spot another player. Rienz is going to throw a Gecko Flash to the hole, and then they're going to be able to close up this 2 versus 3 together right here. So even though Mini Boo was the initial start of this, and the catalyst of the round, it was like the rest of the players that were able to do everything together with the flashes, with the paranoia, and just coming in together at the same time and capitalizing on that chaos.
So it's not only Mini Boo, it's also Boo. That was
so is this a cope
Jokesing
and
कर
a
रही है
mega
वो.
cope, as you were saying, you think?
About Mini Boo being the only.
बात as a streamer you have not only made it entertaining but also educated about a lot of data going in this tournaments. You have been very responsible about this privilege you have received.
How do you think this
क्या हो गया गेम से और भाई सेंटी हो रहे हो यार. सेंटी हो रहे हो यार. Love you यार.
Vitality is very good in practice.
Oh, Magnum.
Love you.
Magnum
Yeah.
said, and after that,
Inti
I
ho rahe ho.
expect them to play against Navi. at least,
Love
but
you.
I
Like
think
किसे करते हो
they
100%?
couldn't
Like क्या
show
बोला?
up, maybe, or maybe
Love you, मेरी जान.
they are not good. I don't know. So I think we will see in this match
मेरे में तो वो like
like
भी
Vitality, like what
तेरे
Magnum
में
said
नहीं
is
आया?
Hopium or Hopium.
आया है शायद. मैंने
If
देखा.
I would guess, I think Heretics will win because I think they are good team right now. Like I think they are top 2 or top 3
क्या पीऊँ मैं?
in the EMEA. So yeah, I will say 2-0 Heretics.
Ooh. I mean, I think
Mango
it's going to
milkshake.
be more evened out than we think. I think
Watermelon.
that but probably,
ये दो ही
I think
best
that this match right now
मेरे को
that
दो
we
ही
just
पता
had
है
has to
जैसे.
be a mirror of what we're going to
Top
have
one.
in the future. Just because week 1 something
How
happened, it doesn't
about
mean
you
that
order
after that
yourself
break,
some
everything's
strawberry
going to be
and
different.
cake?
So I want to give some edge to Vitality.
Well, truth or cope, all that matters is which team shows up on the server. You guys have heard from us already, so let's bring out the teams and see where we're gonna go here. Please.
Let's go, Mini Boo!
And Team Heretics.
ओ भाई सेव भाई मेरे से
तूने क्या
मिली
मंगाया?
लेकिन मैंने भिंडी.
Team Vitality, we've heard
And
their
broccoli.
Springboks. We've heard teams could be scared
Wild
of
broccoli
them,
मंगाया
but
मैंने.
we also feel like
मेरे
they
पे
might
चढ़ने
have
वाला है broccoli.
overcooked just a little bit with that
Wild.
deadlock. But this is only week 2. They have plenty of time to bring us more and to turn things around. But this is not going to be easy because look at
Dish
who
का
they're
नाम ही
going
वैसे
up
था.
against today. It is Team Heritage.
Let's
They
go,
looked so good
Mini
at
Boo!
kickoff. They looked so good last week. They took down Fnatic on this very stage, and they could potentially be
है.
one of the toughest
कौन बोल रहा था मिनी बो नहीं
anybody
है?
could face in this league right now. But
कौन
hey,
बोल रहा था बे?
we saw an upset already with Foot against KC. There could be another upset
कौन
on
बोल
the
रहा था
card
बे?
here. My question is to you, CNED. Do you think it will be harder to take down KC
भाई
or
ये लोग
harder to
का
take
भी
down
टीम
Heretics?
अच्छा है बे.
For R, you are asking for R.
Yeah, are they a harder opponent than KC, you think?
Yes. Heretics is
Oh,
harder
why?
than
Tough
KC.
look दिया
As I
साला
said, I think they
ने.
are
You want
better.
iced tea?
Like KC, I think is playing a little bit more predictable than the Heretics.
Okay.
More
What do you think,
predictable.
Josh?
Yeah, I mean, I think
Nice, sugar
Heretics
रहेगा
has been playing at a higher level, and I was surprised, for example, during kickoff when Casey was able to win the rematch against Heretics because
उसने
Heretics
tweet
did
किया
look
था.
a lot stronger in the beginning,
आएगा.
and they've looked good all throughout.
Wow.
Yeah, let's take a look at this
हाँ,
veto as well. Of course, we saw the deadlock bind
ना,
stuff
ना.
last week, and we
कॉफी
expecting
पीऊंगी तो रात में
Matt
तेरे
to
को
come up
परेशान
again.
करूंगी मैं.
चलो.
Ooh, I want to see actually
मैं तो
different
stream
maps
कर.
because I want to see how Trex is going to play into all of this because as we know he joined for
अरे यार ये
I'm surprised
sunset.
that they actually go and banning
What?
the Lotus.
They don't want to play bind. They don't want to
I
play
just
bind.
wonder if we're going to see the deadlock somewhere else. I think that the first veto makes a lot of sense if you know the Team Heretics is going to continue
ये
on
क्या
that
map से यार?
to maybe go for something different that you already
तीनों
know is very
map
strong for Team
cute,
Heretics.
इतने
Very,
cute
very
तीनों
excited
map.
about this kickoff though.
चार अच्छे मैप बैन करके तीनों मैप
What
ऐसा.
Vitality's got in store for us because yeah, we've seen them grind off the metal like Gator's like deadlock. Are they going to
भाई एक बार ऐसा करो कि ऑडियंस डिसाइड करे कौन सी मैप के लिए.
team, and Team Heretics is one of the top dogs this
हाँ?
split. So what are we going to expect from Team
Poll
Heretics?
डालो
Great
सारे
defenses.
streamers के इसमें.
Vitality going to be able to break through that, and then they're really good with creating these chaotic rounds and making sure that everyone's moving in together, especially with explosive characters like Minibu. So it's going to be interesting to see kind of what direction they do and just focus on their strengths.
Yeah, in terms
I
of the
ordered two
breeze,
starters,
Cena,
not
you
one,
just played a
two.
great breeze. Do you think that,
Whatever you
the
order,
right
you
thing to
have
do
it
is
for
to
yourself.
Go
I
with the
can't.
meta, play the Jet Viper, KO and such, or do you think there's room for other stuff?
Of course, it depends on the team. If I answer this
बस
like,
मैं इतनी वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हो थोड़ी
play
हेल्दी
like
घर की
default
डिनर
combo,
करो हर
it's
दिन
play
हल्दी
or
घर
it
की
will be
डिनर
wrong.
की
So it's just how fits the team.
हफ्ते
If
में
you
बस
feel
6 या
What are
7
these?
बार बाहर से होता बाकी दिन
if
तो
I
मैं
would be
घर का ही
on
खाता.
Heretic side, I think it's better to play them like play Yoru, Kaio, like something like stuff, different stuff. I think for Vitality, it fits more than like default like.
Yeah, well, they used to run the double controller, right? So we need to see if
भाई
that is
अगर
something
ये
that they're going to
specs
continue doing. They run it with the Astra. What are your
फेंसा
thoughts
तो
on the
स्पेक्स
Astra on this?
उतार
Would
के
you-
खेल रही है.
We will play.
दूर
Don't try
करेगा
it,
ना.
but would you test it?
No, we played Astra in 2021. I remember in Breeze, and it was good, but I think it's hard to play right now. But yeah, who knows? Maybe
Well,
they will Really good.
Yeah, we'll find out right now because we got Yoru versus Yoru. Hey, why not? What do you think, Josh?
दोनों योरू
Yeah, I
सिर्फ
think, you know,
EME
it's,
में
pretty
सबसे
interesting.
ज़्यादा
Obviously,
मैंने
you have the
योरू
Astra
देखा
Ram
रहेगा
team
EME
vitality
में
here. So
Huh?
it's going to be interesting to see
EME
kind
है
of
ही
how
हाँ?
these teams really just buy into the game.
Regular Zabata Box
Something that
नहीं
we've
रे
seen positive from Team Heretics
happy
is it looks like
siblings
they
day.
really buy into the
आजा।
entire system of everything, and everyone
मेरा
has good
sibling किधर है
teamwork
पता नहीं
and ability usage, and that's going to be something that they need to do here with a combination
I
with
think I'm gonna
getting Yoru the entry space, especially if they're starting on attack here. So comboing that with the Sova drone or dart, maybe it's a dart with a KO flash, Knight to get info.
Language,
so
cheesy
areas
gaming,
where she
language.
needs TP for free or not. And
मेरा सब
Vitality
ठीक
just
है
being able to utilize the Astra to create more.
मैंने भी blood
This is
test
the
करवाया
first time you read my chat feed so heartwarming love you
Exactly. From Team Heretics starting on the attack, I know that Miniboo had a 20-4 on the one time that they play, so I'm expecting greatness from him.
I'm expecting greatness as well. And to bring your casters in for this game, I just have one question for Pansy and Hypog. Are you guys friendly?
Oh, Sue, I wish we could say yes. Hello? A reference for all 10 of you who know what that was about. But yes, Jackson and Jessica are indeed here today to bring you the content. I'm pretty sure Bren and Sideshow are probably, co-streaming
Probably,
watch party.
yeah.
So, hope you guys
We're
are doing
not sorry,
well.
yeah.
No, we're really not. We stand by our choices. But speaking of, well, not standing by their choices, Vitality, talk to me about this comp, right?
Yes.
What do you make of this? Because it's not weird and wacky.
It's not. I mean, the Astra, the Viper, the Cypher remain. And
Caliban's best stuff बढ़िया vote by house use
Runner a little more support on this Yoru, to be honest with you. So a little more, I guess, versatility in the smoke system, opportunities with the ultimate and the cosmic divide to kind of get him into a
Pansy best
pocket
करा
to
Pansy
really
अच्छा
run rampant in the back lines, really.
And I'd love to
गए
see what Runner
गए
looks
भाई
like
गए
when he's activated more, because he's got a big
Pansy
head-to-head
Fisher
here
को ही पहले
against
मार दिया
Miniboo,
भाई
for example.
उसकी
That's a
aim
very
strong है
tall
Miniboo के
challenge
बाद
to take on. Already though drawing first
ये
blood,
round
feeling
TH
tough
का
about it. Benji Fishy going down, big scalp to claim.
Yeah.
A player who's been impressing me constantly since kickoff through Madrid to now. Again, the same can be said for the Heretics roster. When we talk bigger picture here, Mike, as well, this is interesting to see us coming back to Breeze as well. Not taken away from the veto. Left in rotation. Heretics happy to leave it out there, and obviously Vitality clutching onto that as an opportunity here. And we haven't seen Heretics lean towards this for quite some time.
No, obviously previously Vitality.
भाई safe by को देखो बे trap A पे
and Gentlemates
Ilra B पे
previous series here, but new comp, potential new look.
suppress ही नहीं है
See here, Heretics now
हाँ,
gathering
suppress
outside big
होएगा तो
side.
भी
Two
चलेगा
members here to hold down the 4, but Trek still kind of playing towards a rotation. He's holding onto the backside of Tube right now. Safe under a lot of pressure though.
Yeah, but he's got... I thought he might have gone bailed out by Runner. He's been overwhelmed. Rien's a player I want to talk about further.
Aru
Has been a
hasn't
shining
telling
star
me
for
they
Heretics,
lost
but Trex gonna get one on the way out here and turns his attention towards middle and right
God be heavy read heavy
A lot of
read
questions around his performances of late, and already looking very
भाई
good.
क्या
Capitalizing
घूमा है
well.
वो record के
Kicks his
लिए
utility sent into motion, leaving just Rien's. A tap on the spike to try and draw some of the attention. Excellent trade
Sexy
there
gala.
in the end.
भाई
Vitality
sexy
get
gala
the first.
It comes to be done as well.
Increase game
kills
sound
from
कर रहा
Trex. Beautiful timing. The swing onto the dart here. Not really much for Boo to do on default here. Maybe just a little miscommunication. Rien's obviously an opportunity to deal with that dart himself, but that's Vitality come out on top.
चार मारे बे उसने
Eventually, I thought the diffuser had already come through there,
No,
taking
it's
us through
just taking
time with
his time.
that. Maybe to retrieve a ghost or something elsewhere on the map.
love you Yash
But yeah, what I'm curious to see is really how this Astra does.
Hater नहीं भाई
Maybe
vitality
not so much on the
underrated है
defensive.
भाई
No, you're looking on the
Typically, we're
attack.
going to see
आते
Trex
हैं।
in that sort of position, ready to
safe भाई
rotate.
पता है बहुत
Obviously,
वो है
apply a little more support where needed. Yeah,
Down
really
to earth
expect
पे
Runner
safe
to be doing much in the form of,
game sound बड़ा है
I
ना
guess, being overly aggressive.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, when we look at this
आपको
Vitality
आपका
roster,
बेटा
I
स्ट्रिक्स
do want
मिनी
to
को
see
language
bigger results from them, even individually, right?
I'll
Trex
take
has been a
Delta
hot
Viper.
prospect for some time. A lot of talk about
आपकी
what
आवाज
he
थोड़ी
could
कम
achieve in
करो
the
ये
right
बड़ा देखो
environment. Good to see him back here now. Runner as well, one of those younger players who've looked very solid. Let's see a big game out of him now. Obviously, Heretics, a hard opponent to make that
रहेगा
toward.
कुछ
And Heretics this round, I'm looking mostly towards that Outlaw. What can Rien's achieve here? Again, the light armor could give some opportunities over. And he has been a bit of a superstar in the making, Rien's.
Yeah, it's just been so clean. Time and time again, we've seen examples of it. If anything, I'd say behind Miniboo. Oh, alongside Benji Fishy as well. Very exciting player that I guess, I don't want to say flew under the radar, but maybe isn't the headline of this roster.
selfie ले रहा है
Right, there's
But becoming,
three players.
definitely, definitely becoming so.
Yeah, and for Vitality, waiting to see how they look now. They've stabilized. They've got the roster out that they want. See how they start kind of coming into form. Patient round here. Heretics, keep in mind, they are still working with pretty much classics, a couple of sheriffs and that outlaw. Maybe trying to play in Rien's pretty close towards the ult as well. So if he could get maybe a couple more bodies, he'd be happy with that.
I mean, initially with the damage onto running as well. It's
कुछ ज़्यादा space नहीं मिल रहा है chat TH को.
And he must have heard us. His ears are burning. Benji will find Sender
30
over on B
seconds
side.
left.
Not necessarily open just yet. Safe still here.
Yeah, he's got a little gap. No, not anymore. And he might get overwhelmed. He's got to be really careful. Safe. All those mechanical monsters. He'll at least punish Rien's and the follow-up.
Wait, hang on. That was Benji in the front lines. It was actually off the tag, but...
Yeah.
Spike planted.
Benji भाई आप bait
This
हुए
is
हो.
what scares me though, a little
वही तो
that bulldog
पीछे
in the hands
reveal
of
हुआ है
Mini
आपके.
Boo. If Boo and Padatech
आप
can play him
heavy
in,
bait
that's
हुए.
got some potential. Looking like maybe there's that mid-lurk coming out as well from Boo.
मेरा पीछे क्यों नहीं
Play on the
छोड़ता?
timing of that.
अच्छा मैं.
4 players to play this retake. Padatech's already taken away safe. Padatech's just trying to play towards the side, and this is the time for Boo to strike perfect. And now the tension is split and punished. Padatech at the helm, and now just one and not for long. Heretics played that to perfection.
Yeah, the push and pull around the pillar here. Absolutely beautifully done by Heretics. On the back of what seemingly not a lot of inventory bringing into this round. Able to flip it on its head. Look at this opener. That's ridiculous. Again, here the tag. Look at the tag in the background with the recon. It's actually Benji that falls right in front here. I got really confused for a second.
You take them when you get them. I guess luck is on safe side today, but
not so much on Benji's.
So this is a bit of a turn of events here. This is going to shatter the progress Vitality are making with the economy and everything else. So they're going to have to sit back.
दीपक भाई देखो तो 40
this round. Time for Heretics to maybe get the lay of the land here.
मैं अगर ऐसे खेला ना Vitality हार गया भाई. बहुत space bro, बहुत ज़्यादा space दिया था.
Just yet, but the drone will confirm presence.
वो भी बिना info का.
Well, they're trying again. Catches the backside of his own flash here. Mini Boo and Boo to find the kills.
ये मैंने देखा मेरे.
Opens up A side a little bit, but a play down tube here.
Cute
Vitality. Trex may be in a position to catch at least info. More than that.
Yeah. Actually safe though with a massive
By
chance here.
mood,
Already does
safe.
big damage. So that's great to take away those weapons. Those were Vandals now left on the ground. So you're happy enough with that, and that's going to be one to be able to be picked up too. Yeah, Sender's in a bit of an IMEX. They need to overwhelm him. They need to secure one of the sides of the map. Sender!
Hang on, they both step in.
Sender,
Fit
what is
में
that?
क्यों जा रहे? दोनों
My
बस
God,
गन
Same is
है.
happening, and Rien's has been noted. Support's on the way, and Safe has that Vandal he worked so hard for. Sender is doing the dance so well, he's buying so much time. Rien's is
सारे
screwed,
classic
trying
पे आ
to bail himself
गए.
out here.
सबके पास
He
गन
keeps on
था.
track. I have the Safe. Oh, brilliant.
इसने
from
round
Safe and
निकाला है
Sender.
पूरा का
Lovely
पूरा.
work in unison, flipping this right back around.
I mean, obviously when Safe reveals himself, he knows obviously then there's an opportunity to upgrade the weapon. Heretics look to try and overwhelm Sender here, but they both step into the snake bite. Making the classic at that point a deadly weapon.
से क्यों खेल रहे?
Boo and Padatech fall in here and Safe to seal the deal. A little bit of a tilter, to be honest
That
with
was
you,
a
after that round 2 flip.
This is a nice spot.
Heretics reset back, but 2 rifles board in.
कैसे?
Mini Boo's still going to try and make a go of it. Ult's just about coming online now.
20 weapon है सारे classic से खेल रहे.
Some love in the prospect of this
Gun
game after
reload
these
हो
first
गया
opening
तो.
rounds. Mini Boo has actually
बात
done kicks
करो
right
यार,
off the rip
दोनों
with
gun
the
reload हो
pace.
गया तो
Mini
पीछे
Boo is
जाओ.
absolutely off the leash. Gonna know
Pit में
run
आगे
pretty
क्यों
quickly.
गए?
Put a lot of attention towards it. And he's committing. Oh, and it's gorgeous from Mini Boo. That's runner gone.
Running rings
Using
around
ये
it.
that rifle so perfectly. They
ये
only
जोड़ता,
had 2 to
ये
come in with.
जोड़ता
Already
भाई.
up to 3 now. Safe trying to make up for the absolute
ये diff बोल
nightmare that's
सकते.
gone
ये
down here. But
जोड़ता.
none of them really in a position to find any of these players just yet. Oh, there's gonna be that late mid pressure. The timing on this, and Rien's too. Layers upon layers to handle. Look at his patience from Rien's. Perfect. Oh, he's seen it all. Doesn't need to overwhelm it here. Doesn't need to do too much. He's set up everyone with the information, but it's actually Benji Fishy to fall. Maybe still a little life in them yet, but Mini Boo says no. And Sender, the last one, standing with a stunning shot. But 2 to find and no time to do it. I think he knows this one's wraps. Heretics right back at him. Mike, this game is volatile as you can get.
Both teams going blow for blow here to kick Breeze off. I mean, the first blood comes through what feels like the first 4 or 5 seconds here. Mini Boo straight up into double doors. Yeah, there's so much
Bhai,
chaos.
goater
Really
to hai
vitality.
bhai,
It
mini boot.
feels like they just can't really get a grasp on exactly what's going on before it's already escalated.
इनका aim lock
Sender
होता
again
हो
looking
जाता है क्या? वो लोग
pretty
app
deadly here
डालते
with
हैं
his back
PC में.
against the wall, but not enough for vitality to maintain.
यार इतनी.
And I mean, look, the
रात को 12
Outlaws
बजे
good, but they're going to
comedies
have to
कर
hit
रहे हो.
some massive shots here for safe. Dink some heads potentially, I don't know, but that's going to have to put in a lot of work now.
Stream quality बढ़ा दे Bunks भाई कैसे
Patience
top
being
पे?
shown. I love this pace change. Just copped a whole lot of damage.
Like Miniboo's time and time again been the same person to take, I guess, the brunt of the front line here. Force Heretics to reconsider their approach for a
मार
moment.
मार alt मार. Drone कर रहा है दे alt. Round secure कर.
China don't think would have spotted Rians.
भाई
See the pings
A
coming
गया
through here,
भले
making to
equate
invest the Viper
tough
wall.
है.
Yeah, alongside the drone. So Heretics continue to apply pressure towards A. Nobody actually dealing with the dart here, so a ton of information confirmed on the back of this.
Starting to congregate towards this A site now. 35 seconds, and again, information free flowing. Save.
The tripwire killed him.
Oh, Miniboo. Not going to be happy with that at all. And this is just, look at them, they're all stuck here. All of them are stuck in the corner.
Spike down.
And Vitality just punishing them, Riens. You're going to have to do some heroics here. Flashed up in the corner. They want him dead, and they're going to get it. Vitality answering back again. None of these rounds are safe.
No, it's, I mean, clean in some parts, but it's scrappy.
Just saying,
to
मैंने
kick
बोला
things
था
up
alt
on
मारने
Breeze.
सोवा को, उसने मेरा सुना नहीं.
I said going back and forth here.
Oh.
It's. I think we saw another tripwire kill on Fracture. I think it was in EMEA as
ये
well.
tough round था. ये round तोड़ने के लिए starting में सोवा का alt चाहिए था.
Previously.
Drone के time पे सोवा alt और
Not an
घुस जाते तो
exclusive club
शायद
that you
कुछ
want
हो
to be
जाता.
joining, but
No.
Miniboo
He's there.
punches his name into the history books.
And, well, one hero rifle on Patitech. Rien's ult is there, as is Patitech's as well. On the other side, Runner's got his and Trex with the divide.
Patitech भाई गन है आगे जाओ एक एक करके सारे गन वो यूज करो
The
चलो.
early hand has been shown towards the B side. 3-2 split looking like. And again, rotation's already in. But so is one of the
Boo's already,
players.
yes,
Yeah. How has Boo got it? And the pacing of this. Hunter's Fury's there. Miniboo's starting to fire off as well. But look at the punishment. Boo and Benji Fishy both fall. Safe looking for some more information on the jump spot. He's going to find a little more than he wanted. And that's messy from Trex. It's not what you need. And Safe is trying to bail him out here. Trying to keep him alive. But Miniboo is having none of it. None of these can be recovered yet, though. None of those rifles could fall into Miniboo's hands. He's got his ult. Does he make a play on this? A 1v3 is a lot to ask from here. He's having a go.
Yeah.
48 seconds and a bit of a dream.
I said that no weapon to
Arre
recover this
kahan
time,
ho
at
raha
least
bhaiya
looking
ji?
healthy. He's not taking any chip damage on the way in. Does have his ultimate as well, but tricky to really guarantee value from that in a 1v3 post-plant situation.
And they're aware of it. They're going to know that's on the cards.
They need to stack up here, really, because he's still got a flash to work with.
Yeah.
If he can isolate somebody and get an upgrade, it's definitely doable.
We're just going to wait.
Please check.
We're just going to wait. We're just going to wait. We're going to wait. We're going to wait.
Thank you.
It's all good. They checked.
Yeah, check किया
All
भाई
good.
save by.
I love the way we clapped.
Go
We were just
flap.
like, yep,
Save
yep,
by
yep, yep.
बहुत
Hey,
कुछ कर रहे
we've
थे
seen
इनके लिए.
stranger things happen. Different map, but
हाँ?
whew, it's all good, all calm, all collected. First time we've seen the team with the rifles
Mods
actually
को Bunks
converting
भाई
the
पैदा
round here,
देते हैं
it
क्या?
feels
मैंने
like.
पैदा दिया.
It's been so unstable, and you saw the danger in this round. I've got to
सारे
say, in
mods
my
को
mind,
मैंने
There was
पैदा
still
दिया.
punch to this,
yeah,
yeah?
Safe was the one who kept this round pretty
कल
much
परसों
going.
एक और mod
Vitality's
पैदा
made some
होएगा.
really critical kills coming in. Being the player you'd want there is your safe pair of hands. Already sitting on 11 kills.
भाई कॉमेडी
So a
चल
big
रही है आज
performance
chat
from
में
him.
क्या हो गया?
Getting one of the longest standing players now in EMEA. Still
Yes,
punching
wild when
numbers.
Sue and Kakuka were telling us earlier. But again, that's the guild gauntlet.
It is, right? That
What
long
is
series.
Finch's wearing?
What was it? As of today, I think passing Nuki
Yeah.
in 224 series now, which is the veteran of the region, Safe.
And it doesn't
Who'd
feel
have
like it.
thought?
It doesn't feel like that sits right in my mind, but it's absolutely true. And he's showing some of that pedigree here. Very good reason he's been around for so long.
Mods के फाफा.
But, as it stands, pump of the brakes. Heretics
Bunks भाई
deciding
Eid
it's time
Mubarak
to check in.
love it too
Let's let
यार.
this simmer down a
Mubarak.
little bit. Again, we haven't had much of an eye test of Heretics on Breeze. They've not been early VT.
पिज़्ज़ा मंगवा दो भाई
So
मेरा
they've shown
खाना
that they're
मेरी
willing
बैटरी
to
लो है.
potentially play it, right? It's not something they're taking away. I think the last time was the Na'Vi situation.
Yes, yeah. Again, we were discussing Vito. It feels like Heretics, I guess, in terms of the bans, feel comfortable in floating maps. Again, whether or not we get an opportunity to really see them explore deep into the pool, we'll have to wait and see. But an indicator here, I mean, especially with, even to just compare the comps now, we're talking about obviously having the Astra here for the new change of Vitality is going to apply a little more support towards Runner if they do have any set pieces cooked up around this. Obviously, composition here for Heretics. They do have 2 initiators, but kind of feels like this is more to let Miniboo stand on his own 2 feet almost.
Yeah. Initial Hunter's Fury.
अबे B कैसे घर पे आ गया?
I don't think it's going to find too much, no, but it does allow for some safe passage to apply this pressure. Trex now needs to pretty much commit towards A main, feeling like they've lost the rest of the map, and you're right, they've pivoted. But look who's still there though, Safe. Out of all the players, he's the one I probably would want to meet, and that's why.
By Safe, by solo versus squad कहीं नहीं लो मैं तो बोलता हूँ.
Massive
Direct सच्ची बताओ तुम्हारा.
But the cross still not safe as well. Kicks! Desperate for that to connect. Doesn't get it, so this should be the plant now coming in.
Runner though, going to try and find some information on the backside of this.
Planted.
I think Miniboo as well, clearing with his ultimate all the way into spawn, so Heretics now know what space they've got to work with. And do have the numbers advantage here as well.
Gonna need to find someone soon. Waiting on the timing of the flank potentially, but Miniboo probably won't pull that trigger too soon. He does actually, gives a chance now. Runner with the first step.
भाई ये गलत खेल रहा है भाई रनर नाम है वॉक कर रहा है.
You can see we're both waiting.
अयो!
He's got another. A freebie on Rienz, and now it's on Boo. A 1v2, and he's been noted. He's got the best of Runner. But Trex, he's not stopping on this. He's finally pulled away. Spray comes in. Boo's got to be real careful down to just that classic here. But time is on his side. And I don't know how close it's going to be. I don't think he does. Very well done by Boo in the end there, keeping cool under pressure. And a real gear shift. That fake absolutely bamboozled them in middle.
Sexy clutch kiya, bhai. Ton of pressure. I guess no confirmation with the Hunter's Fury on the backside of that. Really leaves a question mark for Vitality. And they kind of have to commit to a couple of opening peaks just to find out whether or not it is a fake, or if there is any commitment behind this. Heretics with a response. Keep it within touching distance. 1 round separating now. Sender and Boo, both with pits
just
available.
saying, agar
They go for this round, seeing a variety coming out from Heretics, so I have to see how they adjust accordingly on the other side for Vitality.
No, sorry, joke.
A bit of a different look here. Maybe just using that out in a position they feel viable. It puts a lot of strain on the center. Now, trying to dissuade any approach through the outback coming through. Sender's got to be careful, they might challenge this quite early. And yeah, he's in danger. He's lucky to be still alive at this point, but they can clear. Runner on the other side of the map has somewhat bailed them out in unison, right? Finding Boo is big. That indicates there may have been something else happening, but still, they look like they're just going to commit this way. Spike's on the way over. Pressure from Safe, who's just thriving, but this is just madness. Brawling out on the side, and Sender somehow still alive.
25 HP.
I don't know how he's lived this long.
No stray bullet catching inside the smoke here. Able to get Patchstick back on his feet though. Sender still looking to do some damage.
I know, Benji Fishy caught him that time. And now it's Trex.
Spike down.
Trying to catch him before they can get that plant. Already going to take away Benji Fishy, re-ends on the trade. And again, this is all a plan here. They didn't fully stabilize. Maybe Vitality trying one of those almost pre-takes. But it looks like, again, Heretics happy to fight in that chaos.
Yeah, they are. It's a number of rounds now. We're looking at almost, I guess, a visual test. It looks like they're really not showing much respect to these side holds. They're happy to brute force their way in, slow things down as Vitality look to try and re-challenge off the side.
Let's go.
But initially, I guess it's paranoia built around Miniboo. Whether or not he's really just going to run it down at you.
Surely he wouldn't do it again. I mean, he has been. I'll return. So this is going to need a bit of an answer back soon. This is 2 on the trot for Heretics. The scoreline still sitting at 4-4.
I think Tibun Bhai was right
a little shaky
all
on the side
along.
of Vitality. Sheriffs, Outlaws,
It is
odds and
environment.
ends. Maybe hoping Safe can catch someone with that. Got to say though, Heretics normally quite solid in these scenarios once they stabilize, but this game has been topsy-turvy really when it comes to it.
I mean, one area that Vitality have consistently found value, I guess, is slipping out of A or coming down to finding a kill or two. So there's going to be any adjustment here from Heretics. I guess a few more bodies stacked up this time around, but maybe not feeling like it's too much of a threat just yet. Getting a little bit of peace and quiet to kick off around this time. 45 seconds left on the clock. Now got their sights set towards B. Send up.
Push mat karo, bahar jaoge.
Oh,
He's got to jump straight into the fragments.
Oh, you can see the pressure. You can see how well crafted this site take is. Just from Sender's perspective, really hard to find any sort of safety. Now, the support system's here on the extremities, right? You've got runner towards middle. Sender's finally been pried out of the position at the back of the site, so they could go for this plant, but we know that Vitality like that midway pressure almost, right? But now, what's going to be coming in? They can't quite close the gap. Vitality having to sit back a little bit deeper here. Waiting for that wall. Still very much in place.
नीचे देखे मिनिबू भाई
still looking for some damage. नीचे देखे invested.
नीचे देखे एक पॉप दो.
The spike, I believe. Yeah, we'll come all the way past bricks.
अभी टेढ़ा देना पड़ेगा.
Utility layering is just a nightmare for Vitality. So hard to find the right
20
side.
reveal हो रहे.
Again, it's not getting that springboard towards the side. And look at how Heretics are playing in this pit. They're going to make it so difficult. Minibu going to back away. Spamming out here. They're getting nothing for this. Heretics just going to drift away. They don't need to overstay their welcome. And Vitality going to opt to give it up to the spike, it seems, but actually the drop of the pit will reveal at least one. And Vitality going to have to suffer the losses here and move forward.
Yeah, nothing really for Vitality to, I guess, cling on to. Really get any sort of comfortable approach back onto site here. Themselves a Hunter's Fury now in the hands of Rians, only ultimate on the board. As things, I guess, feel like they've maybe stabilized a little bit after the start of this half.
Yeah, 3 rounds back to back is enough to kind of give you a nice buffer going forward.
My favorite.
Again, we have the buyback here. Again, some of those rounds of Vitality were on the lighter end of the purchase, so I want to see how it looks now back on the purchase for them.
सारे टीम जो पहले इतना अच्छा नहीं परफॉर्म किया वो क्या कमबैक कर रहे हैं.
Now kind of taking over from safe, and he's been let a little further loose. So
take flight.
This is very telling. They've made it this deep in the middle already. So they're going to be on a knife's edge here. Kick's got to be careful.
Avoiding the first, actually.
Yep, Flash does come in.
भाई नहीं खेलना भाई इनके सामने. भाई TH के सामने मेरे को नहीं खेलना.
Looking for that spam.
मेरे को नहीं खेलना भाई TH के सामने.
What do they have for the post plan? I mean, they've got all of Boo's utility still to play with, 2 shock darts, lots to work around, and the nade from Padatek if they need it. Benji will give up his life for this if he has to. Not ideal, but it's fine. Again, he's done his job here, got that plant down. First layer to this to slow down any sort of diffuse is that fragment, right?
Oh, hang on.
That doesn't feel as safe as I thought it might be, but here we go, Minibu, look at the angle he's working with for these plants. They actually clear him in the end.
Yeah.
And the timing is right. I think Vitality absolutely shocked him in this. Heretics look like they had it on wrap.
Yeah, a little bizarre that Vitality are allowed to get so much pressure towards the choke point here, because that's the safety net, right? We said Benji probably happy to give up his life in that situation. Optimal scenario being you go 1-for-1 there, or even a little bit of chip damage on the way out. But the fact that Vitality are able to get 4 bodies here to really challenge towards the choke point means that Minibu's late round position is kind of given up.
Calm and steady, guys. No stress. Just do the things we do.
No stress.
No stress.
Hasn't felt that way watching.
No.
It's been pretty
Maybe
stressful.
why they need the reminder.
Yeah.
But no, it's good to hear Safe being that voice of reason for this team as well. You can see him level-headed. 3-2 split again. Is this the first time we see this test here? I don't think Heretics have seen this yet. I don't know how aware they are that Safe has been walking here. And a 1-for-1 trade. Safe still standing, goes back for a second, outdone. Had to turn the flash. Either way, he was probably dead at that point, but first time Heretics have worked that out, but they haven't cracked the site just yet. Kicks and Trek still going to be watching this one. The plant's made it over, so that should be going down into a 3v3 post plant.
Sendo actually picking up Minibu's position here, probably going to isolate, or at least confirm Benji's whereabouts. Yeah.
That's a good angle, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thanks for that one. That's a bit of an issue now.
BT,
What can they achieve? Going to reveal the position on the site. Pop flash and a swing. No presence noted close. See if they can create a nice little crossfire here. Actually, Minibu going to get a little bit aggressive in this. Pop the ult as well. Be cautious though. Be a little bit careful. He can keep track of them, but he needs to bank on Boo to do some serious work. Another tap on the spike. You're gonna come out of this one. Sender.
By Mini Boo, by Mini Boo.
Beautiful work between
Mini
the two of them.
Mini Boo, Mini Boo, Mini Boo, Mini Boo.
I mean, Mini Boo's get out of jail free
By
card
भड़का हुआ है, by
obtained
Mini Boo
on site
भड़का
here.
हुआ है.
I mean, dead to right. It's really a little bit of a mistiming here with 2 shock darts sent and still a snake bite, I believe, in the hands of Sender. It does land a little after that first snake bite comes in, but Mini Boo's forced down into a position where he's actually able to isolate this kill here onto Kicks.
Oh, Mini Boo is sharp,
Yeah.
isn't he?
I mean, just so slippery to get the ult up there, to reposition. When you know
Let's
Vitality,
fucking
then
go
the clock's
below.
running out. They
Fucking
have to
YouTube,
force
but
their way on towards the defuse.
Fucking
I mean,
below.
if he didn't get that ult, he didn't get that kill, I felt that was going to be, what, a 1v3? He was dead on the site. There was no way out of it. Even with the pop flash, he needed the kill as well. Sender's seen...
By Vitality ने देखा है भाई टॉमसी भाई के साथ क्या हुआ. Cypher खेल ही नहीं रहा है B set.
Calling over safe.
B set
And
खेल
now
ही नहीं रहा है
Heretics
वो.
have the round where they've worked out that there was that mid pressure coming out, that mid information flowing through the Vitality side, but Trex actually with a little bit of adjustment here. I quite like this, but who noted anything on that?
Decoy
Did he just
will remove
shocked at him?
one of the trips on the way in. The Heretics just looking to plant that seed of doubt once again. Now, talked about
PH
finding
India
value
रहेगा
here
नहीं ना,
previously.
rain
Trex
ही
looking
नहीं
to
है
apply
इधर.
further pressure. Just at Heretics end. Yeah, and Boo seemingly aware. I think previously he was one that was isolated.
Yeah, drew the shot earlier.
Now confirmed. Trex will find it, but I guess maybe a little bit of a red herring. I mean, it's a Viper. Maybe if he saw Mini Boo, I don't know if maybe he saw on the mini-map a ping come through there with vision, but I mean, it's the Viper, so maybe
Mini Boo
reading
is
this
angry.
alert, you're absolutely right. Vitality seemingly still
By
aware of
save
the
by
possibility
अपने
it's a
team
fake.
के लिए क्या
And
क्या
Safe
नहीं
seems
कर
to be the one
रहे.
reading this really well, but he couldn't convert the kill. Benji Fishy
Info अच्छा
linger
था.
around long enough to catch Safe. Now, do they get the success on the side? They're not going to have as much of an easy time as they imagine. 15
Right,
seconds. They've got to
15
stick the
seconds,
landing.
yeah.
Sender's right here. He knows they are just behind that wall. The flash was not good enough
Right.
at all. And it's a massacre.
Sexy
Beautiful
altitude.
read from
Astra by
Vitality.
sexy
Whoever
altitude.
called that out,
Sexy
whoever
altitude.
figured that out, kudos.
I mean, you got to argue, like I said,
Astra
whether or not
अच्छा
Trex
खेलता है,
gets the
देखना
mini-map
हमारा
ping
भी
on the
नहीं
second,
Yeah.
you see the Viper, I mean, it's either Boo or Benji Fishy, right? That's
Yeah.
almost like the one person you see that doesn't necessarily give the game away. Mini Boo to an extent as well, you could have a TP set up somewhere, but beautiful call to stack up here. And late round, you're walking in towards potentially a
But
Cosmic Divide and a Snake Bite to really shut down this
Yeah.
choke
क्यों
point.
jinx कर रहा है भाई?
Really
जीत
well
गया
maintained
भाई
by
Vitality. मैं
Vitality.
बोला था भाई.
No, that was very
कौन
impressive.
Mini
It's
Boo
kept
भाई?
this scoreline very
Huh?
close. If you're just tuning in, it's
कौन Mini Boo?
6-6.
Somehow.
This
इतनी
game has
अच्छी
been,
खेल रही है, save by
the
top
scoreline
कर रहे
almost
हैं,
feels
मेरे
irrelevant
से मिले
sometimes
करके.
because it's been
Love you.
so, hot and cold at times. We've seen rounds and moments flipped all over the place. There's been very little stability between either side, but the fact it's 6-6 is fantastic. Go back in here now. Heretics on that defending side. Vitality.
How is Bugu playing?
Opportunity.
Bugu क्या होता है भाई? Hello?
Set the tone. Set the tempo. And the first bit of contact shown towards A.
Yeah, Heretics playing pretty deep on this, so maybe
Yeah,
just waiting to see how Vitality wish to approach. Well, they give
जल्दी
too
कर
much
बैटरी
away.
नहीं है.
in terms of the
1% है
overall
बैटरी.
gameplay. In the pistol, late investment of the
हाँ?
wall.
अभी नहीं होता.
Drone to follow through.
तेरे ही करना पड़ेगा लगता है.
But no progress made yet. No confirmation on the side of Heretics, but
14%.
Vitality don't necessarily
चलेगा
achieve
मेरा.
anything on the back of the drone.
But I'm looking at this mid-progress between kind of Trex, and I guess you could argue Safe as well in Tube, see what they can get out of this. Runners falling though.
Boom,
They're starting
Arabi.
to lose out on the players on the site itself, and that could be the
All
issue.
right,
Much
love
this pinch
you.
could have been really nice. Makes it
Who
very
brothers are
uncomfortable. They need to
killing
get something in their favor, a kill. That's it, that'll do. That'll open up a chance or two. Still a player on the side that they haven't yet cleared. That's going to be Boo and Swept. Sender, well done on that front. And again, this pinch looking
Vitality
really well
ऊपर दिख रहा है
crafted.
bro.
30 seconds left.
लेकिन नहीं जीत
planted.
सकती.
Can, and now into a
क्या मारा
3v3.
Mini Boo ने?
Rien's kind of locks him on the side,
Shot.
and his aim is just so clean. But a great trade for Sender, who's having
By-
around it. Benji Fishy looking dead to
भाई
rights at
Vitality
that point.
sexy है. Sexy खेल
Still
रहा है.
inside Sender,
But
tries to make
जीतेगा
a
तो
swing.
PH ही ना.
Mini Boo,
हाँ? Sexy खेल
that
रहा तो
sort of
क्या
thing in
हुआ?
the first half. He's not going to fall for it again, but it's on Trex now.
Cross
Nothing to really
देख
cut
भाई,
sidelines.
उसके लिए
Well, actually, no,
planting
still
ही
got a
है.
cage, sorry.
Okay, the double swing, Trex.
They stack up.
Vitality sexy
You
खेल
couldn't
रहा है.
ask for it to happen better for him there. Pressure mounting in the Red Bull clutch to confirm the first and the second.
इतना जल्दी तो कोई
Fortunate
नहीं
turn of events
बदलता.
here. I didn't even spot the cage still available
गिरगिट भी
for
अपने
Benji
रंग
here.
slowly बदलता है.
in opting for a double swing outside of it. Like I said, Trex's position just so happened to be the worst possible scenario for Heretics. I think maybe a double swing towards Bricks here is the expected. And Trex kind of drifted into, well, you could call it no man's land. Way outside main, he's banging the open, but it's a bold play that pays off.
He does. The buy up here. 3 rifles, and then just the Ghost for safe and kicks. On the other side, a very light investment. Just that Sheriff really to report for Mini.
I'm
looking for any sort of proactive approach. We do have the
भाई
standard
Vitality का map
sort
है,
of
attack
affair
है,
here, but more
अच्छा kill रहा
just Mini Boo do in middle. Not much so far, not really being receiving much. And Vitality looking to just stabilize.
भाई योरू का एक एडवांटेज पे भी स्पेस इतना सब करके ना आवाज करके प्रेजेंस दिखा के टीपी मारता वो एकदम मेन है उसका.
Well, I mean, yeah, Boo does have util. He's got snake bites to slow this down. Trex has already found Mini Boo, yeah.
Yeah, pad attack. We're going to get away with here. Not a great deal yet. They've slowed the roll a little. They're trying to play him in.
Yeah, it's gonna, yeah, couldn't get the dart quick enough.
He still gets one, I don't know. Trade is there, 30 seconds now. Boo, Rien's and Benji Fishy, but he's still got those rifles standing. And Sender's already taken away Rien's HP. A little lower for Sender there for a second, but back into place. Benji Fishy's found, and Boo looking like a formality here. That's very, very robust approach from Vitality.
He's curious there of what the plan
Just
was
came
for
no more
Pacific
neon
to
for
either
Chota
commit
Boo.
to that
इसमें
OP
नहीं खेलता
engagement,
हूँ.
but I'm not even sure actually the timing of Boo's snake bite. Maybe that's the reason that the dart's not dealt with before it pings out.
लोटस में खेलता है. वो डिपेंड करता है
Nonetheless,
उसके मूड के
2 on the
हिसाब
board
से.
now for Vitality in the second half.
उसका यूरो अच्छा है उसका.
Should be good for them to find a
अमेरिका से आज
here.
नहीं आज
This would
कुछ
be the
नहीं है
first
इसके
fight
बाद.
back, but look at, I mean, when we say bonus rounds, it barely
अगर
feels
जान
like
है
it.
तो वो करेंगे रूटर.
When you've got this
कल
with 2
सुबह
bulldogs
जल्दी
around
उठना
it
है.
out, this is, I mean, it's close to a full purchase that you could wish for in round 3.
तो भाई लेट उठूंगा
half
तो
of
फिर
Valorant.
दोपहर को उठूंगा फिर आलस आ जाएगी ना.
Look at this
बाहर
stat.
निकलना.
Completely wrong place for Heretics.
सुबह
It's
उठूंगा
going to be a
नहा
hard one
धो
to play
के
back
चाय
on.
पी
Puts a
के
lot of
फ्रेश
Benji Fishy here, especially with that ult to boot. Runner going to be clearing through. Spots nothing so far.
You say that though, but this is almost the ideal situation here to get no
True.
real. Oh, unless Benji can get spammed out here.
He's made it out.
So yeah, Runner probably desperately pinging Benji's location out. But in terms of value on the way in, this is best possible scenario. It's a full 5v5 now on the back of the Yoru investment.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
भाई
Mitigating
वाइपर
all the
गया.
impact it could
वाइपर
have
का
had actively in the
पोजीशन
round.
गया. वाइपर गया.
This is
सेफ
crucial.
मारेगा
Yeah, this
इसको.
everything barrel shows, and safe goes into the next round. Mini Boo as well, outdoing Runner. This now goes to the back line. You're looking at Sender, you're looking at Kicks. You're looking at Trex as well, stall on the spike. That's the name of the game here. Time imperative starts to tick. They got to get a move on now. Heretics can't quite get to the spike. You can see what's there. The spray, the pray, and the pull away. They can't get to it. Boo trying to just dismantle the back lines. And is that going to be enough? It might just be. They break the back lines.
Time नहीं है. बोला था
I
मैंने.
thought he had it.
I thought he had that too.
बोला था
Just in
time
the
नहीं है.
final couple of seconds. Held on
वो भारी
by
पड़ा
the
हो.
finest of margins.
Full भारी पड़ा.
I think it's that final gravity well that actually
It must have pulled him off
decided.
just
'Cause
enough.
was it? I think it was Rien's or Benji initially sticking this, and it just doesn't get to halfway. Well, it feels like Heretic have almost moved quick enough to mitigate
अच्छा खेला लेकिन
this late
TH, हाँ?
post-plant pressure, or I guess value
Yeah.
that Vitality have from this composition. Yeah,
सारे छोड़ के भागे
I mean, I
उसको.
guess in that I just couldn't hear the spike and how quickly it was ticking already. I felt like Heretics maybe still had a second or two to play with there.
Wow. Vitality, that backline defense holding on. Mini Boo, gotta be careful here.
That is a shock dart, by the way. I don't know if you just caught that in the picture-in-picture. We'll come back to that a little later, because Boo forcing his way in here. Mini Boo, the one to find Kicks, actually. That's a little awkward. Look at the mini-map.
Pinky,
what's
open the
going on
door.
here? This is really topsy-turvy.
Anybody there?
Unlucky observers. Good luck. Big,
Oh, my
picky
foot
fights.
will
Let's see
come.
how well they do. No pressure, Zilv. Runner down on 9.
वो
He's the
allow
one
किया
kind of
ना?
stuck in, I don't want to say no man's land, but a really tricky spot. Benji Fishy, the one to put him almost have his misery here. Left to his own devices. The spike left deep in control, really. Because they've already taken over A main. And Sender in Trix's position, they're going to be considering it at this point.
Yeah, enough time will pass here, and yeah, with Trex confirmed. Oh, sender times that peak well though.
Okay.
That's maybe one of those situations where Patitech's looking towards the minimap. He's in the back
Bhai,
lines
not
and maybe
bad,
not
yaar.
expecting
PH अच्छा खेल रहा है ना, not bad.
a player to be so split in a 2v4 situation.
Oh, Babu. Maybe not expecting them on the active angle holding that, but they are. Heretics not letting that spike go. They were willing to challenge and fight on this, and I think Trex, he knows this one isn't going to be happening for him, at least through A main. And yeah, what a topsy-turvy round. I want you to kind of talk us through what just happened there, because it did feel near on bizarre.
Yeah, it's in one of the worst rounds to see it, but I'm not sure if we will see in the replay. Maybe that shock dart coming through. But it's almost to plant the seeds of a B-side hit coming through fairly quickly. And if this just so happens that Heretics are actually looking to aggress outside A, they actually catch Vitality in the act. But I mean, maybe having an indicator previously that Heretics are playing a little looser towards B, maybe Cypher's playing off-site and just relying on the spy cam for information to stack up elsewhere.
And the what eating Bindi?
Right here. But definitely wasn't that shocked up. The other one, but this is how Miniboo got the opener there, just a brute force on the way in.
30 seconds left. One enemy remains.
So yeah, we don't necessarily see. And now, actually, on the back of that, I mean, Heretics going to be pretty unaware of the shock dart potentially, but now I have two players stacked over towards B. The TP.
भाई लोग लाइनअप भी
available as
practice
well for
करते रहेंगे
Miniboo.
ना blind का.
And the ultimate, actually.
How did he call you?
Site now.
Because
TP gets taken. Runner's in a bit of a predicament here, actually. Yeah, he's got to be really careful. The amount of pressure on this man. He's actually been able to get out of danger, which is incredibly surprising, but position still going to be noted. Camera finally dealt with the Viper's Pit in place. 4 players for Heretics are on this site, but the fight, it kicks off. Rienz and Patitech, the ones to connect so far. Flash doesn't get turned. Benji Fishy, the one to capitalize on Miniboo's utility. And Safe's luck just feels so far away now.
Yeah, almost lost in this lurk. 1v5. Patitech, the only one softened up, but Rienz talks about him being sharp. That's a killing blow.
Lotus में देख
सकते हैं Andalusia flawless. You've
been waiting. Thank you for the 40 and the 40.
I was just curious if you're going to go for it. I was
लेकिन.
wondering if you're going to send it for the Andalusia flawless.
There it is.
Slow खेलना पड़ेगा भाई ये लोग ऐसा fast का counter है.
Everyone's happy.
Fast खेलने का counter है. Slow ही खेलना पड़ेगा.
It was actually clean for the other. I don't know if you just caught that actually.
Was it actually
a nice shot from Rienz, yeah. It was it was a one tap from Safe's POV, but it actually looked pretty clean. I mean,
लेकिन
Rienz
अच्छा
leading the
लगता है
charge for Heretics.
इतना young
Like I said,
talent इतना grow है.
quietly consistent in the series we've seen Heretics so far.
Yeah.
एकदम
And I think the bigger thing for me with Rienz is that it looked good on LAN, right?
Yeah.
This is going to be tricky, but let's see if they can make anything of it. We'll get
भाई
back to
आज
it
के
if they
दिन
do, but
में
the damage so far
मिनी
on
ने
Vitality is
कितनी
tricky.
बार फटका खाया रहेगा
So
145.
does remove Rienz, but yeah. I think it was the impact on LAN that really had me on his side. Young player looking good on it. Actually, hold on. Runner going to find Boo. And that's a rifle. Not easy to recover, but it's within touching distance.
Blind
Ash goes in, Plant goes down, and they've got kicks on the ult as well. Miniboo going to put his life on the line for this. 5 HP, that's all he's got, but he's going to try and get everything he can for them. 2 players on the side. Patitech clears sender. Yeah, back on track. Clean. Clean.
Just look at Miniboo's ults time and time again. It's never an overheat situation with that
Bro,
Euro
dude,
ult. He's
bro,
happy to
bro,
sit
dude.
there, wait
Dude,
to see where
bro, dude.
Vitality settle after the fact that, you know, the reaction to the Euro ultimate. Because they desperately want to scramble to different positions. They don't want to stack up. They don't want to be behind the 5-4 potentially to get spammed out. Miniboo walking the line here,
bro. Heavy
guaranteeing value from that sort of situation. Well, waiting for his teammates to be in a position for him to pop out, potentially off the back of a flash, but not seeing that value continuously from him. Another comment just to come back to Rienz as well. It's the manner in which you see him play, the composure. You know, it's all about crosshair placement. It's all about, you know, very controlled sprays. It's never. I mean, with Miniboo, it can look a little frantic sometimes, and yeah, sure, that's exciting to watch, but it has that kind of feast or famine to it. Rienz, like I said, quietly consistent. He just hits.
Yeah, he plays sexy Valorant. Like his aim, kind of hot. And at this level, honestly, to have aim that stands out from others is quite
well, that's the
impressive.
thing, yeah, for a youngster, you almost expect him not to have that discipline, this sort of calm and controlled Valorant, but like you said, it's so clean to watch at times.
So, I mean, if you look on this server currently, right, you look at the players who are in front of us, we've got some real heavy hitters. I mean, Trex was
across
probably,
the entire spectrum,
like,
to be honest,
right? It's like, obviously, for Heretics, they are the up-and-comers, right? The ones who... I mean, Madrid is ridiculous to reference, it feels like. 0-2 now, but...
Right, but look look at the last 4 series that they played, and it's like Sentinels, PaperX, Fnatic, and it's
like the eventual winners of the event, they managed to, I think, take a map off of both of the opponents, if I'm not mistaken. Do correct me if I'm wrong, but again, a very impressive squad.
Yeah, as it stands, sorry, it's Fnatic, PaperX, Sentinels, Carmine Core.
Not bad,
and they come out of that, well, obviously, in terms of the series, a 3-1 record. Hey, I'm happy.
Yeah.
To be honest, with where Heretics sat from last year, obviously.
Where did Rienz just get that on safe? Was that just down tube?
Down tube, yeah.
Fair enough. I guess it's the first time we've seen the operator being toyed with, right? We, again, haven't really seen that lent on by Heretics yet, but a nice adjustment. Maybe just going to bring it out here as a deterrent going forward, just going to pose the prospect of
tempering of the aggression, things slowing down a little bit. So I guess creating different obstacles here for Vitality to try and overcome.
That's the ult for runner though.
वो मेरे में
it's got a clear, but
वो है
should be the
star
green light
quality
for
इसलिए current लगा
yeah,
hi gaming couple hello
too scared to go for it, I guess, at this point. Would have been nice.
It looked like there with kicks as well, positioned over towards the beach there. Maybe he's trying to set up the Hunter's Fury on the back of that ultimate, but I mean, it would have been perfect.
Yeah.
What he has done is drawn out the pit here. We haven't seen Rienz rotate just yet. Heretics should be in the know about this B site here.
30 seconds. Do they know about the man at the back of the side? They don't yet. Miniboo's already here. This man is omnipresent. Hard to get around him. Benji Fishy's still standing as well. They're struggling until then. Trek's going to start removing some of the players on the site itself.
15 seconds though.
That's really nice, but they are running low on time. You're right, 15. They need to get that plant down, and look who's watching. This gets trickier. The divide going to make things a little bit easier. Could have caught a pixel there. Luckily looked away. Hot flash through doesn't swing off it. Now going to have to work in unison. Rienz, Boo, and Palitek. That operator suddenly becoming a bit of an issue to try and make work at this range.
But hang on though, they're not going to have audio here.
And this becomes a horrible situation to try and play that deeper post plant. They're not going to have the same freedom. They can't fall away from this. Sender and Kicks maybe both looking towards that. You can still see the kit of utility with Kicks, but it's Sender to find Rienz. And now it's down to Paditek and Boo, right? Can they get back on the site here? Sender trying to toy with the time. Running that clock so low. Kicks has got his one. Paditek going for the defuse here as best he can. He's got it halfway. 11 HP. He's trying it. He's trying as much as he can. He's run out of time and Vitality.
No panic there, unlike me from Kicks to throw the Hunter's Fury out. It looked a little dicey on site, but quick to once again to find this onto safe. But what a response from Trex.
Yeah.
To find these 2 kills.
Felt like he was a swing factor in that.
Nice. Nice, boys. Come on, some life. Some life.
Vitality.
Good job that we calmed down. Good.
Well, an indicator maybe of actually things feeling a little frantic so far on this half.
Well, I mean, Heretics had strung a couple rounds together, right? So it was like maybe just that little bit of a break, get that mental back in, get focused up here. They've got a lot of ults to play with, and speaking of ults, you've already seen it come through. Trying to get that info out, forcing the TP away. And the counter on the other side, a tag on one.
The distance though, that's not going to reach.
No. A little bit of damage, but it's not enough to really report home about.
Just about hit on the Antec, I believe.
I think so. It has at least allowed the plant, I guess, so... see where it ends up coming down here. Benji Fishy, with that late mid presence.
It's conscious of where Trex is playing late on this post plant.
And
a ton of information here, yeah.
2 players coming through on middle, very, very late for Benji Fishy on this.
Somebody's got to watch the backlines here. If Runner pops out of this.
I don't know who's watching. Benji Fisher looked away for a second. Maybe the one to answer back. Back and forth with the go with the spray. Not there for Runner this time, but time's starting to tick here. And once again, this back line hard to handle. Trex finally makes his presence noted. Down on 5 HP, safe. Still on the money. And Vitality turning this one back in their hands now, stretching the lead a little.
I'd love to see if actually this is the reaction on the back of Runner's information that actually double invest behind this lurk.
Yeah, could be.
Beautifully constructive from Vitality. It gets a little worrying there when they've cut sight lines on where the plant is. And there's nobody, I guess, necessarily comfortably in main.
Yeah.
To act as that safety net, the contingency.
उसमें तो था.
Heretics will pump the brakes a little bit here. As the finance is humbled, but
come
still
back
options,
native.
still
Vitality
options here.
जीता.
It's only really going to be Boo that struggles. As Mini Boo wants to
Vitality
donate
जीता
across.
Save by mood में.
No pit to play off, so I'm probably not going to see him invest with a judge. But yeah, interesting to hear. Say
Benji
a
का
good
वो
job
miss
that we
भारी
calmed
पड़
down
गया.
a little bit, whether or not it
Go
felt like they were jumping the gun, maybe misreading some of the setups that Heretics were putting out here on the defense. I haven't necessarily seen any total miscalculations, I guess, in terms of what the game plan feels like going into a round versus, variables that come through, double or triple stacking, the Cypher setup on the back of Benji potentially. Doesn't feel like that's where Vitality have struggled in the second half. Maybe that string of 3 rounds
Overtime होगा नहीं होएगा बे.
giving away obviously a post plant
वो
here.
लोग post plant बहुत अच्छा है.
The time deciding one, which I believe was safe.
और वो लोग make sure करेंगे कि slow खेल के
heavily invested towards obviously hitting that B site and losing 4. Yeah, curious to hear that.
Alright, game back on. Heretics did just take their time out as well. Wanting to check in. I want to see what the change up is. I mean, for now, it's just a big old stack towards 8. And Bulldog is in play for Blue. You're absolutely right. No judge here, no pit to play off. Is there any sort of proactive play? Runner decides to get out of dodge.
Vitality seemingly aware that Heretics might try and go for something like this out of the timeout. It's a very, as soon as you see this wall, basically outside shop, it's like, they're trying something. It looks like it might just be Boo to move up. Try and take that space back.
फिर से post plan खेलेंगे लोग.
And it's actually Runner to find Mini Boo. So already, impact off the back of this, not getting away with what they wanted. They look like they're considering doubling down on this. Going to invest the ult as well. Mini Boo's corpse. Going to be giving all that info across. Palatech on the left. And on the right, we know it already. It's going to be Boo waiting.
20 बंदे सब
If that connects.
That should be pretty much all of them, but the swing together. Makes Palatech irrelevant, and it's just the red carpet rolled out towards the A side. Plants in place, and this is beautiful. Look at this mid-pressure as well from Kicks. Layers on layers. Vitality should be really stretching their legs now at this point. Boo. I don't think there's much to be done for him here. A 1v4 is a great deal to ask.
Of any player.
Yeah, and this should be 12. Vitality looking really, really well-rounded here.
I think with what happened
Vitality
Boo even catching a tag here. Boo might just opt to hold on to the upgrade nonetheless. Bulldoggy brought in, but Kicks might catch it. Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
His runner
Not special.
will fall. I think still, the funds available here for 5 rifles on the side of Vitality. On the side of Heretics, not so much.
It's just the TP attempt there. Seemed a little one-dimensional as Vitality were fully aware of what was going on, especially after I think it was Boo shouldering at the start.
I didn't even catch that at the start. Where's that TP sent from? Has it travelled past the Vitality player?
I think it did, if I'm honest.
Did he start on A site?
Yeah, I believe so.
So this has come straight through main,
Just seems maybe not. Maybe there was some layers to this that just didn't land.
If you get confirmation or some value on that initial poison orb going down, you know that Mini Boo's going to be played in on something like that. But yeah, felt a little desperate.
And now,
poison's off.
One more round of Vitality. Probably caused, I don't want to say an upset necessarily, but maybe caught a couple people off guard here. Heretics walking through Fnatic, putting up good performances internationally.
Vitality मतलब उतना
Maybe Breeze just isn't in that map pool as much as they thought it was. For now, Vitality putting on a show for us. Starting to see some of those real tangibles we were looking for here. And again, testing the waters in A and just didn't like what they found.
TP already sent across from Mini Boo though, so as soon as there's any sort of indicator towards B, I'm not sure Trex has been spotted yet, where the spy cam is and where Benji's positioned. Not going to know of any presence here. Already preemptive.
Game shot कम कर, तुम्हारा sound बहुत कम आ रहा है. क्या बात कर रहा है भाई?
Okay, 30 seconds.
Now it gets a little problematic.
Yeah, they've got to break through this. The reveal, I mean, again,
Kitna
I
bach ho
want to
gaya?
see on the side here because they're going to depend on a little bit of utility to try and keep them in some sort of safety. But finally, we see Safe Slug really paying off there, at least getting one. Take
Pehla
away
mara
Minibu's
safe
pick.
ne guske.
No spike down just yet.
Yeah, you're right, 13 seconds. I thought they just had that down, but it's not the case. Can't spam this one yet either. Benji Fishy creeping close towards that pit. They got to try and sweep this somehow. Hoping that some of that utility lands, and it does to an extent. Right now, they can start sweeping this. Pit's going to fall back. What do they have to depend on? One shock dart, I think, is all that's really there. And actually, no, Teller Line not even in place at this point. Buying a little bit of time, but time is of the essence. And Heretics need to get a move on here. Boo's going to clear out Sender, but it's run to answer back. Down and looking at just kicks and Runner. How much time? It is not towards halfway. Rien's going to take away Runner, but it's all on kicks in a 1v1. Boo desperately wants it to half, and he's going to get it halfway. But that's all he's going to get here. Surely 2 bullets is all they needed. Kicks to confirm, and Vitality picking up Breeze.
I mean, I'll come back to what you just said. It does feel like a little bit of an upset, to be honest with you. A fantastic performance coming out from Vitality. Looking a lot more comfortable with this.
Yeah, absolutely. This could be. We have a fantastic series in front of us. Don't go away.
मेरा मतलब वो नहीं था बे. मेरे को लगा वहाँ से स्प्लिट करेगा, खत्म, टाइम ही नहीं है, मर गया वो. आप होने वाला था, छोड़ दिया. अरे पुल हुआ वो, छोड़ा नहीं. पुलिंग द विन हुआ उसके साथ.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. I, Caballo Grande. I, Dolor Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't.
सुनने में आ रहा है आपको, आप मेरे को सोवरेन बंडल गिफ्ट कर रहे हो. मेरे को सुनने में आ रहा है कि तेरे को ऑलरेडी सोवरेन बंडल मिल चुकी है और आप मुझे 5 करोड़ जीपे करने वाले हो. ओह!
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear
It's like
this angle.
Manchurian,
You're going to be able to fight this.
Pakoda, broccoli, something like that. Very cool.
कौन मंचूरियन?
Broccoli, Manchurian.
कुछ पहना था और?
क्या बोला मैंने?
मेरे को जॉर्ज ने दिया. बोला है?
क्या बोला मैंने?
Red Bull gives you
बस बताया. वाइल्ड तो है ब्रोकली.
हाँ, वाइल्ड ब्रो.
किसी देव मानुस ने मुझे मेंबरशिप दिया है बंक्स भाई. वी आर दोस्त नाउ. लव यू यार. पाँच करोड़ जीपे करने में गूगल सर्वर की मौत आ जाएगी. नहीं आएगी भाई. कुछ होएगा तो मैं डायरेक्ट बात कर लूंगा. 5 स्टार दूंगा. वेर इज दूंगा. तेरे को याद है हम लोग रहे हैं वहाँ पे. हमारे एंट्री हुई थी, उसके बाजू में एक 5 स्टार होटल है. एंगेजमेंट किधर हुई थी?
बोरिवली में हुई थी एंगेजमेंट.
अरे एंगेजमेंट नहीं रे, वो वाला रे.
क्या?
जो वाशी में हुई थी.
वो तो फॉर्च्यून है.
हाँ, उसके बाजू में क्या है?
मुझे क्या?
फॉर्च्यून है वो. तुम किधर तो?
फॉर्च्यून है वो. खुद को कुछ पता नहीं रहता.
वो ये बे एक्चुअली फॉर्च्यून दूंगा. दूंगा अंधेरी में. वो नहीं रे. वाशी वाला. ए ऑर्डर क्या वेज ब्रोकली और भिंडी. First map who won? Vitality. As per my predictions, they won. Copyright आने डरते हैं क्या? कौन सा पैसा आने वाले इससे?
आपकी फेवरेट कार कौन सी?
मेरा फेवरेट कार कौन सा था जो चूहे जैसे दिखता था?
बीटल?
पुराना जमाने में एक चूहे जैसे अभी बंद हो गया।
एम्बेसडर
चूहे बुलाते थे।
मारुति 800 ऑल्टो
बेंटली ने नैनो ने नैनो कभी बहुत पहले मिनी कूपर ने चूहे जैसी गाड़ी थी। पीछे से देख के सब बोलते थे चूहा। सुपरा नहीं रे। जेन हो सकता है सर।
I mean, bro,
Swift, वो भी हो सकता है।
indeed, Team Vitality, they came out swinging on that map and they lead 1-0 against Heretics. I'm your host Yingsu and I'm back here with Kakuka and Steel. What is going on?
Mattis! Mattis Bay, Mattis OP.
There were a few good things that happened, and not a lot of bad things that happened. Like we see Team Heretics, they're losing a map. It's like, well, Heretics, they're like one of the top dogs. They shouldn't be losing right now. I don't even necessarily think they played poorly there at all. The pistol rounds were basically the only bad takeaway from Team Heretics.
Yeah, and to me, one of the greatest takeaways, Josh,
Mattis
was
Bay.
feeling
तुम
comfortable
लोग याद है कि
dealing
नहीं चैट
actually
Mattis?
directly what Destro was playing on this map, and it was the Astra. This ultimate, we've seen it a lot. We need to think about what it brings to the team, and this one was also massive number for team. The moment that he pulls in the exact
पर उसको पुल का टाइमिंग बहुत
able
क्रेजी है।
to take it to half, and even though Team Heretics clears every single one of the players, they do not have the time to defuse this spike.
वीडियो में कभी यूरोप फ्लेक्स को है पिला तो नहीं हुआ। एक बार हुआ है सर।
Once you play the Astra.
Yeah, I think one of the other things that they did with the Astra, obviously they timed the gravity wells really well. But on
मेरे
top
फर्स्ट
of
करती
that,
हुआ हाँ क्या?
they also positioned themselves inside of the main so that they could jiggle out in like those.
What do you think? I'm
points.
eating
They could
broccoli.
Continuously jiggle out, and it was never an opportunity for Heretics to be able to defuse or even like get to half in some occasions. But they also had that layer of
Sorry,
coming
क्यों
in with
sorry
a
भाई?
late flank,
क्या हो गया?
late flank through mid
Switch
doors,
by love you मेरी जान।
coming
क्यों
in
sorry?
through the tunnel elbow
कल भी
area
ऐसे ही
when
किया
it's
था,
a
sorry.
B plant.
पूरा chat,
Those
sorry.
late lurks really helped.
Yeah, it's good to see Trex back on form as well. I also want to quickly mention his teammate, Safe, of course, here first in the AIM Labs warm up. Not that he needed to, he looked absolutely great, but for Safe and Trex, both doing well, it feels like a throwback right to Guild.
I miss someone from Guild.
Excuse me?
Anyway,
Ryan with Hong
बिल्कुल
Kong.
मेरे
Yes.
जैसा।
Yeah, it's really nice to see them together.
Oh yeah, totally.
भाई
And
आर्म
you were
प्लेयर है वो आर्म।
in so many instances, it was
Sorry,
actually
ठीक है,
safe
sorry,
taking
सबको
that
sorry,
role
मैं भी
with the
sorry।
Cypher,
मैं
and
भी
I think
sorry।
that he played beautifully. It's an agent that he knows to a T. So I'm really happy to see Safe in this form.
Yeah, and you might be wondering why we're saying congratulations to Safe. Of course, great map one, but Safe has officially surpassed 3,000 kills here in VCT EMEA, the first player to do so, and also officially the most seasoned player here with 224 games played since 2021. I mean, he's been around for a long time still, and we're seeing his experience here showing up and being able to actually help his team out of tricky situations.
Yeah, he's definitely helped them through the tricky situations, and having that impact on Cypher, just being able to be so good in a lot of these mid-round situations, controlling the tempo, controlling the space.
3,000
for people to have a player on the team that's able to do that, because it bails you out of a lot of situations. And I mean, there's one thing that we're seeing right now is that the gap is getting closer between all these teams. Like even before the show, we were talking about, you know, where's Vitality going to end up? And I'm like, well, you know, they'll probably make playoffs, but past that, I'm not sure. But now we're seeing the gap is even closer than than I thought, at least.
It's so important also to get that first slot, you know, if out of your group, because then you get the free win, a free extra point. You might get literally out of playoffs on the first match if you get second or third. So it's very, very important to see them this confident and actually seeing things that work. It's still not everything is done. Remember that we have a second map coming up, that this was just Vitality's peak. And now going into Sunset, things have to take a turn because there is a lot of tape on what these teams do, but for the side of Vitality, not with Trex.
Yeah, I think when we're going into Sunset here, like one of the things that Team Heretics looked really good on, even though they weren't able to win and there's a lot of back and forth rounds, they were really good on their retake still and their defense, and that's what they like. That's pivotal for their Sunset defense. So I'm interested to see what Vitality's done to prepare for Team Heretics and understand kind of like what are they gonna like. We know what to expect. The retakes, we know how they're gonna retake and positions. Are they gonna do something like having that fast run?
Yeah, we are gonna find out in just a moment with Agent Select, as you said, Kutuka, without Trex, but also nice to seeing some of the veteran players showing up when it's just been all about the rookies.
Yeah, exactly. We need to see that kind of face-to-face. It's all that every 2024 is about. I want to see, as Josh is saying, what they're going to do regarding Team Heretics defense. Kix is going to swap that Sky for a Gecko. Trex is going to go on the KO. I mean, many things are different. Safe is going to be staying on that Viper, and they're just going to run it with double control. And probably, this is my favorite comp to run on this map.
Yeah, this is looking very interesting here. I think the Gecko definitely has a lot of value on this map, especially on attack, getting that the wingman coming out. Yeah, got to steal that wingman. Getting the spike planted and then using the just like all the abilities that are able to refresh that you'll be able to use in the post plants is going to be very important for these guys. And I think that cooldown as well, if it's able to interrupt the middle of the retake, that could be something that is a wrench in the gears.
Do we smell an upset? Is it coming?
Probably yes, because I think that also the
broccoli.
that Benji has on B with Cypher are pretty easy to read.
Well, we spoke a lot about the experience of Team Vitality, and speaking of experience, I believe these two have casted a fair amount of safe games in the past. Back to you, Pandya.
You're probably right, Sue. I haven't been counting. Forgive me.
I wouldn't want to count that string of guild series because I
felt Jet से 4000 kills है. क्या बात कर रहे हो? हाँ क्या?
Truly, the pinnacle.
The good old days.
Yes.
Router.
Something fun here, right?
इसके बाद router होने वाला नहीं शायद होने वाला आदि भाई शायद.
Veto issue that Heretics maybe overestimated and underestimated how good Breeze would be in the hands of Vitality, or if it's just one.
Yeah, and especially to come back to that comment I made, where if you look at Heretics,
तो मेरे गांड मत मारो mods.
They have comfort across the pool.
Yes.
There's nothing
वो introvert है कौन?
Safe introvert. They're not afraid to bring out some quirky comps as well. But we come now to Sunset, where both teams have had success. A 3-1 record for both teams.
Should be good.
And a little bit of a switch up here, and I'm all for the Gecko.
Yeah, same, and we can kind of dive into that and see its validity, and already you're seeing, well, how little Boo could see in that situation.
भाई backside control तो रखा हुआ है.
Not quite under control, and Boo gonna find Runner very early on.
Runner आगे जा रहा है, test pitch जा रहा है.
Too, so Wingman not gonna have his way.
Strange exchange here, but safe. Is he looking to slip into market here? Not caught by.
God, they're so close.
Yeah, very, very close, but. Numbers advantage, and look at the HP bars as well on the right side of the screen.
Okay, he's seen it. It naturally
says... क्या scene है?
He's made this look pretty much done.
क्या scene है?
Round looked wrapped until Safe found so much value then. 3 critical kills.
दरवाजा ही बंद कर देते भाई कैसे वहाँ तक पहुँचा वो?
I mean, normally it takes a lot of utility and
यार
mistakes, and they're already getting that mid lurk going. They're already going to get that flank on the way.
इसका क्लच क्या था मैं नंगा नाचूंगा मैं.
Looking like it's for you. No, absolutely not. And keep in mind, they had so many players there, Mike, and to not consider market is surprising.
And this is the thing with Benji's position deeper at top mid. Again, the utility's not here, it's invested over towards to have 4 players here, kind of exposed to this angle. Nobody wrapping back through market to retake that control, and with Benji Fishy not picking up the slack in mid. I'm going to keep talking, I'm just pretending it's not there on the screen.
We're going to bring it up
but there is a huge hole in this formation on the defense.
Yes.
The is a little baffling,
happy
to be
birthday,
honest, of
bolo.
whether or not they just think, it
Aqua.
feels invested, it feels
Happy
all
returns
in.
of the day,
The
मेरी
Viper
जान.
walls here, we're expecting them to come off the, you know, the other end of where we see the Viper wall invested from.
अरे हमें नहीं
Somebody had
देखना
to have been
आपको
asking the
नंगा.
question there. Because Benji
हमसे
was
पूछोगे?
committed to
आंखें बंद कर सकते
assuming the
तुम
flank's
लोग?
going to come through top mid and all the way into the backside of B site.
Now on to the real topic.
Well
Michael, you
done.
returned for one day.
I've been back for one map.
What have you been touching in the break? Maybe
I've
sticky
been
little fingers been
fiddling with cables up here and
all sorts.
kicking things and yeah, there we go. Yeah, I kicked it back.
Night market कब आएगा पिंकी दी? सुबह को आने वाला सुबह.
Well, we should be resuming shortly. Thank you for your
Night
patience.
market, सुबह को आता.
Nice to know it is Michael and
I'll
not
sit
me.
perfectly still now.
What? Well, you've already done it. It's already happened.
मेरे से आंसर
It's
कर
over.
दिए.
That's just the first one.
फादर में earbud चार्ज में
Series of
क्या रखे आप चिल्लाना शुरू कर देते हो. अरे मैंने नहीं चिल्लाया.
All right, first round vitality.
घुस गए.
And Mini Boot, well, not gonna get what he wants
घुस
at
गए
all.
थे.
And look at Vitality, so aware of this pressure now. Actually, Rienz and Patatek can still
गए
somehow
थे.
find value, but I mean, it
drawn
was
blood.
classics.
समझ रहे हो?
Yeah, you're not gonna get much more
Hey.
than that if you're gonna play it out differently.
मेरे
You
को
might as
पता
well
था
just
यही
try
होने
and
वाला
brawl, maybe it cost him a rifle or two, but not to be the case here.
And this is the key thing as well, whilst we do have this dead time now. If Vitality want to continue with this approach where they create a little
Rudy को बोल
pocket in the
सकते हैं?
corner of sight with the Viper wall,
दो ही गन गया.
then market becomes such a crucial position in terms of maintaining control of this B site, making sure that they don't get these free plants that you really want to kind of negate as much value from the Gecko on the way, the
Go
free
outside and
value,
watch.
I say,
Yeah,
from
yeah,
the
yeah,
Gecko
yeah.
on the way in as possible. So certainly on the buy rounds here, I'm looking for
Have gulab
maybe
jamun.
them to actually start exploring mid a little bit. If
Have
Vitality
nice
are a
chuttu
little
chuttu.
linear in terms of their approach to the attacking side. And I guess the Viper wall is going to be even more indicative of what Vitality's initial approach will be. Then market becomes pivotal.
The thrash is there as well, which is...
The problem being now, I'm going to see Vitality potentially walk through mid and look to take that control away. We've seen an adjustment here of Benji's utility.
भाई कितनी
the
अरे
pace in
क्यों
which
मारा
they're doing this
सप्रेस
against
था
Finch, they're going to have nowhere to back to. Fortunately,
क्यों
Patatek
मारा
saved
सप्रेस
them.
था
This
रे
gives away to
टाइमिंग था
fall away
उसका
to, right?
Oh.
Falls away towards Pillar, but center does find Rienz.
गया
Now, site-wise, they're managing to identify all of the loose
भाई
threads in middle.
जीत गया भाई
Exactly the
TH जीत
response you
गया
want to
TH
see.
के
And maybe
पास
this is just an
आंसर्स
example
बहुत
of start
हेवी है
aligning for them, but you can see here Benji's adjustment of utility, a trip inside market here. And even so, I think Trex's knife even initially connected onto Benji to remove that
भाई
utility.
एक स्पेशल क्वालिटी पता है TH का क्या है चैट गेस करो क्या है
Now
स्पेशल
things
क्वालिटी है
will
TH
slow
का
down just a little bit. Kicks. Also the map. Knife will keep Heretics
Special
guessing.
quality है कि
Trax,
दो
you don't want to
भाई
see him
एक
fall
साथ
immediately. I mean,
God,
goes for one. See the plant will come through, allowing Kicks to distance himself just a
Mini
little
boo
bit from
नहीं
this.
नहीं नहीं
That's a wide open plant as well, so not too
जो कोई
telling.
टीम के पास नहीं है
But I like the boost
दो
playing
भाई
CT,
Comms,
right?
no,
Just
no.
playing safe.
कोई टीम के पास नहीं है दो भाई
Oh, actually, I don't like it now.
बता
I
कौन
don't
सी
like
टीम
it
के
now.
पास
He's
नहीं
definitely
बता
hit
ना
A lot of
the
room.
steps of Benji.
स्पेशल क्वालिटी ये है कि TH को कोई कॉल नहीं कर रहा
Oh
लेकिन
dear,
फिर भी
okay.
उनके पास आंसर्स
I
है
mean, Patatek a hero of the round because
Yeah.
that got really dicey. I was wondering
जब
if he even
कॉल
let
ही
him
नहीं कर
pass
रहा
on
है
the
तो
first go
आंसर
there.
कैसे कर रहा है
I mean, we call this the sort of sassy trademark now, but this is the sort of
अलग
thing
team में भाई
you can really achieve with the Gecko. Have a plant come through, distance
कहाँ
yourself
से है
from playing
तेरा
a
ये
really, really
आंसर?
tricky spot. So
हाँ?
it wasn't
आंसर
like
कहाँ से आया
initially
ये
the rotation coming through as deep as it was,
कभी
but
कभी तो मन होता है ऐसे ये लूं
see
इतना
if
बड़ा
Boo didn't
pot-
overstep the mark in that regard. Because again, you put
The
Kicks into a
bada
position where he
bottle
can find Boo and then get himself a comfortable 1v2
अच्छा था
from elsewhere.
Huge.
There's so much of a gap in that rotation.
ए बेन चेक जीपे व्हेन यू हैव
that
टाइम
leaves a
मेरे
load
फोन
of
बाहर है
questions for
मैंने
Heretics
डाउन
on the
किया है
reapproach.
आई होप तूने कुछ बड़ा अमाउंट दे दे रहेगा तेरे कार्ड में आती का
To
लर्न
see
करना
what Mini Boo does with this. Again, he could
Phone
have
off हो
applied
गया,
to that
charging पे।
potentially. Yeah, deep smoke for the one way.
एनीथिंग
Mini
अर्जेंट
Boo going to push relatively
मार दो
far on
पिघली,
this,
केस ना संभालो।
keeping safe the alt orb picked up. But it does mean that they can't really keep
मेरे
an
को
eye
भी नहीं
towards middle
समझा।
here. So as you highlighted earlier, that adjustment and utility from
छोटा
Benji
वन
Fisher
बड़ा वन
pretty
तो अब भी तेरे
paramount
को
to
जीपे
keeping
रिटर्न
this
करके वो
in
करता हूँ
hand.
एनीथिंग अर्जेंट मैसेज और समथिंग मेंस बाय
Koreans will catch him for on the back of that. The boom bot dealt with quickly and able to protect the tripwire as well. So
भाई देखा ना वाइटलिटी मिड पुश करना चाहता है लेकिन यहाँ पे रिकॉन डाल के वो लोग आंसर है उनके पास हर चीज का आंसर है समझ रहे हो
And a very different pace to this round too.
Yeah, Vitality just looking to, I guess, get the lay of the land in round 4.
I'm
just looking to see where they decide to commit to. I mean, you
yeah, map देख रहा था map देख रहा था
from Rian's, yeah, which
100% map
is
देख रहा
he
था
walks right in front of the door.
But Boo's found safe.
ये भी map देख रहा
So
था
do they pivot? Do they commit? This is now going to be so topsy-turvy because Patatech's here too. He's going to hear all this. Pops the ult as well. It's going to make it very difficult.
That's
25
huge.
seconds.
That's going to slow things down.
I mean, Trex just took away Boo though, so he is somewhat alone. But fortunately for him, Miniboo's going to fill that gap towards Shore, keep him safe. Hopefully, no. Sender's broken back in. Now Patatech on a platter. Sender. The timing was perfect. And now it's once again Benji Fishy a million miles away.
Patatech is down, just to confirm. May not look like it, but
what's he doing?
वो ऐसा क्यों खड़ा है वो?
Can we get a replay on that?
It's a standing nap.
Yeah.
I'm a little confused as to what's happened with Boo here, to be honest, because obviously the
knife देख रहा था,
the
map
ult comes
देख
through
रहा
from
था.
Patatech, and you want him to be the one to take first contact in that
Yeah,
situation.
Yeah.
And Boo looked as if he was TPing. I don't know if he TPs up onto the box or where he actually ended up landing there, but he dies coming back down off the box.
बूने टिपी मारा था
Pretty sure
ऊपर.
has a smoke on top of it, so
ये
a
वही
little
टाइम
bizarre
पे
to see that.
वहाँ पे ऊपर स्मोक था उसका कुछ
Benji Fishy looking just to keep
वो
this
कुछ कर नहीं
rifle.
पाएगा हेल्प करने के लिए क्यों
And
इसलिए वो नीचे
Vitality.
कूदा और उसने ब्लाइंड भी
Again, that round felt like it was
किया
going
ब्लाइंड
back
के
and
पहले
forth
लोगों ने
quite
आके
some
भर
way,
दिया
but
उसको.
Sender with a real bailout here. But this was the start of it. And again, Boo did really well to find safe. Oh.
This is on the back of the paranoia. He's looking to send the paranoia with Patatech's null command coming through.
Thank you,
वो
Observer.
ऊपर गया था पीछे टिपी मारा था पीछे मारा था
A crucial moment.
It's my favourite bit. Let me have my happiness, Michael.
I think 2-0
Here we are. Hero rifle
नहीं
with
अभी
Benji Fishy.
अभी तो
You a bit of
doable है क्योंकि अभी तक मिनी बू और बेंजी फिशी the stars of the
I like
stars
that. That's very
मारना
political
चालू नहीं
answer.
किया तो doable है
I mean, we've
ये
seen it
लोग
before.
ये लोग ने मारना चालू किया तो
0
फिर
to 3.
खत्म है.
Let's see. Oh, I'm not looking convinced just yet.
Not a good start.
He's alive though. He's alive. That's the first.
आंसर से बे
Taking the time in Vitality,
आंसर
kind
से
of pausing a
कैसे
little bit,
जिंदा है
right?
कोई मेरे को
Went for
प्लीज
that early
समझाएगा वो
take, maybe
कैसे
noting the
जिंदा है
rifle was enough that they want to kind of keep them guessing.
हाँ अशुमाद
Still got options to play with Sender. Smoke just going to be invested now. Looking to re-hit through market. Bye, Boo. Safe, forging the path.
3000 किलो मारा उसके सामने आ रहा
Boo
है
fancies a go, and the brothers in arms laying towards the top and middle. And you can see Benji Fisher just catching one on the cross. They kind of know what's going on here,
He
but
hears the TP as well, yeah.
there's not much you can do to stop
No.
this, really. Vitality running the map really well. Playing towards top middle. Benji Fishy trying it.
ओए
Actually, almost made me
Right,
believe
shot
it.
था रे.
Almost. Patatech did get a
ये भी
rifle,
shot
but
था.
couldn't quite bring it through in time to find both remaining players. Vitality again, racking up rounds now.
और मैं
Seemingly looking in
Dominus का
control
next
as well. I
team
think with
type
those
of good
initial rounds, I
नहीं
mean,
तो
the
पिज़्ज़ा
paranoia's
मंगा
always
नहीं
got
रे
to
पिज़्ज़ा
be
वेज
about this sort of execution toward B side, which just feels
वेज
so,
फार्म हाउस पिज़्ज़ा
you know, cut and dry
with
now for what
garlic
we
bread
see
and
on this
chili dip.
map. Like I
Black
said,
side.
create that little bit of
ज़्यादा healthy का है तो 3
a
क्रश
bit of
मंगाओ
safety. And I mean, even just here, look where it draws Heretics into. It either draws them into a brawl on B main or commitment towards a retake.
भाई तुम वाइटलिटी को
And if
सपोर्ट करो
Vitality
कब ले
don't
नहीं
really have
बे
to burn up too much Uto on the way in,
Heretics
that
जीतेगा.
becomes very uncomfortable when you have 4 players sat in main with utility, ready to dump it on the spike.
And look at the layers to this now. Heretics trying to maybe, I don't know, throw a spanner in the
कहाँ
works.
तक भगा रहे देखो वाइटलिटी को
Yeah, burns a
2
little bit
सेकंड
of the
पहले
kit,
वो
but
लोग वहाँ पे
Kicks
स्पॉन
gets
हुए
that
थे
back anyway in what 10 seconds. So no harm, no foul for Vitality here. In the meantime, safe.
तोड़ ही नहीं सकते
Couldn't
दिखा ही
really
नहीं बे
deal
वो
with that knife, so has to kind of sit back and be noted. But again, this default start from Vitality is just burning down that utility just bit by bit.
Again, though, it's not that big.
भाई दो चीज लेकिन देखा जाए तो कितना ब्रोकन है ना चैट
But it has drawn a rotation.
एक केओ का नाइफ जहाँ पे तोड़ ही नहीं सकते
which actually
ऐसे
might
से
change
एंगल्स
in
और
just
एक
a
गेको का
moment
ब्लाइंड
between
जो लोटस से डालता है सीधा ऊपर पूरा इन्फो के लिए यहाँ पे डालते हैं मिड में सीधा ऊपर इन्फो के लिए
Oh, look at this pathing. They've got the green light.
broken YouTube से यार
And he's going to find Miniboo on this one. And now they've got the perfect pinch on the site. There's a lot of bodies here though still. I don't know if they're going to be fully aware of this. Panatek is still here and he gets the timing to perfection. Safe the only one to get one back. It's out on the sender and kicks. Riem's digging his heels into this. He's barely alive. Sender gets out of danger. I say
bold.
that.
I don't think you wanted to TP up there, no.
No, but getting Panatek out of that position is difficult. Riem's just trying
भाई
to still
कहाँ चल रहा है भाई
and Panatek made a meal out of that. Riem's is saving this round for Heretics so far, but his kicks in a 1v2. With Wingman getting the plant, there's chances again, Mike.
Benji's got his ult, so I think they want to try and reposition back here. Kicks seemingly aware initially. You see the ping here for the body, yeah. Neural Theft will come out.
उसको भी पता है
It's a name fight he wants.
Second ping is going to be telling.
Oh,
right.
but he's isolated one. The 1v1 not going to get it
Oh,
in the end.
clean,
Will
Benji,
deny him
clean.
punching that up, but still, heroics from Riem's
लेकिन
in that
पैसे
round.
के
It
तो
felt
लग
like
गए
to
बे
even
लोग
get
के
that back on track, it wasn't comfy for Heretics.
No, it wasn't. It comes down to one play. I think 900 credits total.
भाई ये राउंड जीतना ही पड़ेगा वो लोग पास ऑप्शन नहीं है
second on the board.
ये राउंड हार गया तो 6-2
Awareness, I
सीधा
guess, of how Heretics have adjusted.
फर्स्ट ही नहीं
on the
देंगे ये
defensive
मैप में तो
side here.
इम्पॉसिबल
So that gap was going to be available.
भाई क्या नेक टू नेक राउंड था ना बे
Come on, boy. Come on.
लेट्स गो
So yeah, two successful
मूड में
retakes
आ गया
now.
And I actually do want to note something. Just
दो
pause
हट
for
कर
thought here. I want to
अपना
keep track
ग्राउंड
of
की
this
तरफ
throughout the
कोई
game. Though.
प्रॉब्लम
This
नहीं
has been
है
the first real challenge we've seen from Miniboo, who's normally
Yeah, one
right,
thing
this
I
guy is,
tried
I've rarely
every
seen him have a
caliber.
quiet game. He is
Yeah,
on
no,
to
he has
0 to
one mode.
6.
He has one mode.
So I want to see how well he does if he's now been challenged here. Already dealt with, put down. Safe has had his number here. Gonna take away Miniboo and open up that man advantage right off the rip. You couldn't ask for a better beginning.
But open up the map as well. That being your lurker. Safe over on
Bhai,
a solo mission to take away.
impossible,
Against does find a response.
भाई impossible what the
Spike
fuck
out there as
मारा
well.
उसने
So can give up that space for the time being. Yeah, I guess after that initial adjustment though, Heretics not really getting too much value in terms of Benji's utility
ये
here.
क्या था
Well, at least Vitality not playing into it. Now exploring
भाई
towards
क्या
A,
शॉट
a couple
मारा है
of
बे
late
मैंने
round
सच्ची
hits as
मेरे
well
वाला नहीं
that
देखे
left
किसको
Heretics
ऐसा मारते
guessing.
हुए बे क्रेजी मारा उसने
Boo needs to call in the cavalry now.
यार तुम लोग ने मारा कभी ऐसा शॉट
Pit's going to come down and it should cover just enough of the site, but
Ooh, just a slither though,
not much, yeah, which... Are they using this just to cross through? I mean, they've got 30 seconds, they kind of have to.
It does give them a pocket, but yeah, Lil
Denied.
Bro's not going to get that.
No, absolutely not. Spike's back in hand, but 20 seconds down. Panatek looking to see how he can play this, right? Like, if he goes on the side, kicks reads it so easily, maybe a little unnecessary, not even attacking Spike if I'm not mistaken, but Boo with a big shot takes away Drex. It's down to a 2v2, even. Spike is in, they've got time on their side. Sender and kicks, needs to secure the site. Oh, Benji Fishy. There's the time for him to swing in.
Benji OP
Nicely done.
Benji OP bro
As Heretics start clawing the game back, but it's not pretty, Mike, but they're getting rounds on the
bro
board.
Benji OP
No, this feels... well,
मैंने
I'm
बोला
not
था
sure what
बे
it feels
कोई
like.
कॉल नहीं कर रहा
That's the
लेकिन
initial
इनका
plan
आंसर
to
है
have that sort of space to play with, and seemingly looking for the free plant on the back of the utility, with nothing in towards elbow here.
Yep, don't know.
If that is a set piece, or maybe there's some sort of variable here that we've not spotted. Because yeah, other than that, it looks like that's a play to get up into this connector and really run through the backline, catch the rotation. Yeah.
मैं क्या बोला सुनो ना वाइटलिटी भाई ये राउंड हारने के बाद है ना एक कट से टाइम आउट ले लो मेरे को पानी लेके आने के बाहर ही है
If you're Heretics, you're not exactly loving what you're doing either. You're getting back in the game, absolutely, but these rounds have been right down.
ये राउंड मेरे लिए हार जाओ
Especially
प्लीज
if you get a mini boost.
ये राउंड हार के
Nightmare
टाइम आउट
on
ले
the
लो
map, 0 to 7.
क्या बोलते
Not one of the players you normally see not finding comfort, not finding a way into the game, and I think it's just been somewhat read by
अटैक में नहीं जीता तो
Heretics here.
जीजी है
Expecting Vitality to pressure towards top middle. They've already got 3 players dedicated towards this. Maybe the lack of attention on the extremity. No fight this time from
मिनी बुक को
Safe,
चालू करना पड़ेगा
whatever the
बाहर
indicator may be. Vitality taking a slower beginning here.
Also, just to note that as well, maybe this is a reason to
Exams
see
का
Heretics
नहीं
like
लास्ट
this
गेम
now
अच्छा
play a
खेला
little
रहे
more
हो
passively,
लास्ट गेम
because
बहुत बात
we're
खेला
not seeing Heretics really put Mini Boot in the danger zone sent out hunting or exploring anywhere. Very much tailored towards retakes on,
Wait,
on
wait,
both
wait.
sides.
There we go.
This
This is the
guy
right
says
side
left
Heretics have stacked. Vitality are committing to... Oh, look
Yeah.
at the spam. So difficult to cross. Benji Fishy want to
भाई
capitalize on that
इसके
first
तरह
point forward, which was
साइफर ने
runner.
देखा है
Plonk
मारने
obviously
वाला
not going to come
साइफर है
through
भाई
just yet. Ascender waiting on the side to try and maybe be that next layer. Flashed in the swing. He's going to find Benji Fishy. Needs a bit more, can't get it. Re-ends is where it stops.
मारने
Plonk
वाला
should come
साइफर है
through.
bro इसको
I think
देखो
Wingman's got that one
इसको देखो
covered. I'm looking at
इसको
safe
देखो
here.
भाई
How's he got into this position? Re-end
Imposter mode
is going to be gutted. Yeah, he absolutely is. No idea how the hell Safe just got to that
क्या
position again.
BT है
Maybe that
भाई
gap in market being another issue here. Thrash coming through. This one almost puts the cherry on the top of the cake here. I don't know what Boo and Padatech want to do to try and disrupt this back line, to try and get them out of these positions.
Still got a snakebite to work with as well.
Not really gonna, not doing much for this one. Safe comfy with it. Padatech can't even really spam
GG.
into this either with that Guardian. Yeah, dealt with kicks. Gets it.
Vitality
But where the
जीता
hell did
bro
Safe come
Safe
from?
has to have come through mid here.
तेज पे तुम लेके देखो एक बार टाइम आउट में पानी लेके आया
I remember him at tiles, and then
We
he
saw-
appeared in their spawn.
And we also see a fourth player commit towards
और
this
मैं
rotation
मंदिर
as well.
smoke कैसे
It's
करते हैं ऊपर
only
देख
one player for Heretics.
मतलब
Blue
ऐसे
committed
स्मोक
towards
करते करते
anchoring
ऐसा
on
मत
A side.
देखो
So
स्मोक को ऊपर करो
Safe, like I said, just able to slip
Look at
into.
him. Yeah, he was top mid then. Creeping round.
VIT will win मैं भी वही बोल रहा हूँ
Yeah, so I was pretty confident that market control was firmly under
सेफ 11-5
Patatech's
पे
banner for the entirety of that.
Super,
Felt like
super good
किधर कैसे
round.
मालूम पड़ा
Super good round.
the vitality almost
सच्ची लिया
it feels like freedom across the map.
Oh,
In terms of decision making,
You're
in
right.
terms of opportunities or options that they're giving themselves, they definitely have the run of the entire map right now.
Oh, hands down. Again, Heretics finding it hard to get proactive, because on A, if you're looking at it, we had a couple of rounds where we had the... I think we saw at least the paranoia sent out. Maybe
Yeah,
a
we saw
little
the
bit of
flash
work
over
for
from
it, right?
Patatech and the
trying to
one-way
play in
going up.
Miniboo didn't really work. Miniboo's yet to frag, and I don't want to harp on about it, but again, it's a big piece you're missing here. If you're losing that fight, you're not winning out on the extremities.
Yeah, I mean, if you're 0-8 and you're getting put in your box by Safe, obviously,
Thank you
lurk
for
on
the
other side of
timeout.
things,
Shout out to me,
that
John.
is going to kind of make you a little reluctant, a little hesitant to continue throwing yourself at the wall like that.
But again, then it just gives over the control instantly to Vitality, right?
Yeah, which
क्या
is-
लगता है
they're
Jack
absolutely
2-0
making the right
और
decision.
2-1
They're, like I said,
2-0 के
Heretics,
तरफ जा
I
रहा
don't
हूँ मैं
think they
थोड़ा
have a
थोड़ा
grip on what's happening in terms of Vitality's setup towards either side here, towards any of the executions that we've seen. It does feel like they're trying to play reactively, but
ये
they're
राउंड
just not armed with
तूफानी
the
हो सकता है
correct
टीएच की तरफ
information.
से मिनी बुक की अल्ट है तो
Got to figure something out and fast. The scoreline's
कर लो और
actually kept this
इग्नोर मैं
looking
नहीं करता हूँ
very
यार
Yeah, but said that,
competitive,
then you look back
but
up at the top and it's 5-3,
So
so you're
better?
thinking
it's not bad that,
best
you
of
know,
the bad situation.
ऐसा
based on the
क्यों
way
नहीं
these
करते
rounds have been going, I
संडास
think if
एजेंट
you're watching this as a neutral fan, you're sitting there going, John, Vitality have looked really well rounded on this. And this should be a sixth if all goes according to
Miniboo नहीं
you
चल
know, the
रहा
economy,
बात तो है
as we're seeing Stingers and Sheriffs. Yeah, there is the ult for Miniboo.
क्या
Sure, if
पता
he was
हाफ
feeling
के
more
बाद
confident,
चले
maybe
यार
I'd look towards what
मतलब
that could
अटैक
achieve.
में
But for
उसको
now,
बहुत कुछ
Vitality
मिलता है ना
taking their time.
यूटिल
Again, similar scene
कभी
to
मार सकता है
haven't really had a challenger over towards the A side of the map. And Boo do the best he
Yeah.
can, but it's one omen.
Not necessarily a position for him to really succeed from either. I mean, he has to win out that first, but
Jeez, he's got that fidget spinner
वो लोग
combo.
स्टैक कर रहे हैं
Knife and the Sheriff.
30 seconds left.
hang on though, Vitality have completely flipped the script here.
And hearing this should be quite telling, but there's a paranoia. That's Padatech now removed, so Benji Fishy needs to be played in. You can see the layers to this. The flashes are fantastic. Miniboo does commit to the ult. I was wondering if he was feeling it, and he feels it enough. But look at this
गन
space
दिया
take.
क्या
Look at
उसको
what Vitality are fighting for. CT. They haven't gone back towards main. The owl drone will at least connect towards one. Oh, and
भाई
Sender's been
निकाला
taken
मैं
down. It's
बोला
all
बे
kicks here.
तूफानी करना ही पड़ेगा
Miniboo.
मिनी को
The chips were down and out, but he needed a big round, and this might be it. But Kicks, can you do anything? Not this time,
Right.
Miniboo on the board.
On the board with a 4K as
मैं
well.
बोला बे
There it
बोला
is.
मैंने
Now, Vitality not going to be happy with that
आता
one, but
वाला
again,
नहीं,
I love
लेकिन
the
ये
layering they go
उसके
for.
ultimate
Right? You
निकाल
can see the
सकते थे
intent behind this, but Miniboo had a
बॉल भी
round.
अच्छा था
Yeah, and just when I was crediting, Vitality's ability to really, I guess, succeed in terms of the freedom that they're getting around the map.
Let's
This
go
is one of those
fucking
ones
baby
you watch
बोला
back
ना
on the minimap
इसमें
and you're kicking yourself.
Yeah,
Is it Boo's
You are truly my
dead to rights
inspiration.
almost.
Excuse me.
Maybe thinking that
Thank you
they've
for the party.
created enough pressure, some audio cues given away, the Viper wall invested differently.
And the swing on the economy
Next,
too.
एक और बावे
That's a big
कर
round,
रहा
yeah,
है वरना
because we're looking at 6-3 there.
Yes.
We're looking at definitely momentum building even further behind Vitality. This is the one that ultimately keeps them, in check, keeps them honest.
And now
for
you
a
got
remainder.
Miniboo back on a fight, right? Like after he wasn't here before for a little bit of time, right? He wasn't maybe taking these active fights. Now he's back to this, but will he win the fight? Because on the other side, they are here. This could be another confidence builder. This could be good for him. Boo on the other side too, but Vitality, if you're forgetting the first map, you shouldn't, because there's a reason they were dangerous here. The paranoia looks good, but Boo can't crest that corner. He'd have been spammed out. Miniboo want to bail him out a little bit here, keep him safe, and dip away.
कोई तो बोला
Doesn't
था
overstay his
0
welcome.
kills
Keeps him down a little lower. Keep your eyes towards kicks, and look at Sender's position again. Trying to slip the net. This time Rienz catches him.
Yeah, noted with the
उसकी
adjustment here.
कैमरा
the spike
कौन
camera,
से
so you see the
फ्लोर
ping
पे
coming out, minimap kicks. Rifle in hand, yes, but 1v4
का
situation.
कैमरा दिखा नहीं हो इनको
Alright, kicks.
क्या बात कर भाई साउंड तो आया रहेगा यार क्या बात कर रहे हो
Sitting safe, right? You're not taking any risks here. Gonna keep all four alive.
ओवर टाइम तक
keep
जाएगा
money
गेम मैच
building, and if you're
ओवर टाइम
kicks,
नहीं है
How do you carve up any of these
TH मेरे
individual
हिसाब से
pieces? That,
easy जीतेगी
Not great. That doesn't help
अभी
matters.
5-5 है बराबर इसके बाद बाय राउंड वो जीतेगी
30 seconds
6-5 फिर पैसे नहीं है अल्टी आएंगे 10-12 तो वो अल्टी भी नेक्स्ट राउंड आएगा
Hoping someone would give him a chance. I think the
TH
call's been made of do not give him an inch, and they don't. Rien's waiting. And Heretic stabilizing now after what was a very rocky start
language
to
black
this.
mamba
Yeah, because I mean,
Up to 5 apiece.
even looking at the 5-3
क्या लगता है कौन
scoreline,
जीतेगा
we're
TH जीतेगा
coming away
TH
from this feeling like Vitality are firmly in control of the tempo, in terms of map control.
वो कैम
Yeah,
कैसे
the
नहीं
fact
दिखा रहे
that
उसने
2 rounds just separated us now from it being tied up.
हाँ
And actually, the comfort being there financially for
कैम
Heretics.
कैसे नहीं दिखा
to
हेलो
close out
निया
the
जी
half.
कैसे हो
Ultimates on the brink here.
मनीषा
I mean,
शर्मा
the TP
अरे
for sender, no
मनीषा
command
जी
for
ऐसा
tracks,
नहीं दे
but
सकता यार
looking towards
मनीष रहता तो मैं दे
both
सकता
runner and kicks. 1 and 2 orbs away respectively.
language
Another switch up as well here, feeling like maybe Benji's going to find a little more value here if Vitality start to explore A.
I mean, because we've mostly seen when Vitality
But
do go
is
for that
Fnatic out,
B
नहीं तो?
approach, it's a lot through markets, a lot through middle. So maybe feeling that was the right adjustment to make.
Hang on, why is
Manish love you Birja
Huh?
love
He's got a
Wait.
ghost.
Yeah, I don't really know. Runner has also been taken down by like, okay, that's... Yeah,
अजी
because
क्या हो रहा है भैया जी?
We'll come back to that because he's
भाई
just gone down,
runner
so we're
ने
going to have a little
फिर
look back
भी
at the
मारा
start
एक
of this. And this could be another round that you don't want to be losing, right? This could be key. This could have really taken that scoreline into your lead, give you that comfort on the half.
Can't stop it
Block
coming
is
through.
in. They cannot. They couldn't spam it away. Still paranoia for Sender too. This is huge.
But now you look at the
भाई
ultimate
अभी
kicks, his ultimate
scene है
post line here.
Oh, you're
ये
right.
राउंड अगर हार गया
Spot on.
नहीं,
Mini
पैसा
Boo
तो
looking
है।
to try and get involved. And he does. Takes down Sender. Rien's on towards safe. How the hell did this just happen? It's Kicks and
OP,
Trex.
buddy.
The last two alive and they get overwhelmed,
OP.
swarmed. As
OP.
Kicks is the one to stand. To
OP.
try and face him down the defuse beginning and a nice
OP,
attempt.
OP,
But not
जीत
nice
गया
enough.
जीत गया
Heretics, even after
TH
leaving
का
Pastek
aim
nearly
confidence
weaponless,
सब आ
they
गया
get away
वापस
with it.
This is one of those moments where you're just hoping there's no
but it goes
that's
to kill
recorded
and
the buy round.
by the क्या बात
Happened there, like
next
Who
round off
gets
चाहिए रहेगा
exposed after Patadex frantically requesting a
Requesting,
rifle.
yeah,
Next
they
round
just
loading.
Still
trapped it away.
celebrating the previous round.
Well, because I think
मजा
like Benji
लेना
Fisher was on
चाहिए
like 6, or at least a
किसी
couple of players were
I
towards
was
6,
just
they
talking
had the
about how much
finances.
money Heretics have.
Yes.
get well soon bye
Sorry,
get well
Pastek,
soon
you're not worth it, actually. I'm just gonna keep that instead. He's got a gun this time. He's been blessed.
Yeah, he's been blessed. So he's safe for himself, to be honest.
Oh, Mini Boo!
me solo
He's
queen
been battered by Safe this whole game, and he just got
kick
given that.
shot kill
That's
with
the
his
way to
kick
respond.
बहुत गंदा जोक था
The god started
भाई उसका
smiling on
कैमरा
Heretics in the
नहीं
last
दिख रहा है
couple
क्या?
of rounds, as
Finally, bro.
Vitality somehow falling out of favour, it seems. After having what was a
खुले में
blistering
डाला है
beginning.
कैमरा
And now with these ults aplenty, 2 ults to play with runners is there. Could be critical. They even get the chance to use this.
Now seemingly getting a bit more value
By
adjusting
जीत गया around
Benji's
TH.
utility as well, because even that just extra
Runner
set
का
fires the
पूरा
spike out
UC
towards
होने
mid,
वाला.
allows them to maintain these heavy stacks.
Run.
Give it a shot, but doesn't find it. Does catch the back end of the showstopper, but still 46 HP.
Okay. All good. Calm. Coming in. What we got for the retake here? Plenty of flashes with Paditech. Speaking of Paditech, there's the ult, but he's flashed up as well. Runner trying to send out the flash on that. The trade comes in. Rien's the one to be absolutely tearing him apart. Benji Fishy wanted in on the action. The Vitality, as said, felt like they fell out of favor with the gods. This game just got ripped away from them. I don't know even how.
Yeah, what a response from Heretics, because early on, the two successful rounds that they find were on the back of like a Benji Fishy clutch and another one where it comes down to the wire in the post plant.
And now they're getting shots through smoke, all sorts.
Binks by attendance मार करे attendance to you. Whiff हो गया भाई वहाँ पे 3 जन मिलके मार रहे थे.
Beautiful play back in by Heretics.
अच्छा comeback मारा बे. 4-1 था ना शायद.
It doesn't.
3-1 या 4-1 lead था ना.
It's not mathing. No, you're right.
You can see here the string of rounds where actually the adjustment, I believe it might have been round 6 or 7 where they do adjust Benji's utility and they start putting him over towards, back towards A side, towards top mid and removing some of that free control or free opportunity across the map the Vitality were just running away with. Like I said, they had so many options. There wasn't really a challenge on the end of any of them. Heretics were huddled into sites, backs against the wall, trying to absorb these executes.
I'm almost halfway there. बाकी आप next act में करेंगे.
And Heretics have crept incredibly deep towards Ender, having to depend on the paranoia to give him a little bit of space, but starting to peel away. Call in kicks to the equation. It's running to connect towards Benji Fishy. That's nice from kicks. At least catches Miniboo, but the site's starting to wave.
America's cup है 13 session.
No plant to be seen just yet, and they're lacking in the bodies, but Paditech trying to make up for it.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of an over.
By heavy boom bot nade, by heavy boom bot nade.
Will fall to the boom bot. It's tough viewing.
The X-ray was hilarious. They're just trying to run. Player standing. And Sender gonna get Rien, so they know it's Paditech. They knew he was on the site. He does find the 1v1.
That's
it. For the ace.
10 HP. Go on, Paditech.
Oh, anti.
So ready for it. That would have been pretty wild. Trex.
क्या force करके कुछ.
Okay.
Surprise.
I just don't know where this game actually sits, right? Like, because generally you kind of get a feel of who's in the lead here, who's setting the tempo, setting the pace.
Long time no see.
Very, very up and down this entire way.
मेरा birthday है बस मैं Anish by many happy birthdays of the days.
I mean, it feels a little better when Boo's not even trying to break the boom bot.
क्या जिसने stream like नहीं किया like करो.
Well, do I sit in this corner and die or
do I try to move?
बस सारे games neck to neck क्यों हो रहे बे?
The
कौन सा दिन है आज? अरे
we've seen some wild kills already. We went to the trip
Madam
earlier
full
as well.
comedy कर रही है.
I'm waiting for somebody else.
Oh, there we go. Again, Miniboo can only kill safe when he can't see him.
Nice. Nice shot. Beautiful Valorant on display.
Look, I said it was Rienz who plays sexy Valorant, alright, not Miniboo, so you reel it in. That is a safe remove from the start of the round.
RCB
Runner gonna make up for it? Yeah. Joined by Sender. Gonna keep safe the other side of the map, so not gonna let this slip through their fingertips.
What I was saying though is I was expecting somebody to go home and do the homework and look at what the other tripwire kill was, because I'm sure it was Fracture and it was Fnatic. So.
Okay. Oh. Okay. I'm getting nervous in this round. Why am I getting nervous? I feel weird about it. I feel weird about this round.
And no rifle.
Shot to मारता है भाई.
Okay, kicks and runner to.
बंदा मारता तो है shot.
I don't know.
Trex will retrieve one of them, so the investment.
Bit ropey.
Yeah, and now it makes round 3 a little.
Madam full comedy.
Thanks for that beautiful replay.
कल होगा router. पता नहीं रे कल काम है
Highlight reel. Oh, another potentially there.
होएगा तो मैं बताता. I will potato you.
Sunset now. Yeah, good damage. Honestly, like they come into this now. There's obviously Trex the one to bring a ghost in from the previous.
Play according to his name.
Across to safe, and so he got himself a rifle in hand now, which does make it a little better.
Yeah.
With the 3 casualties suffered.
क्या चल रही है?
But
Close
they come
to
out of it with a
close by.
showstopper.
Close to
Which
close
could
chal
be.
rahi hai.
Difference maker potentially,
Yeah.
right? They've got the early work done towards A, and I'm waiting to see the commitment. There it is. And
फिर
towards
से retake.
the site here, just banking on that smoke to keep him safe. Boo considering when to go for this as well. And Rana gets man-handled. Look at that. Oh, wait. Did Boo just... goes into the kill compilation of today's games. Boo being dealt with. And now we see if they can hold this. Zender's paranoia could be pretty nice if it's just placed correctly. Safe going down once again to Mini Boo. Paranoia does come through and
Shot,
gets dodged,
baby,
but
shot,
showing
by
off now.
shot.
From a very quiet performance, he's picked himself up.
भाई
And
है
really
बे
looking
बंदा.
better. Sender
Who won
looking to try
KC
and catch
versus
him on the way
Fort?
out now.
Fort
Not
1-2-0.
gonna happen. They got this one now. Starting to feel out the game.
I didn't clock it. Was Patitech 1 or 2
Who's
off the
running?
ultimate there
2-1,
at the start of
sorry,
that
2-1.
round?
I actually didn't
The
notice.
timing on the null command to shut down
Nuts.
the key
Minibu
piece
is back.
of the puzzle
कोई
for
तो 0 kill पे
Vitality.
हंस रहा था hitter.
Look at it. Look at that. The absolute timing on it. Oh, there it was
सब
on top
जगह
of the
थूक
box.
बे ऊपर थूक नीचे थूक आगे
That's rough.
थूक.
Yeah, the world tour of can I die to every piece of utility before
what
the
we got
series
left?
is out? I mean, is it 3 and 10? Maybe that is the,
Vamos,
the
vamos.
agenda. No, I'm joking.
Damn. You've come back cruel. You heard Steel being
Retake
a bit
नहीं
nasty
होएगा,
about
नहीं
it.
होएगा,
If
होएगा.
to flame people, then, you know.
Then
उल्टा
I
air
should be
retake ही थोड़ा
Let's
easy था.
change the agenda completely.
Oh no, the floodgates have opened. Michael unleashed. Well, let's have a little look what's in front of us now. Sight, they're already sitting super deep
बिना
on this.
देखे मारा
Safe
है.
is want to catch Boo.
100% बिना
Maybe
देखे
just a
मारा.
shot through the
100%.
smoke here potentially. Don't know if
Ping
you really caught
करके
much of a
बिना
glimpse,
देखे
but
मारा
Blast coming in, they have a
ने
man advantage.
101%.
Feels like they haven't had that to work with yet on this side on these
No,
retakes.
and actually, plenty of utility considering how they found that plant.
ये पोजी अच्छा नहीं है पता है. यहाँ पे साइफर बैठा है.
Doesn't get to give
यहाँ
Benji
से
Fishy
गेक को
the
जब भी
round of
ब्लाइंड
applause on the
करेगा ना
corner,
तब
but
इसके मुंह पे पटक
Fishy
करके
gonna wait, does
आएगा.
he get checked on here? Proactive approach gets sent back. Runner not gonna let him get away with it, but the isolation there was fantastic. Rien's gonna get away, but they still need to clear out Benji Fishy, who's waiting with his trap. Again, Kick's got another. Kick's just got another on Rien's. Oh, this is ridiculous, but Benji Fishy isn't losing this round.
Wow. The fact that it comes down to that again, that same tripwire, I think previously catching runner off when he gets shut down on the showstopper. Benji Fishy isolated here, flashed by Kicks. Still goes down swinging. Well, doesn't even go down, sorry.
No, he's just
still
chilling.
digs his heels in.
Benji Fishy getting pumped up now. Can hear it. They know what they're doing to him.
कैसे
These are some
भाई?
tilting rounds of Vitality too.
Yeah.
You can't deny the credit you give to Benji
पोजी
Fishy in
बहुत
that
अच्छा
moment,
था
but
वो.
if
मैं
you're
देख रहा था
Vitality,
तुम
you're
लोग को
starting to
नॉलेज
get
ही
a
नहीं
little
चैट.
pissed off.
चैट तुम लोग को
Sheriff said
नॉलेज
they
ही
can't do
नहीं मैं
much
देख
more
रहा
about
था.
that, that's
अच्छी
just
पोजी
the
है.
way it goes.
अच्छी
See if they can
पोजी.
shake this off and find a bit of form back here. This won't be the round for it. The one after is critical.
मनराज भाई नहीं रे मैं चेक कर रहा था.
Taking their time. First real bit of contact through market, stalls there, that's nice.
Say,
Again, quick
but yeah,
adjustment.
Vitality seemingly not phased by it.
मैं ब्लाइंड भी हुआ था बे. उससे ट्रिप
Whether or not they're going to find a response back
ट्रिप
into
का
this round.
रेस्पेक्ट करना था
As
बस.
Heretics.
ब्लाइंड भी
By
बराबर
Lee
था.
was the weaker side of this setup.
फटका भी खाने वाला था वो भी
Seemingly
सच.
wide open side of this setup.
ये क्रॉस फायर नहीं है उसके.
Obviously now the inventory becomes a little more concerning. Just pistols for Vitality to break back through.
There's Fury. That's Trex down to the walking wounded. And oh, this time it's Runner, not
Yeah.
even safe. Just don't need to see him apparently, this man. Just spamming on through. Safe does get one back, but again, this to try and get pressure on that spike is going to be very difficult. The paranoia doesn't find what it wants. But Sender gets up close and personal. He's still going. He's got a gun as well. This man is doing everything he can.
भाई
But Benji
कितना
Fishy
अच्छा
breaking
ट्राई
their
था
hearts once
भाई.
again. Can't
Bro,
blame
he
him
could
out
have
for trying.
actually
Sender went
killed
down
both.
swinging.
Almost lining up there with the rifle
Almost
as well.
away.
That would have been one of the most ridiculous ways to win back that round.
That would have been so nuts.
Well, Heretics now.
Close
Three
था
on the
यार. Close था. Close था. Close था. Please
Get
तो
themselves to
थी.
double digits. little bit of wiggle room as well.
Vitality, yeah.
Bhai boo bhai kya ho gaya? Boo bhai low feel kar rahe ho.
Need to get the boys back in that right mentality. I mean, to be fair, the way it went, it was a costly round 2 on the start of this, right? So the actual kind of coming into the bye round wasn't pretty. Flipped for Vitality and then back to back, right? This is the first time we're seeing them back with a really nice purchase, couple of ults to play with as well.
I mean, yeah, ultimately this is the round that plays them back into this half. I mean, you can see this, it's 11.
Yeah.
Then I don't want to say broke, but seemingly struggling in terms of the finances. Maybe some of these ultimates could bail them out from a round like that.
As far right now, VIT is a winning position.
Also,
very nice यार. यही मेरे को चाहिए था भाई.
Yeah, this feels
यही
like
update के लिए मैं रुका था मंदुस पे. Valor तो मैं ऐसे
want to try and secure and Vitality to really claw their way back into this now.
वो मारेगा तो बोलेगा वो मार रहा है.
Well, even looking at Heretics on the side, they've maybe got a round in hand other than down the bottom of the scoreboard.
अभी समझा.
Really struggling financially here. There is a purchase behind
अभी
around loss here
समझा.
for Heretics. Especially then when you throw Mini Boo's ultimate in the mix.
चलो हो गया विदित का क्या हो गया भाई जीतने वाला है भाई वो.
Vitality.
Winning position में तो जीते गए.
Timeout should have given them some ideas of what they want to do here. Dizzy back in hand, noting that early presence, allowing for the 2 to clear through. Get that.
I got a taste of his
Now the
old
knife
medicine.
did catch Benji outside B here. Safe has also found further confirmation here.
The question is, क्या दरवाजा कभी बंद होगा?
So Vitality well equipped, at least at the start of this round.
Yeah, but I like
भाई बंदी नहीं करते बे, बंदी नहीं करते. क्यों ऐसा रे? हम लोग गलत गेम खेलते हैं सनसेट पे.
Flash over the top from
पहला मोबाइल का आने तो दो.
And kicks. Again, yeah, Heretics hadn't played back in just yet. So nobody isolated on the back of that utility.
Take flight.
Right, it's relatively late. I'm trying to indicate this A piece, but
That's fine, something now because there's 40 seconds left on the clock.
yeah, they've not really made much progress towards a site here.
Once
a little bit towards
Esports
middle.
का
I think they're looking
profile
to end towards B, considering where the spike is. With 30 seconds, they're gonna have to make this one really.
भाई वो लोग का Vitality का read हमेशा अच्छा होता है.
Pings coming through here, yeah.
Read के बाद जो होता है ना.
Paranoia to come through market, yeah.
Away we go. 20 seconds. The spike has not crossed. They need to get towards the site pretty soon. 18, and now they're in. Vitality is still here as well. They're playing towards the back of the pillar. 10 seconds now. Keep your eyes on this one. Safe swings out, finds 2. Masses of value, but Benji Fish is still here. He's got to get towards the palm as well. Who needs to be the bodyguard? He can't quite handle the pressure. It's down to Rienz and Benji Fishy. How much can they do? Not enough. Vitality playing to the clock. Going to get the defuse.
भाई read Vitality के reads है
Really
बे.
good mid-round protocols from Vitality.
पूरा
Heretics,
game
like I said,
heavy
able
reads.
to evade that, I guess mitigate as
उसके
much
बाद
of the risk
Nefret
as possible
अच्छा
by
खेलते
not
हैं
really
भाई.
jumping the gun.
बस यार Dogma का no scene then यार
finding a
आज नहीं हो
response.
पाएगा लग रहा मेरे को.
Early on, but yeah, there's and you
लंबी
even just
stream आज
looking
already
at this,
almost
it
7
feels
घंटे
a
की stream
little
होएगी.
frantic, a little chaotic. And where Heretics have previously found some success in that, this one, you have the pressure of the clock. This is very different to some of, there's some of the faster hits we saw on Breeze, for example, where it's, first 20, 25 seconds, everybody committed towards the site here. This one, the clock's very, the clock is the deciding factor.
काय पाहिजे सांगा मला.
Find what they want, but Kick's waiting. Trying to maybe play and runner off this. Dizzy not going to get any info.
Spotted.
But yeah.
इससे पड़ा बे.
Sender actually takes a ton of damage behind
damage
runner there.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe they were spamming onto runner's jump peak and Sender's the one to eat it up.
It looks quite similar to last round to an extent, but I wonder what the change is now coming back through.
Oh, यहाँ से Omen blind दे.
Looking as if the paranoia is going to be
पक्का
invested
close
towards
खेल रहा है वो. यहाँ से
Sender,
blind दे
actually.
मैं भाग के गाफ मारूंगा वाला round है.
Identifying that he's probably going to take this space after the early aggression. No confirmation off the owl drone though, so not going to be able to catch him. And no ping actually on the minimap, so they don't even note his reposition.
No, but resmoke.
ए जाने वाला है. A side blind देगा अभी Omen.
Still don't know what's happening, but this is quiet progress. The knife. I don't know how
पूरा
much
sound
like
है.
just
पूरा sound है.
I think
Just
it's 2.
तू चढ़ो. तीन तो
Which is enough
भागने
to
का
call
sound
the
है
rotation. Now
ओमेन
they're
को.
walking into the site where actually Runner has the showstopper and he can post it into this smoke on the choke point.
30 seconds left. Going to go for the paint shell first. Sender is lower, and actually the flash was exceptional. But no
How's Sender
kill.
alive?
Huh?
They're stood next to each other.
They have no idea. How is Sender here? And now he dies! And Palitek's fall into the showstopper. Again, these rounds are so strange. And look who's back in his known position. Miniboo needs to make some damage happen, and he is. Heretics still firing off here in a 1v1. Benji Fishy up against Safe. The rookie against the veteran. And how does he play now? 21 kills for Benji Fishy. Did he see a barrel? I think he did! Benji Fishy outdoing Safe here. Putting Heretics one round closer.
Okay, but show me again how Miniboo has come flying out of elbow. Yeah, so this is the confirmation here at the start. Yeah, send it to eat it on the backside of the jump peak, but this was... Oh, the flash catches! Oh my god!
That was hilarious. The fact he still dies.
Yeah.
तीन मारे उसने तीन.
Yeah, that's tough. Again, even the down to 26 HP off that initial damage taken at the start of the round, but Heretics now 11, and this is
Map
the
3
eventuality that I was
Map
talking
3.
about now.
Let's go.
Vitality are in a must-win round, it feels like.
Yep.
And they're struggling in terms of the equipment at their disposal.
But I like this mid-walk. It's the first time we're actually seeing, though, Heretics kind of go for a more simplistic B approach, right? This is the first time we've seen that.
Finally, जीत जाए सोने जाना नहीं भाई. Long stream चाहिए था तुम लोग को.
Benji Fishy
Map
committed
3.
earlier on to keep that backline safe. I don't know how you do it. And Miniboo get in their face. It's a little bit dangerous when that rifle could get dropped.
Yeah?
Very reachable positions. Palitek now on an island, and now here comes the pinch. They're tucked on the side. They can't really back away from this. Palitek trying to delay at least one side. He's got to keep back two players, though. Boo's going to find Runner. Can't quite convert on towards the other, but still overwhelmed by Rienz. This is ridiculous.
कैसे नहीं मारे?
And now we look at what they've
Full
got.
blind का क्या हो रहा है ये गेम में कोई explain करो.
Yeah, but plants in the spot right against the wall where it's a pretty easy spam.
How are they going to get that defused now?
Yeah, you can see desperately Kicks is looking for an angle to try and find a cheeky defuse. Recon going to come through, but Sender's found Boo blind.
That'll do the job. And the defuse, it ain't stopping. Rienz can't deny. He can't deny it. Kicks gets away with the defuse right under their nose.
क्या देख रहा हूँ मैं? क्या चल रहा है गेम में यार?
Middle worked off really well. Like that was you couldn't dream of it going any better. The timing of them as well, just going very simplistically towards that B side. The crunch, everything worked out so well.
इसने इसको मारा तो मारा.
So how that initial kill comes through. Obviously know that it was Kicks, I believe, that brings the rifle into this round.
फिर जब दोनों स्पैम मारे तो ये कैसे नहीं मरा?
To come out of that situation in a 4v3 for Vitality, you're absolutely laughing.
This was
then you look at the plant location.
round of the cases, man.
You look at Rienz and Boo's ability to reset into main there comfortably. Yes, no utility, but the key piece of utility
अभी ये लोग में पैसा नहीं है भाई. अभी भी ये लोग हार सकते हैं.
Either isolate the one person that's not diffusing, or find the spam comfortably.
11-10 भाई. Oh fuck.
Neither of those things happen.
भाई अभी सीन ये है कि OT जा सकती है गेम. Clear cut. आप मेरे नजरिए से देखो, ठीक है? अगर टीम हेरिटिक्स ये राउंड जीतती है, जो कि नहीं होने वाली, ठीक है, तो हारती है, ठीक है, नहीं होने वाली, तो होएगी 11-10. फिर होएगा भसड़. वो भसड़ में अगर हेरिटिक्स जीता तो 12 मैच पॉइंट बराबर. वाइटलिटी जाएगा, उनके पास पैसा है, अल्ट से वो लोग राउंड निकलेगा. फिर बाद में हेरिटिक्स के पास फिर से पैसा नहीं है, तो 12-12. तो इट्स गोना बी 11-13 और 12-12. दोनों में से
even with that gap, they can maybe play with it a little bit.
11-13 या 12-12 होएगा. There is no other option.
And Hunter's Fury, regardless, mini boot.
There is no 13-10
himself
or 13-9.
I guess actually the key component
It's
on the
a
other side of that
clear
is
cut
Traxap's
case
ultimate.
of
He's
OT.
able to shut down as much of that as possible in the next round, because cool round
Clear
20
cut.
must win. Vitality have to follow through now. Trying to keep this alive and potentially push towards a 2-0.
I think Heretics this round kind of pausing, hoping something gets presented to them. Rienz does find Trex, so Trex not going to be happy with that. Looking, do they go further? Yeah, the spam off the back from Kicks was excellent.
Can't
But look
put
who
me
slipped
bhaiya
through,
ji.
Miniboo. How much does one man get from this, though? They can let him cook here, and he's got himself a rifle.
They've taken all this space in B
आराम
main
से
though,
kicks
so
भाई आराम से
The timing from Boo there, not good enough. Just gonna call drifting.
Boo ने मार
Yeah,
पाया.
Vitality, safe in the end. Couple of threats though,
Boo
Mike.
by low feel कर रहे
definitely
हैं
was.
Boo by
Boo
low
again,
feel
he's
कर
so
रहे हैं
far away from this, he's not expecting a double swing to come out. Only a sheriff in
Valorant
hand,
कैसे
sure,
rent
but
excuse me
maybe on the
Boo by
brink
low
of that
finger.
round I was alluding to. Just the one orb missing now for a full house.
despite TH playing so
Stacked.
hard Bunks by कभी TH को
Heretics.
genuinely support नहीं करते jinx करने के लिए करते बस sad excuse
But
me
problem being, I
शर्म
mean,
है
with Vitality playing back into this, they have a buy or two under their
अब
belt now.
alt versus alt wars है अभी
There's a
Valorant
little-
नहीं होने वाला
Runner?
alt
Runner? Is that
simulator
paranoia?
है
Very deep.
Very deep indeed.
चलो एक दूसरे के मुंह
Start
पे
backing
फेंको
away
alt
from that, but a stack off the
समझ रहे हो?
back. 4 players towards
3v3 alt का situation है
towards maybe the contingency of securing B
देखते
side.
कौन
And
जीतता है
that Viper's pit was safe might be enough that they keep them feeling secure, but I mean,
वाइटलिटी जीतेगा सबसे पहला मैच पॉइंट
It's
हो
not
जाएगा
invested just yet.
no.
ये जीतेगा तो मैच
That'd
पॉइंट
be
हो
a
जाएगा
reactionary
3v3 alt की सिचुएशन
Maybe now that they're not
Christ's sake.
hearing anything, this is bold.
This goes too far. He gets away with it, but I don't know how.
Now he's got a bit. Oh, just looking to slow down with the snake bite. Do you want to
man
secure sight with this,
is so
or maybe
ice
cut off
cold.
elbow?
I don't know. But
Pick
maybe
up
just
about
keeping
it.
it for, I mean, there's
Maybe
options, but
Fnatic
the
but
guy
struggles
has
to
just
break
got like ice in his veins to not
Vitality.
feel
I
pressured by
need.
that at
Yeah, I
all. Even drifting
Team
deeper, if he
अच्छा
went
नहीं खेल
down,
सकती.
that was wraps. And now they've noticed 2 more players. Trex is seeing quite a lot of that. Yeah, they get no work done here. Heretics are just being held at the door. They can't clear pillar.
करना
They've
पड़ेगा.
got no
30 seconds
pressure
left.
elsewhere.
Big info.
Save big info नहीं save है
Yeah, they're going to
यही
assume
info
this
है
is the
Casper
heavier
भाई
stack,
यही
sure.
info है
Not
save
necessarily
है
in a position to capitalize on the other side of the
Nice.
map.
Good.
Safe now over towards top mid.
good save
Looks like
and
safe.
as I said
I mean, they just don't have the
there
time
was
to roll
no
the dice on A
possibility for
side.
13-9 or
I've got to
13-10
say,
it's
Safe
gonna
played
be
that like
13-11 or
It's-
OT
I
he
mean,
played
it's
like he knew. You know
so,
what I mean?
yeah,
Like
it's so disciplined. You find Boo,
Chat,
like I said,
मानते हो कि नहीं देखो इस बार मानना पड़ेगा मैं एकदम डिटेल में एकदम अंदर घुस
it
के
makes sense
alt
not to
कनेक्ट
invest the pit,
करके
but the fact that it's
एंगल
Boo,
कैसे कहाँ से
sure,
पुश होगा
Omen,
पीक
I
लेगा
mean,
सब
ultimate's
करके बोला
there.
था
You may be
Yeah.
reading
देखो
into
बंसा
that
यार
he's
सब
going to
बढ़िया
be a late round piece as well. But yeah,
Credit to
just
him, though.
so frugal
Paach
for him to
ulti hai.
maintain
Paach.
that and still have the opportunity to invest it where you can maybe guarantee value.
Paach
off the back of
ulti
it,
hai.
and it's not
Paach.
necessarily a throw it out.
yeah,
ये बोर मिनी
Also
को
so
कौन है
impressive. And now we're starting to see this really
शाहरुख खान भाई
snowballing
कभी
round
मेरे
for both
बारे में
sides
पूछा
almost. I mean,
Huh?
Runner's still not got his. Sender doesn't quite have his yet. Now
Look at
Runner's
the
the one
money
that's
though.
missing,
एक
but
ही
you're right.
देश
The
में
money's
रह
there.
के
And I'm racing
Ultimately,
कभी
up
मेरे
for
बारे
it.
में पूछा है बिंक्स कौन है
This is the key round, right? This is the one that
सारे
matters.
movies
And the
देखिए
pace
आपके,
change from
सारे।
Heretics. They're looking to go right towards Safe, who was the Iceman from the round before. Didn't feel phased. Now he has to respect it. Forced further back, and Miniboo going to try and take the site.
The snake bite go in there? Yes, it did.
Did. Safe got to be careful, not get pressured.
एक अल्टी
Rien's trying to
पानी
allow
में
some
गई
safety.
चपक
Yeah, it's one tag.
You'll take what you get at this point. You can see what's invested on the way back through. Runner going to step
A same
forward.
tripwire.
Again, it's working
फिर
wonders.
से
Miniboo is going to be
पिट में
taking
कोई
those
मर
spam comes
रहा
out, but
है
Benji Fishy, still, this man is a
फिर
monster
से
from this
पिट में
position.
कोई मर रहा
That
है फिर
corner's his
से
now.
ट्रैप से
It's
कोई
been
मर
named.
रहा है
This has consistently been an issue though.
It's Benji's
And this
corner.
regress back through
भाई आपके पीछे
from
कोई है
spawn. A
And-
total pace change.
आपका नाम
A
नंद
sucker
पटेल
punch
है
for
लव
Vitality to
यू
try and sponge it. Another kill
Oh my
comes
god, I
through.
didn't even see it.
Yeah, Boo.
Has he suffered 2 of those
Let's
now?
go, baby. Nice.
भाई बू के साथ क्या हो रहा है
The
यार
11th hour.
Literally.
After Vitality found a little bit of comfort, 3 rounds on the bounce. Well,
Pace,
Heretics
Michael.
now feeling like they want to follow through with this.
Yeah, Miniboo never down, never out. He wants in, wants the gap closed, wants to try and chase down Sender. Kicks gets sent running away, and Sender overwhelmed. There was nowhere to back to. He was left alone at sight. Kicks couldn't save him, no one
बाप
could.
खेला बे
And now Kicks safe
Yes,
and Trex
बाप
going to
खेला
try
बे,
and work
बाप
this
खेला।
back in, or Heretics have snuck this one away. The pit finally
बाप
invested,
खेला
but
बे
to what
भाई
use?
बू
Yeah,
उतना अच्छा
to what
खेला भी
avail?
नहीं बे
Not going to be an awful lot.
बेचारा बहुत बार ब्लाइंड में
Really
मरा है
giving yourself
मतलब
a
ऐसा नहीं कि उसके
firm
बाद चांस
grasp
था
back
और
on the
उसने
side, finally
नहीं
dealing with that tripwire.
ब्लाइंड में बहुत
Before
बार
it
मरा
finds a
है
kill. That set will be noted, but it's an exchange of utility that doesn't really favour Vitality.
Okay, save, show us something, you still need more though. Kicks just fell, it's all on you and he can't
Saved by
quite do enough. As you
Antec.
said, in that 11th hour,
एंटी
Heretics
बट मैंने
make
प्रेडिक्ट
their
किया था
stand.
टीम हेरेटिक जीतने वाला
Beautiful play back into this.
भाई मिनी बू
furious
इतना बार
exchange
बिना
in
देखे
the
मारा है
second
ना
half as
इतना
well.
बार
Credit to Vitality for playing a
इतना बार
fantastic
मिनी
game here
बू
on
ने
Sunset.
बिना देखे
For
मारा है
Heretics to drag this over the line, it feels like.
Kicking and screaming, they drag this over. It does open up the opportunity that I think a lot of us now wanted after seeing these first two games, these first two maps. Is map 3. And it's gonna
पीसी
be
बाय का
Icebox.
पीसी चेक हो जाए लैंग्वेज चलो वन लास्ट मैप मैच चलेगा 2 बजे तक शायद 2 या 2:30 तक
I
लेट्स
know
गो
a place that
टीएच
will break
ओपी
you into टीएच
1,000
1,000
टीएच ओपी
pieces.
चैट
Stay away from
मजाक सेट कर
Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso.
मिनी बू और बेंजी फिश है ना वो ये बैकबोन टीएच का ये दोनों है ना लेकिन ये दोनों समझ रहे हो ये दोनों का जो डेडली डुओ है ना कभी कभी लगता है स्ट्रिक्स को मैं गाली दे दूं व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप कैसे ज्वाइन करें बंक्स बाय मेंबर्स का मॉड्स हेल्प करें रुक जाओ पानी लेके आया मोबाइल लेके आया एट लास्ट वाइटलिटी जीतेगी ये ले मेरा ये ले कद्दू जीतेगी वाइटलिटी टीएच के सामने ये ले ले
Hey guys, it's
टीएच
Jimmy Lin,
जीतेगी
former
भाई लिख के
professional
रखो
Counter-Strike
छाती में
player and
सामने लाओ
valorant
छाती ये लो मैं
coach.
लिख
Clear
रहा
the
हूँ
stairs, clear this angle.
टीएच
You're going to be able to fight
Shoot.
this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
क्या हो रहा है? Hi. Thanks for the cupcake. 10 का मैच आज नहीं है. माला माली हो गई अरे बाबी आ गर्मी हो रही थी. हाँ ना एसी के बगैर चल ही नहीं रहा है और ये तो अप्रैल है. मई में सोचो क्या होगा. हालत बहुत खराब हालत है. करना पड़ेगा.
Can you guys please shut up? I'm gonna jump off the stage.
nya ichi ni san nya arigato. nya ichi.
I feel like still you can relate to Rian's there when you're spending too much time with me.
यार मेरे को ये बताओ guys.
What a response that was from Heretics. They were down, but definitely not out. What did you guys make of their performance? And a bit of a comeback there too.
Crazy singing from Padadeg actually. He's bringing the vibes. You love the vibes.
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, okay, we're doing the vibes thing again. Yeah, I think for the most part, it was like a pretty tight race. For the most part, you had both teams, I mean, Vitality won both pistols. So I think right then and there, we have to say it was probably a little bit more favorable to Heretics overall. But there was a little bit of back and forth where at one point, 4 players from each team were really like tight with their kill distribution. But then you have like the outliers. You had Boo at 3 and 12 at round 18. You had Trex 5 and 10 at round 18. And it's just like, what's really going on here? Because there was like a round in specific where things start falling apart for Heretics. It's like, is Vitality going to make this comeback? And that just like tight race when one player is not having a good game, I wonder if that affected his calling as well.
It was not solid from any of them. We also saw a couple of at least one that I can remember from Heretics, where they actually understand exactly what they want to do in the map, and is those rounds where they have the least pressure that they feel most comfortable in. And if we think about what happened at the end of the match, how they were just chaining those rounds together, instead of working around the map, trying to get on the lurks, trying to get on the safer positions that would give them the upper hand and win the duel, and just focus on those straight hits. In many occasions, it was between Vitality shooting themselves in the foot, going in very weird moments onto the retake, and them just knowing exactly how to enter the site.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned some of those rounds. We have one here actually to show you guys. Round 19 here. I feel like you guys hit the nail on the head. It was a lot of back and forth.
Yeah, exactly. This is, I think, a perfect example. It doesn't matter what the idea that Vitality has. Yes, we know they're both flash. Minibu is not going to get the kill. And even with that, even though Sender knows exactly where he is, Minibu gets the kill. Everything happens so fast. We talk about the chaos, and specifically with this kind of compositions, with having the Gecko and everything happening at the same time, is a team that feels more comfortable in the agents that they're playing, in the movement around the map.
Watching the game, I was thinking, okay, Heretics is doing a lot of like these push-pull things, and it looked like they were indecisive about where they wanted to go. And then I was thinking, like, when are they going to start doing these more explosive hits? Because I felt like that's when they're able to convert things. And even like of the last few rounds, Benji was able to get like at least 2 to 3 Ks back to back, but he had like 4 overall in the entire series. And a few of those came in like locking down those late rounds on attack and the post plants. But I just like, look at a round like that.
मेरे चैनल पे जाएगा 23 में जाएगा, ठीक है? ज़्यादा हो गया अभी, ज़्यादा हो रहा है.
Okay, when you're having a really bad game individually as a performer, what happens as like an in-game leader and stuff like
क्या
that?
सीन बग्स बैठ
Is
पता नहीं
that
है.
affecting how you're calling the mid rounds and like what types of executes you're doing?
नेक्स्ट पैसिफिक मैच ए जेंजी वर्सेस पीआर, उसके साथ एक और मैच रहेगा ना, कौन सा है?
It was very close, but they pushed for a map 3, and this is where I think things are going to get interesting, because I don't know how you felt, Kukuka, but that icebox comp they brought out against
भाई फुल स्क्रीन छोड़ो, अगर इसको नॉर्मल ऐसे स्क्रीन पे रखा क्या क्वालिटी दिखता है ना.
Yeah,
Ace, na?
totally. And it's
हाँ.
crazy to think, right? When we think about the composition that they
ज़्यादा
run with
sexy
no
दिखता है ना,
duelist
chat?
and still having the effect and shutting down the opposing duelist and being no other than Durka on the other side, especially in a map that should have been and was in that time so good for Fnatic. So seeing them so comfortable and actually being able to
हेलो बंस मैं कैसे हो यार सब बढ़िया T1 वर्सेस DRX जीत गया भाई गया भाई T1 का स्लॉट गया लग रहा है मेरे भाई लग रहा है रे मेरे को
and now we're finally gonna get to see it.
Yeah, it's like we're going in a little bit blind here to know like what our expectations are for Team
घर का क्या सीन हुआ ढूंढेंगे यार वॉच पार्टी खत्म होने दो बाहर घूमेंगे ढूंढेंगे
knowledge about what's going on with their composition, but like you know when you're a team like Heretics, you have a target on your back right now. You got top 2 in the kickoff. You had some maps played at Madrid, so the teams are going to know exactly what you have, and you played this map in the first week against Team Fnatic, so you're going to have a target on your back, and Vitality is going to be prepared for this for sure.
Oh, let's see what we're going to get over here. Not quite.
हेलो बंस भाई एक रेड करो so close to 1K रेड to you यार मेरी जान
Yeah, exactly. I think that
ऐसा सुपर चैट करके रेड किया ना तो कल से मेरे को रोज सुपर चैट आना बट मेहनत करते रहो यार आरिफ भाई congratulations work hard then you will play harder and will get harder while playing
most comfortable in from Vitality.
Yeah, I'm looking at that, like Team Heretics.
सड़क इंडिया से रिलेट करता है क्या हाथ पे नहीं मानता रहेगा यार मतलब कोई अगर किसको मानता है तो जरूरी थोड़े इंडिया से रिलेट
that lands back yellow, and they're going to be able to move out together and use the sage wall in that post lane. I feel like Trex needs to have really good timings with his knife to be able to shut down that retake.
Well, this is it, the first time we're seeing
Bye.
Team Vitality's Icebox, and it is up against
I'm going with the
Team
Sage meta now,
Heretics.
yaar.
I can't wait to jump into this.
I'm
and
getting
throw it over to
impressed
your
by the
casters
Sage
one last
meta.
time. Pansy and Hypok.
हाँ
Thank you, Sue, and the
Why
Deaths
didn't
there.
pick up comp
I'm
है?
really looking forward to this. I think we've had 2 very close
लेकिन
maps
Sage
here,
meta.
both taking chunks out of each other. The quality I'm seeing out of
EMEA में
Vitality
Sage meta भी चल
caught me
रही है
off
Euro
guard.
meta भी
If
चल
I'm
रही है
honest,
Yeah,
after
definitely,
seeing
hey.
kick off Madrid, everything else.
देखा कैसे सेफ मेरे का
I
ऐसा
was
देखा
looking at
करके
this,
देखा तुम लोग
but this is no discredit to
Friendship.
Vitality. This is more Heretic
Zombies.
stonks being pretty well.
Pretty high.
Yeah. So to
सेज
see this
मेटा
go
क्या
the
है
distance
एक्सप्लेन
here,
करना
credit
सेज
to
लो कोई
Vitality,
भी मैप
absolutely.
वही मेटा
To take Breeze, obviously keep Sunset as close as it was. In my eyes, probably should have won Sunset.
I kind of agree.
Like I said, there's a few rounds that Heretics able to scrape through with a clutch here and there, and had no business winning really.
And Benji Fish in his little corner for about 4 rounds.
That damn trip.
That damn trip. All right, Palatech. He's in a little bit of
सेफ
trouble
इंडियन है
now.
क्या ना
He's got support though. 3 other players weighing near enough by. Dizzy should see, and no, dear runner has absolutely
भाई जीता भाई
smashed Palatech.
जीता
Catches a glimpse of Boo as well.
Look at the progress on the other side of the map.
But I was going to
though.
say,
Bhai,
yeah, the fact that he
Vitality
spotted
जीता
a
भाई
second, potentially third player
Vitality
here
OP
means Safe can really pick up the pace.
ओए X look X
So I like this recheck. Benji Vishy very, very heads up to at least
Yeah.
recheck on that. Maybe feeling there was no pressure coming through
Doesn't
on
give his
B-Long.
life away as well. Down to 67 HP, has to respect this progress made now. There's no utility to stop the plant or even delay this really. And looking at the minimap, the fact that it's only one scene and it's a killjoy, means that the rotation comes through quite late here.
30 seconds left.
Oh, what do
Well,
they have?
I'd say rotation comes through quite late, so does the plant.
Yeah, that took a minute. And for the top side. Ooh, safe though.
क्या मारा
Gonna
बे
find
safe ने
Benji Fishy. That sheriff now coming into effect. Oh,
चलेगा
Brienne's
55
hits that.
चलेगा
Again, this just feels like some of these fights are going the way it shouldn't, but now Boo left well.
आई
Struggling to
आराम
find
से
deeper
आराम
impact
से
into this round of
बॉल
1v3
है
will be very
आराम से
difficult here. And a nice attempt,
एम था
but not going to be much more than an attempt here. Very
एम
nice
था
pivot off the back of the
Bye.
space that Safe
ऐसे
managed to
अभी
garner
slow
from
and
over
steady
towards A.
Yeah, like I said, it
13-0
timed
let's
it
go
perfectly as well. The fact that obviously this information is relayed on that recheck and Boo is spotted, I don't believe a second player, but you could maybe argue the assumption is there. Yeah, Safe's the one to really secure this round. And that space gained on the other side. There'll be a sheriff thrown in here for Rians.
नफरत की आग क्या होता है भाई
Navi-esque old buy here. 2 pistols here for Sender and Safe.
जलकर राख होने की बात ही कर रहा है.
And again, does Safe get to thread the needle? I'm pretty sure he's heard the steps backing away from the site, so I wonder how long they sit on this. Or do they commit regardless? This time, looks like a commitment, but denial on the first attempt of the plant. That's Wingman held back. And Safe didn't make the same level of progress
सच में
here.
Binks के ex हुई तो भाई मेरे कोई ex को इतना अच्छा हिंदी तो नहीं आता.
What does Kicks have for us?
Blow him up, Marsh.
Two players down on ground level here. Be forced into the open potentially, but no wide swing coming through the back of the mosh pit.
No, looking to get Safe potentially in a better position. The timing of that. I think Benji Fishy might have considered it, but no, not early enough at all. Safe again, this lurk.
Suppress के वजह भाई safe best lurk करेगा अभी.
He's continuing to unravel them with a ghost.
30 seconds.
Oh, and he wants a bit more. Not going to get past Boo, but still, his
भाई
job should be done.
क्या लड़के भाई.
He's done everything he could
rounds
possibly
को
ask.
जीते.
Finding that much with the ghost. Around here where there's 3 rifles invested elsewhere. Finally, the plant comes through. Yeah, pretty difficult for Boo and Rians to find anything, but they are the 2 with sheriffs. So if they can do some damage potentially.
Oh, Kicks. Just kicks him in the side of the head. Rians goes down. Boo now. Fidget spinners aren't going to get too far. 4 players against you, and they are on the server. That, however, is a denial.
एक और खाएगा लग रहा है मेरे को. एक और खा सकता है.
These are the 3 remaining rifles, so you don't want to risk those too much. And no, Sender just sprays in. Gonna catch him. 3 stand. The 3 rifles they wanted to invest into as well, so they don't really lose much from this. If anything, gotta say, Safe just nasty in these last couple of rounds. Really, I mean, the first one finding all the space, right? He's the one who played that.
मिल गया WhatsApp calling. Yeah, love you.
And then round 2 finds everything they need kill-wise. That mid-pressure coming out. You couldn't ask for a better start from him. And now they've got Kicks with his ult as well, so they can really
भाई vitality का score देखो 1-2 का 4.
They can pretty much take it.
First stab towards A
भाई
side.
ये भी जीत तो सकता है vitality.
Benji over towards
सारे
B
guns है. बस light armor का scene है, लेकिन guns तो सारे bro. Ult built भी है, actual में जीत सकता है और 4-0 का lead ले सकता है.
What can you do to stop this? Well, that will help. Boo gonna find a runner as he
देखा
tries to
नहीं
make the
क्या
most of getting around
उसने?
that corner. Work off the back of the timing from Kicks his ult.
इसको देख तो भाई.
His looks are just giving me nightmares.
I mean, obviously there's a poison orb to cover the cross here, but nobody to pick up the other side of it. So whether or not he can find value, I think Heritage is going to be seemingly aware of the possibility somebody slipped through. But now they do decide to rotate towards B, or faking the steps away, and maybe it's just going to be Sender to try and create a little bit of pressure elsewhere to try and play ultimately Safe in on this lurk.
At the moment, Safe currently is just kind of relay information, right? It's, do I hear steps on rotation? Do I know anyone moving anywhere? And with no one moving, they could maybe extrapolate that they're going towards a favorable site, right? There is still the utility here, though. That is a factor. But then he gets to try and get the presence. He's going to note these steps now. He knows they're going to be rotating off the back of this, but they should have a favorable site to work towards. But whether or not they can land this is yet to be seen.
God,
They certainly could until then. Denial on the plant. 13 seconds, it's getting close here. Kicks might have to give up a whole lot for that. His life get chunked down, and now we look for the lurk. They haven't seen Safe. They've got to know he's a problem somewhere. Rian's considering it. This time, turret's still in play. Trex does find Boo, down to 3v3 now, and look at the timing on that. The push of the pull here. As soon as their attention gets drawn away, then he strikes. Benji Fishy answering back. This is back and forth the whole way, and now Safe tries to lean in. Mini Boo's caught him. Perfect from Mini Boo.
भाई close थी, close थी.
Definitely were.
वो घूम के ना बीच में आने वाला था, तब भी येलो वाला मर गया. अगर येलो वाला नहीं मरता ना, 5 सेकंड भी रुकता.
Doesn't pull the trigger obviously as soon as that rotation comes off A
vitality
side.
का round था.
And like you said, the push and pull, that's the perfection in terms of the timing coming through. 2-1 now. Response comes through from Heretics.
Alright, that's quite nice.
See there on the X-ray how much Safe was going to find on the other side of that peak. I guess in that position, it does then become the one and done, right? Unless there's going to be any other side, a second piece to the puzzle, I guess, of Vitality, but nobody's really going to try and bail him out from that situation.
लड़का safe.
2-1 now.
उसने गलत blind डाला क्या और ले नहीं सकते return? हैं जी?
From the res, Riens does have.
Bro उसने गलत blind डाला क्या? ले मेरे को पता था ले सकता है. ये थोड़ी risky है सब कूद के लेना. मेरे को पता था बे.
An early tester towards B, but no commitment behind it. You're seeing them kind of shifting away from this. It's going to be that out.
Excuse me?
Yeah, a couple actually do. So only Miniboo and Riens opting for the full armor. So it could be effective in this. Safe's given that opportunity. I don't know how much he's going to get played into this though. No one's really looking for those sort of picks here. But they're very paranoid about a lurk.
They definitely are. Exploring mid now, and this is sort of round where really you want to see Heretics try and figure out that sort of thing. Boo!
Oof!
Give up the space, nearly punished on the retreat.
Been stalled out here. Not crossed the site at all.
Viper
Maybe
color
banking a
क्या
little on the pressure from Sender towards Tube. I think that is. Yeah. I don't know what you're meant to do though, because you're still going to have the turret there from Benji Fishy, so it's not going to really allow you safe passage. The Dizzy up high, no one going to swing off the back, but they're still going to hold the site. 14 seconds, they're running low. Sender decides it's time to strike here. Benji Fishy should have his number, but now Plant is down. Look at him, ooh, safely to get out of there.
क्या चल रहा है? Viper कैसे जिंदा है?
Still staying close enough by though. Vitality aren't really backing away from the site, not sitting deep. Boo looking like he's considering the res here, but where's he going for this one?
Considers
Get
the safer.
back.
Yeah. Back to a 3v3, yes. Trex and Sender tagged up. 4 HP down. Safe actually forced off the angle here.
Sender's still got utility. He's got time to be bought. And Safe punishing Boo. It's down to Miniboo and Benji Fishy doing well on the one, but they still need to get towards that defuse. Trex down low, swings it. Beautiful from Benji Fishy. Didn't stop for a second.
भाई Viper ऊपर से क्यों नहीं गया?
Oozing back into this now. Nice close game between these two here.
Belt से.
The ability here to really, I guess, reset for just a moment to find that res.
क्या मारा बेसेंडर.
Like you said, the awareness is there already. I think Heretics are going to have their head on a swivel now. I'm probably happy to give up initial site control, I guess, unless they have a comfortable fight.
Oh my God! Tommy! Holy!
Bye.
Weird, the audio cut out there on the.
Funny that.
भाई मेरे हिसाब से वाइपर पे मॉली था, वो बेल्ट से खेल सकता था यार.
Nice CPGL's audio engineer found a new job though. Shout out to you.
Vijay Twengen, very nice, very nice.
He did it because he probably swore, right, before there's like a Reddit thread. Bye though, Mike. What are we making of the Stingers and the Outlaw here?
Increase game sound?
Yes, that sort of feeling, huh?
Well, I mean, they've got themselves on a site. I was going to say the initial concern would be finding a ranged engagement that feels comfortable.
Spike planted.
Runners still trying to make use of the Bulldog at this point, but now actually they're in a position where the lockdown comes through pretty early on, ahead of the null command as well.
Okay, but they got to get moving if they want to commit to this, and Gix is right there. Trying to get that defuse on the go here. The lockdown still ticking, finally gets dealt with. But look at the bodies just littered on the floor here. Runner's still trying to stand and hold and Sender can't do any more. That was so messy, but it works out in the end. They make it through. The absolute gauntlet was that A-side.
The wall and the wingman in combination to secure the defuse coming through here. There's a moment where this lockdown, I don't know what was left on the clock, but
not much. It was very much down to the wire.
Almost became really, really awkward. So you had the situation where Wingman was defusing the whole time.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's when you don't really want to see the assumption coming through that the lockdown will prevent the defuse.
Speaking of lockdowns, Benji Fishy now has his.
Defuse कैसे गया? वो तो गेको डिफ्यूज किया, लेकिन main lockdown तोड़ा वो main है.
Well, unless he's actually got it back from when I last
वो नहीं
noticed it.
तोड़ता तो खत्म था बे round.
At this point though, Rien's going to be identified early with the knife, so staying propped up on this, maybe played in off the back of a flash, but let's see if that comes in. As it stands, just a test of the nerve over towards the B site. Rien still gets to linger around with Miniboo. They're getting curious here. That's enough of a tell. The flash and the dizzy.
Going
to lose out on that. Won't be able to pick that one back up.
No harm, no foul, though. No damage really exchanged here. Heretics drifting a little deeper.
भाई मजा तो आता है बे double blind देखने में.
Still comfortable behind the Viper wall. Now actually,
एक लड़की है मैसेज करो अभी पहले वो करती है जनरली.
Detained. It does come through, but Boo's still alive.
Boo's still standing. Rienz has his back, and Boo, where is he? How is he living? He's finally been found by Trace.
Yeah?
The site's under their control.
Hey,
Fishy still has the lockdown, and Patatek not too far off from his ult, but he's 2 away, and that's still quite a lot at this point.
Yeah,
but look at doing this in a post plant is going to be rough though. Sender can still buy time, Mike.
Well, the reason it's tough in the post plant here is that actually it's a comfortable, safe plant up in nest. So there's plenty of opportunities here for Vitality to punish the defuse coming through. That Viper wall is not really going to give them any sort of comfort, but Benji will.
What an absolute nutcase! Sender! Red Bull clutch right back at you. I thought that was Benji Fishy's moment to shine, but it's not to be. Back and forth we go, 3 apiece now. The scrappy buys finally fully pay off. They make it through, and I don't know how Boo lived that long.
Boo got a kill before being detained. Eventually shut down here.
भाई वो इतना जल्दी vulnerable क्या वजह से मारा है?
And that's the audio you cut out. Really crucial dialogue and context for us there.
Whatever it was is enough that they called a timeout.
Yes.
So
I don't understand why we are not playing post plant better.
Something not quite lining up, or whatever they're doing they don't quite like, they pump the brakes. So something heard, something said is enough that they want to just kind of pause, check in, because that was a round back, right? This was 3 on the trot for Heretics. Even though they were, quite close, a little bit, scrappy, it's enough they want to pause here.
कुछ तो है, miscoms हो रहे रे, कुछ तो left right हो रहा है.
I guess a massive overhaul of the approach. Whether or not that is just a tweaking issue. Whether or not Vitality, well, I don't feel like they're struggling just yet. Obviously, you see Heretics' string of rounds came from a couple of successful retakes, but on the back of, you could argue some heroics, individual heroics to break back into some of these sites.
ये भी फेक है भाई मेरी सारी एक्स को इंग्लिश आती है भाई हिंदी नहीं आती इतनी अच्छी तरह से नहीं आती.
Well, Sender clutching out the last one, but then prior to that, Benji Fishy almost hitting,
दोनों फेक एक्स है.
So I think both teams are very capable of doing it. I want to see what this adjustment is from Vitality. I don't know if it's something we can even identify.
Binks भाई कभी किसी लड़की ने चीट किया है आपके साथ?
Heretics prioritizing so much of this space here.
भाई
We put on red alert after the amount that Safe was getting away with, but again, you're trying to make something happen. You're looking mostly towards Rienz, and you're looking towards the other side of Miniboo, right? These two are the kind of pack-a-punch players.
Direct मैंने
Safe's slowly going to be working towards A still, so keep that in the back of your mind. On the other side of the map, there's still going to be a stack there.
Arrange.
Safe's awareness.
Hunting, yeah.
Smart boy. Is he smart enough to clear this? And that's a little bit of an alarm being rung there. Rienz needs to play patient.
I'm the only
lady. Needs to play patient here. How meticulously does Safe clear? So far,
he's going to check this.
Yes, he is. He is going to check it, the audio, and you could see the frustration on Rienz. You could see it there. Waited so long for a chance. Heard the steps, got all excited. Not going to happen. Denial on the first attempt.
30 seconds left.
But the Viper's Pit, perfect answer, and that should be safety. Rifle is in the hands of Patatek though, so they've got an upgrade there, Mike.
Yeah, Parnash comes through. Hang on. Miniboo's found a kill with a fragment and a headshot with Trex here. Who's back to a 4v2?
10 बार लोग मरे
Dizzy in the
वहाँ
mosh
पे.
pit still. So that's a time buy.
10 बार.
Got wingman back
After
to
कोई नहीं देख सकते आप.
You can see the paranoia. He's worried about this, right? Trying to hope something happens. Sender's got to be careful as well. It could be spammed out here, but does he time this right? Does he try and make the hero play himself? Leaves the pit, tries to find the angle, but he's been found. Benji Fishy doesn't fall for free. And now Vitality try and dig their heels in. The wall's in the way. Oh, Sender!
भाई क्या कर रहा है ये बंदा?
Vitality clutching onto this round.
Back to back for Sender as well. The one to seal the deal.
Bro!
A second successful A-site hit here.
अल्टी से निकल के जाके घूम के मार के काफी मारा है.
Even the reposition, I mean, it's tough for Rienz. He's got so many different angles to worry about here.
Yeah.
Might look like a comfortable position, but not so much.
And again, though, this was a half buy. This was one rifle on Rienz and
we got two
Guardian.
with classic. What?
Oh,
Viper spit ना दोनों 1 HP थे. दोनों 1 HP थे रे.
Yeah, look back at that one. Hang on. Hold that up. What is that
By
from
बच्चा
Rienz?
लिया by Rienz ने.
It was taking
ये
him out of
round
the
बच्चा
sky.
लिया दो
Safe now.
दो
Wants to be
ulti
involved. They've read it, but he still
दो
takes one with
बंदे
it.
ulti से
They
मरने वाले
knew
थे.
that's what he
दो
wanted to
बंदे.
get back. They're starting to read this team a
Rienz
lot better
ने
here.
ये
but
round बचा लिया
Sender's
है.
still
मैं नहीं
standing. There's
जानता.
still going to be a chance.
ये round पे
Guy's
नाम
been
लिख
worth
दो
his weight in
उसका.
gold in the last couple. But now they don't have any layers to depend on. They've got an ult from Trex. They feel they can use it. T-Kicks trying to get proactive. I like this. I like what they're trying to do here. That's really heads up work
अच्छा
from
था
Vitality.
बे.
Turning the
अच्छा
odds.
call था
Using
बे.
wingman like that. Getting aggressive with Sender.
मैंने भी कहा चाहिए था.
Now what do you do here though? They needed a kill and now they get to sit back deep. Oof. Trex will be seen, but...
एक सेकंड मिनिमम
No harm, no
क्या
foul.
कर रहा है?
The pit's going to come through, going to cause some issues here.
So
But it doesn't necessarily feel comfortable.
No, still a flash, and Sender's still got utility. How do you get past him? Even with the Viper Spit, what does it
another
matter?
snake
Yeah, there it is. Look at this. What are you meant to do here? They can't get past Sender. They finally take him down, but by now, is there even enough time for this? Really? Spam on.
Just
They've
one
got to
shot,
check on
guys.
this. They've got to check on this. Panitek down to 29. No one. Oh my god, he made a go of it.
By
But
classic
Vitality
खेल लो
again,
तुम
even it's
लोग.
down to one man. It
Vitality
still
by
works.
gun वन फेंक दो बेस से सब फेंक दो.
At least that.
ऑप ओडिन
They
सब
want to reset
क्लासिक
the
भाई
finances
दो राउंड से
potentially
क्लासिक क्लच कर रहा है भाई.
For another round.
Oh, before the flash
मेन
too.
था bro, मेन था वो kill.
But this was so good.
It
Taking
was.
this space.
Yeah, so they're sending wingman out and using that almost that sound cue to then double swing on. That situation where, you know, Heretics are looking at it, it's like, yeah, numbers advantage. There's no way that, you know, we're going to have two people swinging onto us here as the spike comes through. It's those little plays with Gecko that really catch teams off guard.
That's
what watch party you're
throws a
doing,
spanner
huh?
in the works.
Oh, it does. And I think there's going to be more and more of that. And we see Clove get brought into
Brain
play
cells
potentially
tak
as well if
oxygen
it
ne
gets
bahut raha.
utilized. To, you know, that again, just kind of, I guess, subverting expectations, kind of playing aggressively in scenarios you're not used to.
Similar to when we saw, you know, Neon board, it really
True.
throws off timings and, you know,
Yes.
expected outcomes of certain situations.
Yeah. It's a really exciting prospect to look into, but
Kya
not
ulti hai?
I
Kya
love what
lagta
we're
hai?
seeing here. Vitality, really scrappy in these rounds, but it's working for them. In my mind, Sender has been just magnificent in what he's been doing.
और rotate कर लिया वो लोग ना.
Really, really impressive work. Now you can see Vitality really having to check through on this, considering we know that I think it was Rienz last time did manage to slip the net. Did get punished by Safe, but still, you can see them very careful in their clear. It's Boo this time. Trying to back away quietly. Maybe he has a little look. Safe doesn't quite punish quickly enough, but no harm, no foul. And this Boo will have to somewhat
Round
respect.
जीत
He's
गया.
trying to get cheeky, but he's just not finding the shot
Round
he
जीत
wants.
गया, round जीत गया.
I mean, Mercury comes away with that with 90 HP, to be honest with you.
पोस्ट प्लांट अच्छा सारे पीछे चलो.
Will
सारे
just be
पीछे चाहिए
sheriffs
मेरे को.
in the retake.
सारे रेस भाई चलो.
Utility to make use of.
अच्छा था.
but
हाँ मस्त था. पीछे चलो पीछे चलो बस हो गया.
Stranglehold
Very
here.
nice net. पीछे चलो.
Yeah, they've got site control building, but runners.
Very
Yeah,
nice.
he's sticking around a little late
Chalo.
there. Careful
Didn't
now.
get anything from that, but
पीछे
the
चलो.
ball's removed now.
बस.
Yeah, Boo going down. Removes one of the pieces of the puzzle.
लर्क भी आ रही है
See all
बहुत
that
है.
time being purchased on the spike. Very little for them to be able to get that comfortably in hand, and Sender waiting. If it gets a bit dicey, if it gets a bit dangerous, Sender can creep a little bit closer. Miniboo, the only one to really draw blood.
Shot baby.
Wants to
अच्छा
do the
था.
damage here, and Heretics, I'm waiting for
अच्छा
a
था.
timeout.
पूरा
I want to see if they can
live
pump the brakes
भर
and maybe
mid
get a
lurk
grip
हो
on
रहा
this
है,
game
लेकिन
again,
कोई
'cause
देख
Vitality
पा रहा.
stringing 4 rounds together now.
I think we've just seen the panic button pushed.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, it looks
If
as
team
if
vitality
maybe
defense, I'll
it's gonna be a
buy
little
their
bit,
capsule. तेरे को लेना
a little
पड़ेगा.
bit
दिला के रहा.
threatening.
जीत गया वो लोग.
with Heretics getting back onto site so comfortably,
Yeah.
Runner unable to really pin
What the
down
fuck
much
was that?
damage or a kill before dipping
Paisa
out.
वो लोग
But
buy
as
नहीं
soon
था
as Boo's removed, that's then, you know, the window of opportunity to find a half defuse, you know, ahead of the curve, kind of a little off beat, I guess, off tempo. That then makes it very, very difficult for Heretics to recover anything. Yeah, difficult to really say what the response needs to be from Heretics, because I mean, I feel like we're in a similar situation to where on Sunset Vitality are just They have so many opportunities and so many options and little resistance. Whether or not that's the early work of safe, and Heretics now are a little paranoid to overcommit on extremities or, you know, explore mid to suit, fear of being punished.
I feel like you have to take that risk though, in my mind.
Beautiful
I
echo.
mean, you absolutely do when the opposing team strings 4 rounds together and.
And I
Nah,
just feel like
gaming
at this
laptop
point, Heretics is
just,
just working in the
let's
dark
go,
a lot
let's
as well.
go.
Like, yes, they're starting to get the read on this A piece, but the amount of kind of like fakes that we saw pulled
That
off
is
early
true,
because
Killer.
of Safe's presence, I feel like they have to get dedicated map control somewhere. I mean, it sounds always counterintuitive because there has been that lurk, but at this point, you got to try and do something to get
plant kar raha na,
players in
door
the right place,
को
or you
वैसे
play
मिल
fully
जाता
for the
है.
retake. But again, then how are you disrupting the backline? There's something you have to identify.
Yeah, it's the lesser of two evils because at the minute they're kind of just sitting watching this half pass them by, to be honest. Not even slip through their fingers, pass them by altogether.
And I'm looking at what I'm seeing as potentially a two-man mid split. Wait and see if that comes in. Could have a fight there potentially with Benji Fishy and Sender. For now, though, Minibu actively standing on this. It doesn't look like he can really back. He can actually, surprisingly, he can back away. Trex is going to find Rienz though. And there is that mid lurk. There is that ult coming in. Benji Fishy trying to control that mid presence, but they can't. Sender's already slipped the net. This is a disaster. Vitality are now just adding layers to this. They found the pain point and they're pushing it again and again. Be it through middle, be it through just, again, a good A take here, but Sender the one now to kind of supplement what Safe was doing.
They're investing twofold now because they've had freedom in terms of progress towards site. Now they can actually sacrifice another player towards this lurk, punishing the backlines, catching rotations of Heretics. And
दो इनिशिएटर है ना, इन्फो ले लेके प्लांट करके पोस्ट प्लांट के लिए वो लोगों का पोस्ट प्लांट अच्छा है.
Hang on a second.
ग्लोब से आने के लिए बीटी है, मॉस्पिट है, हुक है, केवनेड है, ये है, वो है. पोस्ट प्लांट अच्छा है.
Yeah, it's not happening.
जीपीयू कौन सा है मेरे को पता है, लेकिन मैं बताऊंगा नहीं.
I don't think there's enough time, sadly. It would have been quite fun. We haven't done a Ninja Defuse in what feels like years now.
A long time, a long time. But then you also don't get tripwire
Binks
kills.
तो मॉमलेट के साथ मराठी बोलते हैं क्या?
Those bingo card players for today will be kicking themselves
वो
after
है
that one.
कोंकणी. The mother tongue is
Thank
कोंकणी.
God it was an open plant.
Yes. Oh, where's the spike gone? All good. When did you last play bingo? Like actual bingo.
तेरा जीपी कौन सा है बे? मेरे को पता है, मैं बताना नहीं चाहता अमृतेश भाई, मेरे को पता है लेकिन मैं बताऊंगा नहीं कौन सी है जीपी.
There's a reference for
phrase that, oh God,
never before said on an
1998
esports.
मैं बताने वाला था.
Probably has never been said, but here we are. Look at the ults that are stacked on Heretics. They just haven't had a chance to use. They've just been living in the shadow of Vitality, and they didn't really have a good grip on this side of the map either, if I'm honest. And now, considering they've got Sheriffs, it's going to get a whole lot harder. Runner overwhelming Pantech. Site now available and free for the plant. Trek's going to clear Benji Fishy. Where are you, Heretics? Because right now you're being pushed aside, maybe feeling that they finally dealt with the A problem, but look at this switch up. Vitality going, oh, we'll just look at the other side of this map. We'll go towards B. How delightful. They haven't even planted
मैं
yet.
एक आखिर गिफ्ट दूं तुम्हें.
Off and away.
जो गिफ्ट दिया है वो रिटर्न करे पहले.
Boop. Trying to play his life here, but Rien's now noted.
7 crores दिया था मैंने, 7 crores. Return करे.
Need one of these players to really find value. Rien's,
क्या
there's that aim
क्लिक
we're
मारते
talking
हैं ना
about.
बे ये लोग.
Now actually becomes a little problematic, yeah.
Yeah.
Vitality have to push a little further forwards here. Minibu's punished exactly that.
Okay. Ults come out. You can see Boo trying to keep him safe while Rien's tries to get some value. Running going to invest towards Minibu. And now it's down to Rien's in a 1v2. How much can one man achieve here? Turret now removed, safe taken away, but he should be back to effect by the time that Rien's could close the gap. And he's still on the Guardian.
I'm half
Kicks
Konkani,
to the
very
left,
nice.
safe to the right. This would need something monumental. He knows where both players are. He's got utility still to play with too. Still has Wingman here.
Saw you, Mosh.
Trying to create some safety on the angle. Should get some progress going. This is still dangerous. This is still doable and kicks.
भाई doable था भाई, doable था. अच्छा दिमाग लगाया तेरे उसने. Heavy big brains use किया था उसने.
Again, with the funds
कौन
built
support
up and
करो
established here for
Jinx
Vitality, no real sweat in terms of that coming right down to the wire.
मेरे को समझ गया, मैं support कर रहा हूँ
Especially
Vitality.
with a 5-round lead here. Firmly in control of Icebox, which feels a little unexpected considering the Not knowing really to place I guess the credence of last week's result versus Fnatic.
Yes.
But a 13-4 result nonetheless for Heretics.
Close जा रहे हैं rounds
Vitality
लेकिन
once
ना
again
सारे
flipping the script for us.
I mean, this is genuinely massive for Vitality, who've, again, the comp left us wanting more. But maybe this is the solution. Finding the balance to all things as Minibu on the verge. Spots 1, 2, 3, plenty of barrels noted and plenty of bodies added to the count. Dizzy not quite dissuading them enough. It's Boo this time to double down. Even just kicks alive. Finally the answer's there for Heretics, but so late in the day. The last round of the first half could be theirs, but...
Tejas bye, thank you for the 179 मेरी जान के टोटे.
Don't think this is particularly feasible, but... He's got time. He's in between a rock and a hard place. And there it is, position noted and all that utility removed for a couple of seconds. Forced to show his hand as Wingman comes around the corner. Heretics clutching onto the last round here in the first half.
Yeah, we're now in what feels like a brute force really for
जब
Vitality.
PH का Fnatic को आ रहा है तो तब अपने शपथ ली PH को support करूँगा. बात तो है लेकिन safe buy से मैं personally मिला हूँ.
Position, but with the res being
इसलिए
available, you take a little bit of a risk.
नहीं मिला रहता तो मैं TH को करता.
But a very convincing half from Vitality. A 4-round lead now coming into the defensive side.
Those 6 rounds in a row, I genuinely don't think
भाई 15 kill पे हो यार 15 kill
they
पे
were
और 8
absolutely lost in it.
No, I mean, again,
Match
you could
MVP
also argue,
over
come back to the
Bastilan.
Fnatic series, I think it was a 9-3 half on the attack for Heretics, so sure, there's an argument to be made that, you know, it's not the end of the world in terms of them, but that was the first half of the map as well. They obviously led
series देखने का नहीं.
to kick things off here now, have to claw their way back in.
Look at the positions already coming out across the map.
मेरी op मिल गई.
So much information. They know
Now
exactly where they are.
You're going to see Zender just give this up now. There's another swarm down. They can stall out a default plant.
बहुत खुश है आज.
Does this turret get deactivated?
Yes, करो Q.
Wait, did it get shot?
I don't know. I think so. I think so. Benji Fisher was watching it anyway, so I feel as though there's a case. Do they just try and push through here? They're going for a deeper plant to be safe from the split, but then they need to win this fight towards CT. It's paramount, it is a priority. Sender tries to do his best, but he falls. Benji Fishy overwhelmed on the side, but he's the first alert. He's the first warning. The Vitality are now back on the site. Runner, kick, safe. Looking to try and flood on through. 4 players though. Holding on the other side for a second here. How do they clear this? The double swing off the back of Dizzy. It's Runner to find Boo. No effective trade here. Rien's out force off the angle, but that's the timing for Panatech to strike.
God.
Safe goes down. First round here for Heretics now.
A lot of threat, a lot of danger.
Come back,
Heretics. Yeah, reference game is on point today.
Gujarati, Topan, Gujarati, Avde che, Mane.
No, you didn't really send it.
Oh, you wanted me to send that, did you?
Time,
Regardless though, Heretics.
मैं समझ गया बे, मैं समझ गया.
Finally.
Yeah, looking happy.
मैं समझ गया. Satam bye.
Cheerful bunch, aren't they?
Yeah.
Taru mano toklo. Love you.
Put 2 Brits in the same room. Make them watch Valorant.
Well.
अब आया और तेज जीत रहा है. मैं तो पहले बोला था.
What could possibly happen?
तेज crazy team है. Vitality नहीं यार. क्या हो गया आज रे पेंसी को भी?
Well, back to the game safe as a sheriff.
It was rhetorical. Safe. Slip away from this now after being noted.
Yeah, you know what, you take this round.
Yeah.
क्या scene है?
Water.
Needs saying. Heretics.
I'm next to you.
Find themselves a wide open A site here. Obviously, we'll get the plant through. Actually, we'll invested on the back of that as well. So, an obstacle for Vitality to overcome on the way back through. Look, exchange between Rienz and Boo there.
Alrighty, back in the building.
अपना गन दूसरे को कैसे दे सकते भाई?
Dizzy, not gonna get much out of this. Let's see if there's any sort of threat here. So far, no. Nil point. Runner. Makes a go of it, but they find 2.
एक और मरता तो मजा आता.
As long as they recover any of the rifles they had, it's no harm, no foul.
6-8, अभी 7-8 फिर 8-8.
खत्म. Sacrifice the pistols.
Yeah. They've got all that they came in
दो
with.
timeout बचा है, दो.
Not too much of a problem. That's 2 in a row. Now, this is where it gets interesting. This is where the fun starts to happen.
Binks my hands up,
maybe the next one, really, but...
No,
it is. This ultimately plays back in towards equalising that.
Pinky, ये सब लाती कहाँ से रे तू इतना दिमाग?
I mean, it's pretty well
Being a
flushed.
plat.
Not a bad bonus round. Bulldog Guardian, yeah, but the rest just sitting on nice amounts of rifles, full util.
इसके बाद कोई watch party है
Heretics, it's game time. Vitality want to dig their heels in now. This is the round to do it in.
A real resistance in terms of that early exchange. We're just going to get everyone with another free plant. I mean, wall removed, yes, but I don't think there's going to be much pressure coming onto the plant here. Boo eats a ton of damage off the snake bite, but able to heal up comfortably after this, and Heretics will have a chance to reset and relax a little bit.
Yeah, Boo can buy some time.
0%.
Slow it down a little.
0%.
Three of them staying relatively close towards that maze. You can already know that Sender has slipped a little bit closer. Boo going to be overwhelmed. Miniboo on the trade out though, finds Sender. Rienz then swings into gear. Safe trying to work off the back of the Boombot, not going to get what he wants though. It's Kicks to draw blood. But now they're going to look towards that spike, and that's where the problems truly begin, because time can be bought here.
So much post-plant cheese
Look at
being
it.
applied.
So
That's
difficult,
it.
not going to happen. And again, this is where it becomes horrifically dicey. I don't think there's going to be time for... Runner?
Wait,
Runner?
hang on.
Runner! Oh my word, that was close enough. It got me nervous, but the Red Bull clutch in the end. Heretics.
Diet हो रही है ना मामा, full heavy diet हो रही है.
It's a moment there where you think Runner's got the time, but again, the sight line's not actually perfect all the way on the top of belt here. You can see Heretics probably try and run this A-site execute time and time again behind the comfort of that Sage wall. Vintage, nice box approach. Obviously with the
heavy comeback
sprinkled on top as well. A dash of Gecko.
Fertility नहीं आ रहा सकता भाई. TH attack too strong. ये comp मैं बोला था, Sage meta है भाई. Sage meta है.
Very dull without you.
Sorry, Steel.
Okay.
कभी उसका blind ऊपर गिरता है, कभी नीचे गिरता है.
No, I meant in my private time.
माफ करो, वो vitality का.
Relax.
Oh, that's a conversation for another time.
Well, it's a very slow start to the round, Michael. So
Heretics are on B site already.
Oh, B site must have moved. Sender doesn't see any of these players.
Yeah, no confirmation on the backside. Benji, I'm not even sure actually if when Runner had repositioned here.
Benji को क्या हो गया रे बाप?
Right, Safe will catch the cross.
हाँ?
That's a tag actually as well.
चल इसे क्या डाइट कर रहे रे तू मेरे को अब मैं नहीं रे.
Right there.
मैं मेरे हिसाब से करो डाइट. Chunk by tension knowledge.
And something we generally gave Heretics pretty high credit for was their usages of these ults, you know, making sure they find value, and even rounds like this that could have been a bit more dangerous, but you can see that danger now starting to really mount. It's Kicks and Runner to connect, and Miniboo going down. Ult on the other side. Make it to Psych get the information, but no detains here. Rien's on guard duty. He's got to try and keep this safe. It's an absolute nightmare. It's an absolute minefield. Runner's absolutely popping up. So is Sender. It's on Benji Fishy with 13 seconds and 2 to find. What the hell does he do with this?
10 seconds left.
This is all kinds of screwed up. He's trying to go for the plant. He read the position initially. Kicks goes back for it. He's got the plant down. How does he do it? You've got Kicks on one side, Benji on the other. 5 bullets for Benji Fishy. Kicks trying to play the time. Drops down, it's been heard. Trying to toy with it. Go back up. Benji Fishy now looks back.
He got the headshot there. He must have clipped the edge of the wall.
Had to have done.
Oh!
Kicks is on 3 HP.
The Kicks have a shield. I mean, he brings the Sheriff into this, so maybe a light shield, yes, but the Thrifty comes off nonetheless for Vitality. I'm not sure how this headshot doesn't fully connect.
लेकिन आना तो जरूर है, बहुत प्यारी जगह है. Love you.
I'm desperately waiting for it because that.
Was it through the?
No,
kurwa! What the fuck? How that? Nice try. How is that?
They agree with us.
Yeah, they didn't censor that clip.
I don't blame them.
Leave the audio in for that.
Fuck हो गया, fuck हो गया.
Yeah,
But
honestly, I'd be heartbroken as well by
Yeah.
that, because that was I mean, you can see the vitality.
Zero
right?
chance
like,
for 2H to win. Zero chance.
A gateway back into
Defense
kind of continuing this
vitality
double digits now. Because that was a nice build back in. That was 3 rounds for Heretics.
Attack करके deep fall करके blind करके घुस के.
Also be the one that really seals
Plant
or
नहीं हो पा रही
cements
है.
their play back in here, but it's the one that gives a big boost
Last
to the
7
economy
seconds में
of
plant
vitality
हुआ.
now. A
वो
little bit of breathing room.
defense.
And actually, even considering, what, 3 rounds to start off the second half? Look at what Heretics now have behind this purchase.
I'm looking at the ults coming in here. Boo, I think he's one off. Yeah, you got Mini Boo with his on the other side, quite far away.
Finally.
No one particularly knocking on the door of that yet. Still have Mini Boos, as said, ready to go. So this is maybe something they want to try and utilize now to try and maybe course correct after that round slipped away from them. But to be fair, out of all the players, as frustrating as it was, you know the Benji Fish is going to shake that off. But man, Kicks will be loving the fact he got away with that.
Yeah.
You don't often get those chances. A clip of a bullet or two, I don't know how.
Wow, Pinky. कैसे निकाला गॉगल से सा?
I didn't catch in the replay actually. If you
Damn.
I didn't even look to. I was just still horrified. And then they swore, and I got really excited. 7-9.
Fines everywhere.
You know, people take that seriously.
I know.
And they're like,
don't tell them.
No, yeah, you know what, I'll come back to it, because it looks like we've got a bit of aggression.
Good nade, though.
Oh, Benji, that's unlucky. How is he living? I guess he at least gets, a second lease at life as well. Maybe not quite as egregious as the round before, but the fact he is still breathing, it's rather surprising. Vitality seemed quite well rounded in that approach, to be fair.
Your goat is gonna win.
Hang on, Safe looked like he was going to progress down tube here. But then called to attention. Retreats a little bit, but there's no way he spotted this cross. Whether or not there was an audio cue heard by potentially Kicks or runner on A to call that. You say that actually on the other side. Sender does nearly commit to that opening peak.
There we go. And they just they burst through the wall. Sender's been cleared for the supports there. Safe is the first man to the case. You're looking at the rest to try and make it through from CT. That's going to be runner now on the case. Going to bring Mini Boo to his knees and follow up with Boo. Kicks and runner.
He's got another nade.
Oh my word. Yeah, Mini Boo's absolutely out of it.
Yeah, I mean, this prevents the res from coming through now.
You can see Rien's trying to catch that timing here. Just that rifle in hand, a 1v2. Rien's is good. He's got to be really good. Rien's is just out of this world.
Oh, bro, white swing क्यों नहीं
open sightlines created here, given the opportunity to excel, and he absolutely delivers.
Give me that one again. Let me see that red
Talking about it being clean and crisp.
Oh.
Not often you see it as good as that. I mean, yeah, even here with a weird situation, there's a chance for the half defuse to come through and force the hand of Rienz. Oh my god. Yeah, and frustration, because I think there's a chance to maybe slow things down in a 2v1 there. Especially with the utility still being there for Kicks.
हाँ भाई 3-1 जैसा था भाई वो. 3-1 जैसा था वो almost.
And Boo's the one to find Trex, but it's safe! Right up the guts, finding Rienz and Boo. I don't know how he just managed that angle, but
and they're
he
going
got both.
to know about the cross as well. Patitek has to cross it.
ये जीता घर जाने के tickets game ने.
But Vitality
समझ रहे हो? क्या दो मारा यार.
Concede some of this space now.
Save by.
I guess the only benefit
if
you're
of the goats
Heretics is those guns can't be reached easily. But I mean, you're clutching at straws there. You got the lockdown lingering as well.
Save
So
के बाद
what
ult भी
a
है.
nightmare moment to face him like that. Finds two. If Runner can get one, this might be the round. It's wrapped. He can't get the shot. It'd be a little audacious to repeat. Did he tag Patitek then? Or was he already down to 5 HP? I couldn't tell you.
I didn't catch that yet. Maybe he did.
Not 100% certain. But they're banking on Mini Boo, finding a lot here. Benji Fishy.
He's forced into an awkward plant, though.
Yeah, that's not ideal. This is all on Mini Boo in my mind.
You should run.
And then lockdown.
Well, an awkward plant now that actually gives him a very valuable spot for the lockdown.
Okay. He didn't get caught. He didn't get caught off guard. Mini Boo gets away with daylight robbery. The flash to check and sees nothing else here, but it's going to be that mid-pressure. Panic attack, audacious to go all the way back around, making them work. Safe gave them that window, but I think Heretics just closed it. The fact that Safe got 2 this round felt out of this world, but Miniboo on the bailout didn't get noted by Dizzy, and then Palitech going all the way back around to pressure the pinch coming in.
Yeah, show me that from Miniboo's POV again. Balance
Ridiculous.
ridiculous, the finest of margins.
Yeah, show me Safe for the start and show me Miniboo. You can ignore me, production, don't worry, I won't hold it against you, but it'd be nice to see, because that was wild.
So the sight lines looked clear as well. I mean, I glanced back just to see the position of where Benji slips into. So I thought,
oh wow,
Miniboo I thought Miniboo was as good as dead.
I mean, they just won a round.
Yeah, they
by
just
the
won
way.
a round.
I see that Mini has actually joined Heretics.
It's a mini cosplay.
Exactly. Well, we've got Miniboo, so they're just, you know, really bringing it all together. Operator is coming out. Runner opting to invest towards this. We haven't seen this yet, so look at this.
It's aggro as well.
Deep fact-finding here. Safe on guard duty in middle. Benji Fishy might have just been put to task to try and deal with this man who's been a problem. Rienzo going to take away Trex, but they still haven't noted the forward position from the 2 players we were talking about earlier.
No, you can see on the minimap that's
अच्छा crucial round है crucial.
Sight anchor here on 8. Operator still posted up. Is he close enough to hear that alarm? I mean, it could be a bit of a red herring that, you know, maybe.
By final prediction to final.
And a mosh pit and actually further utility.
Final prediction.
Apply pressure to run up.
Yeah, that was well timed. The lockdown.
That's good timing on the lockdown, actually.
Yeah, wondering what they do with this. You got 4 seconds, and you're not going to get a plant, so the plant is now under a safety net. And you can already see that re-lean from Runner. Gets another chance at this. And as you said, the lockdown timing was exceptional. For them so much space here.
30 seconds left.
But now, this is what they're going to depend on, try and get them back on this side. They've still not noted Runner. He's still a factor in this. The second that wall drops, there are problems. Oh, and they almost line up. He did chip damage too. You can ask for a response, as Miniboo can do no more. Sender clearing house here. Vitality make it to 10.
It felt fairly crucial to win that one. I think it's going to be Boo
by
that struggles
final
the most, actually.
bola tak नहीं Vitality. Bola tak नहीं.
Riens looks like he wants to throw.
मजाक set कर.
Actually, looks as if Heretics are going to buy all together here, force into this purchase.
देखो self ban कैसा था? तो Gecko का वो spit animation का कुछ
scene है. But almost looked like.
और एक radius.
Nice. Big round. Well played. Let's go.
Yeah, it was a big round. Just look at the buy.
बोला था love you.
Yeah, it's not. Well, I mean, with the rifles here.
मेरे को नहीं लगता पूरा VCT में मैंने आज तक एक गलत prediction किया है. For some reason, पता नहीं क्या powers है मेरे.
Trex this time going to get the better of Miniboo, so Miniboo going to be brought back to life.
भाई इसलिए कॉम्बो खेल रहे पता ताकि KO एक ही गेम में 10 बार रिवाइव हो जाए. एक तो खुद के अल्ट से, सेज के अल्ट से, फिर वापस खुद के अल्ट से, फिर सेज रिवाइव, फिर वापस खुद रिवाइव, फिर सेज रिवाइव. 2 ही जन मिलके खेलो. समझ रहे हो? इसलिए सेज और KO मेट है. मैं समझ गया. अभी समझा मैं.
Rethink their approach, or maybe even try and fake with the pit here, because we're seeing the spike still lurk outside A.
I got you.
In the hands of Boo.
And
it's possible Gecko blind जिससे है उसका सीन है. मतलब वो होता है.
Because they're not able to now comfortably.
और तो enemy को blind किया और enemy तेरे से
definitely is
बैठा है. तो तू भी blind हो.
But Safe's also heard. Oh, not
He's got no clue about Benji.
No.
Benji seemingly had no clue where those shots were coming from
which
either.
Is also questionable at the best of times. But they have a pick and they have a chance. The one bonus was that Runner actually moved away from this site too.
Late round hit though, showstopper here. It's really awkward, Lauren.
You don't know what says
20 seconds. They've already had problems getting towards this. 15 now. Showstopper goes through. That's not the player with the spike. The spike is going down as we speak. They can still hold on to this. Maybe not. Trex is there towards Rienz. It's down to just 2. Benji Fishy and Palitech. Okay, Benji Fishy wants to make a go of this one. Can't do any more that time as Palitech on 17 HP has no hope in this world as Vitality really kicking in now.
Such a good usage of the null command. It splits Heretics away from being able to rely on that comfortable, that safe, guaranteed plant behind the wall, behind find the wingman, but also that Heretics are ahead of the rotation here. Not able to really find that window. Sorry, Vitality are ahead of the rotation here. Heretics not able to find the window of opportunity to even get themselves to a position.
Being
and that was so quick as well. I look back and I think, is somebody still in the pit, still on B? Have they left a contingency in place? No, everybody scrambles for this rotation.
Someone just take it. You're all uneven.
Just a fuse, please. For now, though.
A little concerned. I mean, this feels like Vitality hitting 12.
Yes.
Unless a Guardian and a Stinger.
25 मारा है मैंने
around the edges.
25 ईद विश कर देता हूँ ईद मुबारक
here around 21. Still got the pit to work with, so maybe they can
why
find a path.
Valo player consider underdog
Swing
they were
things
best
in their
in
favor.
CS1 huh?
But it's not comfortable whatsoever.
तो दो अलग games हैं ना रे बाबा.
Benji Fishy already copping a boatload of damage. Luckily we'll be able to get healed up here, but Safe not allowing him any play towards middle now, and you can really see the adjustment. There's going to be kicks patrolling towards Tube as well, maybe feeling as though got away with too much in that last round, and actually, careful now, they've spotted a player here. Now Rienz has fallen, and Runner's not feeling pressured, so he gets to go back for more. Boombot allows him some escape here too. Gets to slip away, doesn't have to outstay his welcome.
George shot
and even with Benji Fishy finding space, he doesn't have the spike, so it really
George
feels
shot
quite
irrelevant
irrelevant
to
to this.
नहीं.
Hard to cross back over as well.
I think Benji's really going to be given an inch.
It is winning, very nice.
No, it's not.
Oy.
A wallbang, yes, but damage down at least for Sender's going to humble Benji for the time being. Keep him honest.
Heavy disciplines वाली scene.
Flash doesn't even connect it.
Nope.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
That looked disgusting.
The
second.
Stop it! That just doesn't seem right. The spike went down before Miniboo fell, but Safe is having none of it. He wants 12 rounds and he might just get him. Panatek. This is a lot. This is really quite a lot. A runner's bounding in.
भाई लेकिन impossible होना चाहिए था भाई ये बहुत close गया बैराउंड वो दोनों अगर अल्टी से बाहर निकल जाते थे ना 3v3 with Viper
Vitality not turning heads in
भाई
that
short
first game in
दिखाओ
all the right
उसके
ways. But now they
short
seem to
दिखाओ
have everything going their way.
ये ठीक है ये भी ठीक है
Really impressed with them today.
Oh,
that first was disgusting.
Oh,
Trek's not giving a shot.
Whoa.
But yeah, thoroughly impressed with Vitality.
Whoa, shot,
today.
bro.
Obviously, some questions around
Miniboo अभी
the
B match
execution
MVP है.
of week one in general. Yeah. But here, yeah, definitely for me, an upset for Heretics, who very quickly established themselves as maybe one of the top dogs here in EMEA.
I love seeing this. The
You're
potential.
taking the distance, yeah, absolutely.
This is what you wanted from Vitality, right? Is seeing what they can actually achieve. You saw all that potential and none of the results for it, but now we're starting to see that real glimpse of it. Now Heretics tested.
Actually, Google's carrying
Two away for Rienz on the out here. Sender drifting back through, and the timing might be real good for him. Miniboo and Rienz line up and put to bed. Sender sending him out of this game as Benji Fishy, the last one alive, to try and put up a stand. And it doesn't matter. Brought to the knees as Vitality tear down Heretics.
A long time, I got to see
what a performance
good, great side of Vitality. Backed by
Safe.
This
was a bad game from Heretics,
Safe
to be honest with
is hands down the MVP.
In control.
Best lurk, bro.
Vitality
Best.
start to finish with a hiccup along the way.
Best lurk by Safe.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I am just expectations have been changed. I think as much as, you know, I'm sure there'll be the Vitality fans going, well, I had faith all along. Brilliant. Welcome to being a fan. You know,
no, sure,
अच्छा खेला बे लेकिन TH भी अच्छा खेला TH भी अच्छा खेला TH अच्छा खेला
because as I said, that first look at them, it left
थोड़ा
us with more
बहुत
question
मारना
marks.
था
We were
बस
waiting to see,
थोड़ा
okay,
बहुत
what's this
एक
team
दो
look
राउंड ही
like?
लेफ्ट राइट हुआ है लेकिन बाप खेला
Five
TH
together, you got everything starting to line up, starting to warm up. And they look fantastic.
Rotor gaming नहीं रहे रोटर
Gotta
करेगा
say for
सुबह
me,
5
Safe
बजे तक
outstanding in this, but
बहुत
every single player had moments, they had impact throughout this series.
Absolutely, yeah. This felt like firing on all cylinders. There was no real weak link towards Vitality today at all. Runner thoroughly impressed me there on that final map as well. Kicks across the entire series. And I guess one of the big questions coming in has kind of been answered here with some comp changes up. Obviously, a new turn in here in terms of the map pool showing us Icebox to round things out. It's not necessarily overcooked. That was the big question coming into this series. The desk kind of hit hard on that.
एक गेम हो जाए ना 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 डंस आज के लिए बाद चलो गाइस अभी भी मुझे काम ही करना है वैसे 10-15 मिनट चलो गाइस दैट इज इट फॉर टुडे मिलते हैं बाय 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 69% लोग हार चुके हैं 69 ये करके वेरी नाइस जिंक्स यार तुम लोग भाई तुम लोग कभी तो मेरा प्रेडिक्शन के साइड पे जाओ हमेशा गलत वोट करते रहते हो नाक डुबा रहे हो तुम लोग मेरा नाक हमेशा गलत वोट करते हो चलो मिलते हैं गाइस चटकोस गुड नाइट्स आदियो चडी पादियो सी बाय लव यू कल मिलते हैं बाय
When there's no hope hiding, no chance concealing what deep down I felt for you.